What is this? Xiao Beichen slowly opened his eyes, only to discover that he was lying in a cave, adjacent to a hot spring. He vividly recalled visiting a friend's farm, where he witnessed two hens engaged in a fierce squabble, prompting him to intervene. Unexpectedly, a rooster had struck him on the head with a basketball, rendering him unconscious. Now, upon awakening, he found himself in a completely altered environment. Ah, it hurts. At that moment, a sensation akin to an explosion surged through his head. A tide of foreign memories flooded into his mind, memories that did not belong to him. After a brief period, the explosive sensation subsided, and he gained an additional memory. This body was not his own, but belonged to another unfortunate soul, also named Xiao Beichen. In the past hour, the renowned empress of the Tianxian sect, Yi Yunxin, had been ambushed at a banquet by treacherous subordinates and several major sects, ultimately consuming a poisoned fruit. In a critical moment, Xiao Beichen, a seemingly inconspicuous outer disciple of the Tianxian sect, had bravely stepped forward to expose the traitor's conspiracy. With her formidable cultivation, Yi Yunxin carved a bloody path to escape, but the more she utilized her powers, the deeper the poison infiltrated her being. In desperation, she inadvertently brought along the now targeted Xiao Beichen as they fled together. Ultimately, the two were pursued into the mountains and took refuge in this cave. Upon entering, Yi Yunxin succumbed to the poison, her overwhelming power inadvertently leading to Xiao Beichen's demise. At this pivotal moment, the modern youth Xiao Beichen for Blue Star found his soul intertwined with that of the original owner. Upon inspection, he found that aside from lacking in cultivation and wealth, this body bore no significant flaws, possessing instead a pleasing appearance. However, recalling Yi Yunxin's tragic fate and the misfortunes of the original owner filled him with trepidation. Glancing around, he noticed that the Empress Yi Yunxin was absent. Why not seize the opportunity to make a swift escape? Yet, just as he began to rise and dash towards the cave's entrance, a shadow materialized before him. A stunning woman adorned with a golden tassel phoenix crown and clad in a striking red dress that accentuated her shaped figure stumbled into the cave. Could it be the Empress Yi Yunxin? She had returned. There was no hope of overcoming her strength, nor any chance of fleeing. As sweat trickled down Xiao Beichen's spine, Yi Yunxin swiftly approached him. Her breathtaking beauty, enchanting gaze, and flushed cheeks left him utterly mesmerized. Her voluptuous form stirred a tumult of emotions within him, igniting an insatiable desire. Unable to restrain himself, Xiao Beichen swallowed hard at the sight of the Empress. Before he could react, Yi Yunxin exhaled softly and lunged toward him, her hands caressing his arm. "Beautiful, Your Majesty." In a moment of panic, Xiao Beichen called out, but what responded to him was the sound of fabric tearing. That sound instantly reminded him of a scene from artistic film where a male lead rips the clothing of the female lead. A rush of coolness enveloped him. Xiao Beichen realized that his own garments had been shredded to pieces. In the next moment, the two individuals tumbled into the hot spring, creating a splash of pure white water. A wild and rhythmic sound echoed throughout the cavern. During this chaotic episode, Xiao Beichen noticed a splash of crimson floating upon the warm water surface. After the passage of an hour, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Yi Yunxin, who lay against the edge of the hot spring, Xiao Beichen was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Could it be that the Empress had forcefully claimed him? Was his 20 years of celibacy truly lost in such a fashion? At that moment, the host has lost their virginity to the Empress, binding them to the divine Emperor selection system. Xiao Beichen nearly spat blood upon hearing the ethereal voice. After such an encounter, I can't still acquire system? Having read countless novels, he had never encountered a scenario where one gained a system in such a manner. The host may gain intimacy points through interactions with the opposite sex. Accumulating a certain level of intimacy will enhance one's cultivation. Warning: the silver demon fruit's toxin within the Empress has partially transferred to the host. Henceforth, on every new moon and full moon, the host must pay tribute for 3 consecutive months to eliminate the toxin. Failure to pay tribute will result in the host aging 20 years. If tribute is neglected 3 times, the host will perish in a blaze of toxic fire. Current age of the host, 21 years. This instance of losing one's virginity counts as one tribute, resulting in a breakthrough to the first level of cultivation. With a swish, a beam of light descended upon Xia Beichun. Congratulations! The host has achieved a breakthrough to the peak of the spirit martial realm. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xia Beichun could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. While the experience was certainly pleasurable, this comes at a toxic price. The toxin has indeed transferred to my body. He had originally thought that the fruit mistakenly consumed by Yi Yunxin was merely a toxin-laden fruit, but he had not anticipated it to be the silver demon fruit. This particular fruit was akin to a springtime explosive. Once ingested, the toxin would strike within a quarter of an hour, wreaking havoc upon the mind. After an hour, malevolent thoughts would invade if not promptly addressed. The host would perish in a blaze of toxic flames. It seemed that someone intended to use the silver demon fruit to deeply insult the Empress. Such ulterior motives. However, the requirement to pay tribute on the new moon and full moon, essentially the 1st and 15th day of each month, was quite the predicament. Typically, it would be normal for a non-single person and their partner to engage multiple times a week. But the counterpart in question was none other than the renowned Empress Yi Yunxin of the Tianxian sect. Regarding Yi Yunxin, Xia Beichun, through the memories of the original owner, learned that throughout the entire Sky Dome continent, suitors lined up to pursue her, akin to a queue stretching from the lands of Huaxia to the shores of the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, many of these suitors were formidable, having merely inherited the latest-stage spirit martial realm of the original owner. Though he had ascended to the peak through the system, he remained a mere novice in the Sky Dome continent. Thus, if word of their entanglement reached those pursuing her, would he not be devoured alive? This fate would be far worse than being bludgeoned to death by a rooster with a basketball. Taking a step back, should the Empress Yi Yunxin awaken and discover their intimate encounter, would she truly refrain from executing him? Though it was she who had initiated the advance. Upon contemplating this, Xia Beichun felt an unusual sense of trepidation. Everyone, open your eyes wide and search carefully. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed, and Xia Beichun recognized it as belonging to the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect. He was the orchestrator of this treacherous plot, the one who had led Yi Yunxin to unwittingly consume the silver demon fruit. 1 hour ago, a formidable practitioner from the Qinglan sect was slain nearby using the Tianxian star technique. Surely, it must have been Yi Yunxin who, despite being gravely poisoned, forced herself to unleash her power. The Tianxian star technique, as its name implies, is the signature martial art of the Tianxian sect, channeling the celestial forces to shake the heavens and earth, exhibiting extraordinary might. Divided into 7 levels, Yi Yunxin, as the Empress of the Tianxian sect, had already mastered the 7th level. From the words of the outsiders, Xia Beichun learned that she had been absent from the cave an hour prior because she had ventured out, poisoned, to eliminate the pursuing practitioner from the Qinglan sect. Consequently, the overwhelming toxicity had incited dark thoughts, leading her to return and forcefully confront him. Another voice, sounding rather lascivious, interjected, "Currently, Yi Yunxin is merely a spent force. As long as we capture her, we can indulge at our leisure. This Empress will surely be a delightful plaything." Ha 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 ha. A cacophony of even more lascivious laughter reverberated through the by the sound of it. A considerable number had arrived. Ding. The current environment of the host is exceedingly perilous. You have the following 2 options. 1. Conceal yourself in the cave and allow others to find this place to ravage the Empress. Reward: a luxury mansion, 100 shops, and 10,000 acres of fertile land. 2. Step out as a spirit martial realm body and taunt the masters of the various sects. Reward: cultivation reproduction. Once note, you may select any enemy to replicate their cultivation and acquire their techniques for half an hour. Chapter 002. Old Man, do you feel no shame? At first glance, the first option appeared to be a surefire path to immense wealth, while the second option offered only a fleeting half-hour of opportunity. Should one fail to vanquish the enemy within that time frame, the consequences could prove dire. However, upon deeper contemplation, it became evident that the first choice contradicted his current predicament. Should he select it, within mere months, he would meet a fiery demise due to unpaid tributes, rendering all amassed wealth nothing but a fleeting memory. He cast a glance at the still unconscious Yi Yunshin. Were it not for her bringing the outer sect disciple Xia Beichen to safety, the original host would have long been reduced to nothing by those lurking outside, preventing him from inhabiting this body. Now, Yi Yunshin had bestowed upon him her purity. Regardless of how she might treat him upon awakening, having escaped, he must strive for their shared future. Thus, what did half an hour matter? He would seize every glimmer of hope. Clenching his fist, Xia Beichen resolutely chose option 2. He then picked up the tattered garments strewn about, and after a brief tidying, found they could still provide some modesty. Once he covered himself adequately, he strode toward the cave entrance. Hey, you bunch of delusional fools. I, your esteemed Xia, am right here. Upon exiting the cave and reaching an open space, he pointed at the cultivators searching the skies and shouted. At the sound of his voice, 9 cultivators of varying strengths from different sects turned in unison to face him. Isn't this the nameless brat who thwarted our plans today? Scoffed a man with a goatee, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This individual was one of the elders of the Thousand Blades sect, possessing a peak cultivation level in the Spirit Sea realm, though he was not the strongest among them. The most formidable was none other than Xia Beichen's fellow disciple, the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect, Feng Xinzi, who was in the early stages of the spirit refinement realm. In this realm, cultivation levels ascended from low to high as follows: Spirit Martial, Spirit Gathering, Spirit Motion, Spirit Pill, Spirit Essence, Spirit Sea, Spirit Refinement, Cave Heaven, and Heavenly Ascension, each comprising 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Notably, the weakest of the 7 remaining cultivators possessed at least early-stage spirit pill cultivation. In their eyes, encountering Xia Beichen, a mere outer sect disciple at peak spirit martial, would be akin to a chicken attempting to break a stone. Such a lowly outer sect disciple, oh no, you are now a traitor of the Tianxian sect. Expelled from our ranks. The silver-haired Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect regarded Xia Beichen with disdain, akin to viewing an ant. Know your place. If you wish to preserve your life, reveal the whereabouts of Yi Yunshin. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to ashes. As his words fell, an invisible pressure bore down upon Xia Beichen, momentarily robbing him of breath. Damn it, Feng Xinzi, you have brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for being ruthless towards your allies. Xia Beichen tightened his fists, gritting his teeth, and then hurled a fierce insult. Feng Xinzi, you are nothing but a worthless liability. Do you truly believe that by conspiring with several prominent sects against His Majesty, you can secure the position of the sect leader? Bah, you might as well take a block of tofu and end your life with it, or hang yourself with a strand of noodle. Those wicked individuals surrounding you have long conspired behind your back, planning to announce to the world that you were responsible for His Majesty's demise once you ascend to the position of the Tianxian sect leader, and then they will hunt you down. Upon hearing this, Feng Xinzi cast a fierce gaze towards the nearby cultivators. The man with the goat beard hurriedly explained, My friend, this vile child has already thwarted one of our plans. We must not heed his nonsense. Another accomplice pointed at Xia Beichen and declared, Since he refuses to reveal Yi Yunshin's whereabouts, let us eliminate him. After a moment of silence, Feng Xinzi glared at Xia Beichen with malevolence, stating, Then I shall cleanse the house today. Among the 9, the man from the Xianqing sect, possessing the lowest cultivation, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles and proclaiming, You need not trouble yourselves. I shall handle him. Upon witnessing someone take action, Feng Xinzi remained in place, replying, Then I shall leave it to you, my friend. Xia Beichen had not only ruined their plans, but had also insulted them. Thus they harbored intense hatred towards him. And why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A mere novice in the spirit martial realm did not warrant the attention of cultivators above the spirit sea realm. Therefore, Feng Xinzi withdrew the pressure he had exerted upon Xia Beichen. He, the man from the Xianqing sect, at the early stage of the spirit pill realm, approached Xia Beichen with a cunning grin. Yet, upon reaching him, Xia Beichen revealed a sly smile. This expression sent shivers down the spine of the Xianqing sect man. Before he could make a move, Xia Beichen struck first, unleashing a brilliant burst of starlight. A tremendous force surged toward the man from the Xianqing sect. Boom. In the next moment, the power of the stars struck him in the abdomen, causing him to double over and fly backward. He crashed into a mountain 100 meters away, sending countless stones and debris flying, with dust billowing around. How could a mere pinnacle spirit martial realm practitioner achieve this? A lanky man, resembling a monkey, gasped in astonishment, his mouth agape. The sixth level of the Tianxian star technique? Feng Xinzi stared at Xia Beichen, the outer disciple of the Tianxian sect, his voice tinged with disbelief. Impossible. I have only reached the sixth level of the Tianxian star technique in the early stage of the spirit refinement realm. How could a brat who hasn't even reached the spirit gathering realm achieve the sixth level? Xia Beichen smirked and retorted, is it so difficult to acknowledge someone's excellence? As he spoke, a sudden explosion echoed from the mountain 100 meters away. Everyone looked up to see a spirit-rich golden pill soaring from the dust. What? A man in the spirit sea realm froze momentarily. This child had actually killed the Xianxing sect's spirit pill realm cultivator in a single strike. In the world of cultivation and alchemy, each higher realm is akin to the presence of a father. Thus, the cultivators of the divine refinement realm can look down upon those beneath them, unless their adversaries possess extraordinary weapons or formidable techniques. However, what they remain oblivious to is that at this moment, Xia Beichen, after mocking them, has entered the temporal realm of skill replication. Naturally, his chosen target for replication is the most powerful among these 9 individuals, the wind hyacinth. Xia Beichen chuckled softly as he extended his hand toward the golden core, which then soared into his palm. Such a feat can only be achieved by those in the spirit-gathering realm. No, wait. You have concealed your true cultivation level. The goat-bearded man seemed to realize something, exclaiming loudly, your cultivation is not at the spirit martial realm, but at the divine refinement realm. The divine refinement realm? The 7 individuals, including Wind Hyacinth, gasped in unison. They immediately began to probe Xia Beichen's cultivation level, only to discover that he had already reached the early stage of the divine refinement realm, nearly on par with Wind Hyacinth. What? Are you afraid? Xia Beichen's voice resonated with a deep, commanding tone. Wind Hyacinth gritted his teeth, you traitor of the sect. How dare you conceal your cultivation and commit such acts of deceit against your teachers and ancestors? You old fool, still stubborn, at 1438 years old. You are outdone by a mere youth, aren't you ashamed? As soon as Xia Beichen's words fell, he clasped his hands, and the golden core shattered instantaneously, dissipating into nothingness. His decisiveness and violence was evident. Everyone, save for Wind Hyacinth, couldn't help but shiver. They even felt in their hearts that the reason Xia Beichen dared to disrupt their plans was due to his newfound confidence, which stemmed from his early-stage divine refinement realm cultivation. Xia Beichen's fingers swept over the remaining 8 individuals. In the realm of divine refinement, I am invincible beneath it. Finally, his finger rested upon Wind Hyacinth, his gaze akin to an all-consuming black hole. Before they could recover from their astonishment, Xia Beichen had already appeared before a fully realized practitioner of the spirit origin realm. Chapter 003. Not a single one shall escape. A punch imbued with the might of the sixfold celestial star technique struck the cultivator's abdomen, causing his eyes to widen in shock amidst his muffled groan. Worse still, within his sea of consciousness, he discerned the ominous sound of cracking. Moments later, with a clang, his dantian shattered. With the destruction of his dantian, he could no longer gather spiritual energy within his body, thereby rendering him incapable of continuing on the path of cultivation. From this moment forth, his hundreds of years of cultivation lay in ruins. Yet, Xia Beichen did not cease his onslaught, for he understood the principle of severing the roots of the grass. If not, the spring breeze would bring forth new growth. Xia Beichen formed a hand seal, and his opponent was immediately ensnared by 4 beams of starlight descending from above. His body trapped as though within a cage, utterly immobile. This is bad. This is the starbound technique. Wind Hyacinth exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the starlight prison surrounding his comrade. The starbound technique is one of the abilities of the celestial star technique. The higher the user's cultivation, the greater its power. In order to prevent infighting among disciples, the founder of the Tianxian sect imposed specific restrictions when establishing this technique. When utilized against fellow sect members skilled in the stellar binding, its efficacy would be significantly diminished, akin to mere ordinary ropes. Brother Dao, please save my junior apprentice. The anxious man with a goat beard implored. This practitioner of the spirit origin realm was his junior from the Wanren sect. Feng Xinzi, feeling both awkward and embarrassed, remarked, unless your junior possesses the ability to manipulate spatial realms, he cannot evade his fate. Before Feng Xinzi could complete his sentence, the terrified expression of the goat-bearded disciple's junior transformed into despair as he met the same fate as the early-stage alchemist. His corporeal form shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Subsequently, a translucent spiritual entity, about the size of a fist, darted about within the starlit cage. This was the Tao, also known as the nascent soul, a manifestation exclusive to practitioners of the spirit origin realm, and it bore an endearing appearance. Thinking of escape? Huh. Xia Beichen chuckled as the stellar binding rapidly constricted. With a sharp sound, the nascent soul of the goat-bearded disciple was also reduced to nothingness. The remaining 7 individuals stood frozen, as if turned to stone, utterly astonished by the swiftness of Xia Beichen's actions. It was so rapid that they could hardly process what had transpired before their companion vanished. For those whose cultivation fell below the refining spirit realm, this was tantamount to slaughter. With eyes bloodshot, the goat-bearded man was engulfed by a tide of hatred for Xia Beichen. He brandished a magnificent sword, poised to charge at Xia Beichen in a fit of fury. However, a slender, monkey-like practitioner hurriedly restrained him, exclaiming, "Elder Hu, do not act impulsively." The practitioner then turned to Feng Xinzi, saying, "Elder Feng, only you can stand against him. We hope you can hold him off while we seek an opportunity to retaliate." "Feng Xinzi, you are the true traitor today," Xia Beichen declared from midair, his voice stern. "As long as I am present, you shall not harm a single hair on Yi Yunqin. I will ensure you become a fleeting flower, meeting your demise alongside these detestable wretches." Arrogant, Feng Xinzi glared at Xia Beichen, fully aware that a confrontation at their level, without superior weaponry or techniques, would likely result in mutual destruction. However, recognizing their numerical advantage, he acquiesced to the suggestion of the slender practitioner. With a clang, a brilliant red 3-foot sword materialized from thin air, crackling with lightning and enveloped in torrential rain, a clear indication of its formidable nature. The Feichong sword. This was Feng Xinzi's weapon. Having vanquished countless practitioners, today we shall advance and retreat together. I entrust this to you all, Feng Xinzi declared, wielding the Feichong sword as he soared towards Xia Beichen. Seeing this, the others took to the air from various angles, preparing to besiege Xia Beichen. "Rebellious disciple, perish!" Feng Xinzi shouted as he closed the distance, unleashing a strike when he was merely 2 zhang away from Xia Beichen. Swish! The sword's aura, infused with lightning and fine rain, cleaved towards Xia Beichen. Yet, standing 2 zhang away, Xia Beichen merely scoffed. "Huh? Is that all you have?" Upon lifting his gaze, Feng Xinzi beheld a sword aura, equally imbued with lightning and fine rain, slicing towards him with a menacing vertical strike. Whoosh! Boom! The 2 sword energies collided, unleashing an astonishing force. A wave of energy rapidly expanded outward from the explosion's epicenter. Wherever it traveled, trees splintered, stones shattered, and garments tore upon contact with any person. Gush! 3 cultivators, not yet reaching the spirit sea realm, tasted blood in their throats and spat forth crimson droplets. The fierce clash between 2 early-stage refining spirit realm practitioners vividly exemplified the adage, "When deities engage in battle, the innocent suffer." Even the participants, Xia Beichen and Feng Xinzi, were not spared, as they were both hurled several zhang away. Feng Xinzi, gazing at the monstrous Xia Beichen, particularly incensed upon witnessing the identical sword clutched in his hand, felt his blood surge with fury, resulting in another spatter of blood. How could you possess the Feichong sword as well? Unharmed and unperturbed, Xia Beichen steadied himself, retorting, "Are you daft? Do you not know there are 2 Feichong swords within the sect? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Feng Xinzi screamed in a frenzied disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, his own sword had also been replicated by Xia Beichen. At this moment, the replication's time limit had already elapsed by 2/4 of an hour, indicating that time was running short. Just then, Xia Beichen sensed a domineering spiritual energy surging against his back. How peculiar, why the sudden occurrence? As he pondered, the spiritual energy within his Dan Si began to whirl. A formidable force seemed poised to break free from its shackles, yearning to burst forth. The Dan Si is formed only upon reaching the spirit sea realm, expanding from the original Dan Tian to accommodate a greater influx of spiritual energy. Now, with Xia Beichen having replicated Feng Xinzi's cultivation, his Dan Tian had transformed into a Dan Si. If he did not act now, when would he? Fixing his gaze upon Feng Xinzi, who was dabbing at the blood at the corner of his mouth, Xia Beichen commanded with fervent authority, "Surrender your resistance, Feng Xinzi." He then pointed the replicated Feichong sword towards the heavens. Yet this time, the scene was markedly different. Lightning and torrential rain formed an outer circle, while within it, stars danced in a splendid silver glow. What? Two phenomena occurring simultaneously? Goatbeard and the others gazed in terror at the dual manifestations appearing in the sky. This was nothing short of two extremes. Even Feng Xinzi widened his eyes in shock. The Feichong sword combined with the Tianxin star technique? How was this achieved? Curious to know? Perhaps in your next life. Xia Beichen soared backward several dozen zhang before finally hovering in midair, then swung down his sword towards Feng Xinzi and the others. Crackle. Whoosh. Countless bolts of lightning and torrential rain from the outer circle, alongside innumerable shooting stars from the inner circle, surged toward their target. The convergence of these two extreme phenomena generated powerful currents, causing the garments of the 7 individuals to flutter wildly. 7 individuals, scattered in various locations, suddenly raised their heads, their demeanor comparable to that of one facing a tribulation. Who exactly is this young man? The man with the goat beard hastily erected a defensive barrier around himself. Alas, the 3 cultivators below the Spirit Sea realm were the first to suffer harm. Before they could establish their protective barriers, they were pierced by countless meteors. Their anguished cries echoed through the heavens and the earth. In the moment, their nascent souls attempted to flee as their corporeal bodies shattered. They were met with bolts of lightning and torrential rain. Crackle. Boom. Ultimately, they could not escape, instantly dissolving into nothingness. As for the goat-bearded man and the other 2 cultivators, though they were within the Spirit Sea realm, their defensive barriers began to crack ominously. Crash. The barriers shattered with a resounding noise. Just as they were about to be pierced by a myriad of stars, Feng Xinzi miraculously arrived before them, dragging his injured body. His defensive barrier remained unbroken. Quickly, channel your spiritual energy to me, Feng Xinzi urged loudly. The 3 men, straining, began to transmit their spiritual energy to him. None of them held back. Suddenly, a voice, both imposing and piercing, sliced through the air. Yet, it was not the voice of Xia Beichen. Indeed, it was not even that of a man, but rather a woman. Chapter 004. Such a stunning beauty, yet she has favored this young man. Regardless of whether it was Xia Beichen or the 4 individuals with Feng Xinzi, upon hearing this commanding female voice, they could not help but glance over. There, they beheld a woman of exquisite beauty and alluring form, proudly suspended in the air, a distance of several dozen feet behind Xia Beichen. Yi Yunxin. Upon seeing her, Xia Beichen's brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that the overwhelming and tyrannical spiritual energy from earlier originated from Yi Yunxin? The emaciated, monkey-like cultivator from the Xianqing sect gazed at Yi Yunxin in disbelief. Did this woman not consume the silver demon fruit? Why does she appear completely unscathed now? The goat-bearded man cast a glance at Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen, begrudgingly stating, I never expected such a captivating beauty would ultimately be a boon for this young man. After all the scheming, it turns out to be a dowry for a mere youth. Feng Xinzi gritted his teeth and cautioned, Yi Yunxin's poison has likely been resolved. Everyone should seize the moment to retreat. After all, Yi Yunxin has achieved the pinnacle of divine refinement, and her Tianxin star technique has reached the 7th level. Dealing with those of lesser cultivation is akin to bullying the weak. Moreover, there is the monstrous Xia Beichen. Thinking of fleeing? Yi Yunxin's cold voice pierced through the air like ice in midwinter. I suggest you take some time to regret your actions today. As she spoke, Yi Yunxin gently waved her right hand, channeling an even more formidable and tyrannical spiritual energy into Xia Beichen's back. The spiritual energy within his Dantian whirled with renewed vigor. Yi Yunxin spoke to Xia Beichen, her lips barely parting, with an unperturbed demeanor. The rest is up to you. Understood. Xia Beichen nodded gently, turning his gaze back to the struggling figures of Feng Xinzi and his companions, who were valiantly resisting the combined onslaught of the Feichong sword and the Tianxian star technique. With a resonant clang, the Feichong sword ascended into the air, aimed directly at Feng Xinzi and his allies. Xia Beichen waved his hand, directing the sword, imbued with a fierce sword aura, toward the defensive barrier shielding Feng Xinzi. Following this, he performed another hand gesture, summoning 4 beams of starlight that cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the 4 companions of Feng Xinzi within their radiant embrace. The man resembling a goat with a beard, along with a lanky figure reminiscent of a monkey, and another cultivator at the Spirit Sea realm, widened their eyes in alarm, an ominous feeling swelling within them. It was over. Feng Xinzi, who stood as their protector, uttered these two words as if deflated. Fully aware that the starlight binding technique Xia Beichen was deploying now held far greater potency than the one previously employed against the goat-bearded man's fellow disciple. This realization struck even Feng Xinzi, a member of Tianxian sect, with a formidable and oppressive sense of confinement. Without a doubt, it was the work of Yi Yunxin. No sooner had Feng Xinzi's words left his lips than the defensive barrier before him shattered under the assault of the Feichong sword, cracking with a series of ominous sounds. However, the Feichong sword halted mere inches from his brow. A chorus of anguished screams erupted behind him. Turning to look, he was met with the horrifying sight of the three men, contorted and crushed by the rapidly shrinking starlight cage. Save! The pitiful trio barely uttered the first syllable before their bodies disintegrated, their primordial spirits unable to escape their grim fate, all dissolving into nothingness. With the starlight binding enhanced by Yi Yunxin's spiritual energy, its might was evident. It was several times more powerful than the starlight binding Xia Beichen had executed with his initial cultivation at the refining god stage. In less than 3/4 of an hour, from the 9 pursuers, only one remained. Xia Beichen refrained from piercing Feng Xinzi's brow not out of mercy, but rather to leave him for Yi Yunxin to deal with. After all, everything Feng Xinzi had done that day was directed against her. Casting a glance back at Yi Yunxin, Xia Beichen spoke, "The matter of clearing our ranks should be entrusted to the sect master." Upon hearing his words, Yi Yunxin nodded slightly and stepped forward, soaring into the air to stand beside him, her gaze sharp and focused on the now-bound Feng Xinzi. "I have but one question for you," Yi Yunxin began. "As the esteemed grand elder of the Tianxian sect, wielding authority beneath only the sect master, why would you engage in such treasonous acts?" "Ha!" Feng Xinzi erupted into laughter. But his mirth was short-lived, abruptly interrupted by a sharp crack echoing through the mountains. His laughter faltered, his expression twisting into one of utter disgust, akin to someone who had consumed a rotten rodent. Even the typically aloof and domineering Yi Yunxin was momentarily taken aback. Before them stood Xia Beichen, holding a shoe in his right hand, the matching crimson imprint from the shoe starkly visible on Feng Xinzi's left cheek. Once, as the hyacinth laughed joyfully towards the heavens, Xia Beichen removed his shoes and struck his face. "Answer the question posed by the Lord." Xia Beichen fixed his gaze upon him and spoke. The hyacinth, feeling deeply humiliated, pointed at Xia Beichen and was about to unleash a tirade. However, as soon as his index finger extended, a flash of cold light appeared and blood splattered. In the next moment, the hyacinth's finger was forced to depart from its home. At this juncture, Xia Beichen wielded a sword in his left hand and a shoe in his right. A drop of fresh crimson blood fell from the blade of the replicated Feichong sword. "Do not lose your limbs. Simply answer the Lord's question." Xia Beichen warned the hyacinth with a solemn expression. Yet the hyacinth stubbornly retorted, "I have nothing to say. Do as you wish." Yi Yunxin shook her head, declaring, "Obstinate fool. In the 1,000 years since the establishment of the Tianxian sect, you are the first disciple to rebel." With a swift motion, a jade waist token hanging from the hyacinth's waist flew into Yi Yunxin's hand. "Master Feng, if my memory serves me correctly, you have been a disciple of the Tianxian sect for 1,400 years, now the oldest among the sect." Yi Yunxin glanced at the waist token in her hand, a symbol of the elder's status, feeling a sense of nostalgia. "I have long heard my master say that although your qualifications were modest in your early years, your diligence and cultivation surpassed that of your peers, and your demeanor earned you much goodwill." Upon reaching this point, she took a deep breath, unable to conceal her regret. "Before my master ascended, he advised me to treat every senior disciple kindly and to avoid inciting discord among our brethren, particularly with Master Feng. We should strive to allocate resources to assist him in breaking through his constraints, aiming to help him find his own path as soon as possible." The hyacinth's eyes twitched slightly, indicating that Yi Yunxin's words had indeed struck a chord within him. Now at the age of 1438, though his cultivation was not the highest among the elders of the sect, his status was the most esteemed. From the original owner's memories, Xia Beichen learned that the Tianxian sect, over the past 5 centuries, had acquired vast territories and resources through successive conquests. 300 years ago, the sect's leader, Master Qingchen, who was also Yi Yunxin's master, sustained grave injuries in battle and soon perished. Subsequently, Yi Yunxin inherited the Tianxian sect from Master Qingchen, becoming the 6th-generation leader. Since that time, Yi Yunxin has led the Tianxian sect to become a preeminent force on the Tianxian continent. However, The governance of the Tianxiong continent does not resemble the ancient dynastic rule of Huaxia, but rather is administered through sections. Furthermore, as the territory under the Tianxian sect is located in the northern part of the Tianxiong continent, it is referred to as Beixian. In essence, it is not unlike a nation. The Tianxian sect alone occupies 1/3 of the land and population of the Tianxiong continent, while the remaining 2/3 is divided among numerous smaller sections. In the eyes of some cultivators, Yi Yunxin may appear aloof and ruthless, decisive in matters of life and death. Yet she is exceedingly benevolent towards the populace under her care. Thus, she garnered the adoration of the populace and attracted talented individuals from various sects across the Sky Dome continent to join Beixian, earning her the title of the Empress of Beixian. Under her leadership, Beixian entered its most prosperous era in history. It remains to be seen how long this prosperity can endure. Meanwhile, Feng Xinzi, entrusted with significant responsibilities by Yi Yunxin, not only served as the Grand Elder of Tianxian sect, but also governed Beixian. In essence, he was akin to a prime minister of a nation. In terms of authority, beyond Beixian, across the entire Sky Dome continent, no one surpassed him, aside from Yi Yunxin. He truly stood as one beneath the heavens, above all others. Yet, this diligent individual, who typically exhibited utmost diligence, astonishingly became the foremost traitor of Tianxian sect and even Beixian overnight. Yi Yunxin diverted her gaze from the badge and looked at Feng Xinzi. Master Feng, can you truly justify your actions before the ancestors of Tianxian sect? Can you honor the cultivation bestowed upon you by the sect over the years? Feng Xinzi shut his eyes and took a deep breath. He then spoke, enough, enough. What transpired today is due to. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a wisp of black smoke suddenly emanated from his body. Xia Beiqin could not suppress a sound of confusion. Yet, in the next moment, he was yanked backward by Yi Yunxin and propelled several dozen strides away. Simultaneously, they observed Feng Xinzi's expression morph into a grotesque visage. Moreover, he could no longer emit any sound. Nevertheless, from his gaze, one could still discern a hint of unwillingness and regret, albeit devoid of any remorse. The black smoke swiftly enveloped Feng Xinzi entirely, forming countless contours of insects that began to gnaw at him. Xia Beiqin gazed in horror at the scene before him, a chill running down his spine. Even the worldly wise Yi Yunxin could not help but furrow her brow. Your Majesty, what is happening to Feng Xinzi? Xia Beiqin could not help but inquire. It's poison. Yi Yunxin replied, her eyes warily fixed on Feng Xinzi's transformation. As soon as the words left her mouth, the chilling sound of gnawing filled the air. In an instant, the Feng Xinzi shrouded in black smoke became a gruesome sight, bloodied and grotesque. Yi Yunxin instinctively covered her chest and mouth. Observing this, Xia Beiqin boldly extended his arm, pulling her into an embrace, burying her head against his chest. Yi Yunxin offered no resistance. After approximately half a minute, the black smoke dissipated. Yet, Feng Xinzi had vanished from the scene. It appeared he had been devoured to the last remnant by the insects conjured by the poison. No longer did they hear the unsettling sound of gnawing. Yi Yunxin lifted her head, withdrew from Xia Beiqin's embrace, and gazed at the spot where Feng Xinzi had stood. With a deep sigh, she remarked, it seems he not only colluded with self-proclaimed righteous factions, but also with certain dark forces, ultimately leading to his demise. Xia Beiqin, perplexed, asked, which dark force is responsible for this poison? Yi Yunxin shook her head. This is the first time I have encountered such a poison in my life. Her hand clenched into a fist, and she continued, however, it is certain that while Hyacinth appears to be the mastermind, in truth, she is merely a pawn on this treacherous chessboard. The individual wielding the poison is likely the true orchestrator behind this incident. Just as Yi Yunxin uttered her conjecture, Xia Beiqin suddenly caught sight of a small plume of black smoke swiftly charging towards them. Chapter 005. Inflicting pain in the blink of an eye. The black smoke transformed into a moth-like creature, no larger than a palm. Be careful. Xia Beiqin instinctively pulled Yi Yunxin behind him. Observing Xia Beiqin bravely standing before her, Yi Yunxin's heart fluttered, her emotions rippling like a tranquil lake. However, Xia Beiqin was startled to discover that the energy within him was rapidly diminishing, reverting back to the state of his dantian. To his astonishment, the Feichong sword in his hand had vanished into thin air, and his cultivation had plummeted from the early stage of spirit refinement back to the perfection of spirit martial realm. Yi Yunxin behind him seemed to sense something amiss and couldn't help but voice her confusion. Upon a swift examination, she realized that his cultivation had drastically diminished from that of a majestic eagle to that of a fledgling. Hearing her words, Xia Beichen felt utterly embarrassed. At this critical moment of heroically saving the damsel, the effect of his cultivation replication had expired. To make matters worse, the moth conjured from the black smoke was now merely 10 paces away. "Let me take over." As she spoke, Yi Yunshin's delicate hand grasped Xia Beichen's, pulling him back while she stepped forward. With a graceful flick of her other hand, she effortlessly conjured a dazzling display of colorful light. The radiant colors surged towards the moth, intertwining mid-flight to form a blooming flower. Unexpectedly, the spell Yi Yunshin cast was as exquisite as she herself. As Xia Beichen marveled at her beauty, the vibrant flower swiftly engulfed the moth conjured from the black smoke. Cautiously, Yi Yunshin reinforced her spell with a starlight binding to prevent the moth from escaping or counterattacking. Moments later, the black smoke dissipated and the colorful flower faded away. After confirming that no remnants of the black smoke remained, Yi Yunshin withdrew the starlight binding. "All done. It's safe now." Turning back to Xia Beichen, she relaxed her grip. As a reflex, Xia Beichen's eyes widened in shock, and he let out a startled cry. It was not due to witnessing anything scandalous, but rather because, at the mere perfection of the spirit martial realm, he was incapable of flight. Thus, his body plummeted as if in freefall. Sighing softly, Yi Yunshin chased after Xia Beichen. Just as he was about to make an intimate encounter with the ground, he abruptly halted. Before him appeared a pair of long, enchanting legs, capable of captivating him for an eternity. This perspective momentarily allowed Xia Beichen to forget the disarray he had exhibited during his earlier scream, replacing it instead with the elation of a photographer capturing a splendid moment. He discreetly aimed his gaze towards the upper part of her fair legs. Yet just as he was about to transform Xia Beichen into Miao Rifeng, Yi Yunshin flipped the situation entirely. As the world spun around him, Xia Beichen found himself safely grounded. However, before he could steady himself, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and his eyes met a pair of bright, captivating orbs. Before he could utter a word, Yi Yunshin fixed her gaze upon him and inquired, "Did you not have enough to aim at 2 hours ago?" Without hesitation, Xia Beichen shook his head. Suddenly, Yi Yunshin's expression turned sharp, and it dawned upon Xia Beichen that he had indeed shaken his head. Did that not imply he hadn't aimed adequately? What a blunder! "Your Majesty, please allow me to explain." Yi Yunshin asked, "What is there to explain?" Xia Beichen replied, 2 hours ago, it was all too sudden. I truly did not have enough time to aim. Consequently, Yi Yunshin's delicate face flushed bright red. "You scoundrel!" she exclaimed, raising her fist, ready to strike him. Yet, before her fist could make contact, she furrowed her brows, emitting a pained sound. Just as Xia Beichen was taken aback by her sudden change, Yi Yunshin lowered her small fist and instinctively placed a hand on her abdomen, her expression reflecting a hint of discomfort. "What is it, Your Majesty?" Xia Beichen rushed forward to support her, concern etched on his face. Yi Yunshin bit her lip lightly, her voice laced with grievance as she said, 2 hours ago, you caused me pain. I feel a tearing sensation in that area." As she spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper. "Huh?" Xia Beichen was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he weakly questioned, "Your Majesty, were you not unconscious from the poison at that time? How could you possibly know that the tearing sensation was caused by me?" Yi Yunshin retorted, "Nonsense. It was so significant that even in unconsciousness, I became aware of it." Faced with the Empress's scolding, Xia Beichen felt not anger, but rather a small thrill of pride. After all, it was only upon seeing the hint of red in the water that he realized it was Yi Yunshin's first time. She was like a nut that had never been used, firm and unyielding. However, observing the pain and discomfort etched on Yi Yunshin's face stirred Xia Beichen's protective instincts. Thus, turning his back to her, he squatted down. "I shall carry you," he declared. Yi Yunshin was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment, she declined, "No need." Hearing her refusal, Xia Beichen rose. "You stubborn one. Can't you just endure a little? After all, I am the sect master of Tianxian and the Empress of Beixian." Upon seeing Xia Beichen stand, an inexplicable wave of disappointment washed over Yi Yunshin, just as she was caught in this tumult of emotions. Xia Beichen turned to face her and stepped closer. "What are you doing?" Yi Yunshin could not help but take a step back. Seizing the moment, Xia Beichen closed the distance and wrapped his arm around her waist. But this was not the end. Xia Beichen extended his left hand towards Yi Yunshin's long legs. Upon their skin's initial contact, Yi Yunshin instinctively shivered, surprised by her own sensitivity. Xia Beichen swept her up in a princess carry, though she initially intended to resist. His firm command, "Don't move," left no room for rebuttal. Even the esteemed empress, a sovereign of great stature, found herself subdued by his authoritative tone. Ultimately, Yi Yunxin acquiesced, nestling her head shyly against Xia Beichen's chest. This location, where 10 formidable masters of the spirit pill stage and above had perished, was no longer safe. Thus, Xia Beichen did not carry Yi Yunxin back to the cave, but instead headed southward. Along the way, Yi Yunxin spoke softly. "Though you are an outer disciple of our Tianxin sect, I am yet unaware of your name." Xia Beichen smirked slightly and replied, "You." Being the exalted sect leader and the renowned Northern Xian Empress, not knowing my name is quite understandable. Yi Yunxin lifted her gaze to him, inquiring, "So, what is your name?" "Xia Beichen." Xia from summer, Bei from northern, and Chen from star. She repeated the name softly, then added, "Thank you for saving me today and for daring to confront 9 formidable masters on my behalf. Your declaration, 'As long as I am here, no harm shall come to Yi Yunxin,' resonated deeply with me. I am aware that some of the poison from the silver demon fruit has transferred into your body because of me." Xia Beichen smiled wryly. "Such is the price of gallantry." Yi Yunxin bit her lip again, then bashfully declared, "I will bear this price. I will ensure that you do not perish." "What?" Xia Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Yi Yunxin's cheeks flushed crimson as she pointed towards a lush patch of grass. "Shall we see if we can resolve the poison within you?" Gazing at the enchanting beauty in his arms, Xia Beichen couldn't help but swallow hard. A battle in the wild? Chapter revision ongoing. Chapter content currently not visible. Chapter 007. Reveling together in dual cultivation, Xia Beichen was acutely aware that these individuals were purely envious, harboring jealousy and resentment, especially those whose cultivation surpassed his own, who would relish the chance to eliminate him at once. Ordinarily, one would expect to keep their distance from a master at the peak of the spirit refining stage, yet these individuals did the opposite. One might think Yi Yunxin was their neighbor's little sister. Out of curiosity, Xia Beichen examined Yi Yunxin's cultivation and was astonished to discover that she was at the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm. To his surprise, she had quietly concealed her true level of mastery. In this world, practitioners of the spirit martial realm could not yet soar through the skies. Only those who reached the spirit gathering realm could do so. Hence, Yi Yunxin had merely retained the entry-level stage necessary for flight. This reminded Xia Beichen of a phrase, "playing the pig to eat the tiger." Even the empress can employ such tactics, ignoring the gazes of the crowd. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin had barely walked far after entering the town when they found their path unexpectedly obstructed. Upon closer inspection, a young man clad in luxurious attire, exuding an air of nonchalance, was holding a young woman in his arms, whose face bore an expression of reluctant despair. Behind him stood several idly lounging men. The young man's cultivation level was at the mid-stage of the spirit movement realm. Among the men behind him, one was at the initial stage of the spirit pill realm, while the others were either at the early stage of the spirit movement realm or the spirit gathering realm. Oh, and beneath him sat another fellow. A man at the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm was bent over, serving as a stool for the young man in splendid attire. With a forceful slap on the rear of the young woman in his embrace, he unceremoniously pushed her away. She fled as if granted a reprieve from death. Her escape reminiscent of someone who had narrowly evaded the jaws of a tiger. Wasn't this the young master of the Go family from Qingyang City? What brought him here? Alas, when the young master of the Go family ventures out, he leaves no blade of grass behind. Such extravagance? With wealth, one can act with impunity. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, began to murmur among themselves. The young man lazily lifted his gaze and whistled at Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. From their discussions, Xia Beichen learned that this fellow was the young master of the Go family, a prominent clan in Qingyang City and its surrounding areas, known for their immense wealth. This young master was named Go Bujiao. It is said that due to the character Bu in his name, his grandfather, on his deathbed, bequeathed all the family's cloth shops to him. Hence, in the martial world, he is referred to as Brother Bu. Though his cultivation was not particularly high, his financial prowess allowed him to support numerous cultivators ranging from the spirit pill realm to the spirit sea realm. He had committed many acts of greed and cruelty in his daily life. Here, Go Bujiao sat like a deity upon the backs of his subordinates, observing the comings and goings of people for over half an hour. His aim was to find a beautiful companion to revel with and engage in mutual cultivation. It is essential to note that not every street is teeming with cultivators at the spirit refinement realm. thus allowing those at the Spirit Sea realm to swagger about in certain areas. Consequently, many who disapproved of Go Bujiao could only turn a blind eye, even sidestepping when passing by. Upon seeing the blockade, Yi Yunxin coldly called out, "Is your name Dog Bujiao?" Upon hearing the lovely lady mispronounce his name as Dog Bujiao, some could not help but laugh, especially Xia Beichen, who was doubled over in mirth. Go Bujiao's face flushed a deep crimson with rage, but he managed to maintain a veneer of restraint in front of others. He inquired, "My lady, have you come to Hongya Town to appreciate the autumn leaves?" Hongya Town, as the name suggests, is a quaint village adorned with vibrant red leaves during the autumn and winter seasons. In this place, unlike some regions where the 4 seasons are distinctly defined, there are only 2 seasons throughout the year, spring and autumn. Consequently, there exists an extensive 6-month period renowned for its crimson foliage, drawing an incessant stream of visitors eager to behold its beauty. It is for this reason that Go Bujiao instinctively perceived Xia Beichun and Yi Yun Xian as a pair of young lovers come to admire the autumn leaves. Yi Yun Xian remarked, "We initially came to see the autumn leaves, but we ended up encountering a dog." Go Bujiao, suppressing his displeasure, adjusted his attire and responded, "A person of your caliber ought to be with someone of my stature. Therefore, if you accompany me, I shall take you to appreciate the enchanting sights of Hongya Town this evening." With that, he rose and cast a contemptuous glance at Xia Beichun. How could a beggar like him be worthy of your company? Just as Go Bujiao regarded Xia Beichun with disdain, the latter received a notification from the system. The host is currently facing provocation from a wealthy young scion. You have the following 2 options. 1. Submit, kneel, and sin conquer, relinquishing Yi Yin Xian to him. Reward, advancement to the great perfection of Lingju realm. 2. Retort fiercely to the point where he becomes unrecognizable. Reward, speed enhancement. The host will be 1 step faster in any action, except for certain activities, as fast shooting is declined. Damn, the system is digging a pit. The reward for option 1 would elevate his cultivation by an entire realm. Yet, as a man, how could he submit before another man? Moreover, Yi Yun Xian is currently his partner. As the saying goes, possessing beauty invites trouble. As a man of noble stature, Xia Beichen would inevitably attract complications merely by walking beside Yi Yun Xian, especially given her stunning figure and unparalleled beauty. Even with a delicate veil, her exquisite aura remained undeniable. Choosing option 2 without hesitation, Xia Beichen confidently selected the second option. At this moment, Yi Yun Xian, growing increasingly impatient with Go Bujiao's mockery of Xia Beichun, felt a surge of irritation. Among the behaviors she detested most were those of the frivolous young masters, who, devoid of skill, relied solely on their family's wealth. Thus, she lifted her hand and began to approach Go Bujiao. However, after just a few steps, she was halted by Xia Beichen's grip. Turning back, she caught Xia Beichen shaking his head slightly. He then stood before her with an air of resolute masculinity. Addressing the 2-meter-tall Go Bujiao, he declared, "I have long heard that the young master of the Go family in Qingyang City is a notorious wastrel. And upon meeting you today, I find the reputation to be well-deserved." Go Bujiao's lips twitched involuntarily. Xia Beichen continued, "For one born with a golden key, your cultivation stagnates, rendering you a mere playboy. And even worse, not a single woman truly cares for you." Go Bujiao clenched his fists tightly, his fierce gaze fixed on Xia Beichen. "It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me so brazenly. The last person who did was thrown to the wolves." Upon hearing these words, the onlookers felt a wave of sympathy for Xia Beichen. Those who had previously cast him disdainful glances now regarded him with pity. The wolves of the Go family could inflict unimaginable pain, and there was not just one. To be thrown to the wolves was a fate akin to slow torture. A sigh echoed through the crowd, as someone shook their head in lament. What good was a handsome visage? What worth was an enchanting partner? Without sufficient cultivation, one would ultimately become fodder for the wolves. Chapter 008. Beauty, tonight. You shall scream. The onlookers believed Xia Beichen, who had achieved the pinnacle of the spirit martial realm, stood no chance of turning the tide. As for the young woman by his side, her cultivation was merely in the early stages of the spirit-gathering realm. How could the two of them possibly contend with the cultivated warriors raised by Go Bujiao? At that moment, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Some even began to urge Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin to submit to him. However, just as Go Bujiao threatened with his arrogance and the crowd sympathized with Xia Beichen, a sharp crack echoed down the street. This unexpected sound left everyone dumbfounded. Even the henchmen behind Go Bu Jiao stood in stunned silence. Just when they thought Xia Beichen had struck Go Bu Jiao with a surprise attack, they were astonished to see a middle-aged man standing beside Go Bu Jiao. It was he who had delivered the resounding slap. Xia Beichen, who had initially intended to exploit the element of surprise against Go Bu Jiao, abruptly halted his motion, especially after witnessing someone else strike Go Bu Jiao. He retreated to stand beside Yi Yunxin, to avoid any claims that he was the one who had slapped him. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, Go Bu Jiao's henchmen instinctively took 2 steps back, lowering their heads in fear, much like mice encountering a cat. This clearly indicated the man's considerable authority. Go Bu Jiao, holding his slapped face in disbelief, exclaimed, "Uncle Heir, you." The newcomer was none other than Go Bu Jiao's second uncle. Since the passing of the Go family's patriarch, aside from Go Bu Jiao's father, his second uncle wielded the greatest power. His cultivation had also reached the pinnacle of the Spirit Sea realm. Therefore, the warriors raised by Go Bu Jiao, both in terms of authority and cultivation, held him in considerable regard. "Scoundrel!" Go Heir Shu began to reprimand him in front of the crowd, but as the daylight waned, feeling his words inappropriate, he quickly amended his tone. "In the presence of so many, how dare you provoke others? What do you think this does to the Go family's reputation?" Despite enduring the scolding and beatings from his second uncle, Go Bu Jiao suppressed his resentment, fearing an outburst. He touched his stinging face and said, "Second uncle, I merely wish to invite the 2 of them to admire the autumn leaves." "Do you think your second uncle is blind?" Go Heir Shu replied, hands clasped behind his back. "I witnessed your disgraceful antics on the street. Do you not feel ashamed?" The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. How did the second heir of the Go family end up in Hongye town? It's only natural, given that there's a branch of the Go family here. I heard the elder of the Go family used to come, but I've never seen him. Regardless, Go Heir Shu seems to possess a commendable sense of justice, willing to reprimand the second heir. With him around, Go Bu Jiao shouldn't trouble the young couple any further. Evidently, that was the case. Go Heir Shu had keen hearing and caught every word of their discussion. Seizing a moment of distraction, his expression flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled up momentarily before he resumed his serious demeanor, admonishing Go Bu Jiao, "Why haven't you apologized to them yet?" "Second uncle, Go Heir Shu's eyes bulged like lanterns, as if confronted by an ancestral pressure. Go Bu Jiao trembled slightly, then pouted and nodded in submission. He stepped forward and said to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, "I apologize." However, his tone still carried an air of arrogance. Thus, Xia Beichen spoke candidly. "Your sincerity is lacking." Go Bu Jiao's body shuddered, anger flaring within him, yet he dared not act out in front of his uncle. He lowered his hand from his face, clasped his fists, and bowed. "I offer my apologies, esteemed guests." Yi Yunxin coldly replied, "Since you have apologized, step aside. I must continue my journey." Go Bu Jiao hesitated but eventually moved aside to clear the path. At that moment, however, Go Heir Shu approached Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, bowing and saying, "I'm Go Puli. My nephew has been rude. I hope you can forgive him. To express our sincerity, I would like to invite you both to our Go family's branch in Hongye town for a small gathering." Just as Yi Yunxin was about to decline, Xia Beichen clasped his fists and replied, "That would be a labor to you, dear friend Go." Uncertain of Xia Beichen's intentions, Yi Yunxin cast him a sidelong glance but remained silent. Upon hearing his uncle's invitation, the earlier frustration on Go Bu Jiao's face vanished, replaced by a hint of lewd anticipation. "As long as you remain in Hongye town, I, Bugu, shall have my chance. My beauty, wait for me tonight. I shall have you crying out in desperation. And you, young man, do not regret accepting my uncle's invitation." Go Bu Jiao harbored a distinct agenda regarding Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen. However, unbeknownst to him, Xia Beichen, hailing from Blue Star, possessed remarkable observational skills. He keenly noted the subtle shifts in expression of both Go Bu Jiao and his uncle, along with their corresponding actions, all of which were meticulously catalogued in Xia Beichen's mind. The reason Xia Beichen accepted Go Pulai's invitation was to discern the underlying motives of this uncle-nephew duo, for he perceived them as engaging in a tacit performance. "Please, after you." Go Pulai gestured invitingly, leading Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin towards the northeast of the town. Hongye town was not particularly large, featuring 2 intersecting streets that formed a grid-like pattern, with the architectural layout resembling a grid of 9 squares. The Go family's branch in Hongye town was situated in the upper right quadrant of this grid. A few minutes later, under Go Pulali's guidance, they arrived at the location of the Go family's branch, which turned out to be a courtyard marked by the inscription Li Chun Yuan at its entrance. Upon entering, Xia Beichen discovered that this Li Chun Yuan exuded the elegance of a traditional Su-style garden from Huaxia. Between the white walls and black tiles, there were pavilions and waterside pavilions, winding streams, artificial hills, corridors, ponds, and an abundance of flora. This garden was perhaps more splendid than the Grandview garden depicted in Dream of the Red Chamber. It was evident that the Go family was a prominent wealthy clan in Qingyang City, with even their branch courtyard constructed so magnificently. One could only imagine the grandeur of their main headquarters. As they entered, Go Pulali instructed the servants to prepare some food and wine at a pavilion overlooking a lotus pond, intending to host a banquet for Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. However, Xia Beichen observed the scattered individuals within the courtyard, noting their awkward demeanor. The person sweeping the ground was fixated on a single spot, occasionally casting furtive glances in their direction. The one feeding the fish meticulously sprinkled fish feed, seemingly oblivious to the squabbles among the goldfish in the pond. Embodying an air of distraction, casually glancing towards the fish pond, Xia Beichen was taken aback to discover that the water bore an eerie crimson hue. Chapter 009. After 3 rounds of drinks, the Empress faints. In the air, a faint metallic scent wafted with the breeze, soon overshadowed by the fragrant aroma of osmanthus flowers. The courtyard also boasted several osmanthus trees, which, in the autumn season, were in full bloom, releasing their sweet fragrance. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xia Beichen's ear. This Li Chun Yuan feels rather unusual. Exercise caution. Xia Beichen was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the voice belonged to Yi Yunxin. The Tianxian sect's Tianxian star technique allowed communication among peers once mastered to the 2nd level, though it required one to be in the early stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Thus, Xia Beichen could hear Yi Yunxin's warning, but was unable to respond in kind. Xia Beichen discerned from her words that she, like himself, had unearthed the peculiarities of this place. The adage goes, extraordinary occurrences often herald the presence of the uncanny. Just as they passed the fish pond, Xia Beichen suddenly sensed a fleeting tremor beneath his feet. Although this sensation was ephemeral, it left him somewhat perplexed. Yet he chose not to dwell on it. After all, the behavior exhibited by the Go family since the arrival of Go Puli had been decidedly odd. Rather than hastily escorting them to the pavilion atop the lotus pool, Go Puli directed them into a room filled with fabrics and garments. "May I inquire about your esteemed name, young sir?" Go Puli inquired as he approached the assembled clothing. Without a moment's hesitation, as if he had long known the answer, Xia Beichen replied, "I am but a humble man, surnamed Yi, with the given name Liangchen." Yi Liangchen. Go Puli nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "A splendid name." He then turned his gaze to the veiled Yi Yunxin, who responded without hesitation, "This humble girl is Xia Chenxin." Indeed, a beautiful name for a beautiful scene. Sincere and true. Go Puli continued to extol, praising, "What a wonderful name." After his compliments, he gestured toward a row of garments behind him and said to Xia Beichen, "Young brother Liangchen, these garments are crafted by our Go family's fabric shop. Please, select one to accept with a smile." Glancing down at his own attire, which was truly unworthy of admiration, Xia Beichen reflected on the disparity in treatment between outer disciples and inner disciples at the Tianxian sect. Outer disciples were responsible for their own clothing, lacking a unified standard, often resulting in a cacophony of styles. This was why Go Puli had failed to recognize him as a disciple of the Tianxian sect. In contrast, inner disciples were provided with standardized uniforms by the sect. Upon entering the sect, those with superior qualifications were often favored by the elders for discipleship, while those of mediocre pedigree rarely caught their attention, relegating them to the status of outer disciples. Inner disciples received meticulous guidance from masters, whereas outer disciples were largely left to fend for themselves, with their advancement into the inner circle hinging on their innate talent and postnatal cultivation. Outer disciples often engaged in menial tasks, earning meager spirit stones and exhibiting strong independence. However, despite their diligence, many found themselves stagnating at the late stages of the spirit martial realm after countless years of effort, a stark contrast to the resource-rich inner disciples, highlighting the vast chasm between the two. Yet, there were a few standout outer disciples. Any who could break through to the spirit-gathering realm had a chance to be noticed by the elders of the sect once more. The original owner of Xia Beichen's soul had been an outer disciple who, during a banquet, had unwittingly overheard a plot involving the Grand Elder Feng Xinzi and various sects conspiring against Yi Yunxin. The original owner and Yi Yunxin had fled in haste. Unlike Yi Yunxin, who could effortlessly change her attire. Thus, Xia Beichen felt it was time to don a new ensemble. Thank you, Uncle Go, for your kind intentions. After a brief glance, Xia Beichen selected an outfit that closely matched the color worn by Yi Yunxin. Upon changing, he emerged looking splendid. Standing beside Yi Yunxin in perfectly coordinated attire, truly a couple in harmony. Go Pulley nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, "What a handsome pair, a match made in heaven." At that moment, a servant approached the door, respectfully announcing, "Second master, the food and wine are ready. Please proceed to the listening Lotus Pavilion." "Very well," Go Pulley replied with a nod, then gestured to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, "You two, please." As they departed the house, Go Pulley led the way. Just as Xia Beichen stepped outside, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Yi Yunxin, noticing his change in expression, discreetly inquired through her celestial voice technique, "Beichen, what troubles you?" Drawing closer, Xia Beichen began to gesture in her palm, ensuring their conversation remained private. From the perspective of the servants, they appeared merely as an affectionate couple, their small hand movements entirely natural. Soon, the gestures concluded, and Yi Yunxin grasped his message. The garments in the room bore a subtle fragrance that could induce a fleeting state of mental disorientation upon wearing them. "What is the current situation?" Yi Yunxin asked silently. Xia Beichen gestured again in her palm. "No worries. It seems we must exercise caution with the food and drink." Yi Yunxin advised, "Indeed." A moment later, Go Pulley escorted the two to the listening Lotus Pavilion, where a spread of 6 dishes, a soup, fruits, and a flask of wine awaited them. "Please, be seated," Go Pulley invited, and the two graciously reciprocated. Turning to a nearby servant, Go Pulley inquired, "Where has Bu Jiao gone?" "The young master said he wasn't hungry and chose not to join," the servant replied. This time, Go Pulley did not express anger at his nephew's neglect of the guests, but instead nodded gently. After dismissing the servant, he personally poured wine for Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" Go Pulley declared, setting down the wine flask and lifting a delicate white porcelain cup. "Allow me to toast you both first." With that, he tilted his head back and drank in one swift motion. Seizing the opportunity while he drank, Yi Yunxin quickly reached for the wine cup before Xia Beichen, her ring-adorned fingers deftly moving. Xia Beichen, momentarily perplexed, awaited clarity. Once Go Pulley finished his drink, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin raised their cups. "Thank you, Uncle Go, for your generous hospitality," they expressed, and after their thanks, they drank together. During the drinking process, Xia Beichen caught a glimpse of Yi Yunxin's delicate fingers adorned with rings, which subtly moved at the rim of her own cup. She then elegantly shielded her face and sipped the wine. What a fine vintage. After finishing her drink, she turned her cup upside down to indicate that not a drop remained. Go Pulley proudly proclaimed, "Haha, this exquisite wine has been specially crafted by a renowned winemaker we have hired at a high salary. One can only savor it here at the Go residence." Xia Beichen replied with a smile, "What a fortunate encounter." Go Pulley then poured them another glass of wine. Although Yi Yunxin wore a veil, it did not hinder her from enjoying her meal. Each time she selected a dish, she would gently lift a corner of her veil before bringing the food to her lips. It must be said that her every gesture radiated an air of grace. Thus, the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation while savoring their food and drink. Throughout the meal, Go Pulley attempted to pry into Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin's identities, but they skillfully evaded his inquiries. In the end, Go Pulley gleaned not a single piece of information. Xia Beichen could even discern his growing dissatisfaction, yet he continued to wear a cheerful expression as he drank with them. Unbeknownst to them, the wine had been consumed 3 rounds deep. Suddenly, Yi Yunxin's head swayed slightly, and her complexion flushed a delicate shade, rendering her even more enchanting. Drunk, Xia Beichen recalled the name she had introduced herself with earlier and immediately displayed a look of concern. "Qinxin, are you all right?" However, before he could utter a second word, Yi Yunxin fainted, collapsing onto the table. Chapter 10. The young couple in the secret chamber. Upon witnessing this, Xia Beichen's eyes darted around, and his body staggered momentarily. The food and drink must have been poisoned. In a moment of disorientation, Xia Beichen also fell forward onto the table. "Yi Liangchen, young master Yi." "Xia Qinxin, Miss Xia." Go Pulley shook Xia Beichen's arm, calling out to them several times. After receiving no response, he stood up with an air of self-satisfaction. Bring them. At his command, several individuals swiftly approached from different directions. The newcomers were the same sweepers and fish feeders Xia Beichen had seen earlier, along with the servants who had just prepared their meal. Second master. It seems that the tranquilizer given by Elder Miao Hui of the Wanren sect is indeed quite effective, remarked the sweeper, casting a glance at the unconscious Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, pride evident in his voice. To ensure the drug's efficacy, I even tampered with the food, ensuring that even the mightiest would succumb to slumber. The three men could not help but raise their thumbs in admiration, showering Go Pulley with compliments. Second master, how formidable. You are truly the most intelligent and capable person in the Go family. Haha. Go Pulley reveled in their praise, laughing heartily with delight. After a while, he commanded, the night has grown late. First, confine them in the secret chamber and inform Elder Miao when the hour of the rat arrives. Yes, the three complied, promptly summoning two henchmen to escort Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin below. Shortly thereafter, the duo was brought to a secluded room. The left steward, this maiden, was indeed strikingly beautiful. Otherwise, one of the henchmen gazed at Yi Yunxin with unrestrained greed. Previously, by the fish pond, it was Go Dan, the left steward of the Go family's branch, responsible for personnel matters. The one who was sweeping the floor earlier was Go Diao, the right steward, overseeing logistics. Upon hearing the henchman's words, Go Dan could not help but curse. Fool. These individuals were lured here for our grand scheme. After much effort, we finally gathered them. And you wish to jeopardize it? The henchman, chastised, broke into a sweat, hurriedly bowing his head. I spoke out of turn. Please punish me, steward. Get the hell out of here. Go Dan kicked him and stationed himself at the door, declaring that no one was to enter, not even the young master. The henchman hesitated, saying, I heard the young master has an interest in this woman. If he forcibly barges in, we might not be able to stop him. Standing beside Go Dan, Go Jiao remarked, just say it was Second Master S order. With the name of Second Master Go Pu providing assurance, the henchman no longer hesitated. Taking his leave with the other, the servants who had prepared food and drink for them were, in truth, strategists of the Go family branch, Go Pai. He stated, to ensure the success of tonight's plan, it is wise to remain vigilant. Enhance the security around here. Should any outsiders approach, they are to be dealt with mercilessly. Go Diao nodded. I have made all necessary arrangements. Come nightfall, not even a mosquito shall pass in or out. Subsequently, the three departed the secret chamber, leaving Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin behind. As the room fell into silence, Xia Beichen first opened one eye, surveying the surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was present, he opened the other eye and sat up from the ground. However, just as he did, Yi Yunxin also awoke. Xia Beichen observed her vibrant spirit, utterly unlike one who had been drugged. Beichen, are you all right? They both inquired simultaneously. After exchanging smiles, they shook their heads. We are fine. Unexpectedly, both had feigned their fainting. However, Xia Beichen had seen her collapse first. He quickly turned his eyes, contemplating the situation, and subsequently pretended to faint as well. When performing a play, one must commit fully, Yi Yunxin explained, given the Go family's unusual behavior. I remained cautious while we were drinking. As Go Pu raised his glass, I swiftly added the antidote, crafted by the Tianxian sect, capable of countering most narcotics or poisons, into both our cups. Xia Beichen suddenly understood. Was it concealed within your spatial ring? Your finger moved slightly earlier for this purpose? Indeed. Yi Yunxin nodded slightly. Devoid of color or flavor, a mere drop could counteract the poison from food for an entire hour. But would one truly finish a meal within such a time? Furthermore, it seemed that GUP had either tampered with the wine in his cup or concealed a mechanism within the wine jug, rendering his drink harmless. Xia Beichen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Being cautious was indeed prudent. However, even if Yi Yunxin had not administered an antidote, he believed he could withstand a considerable amount of poison. This was because the delicate fragrance he had caught a whiff of upon donning the garment had unexpectedly interacted with the lingering toxicity of the silver demon fruit within him. Remarkably, it had fortuitously endowed him with a defensive quality. According to GUP's earlier remarks, he had deliberately enhanced the garment to ensure the efficacy of the sedative. Thus, that faint fragrance was his doing. Little did he expect that it would not only lack any toxic effect, but also yield an unexpected benefit for Xia Beichen. Currently, the defenses he had acquired could repel the effects of sedatives, sleep-inducing drugs, croton seed, and many other well-known poisons. However, it was slightly regrettable that the remnants of the silver demon fruit's poison still lingered. This issue had to be resolved according to the system's parameters, or it would be futile. Speaking of this defensive attribute, Xia Beichen suddenly recalled his friend who owned a farm. It was said that this friend had become immune to all poisons and could withstand both cold weapons and even some firearms effortlessly. By the way, Yunxin, since you possess the antidote, why did you still ingest the silver demon fruit? Xia Beichen inquired curiously about the incident. Yi Yunxin sighed softly, responding, the Grand Elder is, after all, my master's uncle. For many years, he has diligently served the sect and Beixian. Who would have thought he would mix the silver demon fruit with other fruits to create a fruit platter? Moreover, I lack the foresight to predict such events, and it is impossible to consume the antidote before every banquet to guard against potential betrayal. Xia Beichen nodded in understanding. As the saying goes, one can guard against the day and night, but it is the family thief that is most difficult to prevent. Concluding this topic, Xia Beichen rose to examine the secret chamber. The walls were constructed of blue bricks, appearing impregnable. In the dim light, the flickering flames illuminated the walls. The air was tinged with a hint of blood, prompting Xia Beichen to recall the metallic scent he had encountered while passing the fish pond. Where was it emanating from? Not far off, a staircase ascended, indicating that this was an underground chamber. Approaching the wall, Xia Beichen tapped on the bricks to check for any hollow spaces. As he knocked, he remarked to Yi Yunxin, from the information gathered, it appears the GU family is colluding with the WNRN sect in some nefarious dealings. Perhaps they are even holding others captive whom they have lured here. Yi Yunxin approached another wall and tapped lightly, echoing his suspicion, given the circumstances. I too harbor doubts regarding their intentions. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether this matter is related to the schemes against me. Xia Beichen remarked. Understanding their intentions tonight should illuminate the truth. Suddenly, he heard a rhythmic knocking sound emanating from the wall. Yunxin. Upon hearing his call, Yi Yunxin promptly approached, observing as Xia Beichen pointed to the wall before them. Knock, 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 knock. The percussive sounds reverberated through the wall once more. The two exchanged glances, bewildered. Yi Yunxin leaned closer to the wall, extending her right hand. A pure, ethereal light enveloped her hand, and she began to knock rhythmically on the bricks. It turned out she was infusing her energy into the knocks, producing a sound of remarkable resonance. Before long, an urgent response echoed from the other side. Ceasing her knocks, Yi Yunxin confidently declared, there must be another space on the other side of the wall, and there are people there. With that, she extended her palm, and a slender sword with a pale blue blade materialized in her grasp. The blade shimmered with starlight, a sight to behold. This was the Xingxuan sword, a weapon reserved for the sect leader of the Tianxian sect. Step back a bit, urged Xia Beichen as he retreated behind her. Yi Yunxin raised her left hand, conjuring a soundproof barrier in front of the wall to muffle any noise during the impending demolition, preventing detection by those outside. Subsequently, as the starlight swirled around the sword, she struck with precision, unleashing two streams of sword energy toward the wall. The soundproof barrier effectively contained the noise, allowing only a faint sound to escape. When the wall finally crumbled, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin were relieved to find no one was harmed. However, their eyes were met with the sight of numerous young men and women. Chapter 011. Recent frequencies have been excessive. Moderation is necessary indeed. There was another space on the other side, housing nearly 100 individuals. The sight of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, with her sword in hand, left the gathered crowd in stunned silence. Yi Yunxin retracted the Xingxuan sword and, piecing together the information they had gathered, sought confirmation by asking, were you captured by the Go family? At that moment, a man snapped back to reality and replied, we are travelers from afar, visiting Hongye town, but were inadvertently lured here by the Go family using certain underhanded tactics. Xia Beichen stepped forward, standing beside Yi Yunxin, and inquired, do you know why the Go family lured everyone here? A woman responded, it is said to be for some secret method of theirs, requiring the blood of young couples for refinement. 7 pairs have already perished for this purpose. As she spoke, her voice grew somber. One of my close friends and her partner have met their untimely fate. Refinement method? Xia Beichen mused inwardly. No wonder a scent of blood lingered in the air. A man beside the grieving woman embraced her, offering solace. It appeared he was her partner. Yi Yunxin examined their cultivation levels and discovered that the highest among them was merely at the late stage of the spirit movement realm. while the lowest was at the early stage of the spirit martial realm, even beneath Xia Beichen's level. "So, are you all couples?" Yi Yunxin inquired. The man, who was currently comforting his partner, responded, "We have 48 couples here, and with you included, we become 49. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yunxin asked again, "If I may be so bold, what are your ages?" A woman replied, "The eldest is 99, having just broken through to the late stage of the spirit movement realm, while the youngest is 20, still at the early stage of the spirit martial realm." Upon hearing this, both Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin grasped the situation. This level of cultivation and age was indeed reasonable. The path of cultivation is inherently fraught with variables. Some individuals possess extraordinary talent, coupled with ample opportunities and resources, allowing them to break through to the spirit elixir realm before the age of 50, much like the prodigious Yi Yunxin. At 20, she reached the spirit movement realm. At 40, the spirit elixir realm, and by the time she was over 200, she attained the spirit refinement realm. Now, at just 350 years old, she has achieved perfection in the spirit refinement realm. In contrast, the Grand Elder, Feng Xinzi, has lived for 1,438 years, yet remains at the early stage of the spirit refinement realm. Thus, comparing individuals can be quite disheartening. To them, centuries pass as swiftly as a fleeting moment. Yi Yunxin, at 350, appears akin to someone in their 20s. For ordinary mortals, reaching 100 years is considered longevity. For cultivators, 100 years is still quite youthful. Among common folk, there is a saying, "A woman 3 years older is a treasure." Among cultivators, it is said, "A woman 330 years older sits atop mountains of gold and silver." As long as there is affection between partners, they can still unite. It is rumored that the Queen Medusa was 300 years old, just like the 3 fiery brothers of the Shao family. The princess of Snowfall City, the beautiful Jiang, has aged several billion years compared to that young man from the Qin family. Some individuals, possessing slightly lesser talent and lacking opportunities and resources, may find themselves barely breaking through to the spirit movement realm even after 100 years, or worse, passing away without ever reaching the spirit elixir realm. However, it is noteworthy that the original Xia Beichen, despite entering cultivation at the age of 16 with mediocre aptitude, remarkably advanced to the late stage of the spirit martial realm within 5 years through diligent effort. Had the Tianxian sect not encountered treachery, he would have soon cultivated to the perfection of the spirit martial realm and subsequently advanced to the early stage of the spirit gathering realm, thereby becoming an inner sect disciple. Unfortunately, the original owner, during this tumultuous time, fled with Yi Yunxin and met a tragic end due to her toxic flames. Fortunately, the reincarnated Xia Beichen, after being compelled into a bond with Yi Yunxin, utilized the system to enhance his cultivation, achieving perfection in the spirit martial realm. It can be said that he is but a step away from the spirit gathering realm. In cultivation, the spirit elixir realm represents a significant turning point. For those who have reached such a realm, as long as their physical condition is sound and they are not confronted by formidable adversaries, living for 4 to 5 centuries poses no challenge. This explains why some elders of certain sects, despite being at the spirit pill stage, have aged considerably. Subsequently, Yi Yunxin inquired, "Has the Go family disclosed any age restrictions for those required?" The woman who had previously responded replied, "No more than 100 years old, and their cultivation must be at the spirit motion realm or below, not exceeding 100 years. Xia Beichen could not help but glance at Yi Yunxin. Ahem. Among the 49 pairs present, she was the eldest, yet she radiated a brilliance that surpassed all the young women there. Yi Yunxin offered an awkward smile and then conveyed to Xia Beichen through a mental message, "It seems I shall be the variable tonight." Xia Beichen nodded slightly, comprehending her implication. Due to her concealed strength and youthful appearance of being in her early 20s, the Go family naturally categorized her as under 100 years old. Thus, tonight she would emerge as the most significant variable in the Go family's and Wanren sect schemes. As long as she was present, the plan could falter. Casting a glance at the 48 couples in attendance, Yi Yunxin asked, "Would you all like to leave this place?" The crowd responded eagerly, "We dream of it. However, our strength is limited, and we cannot fight our way out." Others had attempted previously, only to be defeated by the Go family's trained experts, becoming mere fodder for their wolves. Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen recalled the earlier confrontation on the street with Go Bujiao, who had warned him, "It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. The last person who did has since fed the wolves." It was evident that the Go family indeed raised wolves to intimidate others. Yi Yunxin waved her right hand, adorned with a spatial ring. Before her, as the starlight shimmered, 10 white jade vials materialized. Abundant spiritual energy emanated from the vials, invigorating everyone who inhaled it. These are spirit ascension pills, capable of temporarily enhancing your cultivation. Each person may have one, Yi Yunxin announced. Once consumed, you may ascend to the next realm, with effects lasting approximately 3 hours. Upon hearing her words, expressions of delight illuminated the crowd. However, Yi Yunxin cautioned them, I must remind everyone that consuming these spirit ascension pills comes at a cost. Specifically a nearly half-month period of sage-level weakness afterward. The 48 couples exchanged glances. Finally, a man remarked, isn't it just half a month? Compared to the woes of being single, that is hardly anything. Another man scratched the back of his head and added, given the recent frequency, a little moderation wouldn't be amiss. The woman beside him shyly lowered her head. Chapter 012. To meet the challenge or to be resilient like the 7 times unfailing pill. Others cast flirtatious glances at the man after his comment. A man chuckled and jested, brother, the young are unaware of the value of tadpoles. Be cautious, lest you find yourself lamenting in vain when old age arrives. The group couldn't help but burst into laughter. To ensure the efficacy of the medicine, they were instructed to take the pills precisely at the hour of the high. In preparation for the potential battle that loomed ahead, Yi Yunxin refrained from distributing the Jinling pills immediately. Instead, she advised them to rest and conserve their energy and spiritual essence. The crowd voiced no objections and promptly settled into meditative postures. After roughly an hour had passed, a sudden radiance descended upon the youngest man. Unexpectedly, he had broken through from the early stage of the spiritual martial realm to the intermediate stage. Perhaps this was what one might call a miraculous resurgence. After offering their congratulations, tranquility returned to the group. At last, the hour of the high arrived. As per their plan, Yi Yunxin distributed the Jinling pills, placing 10 pills in each white jade vial, totaling 96 pills for the 48 couples. With 4 pills remaining, she cast a glance at Xia Beichen, hesitating over whether to give him one. After all, the sage time lasted a lengthy half-month. Ding! At that moment, a familiar, ethereal voice echoed in Xia Beichen's mind. The host is faced with a choice. 1. Take the Jinling pill as well. Who cares about sage time when enhancing cultivation is paramount? Reward. Countermeasure. Ignore opponent's realm. Duration 6 hours. An additional random gift upon escape. 2. Do not take the Jinling pill, for with the Empress present, simply cling to her. Reward. Title of Divine Soft Rice Man, resonating across the celestial continent. Includes 7 invulnerability pills. Recalling his previous 2 choices, Xia Beichen almost blurted out option 2. Fortunately, he halted just before speaking. Should he choose the countermeasure or the 7 invulnerability pills? Clearly, option 1 was the preferable choice. Moreover, one must be diligent in their endeavors. It would not do to let too many people know, lest they all learn the art of soft reliance and he lose his standing. Besides, he was young and vigorous. In half a month, he would emerge as a stalwart once more. Thus, he chose option 1. Amid Yi Yunxin's conflicted gaze, Xia Beichen took the remaining white jade vial and poured out 1 Jinling pill. Yi Yunxin wished to stop him, but to no avail. With remarkable swiftness, Xia Beichen tossed the pill into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, offering a refreshing sensation akin to mint candy. Leaning closer to Yi Yunxin, he whispered, moreover, just to let you in on a secret, there are still over half a month until the next full moon detox. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxin's face flushed with a sudden shyness. Subsequently, she leaned closer to Xia Beichen's ear and whispered, fear not, I shall concoct a potion that resolves this issue, allowing you to prematurely conclude your sage state. As Yi Yunxin had already attained the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, the ascension pill held no further utility for her. Thus, she refrained from consuming it and instead returned the remaining 3 ascension pills to her spatial ring. After partaking in the ascension pill, everyone felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through their bodies. They seated themselves cross-legged, beginning to channel the energy to nourish their meridians. Following a complete cycle of circulation, individuals began to manifest a radiant glow, marking their ascension to a higher realm. In this manner, those in the late stages of the spiritual motion realm advanced to the late stages of the spirit pill realm. Even the most novice among them, who had just transitioned from the early to the mid stages of the spiritual martial realm, now ascended to the mid stage of the spirit gathering realm. With the aid of the ascension pill, Xia Beichen achieved the consummation of the spirit-gathering realm. At this moment, even without the rewards of replicated cultivation, he could traverse the skies and, employing his skill to counter techniques irrespective of realm, stood ready to engage his adversaries. Once everyone had completed their ascension, Yi Yunshin surveyed the group. We still have a bit of time. I will teach you the method to conceal your cultivation, thereby catching the Go family off guard. Understood. The group responded in unison. Yi Yunshin imparted her teachings, and the group immersed themselves in learning with great enthusiasm. For safety's sake, she instructed everyone to conduct mutual checks to avert any discrepancies. When they had successfully concealed their cultivation to match their state prior to consuming the ascension pill, Yi Yunshin pointed toward the staircase leading to the underground chamber and proclaimed, "Tonight, let the Go family be thrown into disarray." The others, eager and restless, were nearly driven to rush out at once. However, they were not impulsive fools. They understood the importance of discretion in their actions. As time passed gradually, it soon approached the hour of the boar at 8:15. Yi Yunshin and Xia Beichen stood and returned to the space they had occupied earlier. Observing the 48 couples, Yi Yunshin instructed, "You must remain composed and heed my command when the time comes." They all rose and bowed respectfully to Yi Yunshin and Xia Beichen. The 99-year-old man remarked, "Were it not for your timely intervention today, we would have no glimmer of hope. Rest assured, tonight we shall follow your orders." Nodding slightly, Yi Yunshin then raised her hand, causing the bricks of the wall she had cleaved with her star crystal sword to float into her spatial ring. Within mere seconds, all were secured. Following this, she formed a hand sign, and amidst a swirl of starlight, the void left by the wall was astonishingly restored. This was an illusionary technique only attainable upon reaching the 5th level of the Tianxin star art. Everything returned to its original state. Yi Yunshin, seeing that there was still a little time left, said to Xia Beichen, "The Jinling Dan has aided your ascension to the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. So I will impart to you the Tianxin star technique, which will grant you additional protective skills." "Excellent." Xia Beichen nodded earnestly. Yi Yunshin, with a hint of regret, continued, "Nevertheless, since your true cultivation has not yet reached the spirit-gathering realm, this Tianxin star technique will cease to be effective once the effects of the Jinling Dan wear off." Xia Beichen grasped her hand and declared, "I have faith in you. When the time comes and the Tianxin star technique can no longer be employed, that will be the moment we all break free from this predicament together." Yi Yunshin's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Xia Beichen and planted a kiss on his lips. Xia Beichen felt as though he might float away. However, time was of the essence. Midnight was approaching, so the two refrained from indulging in flirtation and got straight to the matter at hand. Within a few minutes, Xia Beichen had mastered the Tianxin star technique. Although he had only grasped the 1st level, it was already like adding wings to a tiger. Not only could he harness the power of the stars to attack foes, but he could also communicate with his allies telepathically. Thus, even if Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin exchanged provocative words, only they would be privy to the conversation. Suddenly, the sound of an iron door creaking open echoed from the entrance of the staircase leading to the underground chamber. Chapter 013. Do you remember that night of the dark moon and strong wind? The iron door swung open, and several figures descended the stairs. At the forefront was the second master of the Go family, Go Puli, followed closely by Go Bu Jiao, Go Dan, Go Diao, Go Pai, and a group of cultivators under his command. Additionally, there were 5 individuals clad in the garb of the Wanren sect, with the lowest cultivation being at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm and the highest at the peak of the spirit pill realm. Go Puli cast a glance at Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin before inquiring, "Are you both doing well?" Xia Beichen responded, "Thanks to your dog's fortune, we are quite well. By the way, was your nephew performing a comedic duet on the street?" Xia Beichen cast a sidelong glance at Go Bu Jiao behind Go Puli and added, "It seems you possess some wit." Go Bu Jiao scoffed, "It appears you have a brain after all." Xia Beichen retorted disdainfully, "I, Qingyi, am no fool. Moreover, the resounding slap on your dog's face left no mark. Do you not find that suspicious? One plays the role of the villain, while the other plays the hero. What a fine act of self-sacrifice." Upon hearing this, Go Bu Jiao, infuriated, rolled up his sleeves. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult me? Open the door. I want to go in and thrash him." Bu Jiao, Go Puli admonished him, then turned his attention back to Xia Beichen. "Since you are aware that my nephew and I were performing a comedic duet, you will have peace in death." With that, he gestured to the cultivators accompanying Go Bu Jiao. led them onward. Two cultivators at the spirit movement realm stepped forward to unlock the iron gate of the compartment and walked inside. Currently, with Yi Yunshin's assistance, Xia Beiqian concealed his cultivation at the peak of the spirit martial realm, appearing no different than when he had been imprisoned. Yi Yunshin had long concealed her cultivation, reducing it to the initial stage of spirit gathering. Thus, it was only natural for Go Pulley to assign two spirit movement realm cultivators to escort them. If it came to a confrontation, subduing everyone in the current chamber would take Yi Yunshin no more than 3 exchanges. Just as the two spirit movement cultivators were about to bind them, Xia Beiqian disdainfully scoffed. How lacking in confidence you must be. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths to deal with a spirit martial realm individual and one in the spirit gathering realm? A cultivator at the perfection level of the elixir realm from the Wanren sect remarked to Go Pulley, "Go Air Yi, with so many of us here, any one of us could crush them like ants. Let them retain a shred of dignity before their demise." Upon hearing this, Go Pulley found merit in the suggestion. He promptly recalled the two spirit movement cultivators, allowing Xia Beiqian and Yi Yunshin to exit on their own. Before long, the remaining 48 couples were escorted out of their confinement and into the inner space. As they ventured deeper, the stench of blood grew increasingly pervasive. The lights on the walls flickered erratically, casting shadows. Moreover, at intervals along the walls hung the severed heads of demonic beasts. Though merely heads now, their eyes were wide open, glaring down like living beasts, fierce and menacing, at those passing below. Ultimately, all 49 couples were brought to the edge of a vast blood pool. Xia Beiqian could not help but glance up at the ceiling above the blood pool, discovering a transparent partition made of an unknown material. Within it, a group of goldfish swam leisurely. It was indeed a fish pool, comparable in size to the one he had encountered upon entering the dusty abode at night. It appeared that the earlier scent of blood wafting past the fish pool originated from this very blood pool. However, what was the fleeting sensation he had felt? It seemed all preparations were in order. Inside the innermost stone archway, an abyss of darkness loomed. Suddenly, two blood-red points of light emerged from within, drawing closer. When they dissipated, they revealed the figure of a man. This individual, with flowing white hair, a handlebar mustache, and garbed in the elders' robes of the Wanren sect, stepped forward. Upon his appearance, everyone, save for Go Pulley, paid their respects. "We greet Elder Miao." It turned out this was the Elder Miao that Go Pulley had mentioned earlier. To his surprise, this individual possessed cultivation surpassing that of his fellow sect member with the goat-like beard. He was already at the initial stage of the spirit refinement realm, rivaling Feng Xinxi's prowess. Among those present, he was second only to Yi Yunshin in terms of cultivation strength. Yi Yunshin communicated with Xia Beiqian through the celestial sound technique. Miao Huilai is a disciple of the same lineage as the current head of the Wanren sect, overseeing the sect's rewards and punishments, and holds significant prestige within the sect, second only to their leader. Xia Beiqian replied, "The Wanren sect has been a prestigious establishment for thousands of years. Recently, they have either been involved in the conspiracy against the Tianshan sect or engaged in the secret techniques of the Go family. What are their intentions?" Yi Yunshin responded, "Perhaps we will soon find out." At that moment, the somewhat less powerful Go Pulley stepped forward and addressed Miao Huilai with cupped hands. "Elder Miao, the 49 pairs of mandarin ducks have been prepared. We await your instructions to commence the swimming." Miao Huilai glanced at the 49 couples by the blood pool and replied, "There is no rush. Let us first meet our sect leader." Upon hearing this, the members of the Go family led by Go Pulley furrowed their brows. And soon an elder emerged from the dark stone archway. He was Qiu Shamba, the leader of the Wanren sect. Upon seeing him, Xia Beiqian felt a jolt of surprise. He was a consummate master of the divine refinement realm. Yi Yunshin, equally astonished, transmitted to Xia Beiqian, "I didn't expect this old fellow to reach such heights in the past few years. His cultivation is now on par with yours. Do you have confidence in defeating him?" Xia Beiqian, filled with concern, inquired. Unexpectedly, Yi Yunshin teased him, "You will know soon enough." Her tone was imbued with confidence. Indeed, how could the renowned Northern Xian Empress lack assurance? The Northern Xian had long been overthrown, and the Tianshan sect was no longer the foremost sect in the world. "We pay our respects to the sect leader." The 5 disciples of the Wanren sect bowed deeply upon seeing Qiu Shamba. Go Pulley regained his composure and approached Qiu Shamba. Clasping his fists, "We apologize for not welcoming you properly, esteemed sect leader Qiu." Qiu Shamba waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for such formalities. From this moment onwards, we are all one family. Hearing his voice, Xia Beichen nearly found himself in a stupor. Qiu Shanba spoke in an oddly effeminate manner, reminiscent of a eunuch. Xia Beichen could not help but glance at a certain part of Qiu Shanba. Even Yi Yunxin was taken aback by this unexpected demeanor. This Qiu is so effeminate. Is he male or female? Has he perhaps learned some ancient scripture and undergone self-castration? Oh, was he not like this before? Certainly not. One family. Go Pulley furrowed his brow again, unsure of Qiu Shanba's meaning. Qiu Shanba then raised both hands and clapped 3 times. Immediately, a group of individuals was ushered into the spacious room. Some were stammering and trembling, while others appeared tearful. It was evident that they were being coerced. The members of the Go family turned their heads in unison, only to discover that nearly 100 of their kin had gathered. Go Pulley cast a questioning glance at Qiu Shanba, the leader of the Qiu clan. Seeking clarity in this unfolding scene, Xia Beichen, witnessing the commotion, could not restrain himself and transmitted a thought to Yi Yunxin. It seems there is a spectacle to behold. Yi Yunxin replied, indeed, the situation grows ever more intriguing. With one hand behind his back and the other delicately extended, Qiu Shanba declared, what transpires today is known to heaven and earth, to you and me. The Go family, being most aware, must ensure silence outside these walls for their own safety. Go Bujiao, brimming with indignation, retorted, you dare to threaten the Go family? Qiu Shanba chuckled darkly, raising his hand to unleash a dark, swirling energy that struck Go Bujiao squarely in the chest. The poor youth, at the mid-level of the spirit movement realm, was no match for such an assault. With a gasp, he was sent hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Jiao, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, rushed from the crowd, panic evident in her demeanor as she caught him. Go Bujiao fell weakly into her embrace, whispering, Mother. The woman held him tightly. Jiao, I am here. Suppressing his rising fury, Go Pulley inquired, what of my elder brother? Qiu Shanba, retracting his hand and admiring his own graceful gesture, replied, your brother lacked clarity in his actions, hence I ensured his demise. What? Go Pulley, Go Dan, Go Jiao. And Go Pai trembled in shock. Wounded, Go Bujiao heard Qiu Shanba's words and felt a tightening in his chest, coughing up more blood. Witnessing her son's plight, the woman panicked further. Pulley, quickly, save Jiao. Go Pulley rushed to his brother's side, assessing the dire situation. His meridians are completely severed, his cultivation lost. He may survive, but will be left crippled. The woman felt as though struck by lightning. She had never mourned her husband so deeply. Looking at Go Pulley with tearful eyes, she implored, Pulley, you must save him. He's your own flesh and blood. Have you forgotten that fateful night 20 years ago on the moonless, tempestuous evening in the lakeside cottage on the back mountain, when you recklessly sought me in the stillness of night? What? The revelation left the entire Go family in stunned silence. Madam, do you understand the gravity of your words? An elderly matron of the Go family urgently interjected. Meanwhile, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exchanged astonished glances. Goodness, this is utterly scandalous. The Go family harbors such a secret? Chapter 14. Each encounter was hastily concluded within mere moments. The woman bit her lip and shook her head. No, not at all. Had it not been for Go Pu and Xing Heng's ruthless interference, I would now be the esteemed lady of the second master. The beautiful woman lamented hysterically, revealing previously undisclosed matters. It was one thing for Go Pu to steal love, but he had faltered in his youth, hastily concluding affairs in less than 15 minutes each time. Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen speculated inwardly whether an ill-chosen name might have been the cause. Ahem, the beautiful woman continued. Throughout the years, I have felt no semblance of happiness. At that moment, an elder from the Go family questioned, if you have wed the eldest master, why did you clandestinely conceive with the second master? The beautiful woman shook her head, responding, merely half a month after being forced to marry Go Pu, I discovered I was pregnant. Upon discreetly visiting a physician, I learned I was already over a month along. At this revelation, the onlookers struggled to comprehend the tangled relationships. Xia Beichen was grateful he wasn't wearing glasses, or they might have fallen to the ground. Who would have thought that Go Pu had audaciously taken his younger brother Go Pu Li's beloved? Even more astonishing was that Go Pu Li had preemptively filled the void with the beautiful woman. Whether this was accidental or intentional, or perhaps a deliberate act of negligence, remained uncertain. At this juncture, Qiu Shanba, the leader of the Wanren sect, smiled with an air of indifference, declaring that he harbored no interest in women, adhering to the natural laws of the universe. Xia Beichen couldn't help but retort inwardly, "You speak of disinterest in women, yet you should become one instead." Qiu Shanba continued, "Now, with your brother who so ruthlessly seized love having departed for the underworld, you are now the eldest master of the Go family, the clan leader. Come, distribute these elixirs to them, allowing them to forget today's troubles." As Qiu Shanba spoke, Miao Huilai produced nearly 100 elixirs. The second master must not heed him. An elder from the Go family interjected, "The Wanren sect is no longer a paragon of righteousness. They exploit our Go family solely for our wealth. Today, they have not only slain our clan leader, but also many of our kin who dared resist." Noise filled the air. Qiu Shanba, with a delicate gesture, directed a disciple of the Wanren sect to strike the elder dead with a single blow. The women and children of the Go family could not contain their screams. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin grasped the situation. Xia Beichen remarked, "It appears the Wanren sect did not merely involve themselves in the Go family's turmoil, rather, they have coerced the Go family." Yi Yunxin clenched her fists. "The Wanren sect has indeed adopted the guise of villainy. Tonight, we shall settle both new and old scores." Just as Yi Yunxin prepared to act, Qiu Shanba commanded the disciples of the Wanren sect, "Since the second master of Go cannot bear to act, let the Wanren sect take over." Yes. Upon receiving the command, the disciples of the Wanren sect eagerly took the elixirs from Miao Huilai. This was sheer tyranny. Go Puli stood firm before his kin, recalling, "You promised us that as long as we helped you gather 49 pairs of mandarin ducks, our Go family would remain unharmed." In a fit of rage, he brandished a sword, exclaiming, "I cannot believe you have betrayed me." Gooden Gojiao. And Gopai stood resolutely in the front line alongside Gupuli. "You shall not accomplish the blood trial today." Miao Huilai darted to within half a pace of them, a playful smile gracing his lips as he taunted, "Arrogance, is it just you few?" Qiu Shanba disdainfully cast a glance at the 4 members of the Go family before addressing the disciples of the Wanren sect. "Elder Miao, I leave these 4 to you. The rest, let the disciples act at their discretion." Miao Huilai summoned a dark crimson wolf fawn club, assuring the sect leader, "Rest assured regarding the blood trial. We shall handle them." Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen exchanged glances, for their opportunity to shine as a pair among the 49 couples was drawing near. The battle was on the brink of eruption. The Wanren sect and the Go family soon clashed, cries of pain echoing amidst the fray. Both sides suffered injuries and fatalities. When the Wanren sect had escorted nearly 100 members of the Go family, dozens of disciples had joined the fray. Although outnumbered, the Wanren sect possessed superior overall cultivation, leading to the immediate downfall of a quarter of the Go family. The children remained unscathed, encircled by the adults at the center of the conflict. Coincidentally, Qiu Shanba chose to target Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin first, due to the previous confidence of the Go family and the Wanren sect. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin were not bound, while the other 48 couples found themselves restrained. Perhaps Qiu Shanba sought to simplify matters by selecting them. However, this was precisely what they desired. Qiu Shanba brandished 2 sharp, eerie dark crimson bone needles, gripping one in each hand, maintaining a gesture reminiscent of an elegant orchid finger. The sight nearly sent shivers down Xia Beichen's spine. What had this individual endured to become such a creature? As Qiu Shanba aimed the lethal bone needles at the hearts of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, an invisible force suddenly obstructed them when only 2 inches away. Furrowing his brow, Qiu Shanba let out a delicate exclamation and exerted more force. Yet, both needles snapped simultaneously with a resounding crack. Staring at the broken halves in his hands, Qiu Shanba muttered to himself, "Could it be that the enchanting powder I gave to Gupuli has lost its potency? Or has he failed to use it at all?" At this point, he cast a displeased glance at Gupuli, just in time to witness Gupuli being struck by Miao Huilai's wolf fawn club, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Do you not question whether your enchanting powder has expired?" The voice belonged to the man before him. Qiu Shanba shifted his gaze from Gupuli back to Xia Beichen. The dysfunctional powder is a potent concoction that, when ingested, induces a state of coma while simultaneously imprisoning one's spiritual energy for a certain duration. Previously, when Guapuli hosted a banquet for Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, he employed this very substance. Unfortunately, it failed to have any effect on the 2 of them. Whether it is expired or not is of no consequence. Qiu Shanba brandished a serrated dagger, gazing at Yi Yunxin, declaring, "I shall, before your very eyes, carve open your lover's chest and extract their heart." With a sardonic smile. Yi Yunxin replied, "Who carves whom, and who extracts whom, remains to be seen." As her words fell, Qiu Shamba suddenly found himself immobilized. Starbinding. Xia Beichen snatched the dagger from his grasp and gently patted his cheek, saying, "Experience the prowess of the celestial art from the realm of divine refinement." "You are from the Tianxian sect?" Qiu Shamba's brow furrowed in disbelief. "Impossible. Only Yi Yunxin has attained the pinnacle of divine refinement in the Tianxian sect. And unfortunately for her, she has likely become a soul claimed by the masters of various sects." "Is that so?" Yi Yunxin's cool voice resonated powerfully within the dark chamber, compelling both the Gua family and the Wanjian sect, engaged in their fierce battle, to momentarily withdraw and turn their gazes toward her. She unveiled her veil, revealing her breathtaking beauty. Qiu Shamba instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, exclaiming, "How is this possible? You have concealed your cultivation." It seemed he still harbored a deep-seated fear of the Tianxian sect's leader and the Northern Xian Empress's formidable reputation. However, he quickly regained his composure, fearlessly asserting, "Now, I too have reached the pinnacle of divine refinement. The outcome remains uncertain." "Who told you I am at the pinnacle of divine refinement?" Yi Yunxin transformed back into her empress attire. An overwhelming aura of authority surged forth, instantly gripping the hearts of those present, particularly upon realizing her true cultivation level. They could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 015. Holding the Star Xian, Battling Beyond Levels. The Northern Xian Empress Yi Yunxin. The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide open, especially the members of the Gua family and the 48 couples present. Gua Puli's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He never imagined that the couple he and his nephew, Gua Buqiao, had lured here would include the Northern Xian Empress. This was disastrous. Not only had he incurred the wrath of the Wanjian sect, but he had also offended the Empress revered by the people of Northern Xian. It seemed the end of the Gua family was nigh. Contemplating this, Gua Puli felt as if his emotions had been tossed into a cauldron of mixed flavors. Yi Yunxin, having reverted to her Empress form, was revealed to be at the early stage of the Cave Heaven realm. In the entirety of the Celestial Dome continent, it was unlikely that there was another so young at this level. Even Xia Beichen was taken aback. In such a short span, her cultivation had remarkably ascended. Yi Yunxin let out a cold laugh. "Master Qiu, it is all your fault for having that elder who can no longer relay information to you, which allowed you to act so audaciously just now." Qiu Shamba slumped down, exclaiming, "Do you mean elder who has already?" Yi Yunxin interjected with unwavering conviction, "Annihilated." The moment the word escaped her lips, she directed her ire towards Qiu Shamba, declaring, "Now, it is your turn." In a swift motion, Xia Beichen seized the serrated dagger from Qiu Shamba's grasp, and it seamlessly found its way into Yi Yunxin's hands. Before anyone could react, the dagger plunged into Qiu Shamba's heart. "Master!" The disciples of the Wanren sect cried in unison, rushing towards Qiu Shamba. Yet, Yi Yunxin denied them the chance, delivering a forceful strike to Qiu Shamba's abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards. In the next instant, with a resounding splash, he fell into the blood pool. Yi Yunxin unleashed a cascade of starlight, directing it towards the 48 couples. As it passed, the ropes binding them severed effortlessly. Freed from their constraints, they surged forth like wild stallions, brandishing their magical artifacts against the disciples of the Wanren sect. In that moment, the once spacious dark chamber transformed into a dazzling display of light, illuminated by a myriad of colorful spells. Gua Puli stood in stunned silence, witnessing the couples, whom they had deceived and captured, collectively ascend a realm in their cultivation. Fear gripped him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "What should we do now, Second Master?" Godin inquired anxiously. After a swift assessment of the situation, Gua Puli responded, "Rally the remaining members of the Go family to join forces with these allies and besiege the Wanren sect." With the alliance between the Go family and the 48 couples, the previously advantageous Wanren sect found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. At that moment, as Qiu Shamba plummeted into the blood pool, the severed heads of the monstrous beasts hanging on the chamber walls exhibited a peculiar reaction. Their eyes opened wide, releasing tendrils of dark red mist that surged towards the blood pool. Yi Yunxin expressed her concern. "This mist is exceedingly ominous. We cannot allow it to enter the blood pool, or the consequences will be dire." Xia Beichen nodded affirmatively. "You focus on dealing with the mist. I shall assist in vanquishing the disciples of the Wanren sect. Be cautious." Yi Yunxin raised her hand to summon the starry sword. since our paths have intertwined. This sword will recognize you as a half-master. Take it, for it may aid you in a critical battle against someone of a higher realm. And what about you? He asked. I have already reached the cave heaven realm. Transforming chi into a sword is no longer a challenge for me. As she spoke, Yi Yunshin formed a swirling vortex before her. Countless sword tips erupted from the vortex like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Are you reassured now? Yi Yunshin inquired. Yes. Yes. Xia Beichen nodded vigorously as he accepted the starry sword. He then turned and soared towards the Wanren sect's elder, Miao Hui. Yi Yunshin gazed at him in astonishment. Have you lost your senses? I instructed you to confront those of the same realm, yet you choose to face Miao Hui, the most formidable opponent of the Wanren sect besides Qiu Shamba. As Yi Yunshin contemplated taking the initiative to eliminate Miao Huilai, she suddenly noticed the blood pool boiling violently, resembling boiling water. The dark red smoke emanating from the eyes of the demonic beasts drew ever closer. It appeared that the nearer the blood pool and the dark red smoke were to each other, the more agitated the blood water became. Yi Yunshin had no choice but to address the dark red smoke first. Withdrawing her chi into a sword, she unleashed a spectrum of radiant colors, advancing towards the smoke. The Tianxian star technique possessed another skill, purification. This was also the reason she could effortlessly dispel danger when she and Xia Beichen encountered the black smoke earlier. The radiant colors possessed the power to absorb and purify malevolent energy. Meanwhile, Xia Beichen wielded the starry sword and swiftly dispatched a disciple of the Wanren sect who had reached the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm. He then directed a strike towards Miao Huilai. Miao Huilai evaded the blow, sneering, with your cultivation at the peak of the spirit gathering realm, you cannot unleash the true potential of the starry sword. Is that so? Xia Beichen replied confidently. Let us find out. With that, he soared into the air. The starry sword enveloped in starlight and struck down towards Miao Huilai. Overestimating yourself. Miao Huilai scoffed. Gripping his wolf fang club, he chose not to counterattack but instead sidestepped, confidently believing he could evade the strike. However, just as he had barely moved, he found the starlit sword energy materializing before him. Prediction. Miao Huilai exclaimed in disbelief. He then raised his wolf fang club and unleashed a dark red energy to meet the starlight sword energy. Swish. Boom. The two forces collided, shaking the dim chamber. Fortunately, Xia Beichen's cultivation was not particularly high. Had someone of Yi Yunshin's caliber, who was in the celestial realm, been present, that sword energy would have likely overturned the chamber. Miao Huilai merely sustained minor injuries. A spirit gathering realm peak child truly surprises one, he remarked, looking at Xia Beichen. Not impressed. Xia Beichen retorted succinctly. Infuriated, Miao Huilai gritted his teeth and launched an attack at Xia Beichen. Unperturbed, Xia Beichen gently released the starry sword, countering Miao Huilai's assault and skillfully neutralizing his onslaught. Subsequently, Miao Huilai's multiple attacks were deftly countered by Xia Beichen. Finally, Miao Huilai shouted, "You're cheating." His voice cracked under the strain. After all, a peak spirit gathering realm youth could cleverly counter his early-stage spirit refinement realm attacks. This was quite a blow to him. If he were to discover that Xia Beichen's true cultivation was actually at the peak of the spirit martial realm, one could only imagine his reaction. Miao Huilai's voice crack elicited a chuckle from Xia Beichen. After laughing, he provocatively declared, "What if I am cheating?" In a fit of rage, Miao Hui launched another assault on Xia Beichen, only to find himself rendered immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Beichen impudently pierced his heart with a sword, followed by a kick that sent him plummeting into the blood pool below. The disciples of the Wanren sect were left in stunned silence. The early-stage cultivator Miao Hui had been slain by a young man who had attained the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Now, their leader, Qiu Shamba, and Miao Hui lay motionless in the blood pool, with Qiu Shamba even floating atop the crimson surface, unmistakably deceased. A voice rang out, commanding the disciples of the Wanren sect to surrender, for it was their only salvation. The remaining disciples, the highest among them merely at the mid-stage of the spirit origin realm, realized that if even their fully realized leader could be swiftly dispatched, those at their level would be as defenseless as ants, easily crushed at will. Thus, upon the call for surrender, the mid-stage cultivators laid down their weapons. However, the battle had severely depleted the Wanren sect, leaving fewer than 10 survivors. Observing the crisis abate, Guopoli and the others exhaled in relief. At least, the annihilation of their clan had been momentarily averted, contingent upon Yi Yunxin's stance towards the Guo family. Yi Yunxin had purified the eerie, dark red mist and was now gracefully descending from above. With a gentle wave of her hand, starlight erupted around Qiu Shanba and Miao Huai, causing their bodies, along with their nascent souls, to dissipate. They had fallen victim to the binding spell of starlight that Yi Yunxin had cast. Earlier, Xia Beichen's attempt to counter Miao Huai had merely tickled him, failing to inflict any genuine harm due to the disparity in their cultivation levels. After provoking Miao Huai, Yi Yunxin had timely completed the purification of the mist and ensnared Miao Huai with her starlight binding spell. Thus, in his furious embarrassment, Miao Huai had yet to strike at Xia Beichen when he was suddenly pierced through the heart by a sword. Witnessing the demise of their leader and elder, the remaining disciples of the Wanren sect trembled in fear at the prospect of surrendering. It was evident that refusal would lead them to a similar fate. After returning the Star Xian sword to Yi Yunxin, she surveyed the remnants of the Guo family. Once a clan of nearly 100, they were now reduced to fewer than 30, suffering losses that rivaled those of the Wanren sect. It was, indeed, a mutual devastation. However, amidst the misfortune, the underage members of the Guo family had survived. As Yi Yunxin's gaze fell upon them, Guo Puli knelt before her. Following suit, Guo Jiao and Guo Pai also bowed in supplication. Guo Dan had perished in the battle, and Guo Puli lamented, "Your Majesty, the Jiyu family, blind to the truth, not only aided the tyrannical but also offended His Majesty. We implore you, Your Highness, to mete out punishment." Upon uttering these words, the members of the Jiyu family bowed their heads in submission. Yi Yunxin calmly remarked, "You have reaped what you have sown. I shall not hold the Jiyu family accountable for your deeds. However, whether the others will hold you responsible remains uncertain." Jiyu Puli, Jiyu Jiao, and Jiyu Pai lifted their gazes towards the couples they had lured into this predicament. Presently, the 48 pairs of lovers, originally 96 individuals, had dwindled to 90. The 6 who were lost would never again behold the world outside. Each must bear the consequences of their actions. Jiyu Puli cast a glance at Jiyu Bu Jiao and her child, vowing, "Take good care of Jiaoer in another life. I would gladly serve you both without regret." The beautiful woman and the members of the Jiyu family sensed the gravity of the situation and urgently called out, "Puli, second master." Yet, before their words could fully escape their lips, Jiyu Puli seized a sword from the ground and plunged it into his own heart. Life ebbed away, drop by drop. As he closed his eyes for the final time, he cast a lingering gaze upon the beautiful woman and Jiyu Bu Jiao. The beautiful woman rose, desperately pulling Jiyu Puli close to her. "No, Puli, how can you bear to leave me and Jiaoer behind?" Jiyu Puli extended his hands, one caressing the face of the beautiful woman, the other gently touching Jiyu Bu Jiao's cheek. Severely wounded, Jiyu Bu Jiao gazed at him weakly. Though her heart struggled to accept this harsh reality, in those final moments, she called out to Jiyu Puli, "Father." With that heartfelt plea, Jiyu Puli fully closed his eyes. Xia Beichen seized a disciple from the WNRNZ Ing and brought him before Yi Yunxin. "What is the meaning of this blood pool? Big brother, I truly do not know. I grant you one more chance. Please spare me. I honestly do not know." The disciple trembled violently, his legs buckling beneath him as fear threatened to overwhelm him. Xia Beichen turned his gaze to another disciple, the one from the Lingyuan realm. The disciple of the WNRNZ Ing in the Linghai realm halted abruptly. Trembling, he approached Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, respectfully stating, "I am here." Xia Beichen picked up a half-bone needle from the ground, the sharp end glistening ominously. He pressed the needle against the disciple's chest, declaring, "Confess and receive leniency. Resist and face severe consequences." Terrified, the disciple's legs gave way, and he knelt upon the ground, pleading, "Please spare me." All of this was orchestrated by the sect master and the grand elder. I have no knowledge of their intentions. Xia Beichen crouched down, suddenly pushing forward. Even a master of the Lingyuan realm was reduced to a quivering mouse before a cat. The shock from Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen was palpable. At this moment, the bone needle had pierced through his clothing, making contact with the skin over his heart. Should Xia Beichen push just a fraction further, it would be akin to administering a lethal injection. After he finished speaking, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he exclaimed, "Spare me, my lord. I will confess." Xia Beichen's expression was grave as he urged, "Speak." The disciple recounted, "Our sect leader, having been wounded by love in his youth, swore never to believe in it again. Later, he somehow acquired a secret manual. Could it be the sunflower scripture?" Xia Beichen inquired with curiosity. No. The man shook his head vigorously. But you were correct about 3 words. The manual is titled Chrysanthemum Scripture. Chrysanthemum? Xiao Beichen was taken aback for a moment. It is said that the chrysanthemum scripture has 2 stages. The first stage, chrysanthemum explosion, requires one to cultivate with different men for 7 days and nights. After that, the sect leader became neither male nor female. At this point, the disciple couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. Could it be? Xiao Beichen looked at him with a mischievous grin. The man felt utterly embarrassed, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. Xiao Beichen gave him a thumbs up. You know how to play? The man was filled with shame. Those who understood couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment, while those who didn't were filled with curiosity. And what about the second stage? Xiao Beichen inquired. The second stage involves obtaining the heart's blood of 49 pairs of mandarin ducks and adding it to a pool containing half the blood of male demon beasts and half of female demon beasts. After the heart's blood and beast blood have fused for half an hour, one must immerse themselves in the blood pool and refine it for 12 hours. At this point, someone curiously asked, what are the benefits of cultivating the chrysanthemum scripture? The disciple replied, it allows one to attain a state of being devoid of emotions, desires, and loyalties, significantly enhancing one's cultivation. No wonder that old fellow, after just a few years, ascended from the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm to the peak of the god-refining realm. Yi Yunxin scoffed, continuing, so it seems the chrysanthemum played quite a role. Xiao Beichen raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of gossip, asked the disciple of the Wanren sect, can you manage with such an old chrysanthemum? Chapter 017. Who dares to shout here? Wailing, the disciple lamented, but he is our sect leader. How could we dare to disobey? Indeed, haha. Xiao Beichen chuckled wickedly. The disciple gritted his teeth and said, such a morally depraved manual, I wonder which fiend authored it. Xiao Beichen patted his shoulder in sympathy and consolation. Fear not, no one will practice it anymore. The sunflower scripture has ceased to exist along with the demise of Qiu Shanba. Not a single copy of that manual remains, not even a trace of its iron. The Fei Chong sword of the Hyacinth met a similar fate, considering your previous misdeeds. While the death penalty can be avoided, the punishment for your crimes will be harsh. Having grasped the situation, Yi Yunxin retrieved a white jade vial from his spatial ring. This is a pill that can render those at the spirit origin realm and below completely powerless. Take it voluntarily. The disciples of the Wanren sect trembled in shock. Yi Yunxin coldly remarked, if you refuse to take it, then follow the example of Gopu and take your own life out of fear of punishment. The disciples of the Wanren sect exchanged glances, struggling to accept the notion of relinquishing their hard-earned abilities. However, the alternative was self-inflicted death, a fate that would cost them their very lives. Weighing their options, none chose the path of despair, and they all reluctantly ingested the elixir. It melted upon contact, and within moments, they felt as if a swarm of ants was burrowing through their bodies, gnawing at their flesh. The vast dark chamber echoed with their anguished cries, sending shivers down the spines of others present. Those who survived from the Go family could not help but feel fortunate to have avoided such a fate. The remaining couple ceased their inquiries into the Go family's culpability. After a quarter of an hour, the disciples of the Wanren sect had all lost their cultivation. Yi Yunxin allowed them to depart, while the Go family members began to clear the corpses from the dark chamber. Within another 15 minutes, everyone had exited. The ground above the dark chamber bore no structures apart from a fish pond. Considering the dangers of the blood pool, Xiao Beichen suggested relocating the goldfish from the pond to the lotus pond. As for the now empty dark chamber, Yi Yunxin instructed everyone to step back before ascending into the air. With the Star Xian sword held aloft, starlight swirling around it, she swung the blade downwards. The sword energy, imbued with immense and domineering stellar power, crashed into the pond that had been emptied of goldfish. Instantly, the earth trembled and the ground began to collapse. The dark chamber thus crumbled. For safety's sake, Yi Yunxin inscribed a sealing barrier over the sunken ground to prevent anyone from reconstructing the blood pool. As for the collapsed terrain, the Go family could fill it in with mud themselves. Having settled these matters, Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin prepared to depart. At that moment, the only notable figures left from the Go family were Go Jiao and Go Pai. Go Jiao called out to Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin. Had it not been for His Majesty and this young lord's presence today, our Go family would likely have been exterminated by the Wanren sect, cast aside like a used tool. Therefore, after deliberation, the Go family offers all our assets in Qingyang City to you both. We will also provide appropriate compensation to others. Yi Yunxin turned to Xiao Beichen. What say you? Xiao Beichen replied, not interested. With a chuckle, He added, I already possess boundless veins of spirit stones. Managing your Go family's assets would be a burden I do not desire. Absolutely not. Yi Yunxin retracted the Star Xian sword. If you refuse, I certainly will not accept. It was no wonder she was the empress and he her consort. The wealth of the Go family held no allure for them. At that moment, the respect for the two of them grew even deeper among those present. Go Jiao was taken aback, unable to respond to the disdain shown towards their vast wealth. As he regained his senses, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin had bid farewell to the couples and ascended into the sky. Following this confrontation, the Go family faced a decline, liquidating much of their assets to assist the common folk, ultimately retreating from Qingyang City and Hongye Town to return to their ancestral homeland. The elevation in realm remained valid, allowing Xia Beichen to continue his aerial flight. He inquired, Yunxin, where shall we go now? To a place we ought to visit, replied Yi Yunxin, now donned in a pale blue gown, glancing at Xia Beichen. Why don't you stay in Hongye Town to admire the scenery while I go alone? Xia Beichen cast her a sidelong glance. When you brought me to Hongye Town before, were you truly hoping to leave me to enjoy the sights? Not at all. Yi Yunxin explained, somewhat bashfully. I merely wanted to help you buy clothes since I tore your outfit. But who would have thought the Go family would gift you a set? Xia Beichen nodded in satisfaction. At least you have some conscience. However, I cannot allow you to go anywhere alone. What if you fall victim to another plot? Yi Yunxin reassured him, I have already reached the cave heaven realm. Xia Beichen shrugged. You were invincible before as well, yet you were still ambushed. Seeing his concern, Yi Yunxin smiled. If I were to be ambushed again, I would simply return to you for an antidote. Xia Beichen leaned in slightly. Then how about you help me with the antidote now? Her face flushed suddenly. And Yi Yunxin declined. It took me a while to ease the tearing sensation. I cannot assist with the antidote yet. She added, besides, you've taken the Jinling pill. So you can't do that. Xia Beichen reminded her, the Jinling pill is still within its effective period. Moreover, didn't you mention concocting a pill that could prematurely end the sage's time? Yi Yunxin pouted. I suddenly no longer wish to concoct it. How infuriating. Are you trying to provoke a fight? I'm seeking an antidote. It seems you are merely looking to be beaten. With that, Yi Yunxin raised her delicate fist and aimed a playful punch at Xia Beichen. He swiftly dodged her blow. Fugitive, Yi Yunxin exclaimed, chasing after him. The two engaged in a playful pursuit, reminiscent of young children frolicking together. In this manner, they inadvertently caused a ruckus until they arrived before a relatively grand sect. Upon recognizing where they had come, Xia Beichen exclaimed, So, the place you spoke of is here, at the Wanren sect? Yi Yunxin nodded slightly, indeed. We should definitely be here. Xia Beichen hovered in front of the main hall of the Wanren sect, in a plaza roughly the size of a football field. Yi Yunxin then shouted towards the main hall, anyone worth talking to at the Wanren sect, come out. Her voice was powerful and resonant, echoing off the surrounding peaks. Soon after, a multitude of disciples soared out from various corners of the Wanren sect. In a short while, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin found themselves encircled. Who dares to shout here? A rotund man, resembling a cactus, emerged from the crowd, donning a sage green hat. Chapter 018. Continue the music, continue the dance. Although it was the dead of night, the arrival of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, especially with the disciples of the Wanren sect gathering around, illuminated the main hall and the square, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Thus, within the area centered around the square, the surroundings, expressions of the characters, and everything were clearly visible to the naked eye. Yi Yunxin, cold as ice, demanded, state your identity. Heh, the man in the sage green hat scoffed mockingly. Do two mere practitioners of the spirit-gathering realm dare to wreak havoc in my Wanren sect? Indeed, during their earlier playful banter, Yi Yunxin had concealed her true cultivation level once more to the spirit-gathering realm. However, this time, she had advanced a stage compared to her visit to Hongye Town, presenting herself as a mid-stage practitioner to outsiders. Meanwhile, the effects of Xia Beichen's spirit refinement pill were only halfway through. Hence he remained at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm. Ha! As soon as the man's words fell, the surrounding disciples erupted in laughter. This is the funniest joke I've heard today. They are utterly unaware of our mountain guardian elder. A mere disciple of the spirit movement realm could easily subdue them. What audacity brings them here to challenge us? You are but a spirit sea realm practitioner. Do you truly believe you are as formidable as a cow standing on its head, full of bravado? Xia Beichen pointed at the man in the sage green hat. Is it the green hat atop your head that has emboldened you? Arrogance. The man in the sage green hat's veins bulged as he retaliated against Xia Beichen. Uncle Master, do not let your temper flare. A disciple at the early stage of the spirit movement realm stepped beside the man. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Leave this one to me. Xia Beichen cast a glance at him. The last person who said that was left with nothing but scraps. Are you certain you wish to engage me? True prowess is not merely spoken of. After the spirit movement realm disciple spoke, he initiated an attack on Xia Beichen. Remarkably, he did not wield a weapon but charged at Xia Beichen with bare fists. Clearly, he did not regard Xia Beichen, who was at the peak of the spirit gathering realm, as a threat. His punches were formidable in appearance, yet superficial, lacking substance. As Xia Beichen approached, he declared, boom. Upon their encounter, a surge of energy erupted. The early-stage disciple of the spirit movement realm let out a muffled grunt, and the surrounding disciples were startled to realize that his right arm hung limply at his side, as if dislocated. Shall we continue? Xia Beichen hovered a yard away, inquiring nonchalantly. Get lost. Die. The disciple retaliated by summoning a jade flute approximately a foot long. Compelled by the circumstances, Brother Chui unleashed his exquisite Lu Bai Shao. This young man is doomed. Brother Chui's flute not only has the power to incapacitate those of equal standing, but also leaves those of inferior cultivation in a state of utter confusion. It is precisely for this reason that many foolish individuals have met their demise at the hands of Brother Chui while in a dazed stupor. Just wait. Who would have imagined that a disciple at the initial stage of the spiritual realm would gain the admiration of his peers due to a flute named Lu Bai? Now, Xia Beichen is eager to experience this for himself. At this moment, the Chui disciple extended his uninjured left hand to grasp the jade flute, placing it to his lips. The sound of the flute resonated. Is he capable of performing single-handedly? It seems he possesses considerable skill. Xia Beichen observed as, upon the first note, the birds within a mile radius, previously in slumber, were startled awake, flapping their wings in a panicked flight. Yi Yunxin, hovering not far behind Xia Beichen, furrowed her brow upon hearing the melody. She then used her celestial communication technique to convey a warning. Be cautious, Beichen. His flute may disrupt your mental state. Her tone was laced with concern. Xia Beichen replied confidently, no worries, he cannot harm me. Reassured by his self-assured demeanor, Yi Yunxin fortified her surroundings with a protective barrier, filtering out much of the flute's cacophony, and turned her gaze back to Xia Beichen. As the melody continued, Brother Chui noticed Xia Beichen hovering a yard away, arms crossed, exuding an air of calm confidence. Although he could not comprehend the tune being played, he had to admit that Xia Beichen's poise was quite impressive. In response to Xia Beichen's words, the Chui disciple deliberately amplified the volume of his flute playing, causing his body to tremble with rage. This Lu Bai Shao should possess considerable lethality against those of lower cultivation. Why is he unaffected? With a steely resolve, he bit down hard, breaking the skin of his lower lip. His act of biting and playing left Xia Beichen rather astonished. What is he trying to achieve? The blood seeping from his lips soon stained the jade flute, which, initially tinged with a hint of green, suddenly emanated a crimson glow, though it did not resemble smoke. Xia Beichen harbored suspicions that this technique bore a striking resemblance to that employed by their sect leader, Qiu Shamba, and Elder Miao Hui during their encounter with the Gu family. Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow and remarked, it appears you are indeed one of the fortunate few favored by your sect leader's clandestine methods. The Chui disciple's body jolted, as though his embarrassing secret had been exposed. However, he quickly regained his composure and intensified his performance. Sound waves surged forth from the Lu Bai Shao, rapidly expanding outward. The surrounding disciples were compelled to erect a defensive barrier to shield themselves from the detrimental effects of the flute's melody. Centered around the Chui disciple, the very fabric of space began to warp outward. Xia Beichen summoned a spirit stone the size of a quail egg from the endless realm using his divine perception and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, hurled it towards the disciple of the Chui clan. Upon contact with the distorted space, the spirit stone elongated and warped. In a mere 2 seconds, the once indestructible spirit stone had contorted beyond recognition. Ultimately, it shattered into fine powder, cascading downwards. It is well known that spirit stones contain spiritual energy. Only those imbued with such energy are considered valuable currency. Devoid of it, they are mere worthless stones. To their astonishment, they realized that the spirit stone Xia Beichen had produced was indeed a top-tier spirit stone. Thus, even in its pulverized form, they could sense its spiritual energy, which was astonishingly tenfold that of the spirit stones circulating in the market. Some disciples seized the opportunity to absorb this spiritual energy. As the spatial distortion threatened to engulf them, Xia Beichen remained remarkably composed. In that moment, Yi Yunqin felt her heart, which had just settled, leap once again. "Beichen, what are you doing?" she anxiously transmitted. However, Xia Beichen did not respond. Instead, he began to move rhythmically, with music playing. He danced as if at a nightclub in the 21st century, exclaiming to the Chui disciple and others from the Wanren sect, "Come on, darling, don't stop." It was then that everyone noticed something peculiar. The distortion caused by the flute music had no effect on Xia Beichen. He remained completely unscathed, his attire untouched. In truth, they were unaware, including Yi Yunqin, that Xia Beichen possessed an extraordinary skill to counter any attack, with an effect lasting even longer than that of a spirit-refining pill. After employing this skill against the Chui disciple from Wanren sect, the flute music transformed from an incomprehensible tune into a lively disco beat. Hence, he was in such high spirits. This spectacle left Yi Yunqin agape in astonishment, while the members of Wanren sect gaped in disbelief. The Chui disciple, incensed, felt a surge of blood rise in his chest, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The flute music ceased abruptly as his agitation peaked. Why did it stop? The disco melody that had filled his ears abruptly fell silent, leaving Xia Beichen feeling unfulfilled. How dull! What is so special about this flowing blue flute? Upon uttering these words, the Chui disciple could no longer contain himself. With a cough, a mouthful of old blood was inevitably expelled. Simultaneously, his body began to plummet. Junior brother Chui. Observing this, two disciples from Wanren sect quickly soared over to catch him and support him. "Brother, I..." His words trailed off as his head tilted, and he fainted. His two senior brothers glared at Xia Beichen with fiery intensity, as if he had just bullied their beloved. "You keep an eye on him, junior brother Chui. I will teach him a lesson." The disciple on the left, who had reached the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm, lunged towards Xia Beichen. "Perhaps you should reconsider." Xia Beichen casually extended his pinky finger to his ear while advising his adversary. "This is intolerable." The other gritted his teeth. Xia Beichen then moved his hand, which had been digging in his ear, in front of him and flicked it, sending some earwax flying onto his opponent. Moreover, Xia Beichen taunted, "Ah, you're absolutely right. I am indeed bullying you. What are you going to do about it?" "Mo, take him down." Surrounding disciples cheered on their senior brother. Thus, the adversary, fueled with enthusiasm, rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike at Xia Beichen. However, just as he was within half a step of reaching him, he was taken aback to see Xia Beichen produce an unexpected item, a suona. He recalled how a friend from the countryside once advised him that when facing a practitioner using a musical instrument, one should respond with the king of all instruments, the suona. Coincidentally, when Xia Beichen had previously countered the Zhao sound attack, he had expressed his desire for a suona to the system, which had obligingly fulfilled his request. "Now, allow me to serenade you." As soon as the words left his lips, the suona began to play. The first to react, the disciple surnamed Mo, was startled. Covering his ears and hastily retreating 2 paces. "Why does this tune sound so mournful? Why do I feel tears welling up?" Memories of departed loved ones flooded his mind. And he wept. This fellow is playing a lament. Suddenly, it dawned on someone. He is cursing our Wanren sect to death. I can't stop my tears. My heart aches. In an instant, the surrounding disciples were in tears, on the verge of losing their composure. How audacious! A mere spirit-gathering realm dares to act so recklessly here. At that moment, a venerable voice resonated from the mountain behind the main hall. Following this, a green light shot forth from the back mountain, reaching the space between Xia Beichen and the disciple at the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm in the blink of an eye. The surrounding disciples were elated as if they had encountered a superstar, and even the man in the green hat wore an expression of utmost reverence. His fellow disciples began to murmur excitedly, "Grand Elder Gui has emerged from seclusion." Who would have thought that 2 practitioners from the spirit-gathering realm would stir the Grand Elder Gui, who had been in seclusion for 200 years? Undoubtedly, this was a foregone conclusion. I wager that this man will be left with nothing. I wager that the woman will become Grand Elder Gui's concubine. Unexpectedly, as the 2 disciples uttered their words, a chilling scream simultaneously escaped their lips. Subsequently, they plummeted in agony, ultimately collapsing heavily onto the square. The sound of their knees cracking echoed ominously. Despite their pain, they remained in a kneeling position, showing no inclination to fall over. The mournful strains of the Swana had yet to cease when this startling scene unfolded, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. It was only when the gaze of old ancestor was shifted from Xia Beichen to Yi Yunxin that the audience comprehended that the preceding spectacle had originated from her. Old ancestor Gua spoke in a deep voice. "My dear girl, your recent display hardly resembles that of someone in the mid-stage of the spirit-gathering realm." Yi Yunxin glanced at her delicate hands and retorted, "Old man, I thought you had perished. Who would have thought you were hiding like a turtle on the back mountain? It would be one thing to be a turtle, but after 2 centuries, you remain in the mid-stage of the divine refinement realm, even inferior to your own disciple. If my memory serves me right, you should be 1,857 years old, yet you are outshone by an 857-year-old disciple. Aren't you ashamed?" At this point, Yi Yunxin set her hands down, regarding old ancestor Guo with a look of incredulity. Xia Beichen ceased his playing, the Swana vanishing from his grasp as it was reclaimed by the system. He soared to Yi Yunxin's side and remarked, "I never imagined he was older than even the windflower." Yi Yunxin replied with a sarcastic tone, "Much older indeed." Xia Beichen gave her a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. "I must say, your sharp tongue and style of insult are reminiscent of my own." "Is that so?" Yi Yunxin replied with a slight smile. "I've learned from you." While they exchanged playful banter, the corners of old ancestor Gua's mouth twitched in irritation, realizing that this woman was acutely aware of his circumstances. Who exactly was she? However, old ancestor Gua quickly donned a grim expression and declared, "It matters little if you humiliate me today. The greater offense lies in the dishonor to my sect. Regardless of who you are, you shall never leave the Wanren sect in this lifetime. Do you possess the capability to enforce that?" Yi Yunxin replied nonchalantly, "Out of respect for a sect on the brink of annihilation, allow me to present something for your perusal, so that you may find peace in the afterlife." With that, she channeled her magic and gestured towards the air. A circular screen, significantly larger than the center circle of a football field, materialized before them, playing scenes from the previous events in the Go family's hidden chamber at an accelerated pace. This included the shocking moments of Wanren sect's leader, Qiu Shanba, and Elder Miao Hui being slain in the blood pool, culminating in the surrender of the surviving disciples, stripped of their cultivation. The disciples of Wanren sect gazed in disbelief. Their leader and elder had been murdered, but that was not the end. With a change in her hand gesture, Yi Yunxin transitioned the scenes. Yesterday evening, she was ambushed and pursued, with the scene involving the bearded man and the hyacinth among the cultivators attempting to kill her. Of course, the visuals from the cave were absent. No paying member could witness them either. Ultimately, Yi Yunxin dismissed the screen, casting a frosty gaze upon the members of the Wanren sect. In the next moment, the stars shimmered, and the Xingxuan sword appeared. Both Ancestor Gua and the man in the forgiving colored hat widened their eyes in astonishment. Stammering her name, "Why you?" Chapter 020, Judgment by Association, No Mercy and Retribution. Yi Yunxin. After some stuttering, they finally uttered her name. The others, upon hearing her name, were momentarily taken aback. No wonder she dared to challenge the Wanren sect. It was indeed her. But how could her cultivation be merely at the mid-stage of spirit gathering? Was she not supposed to have perished? Why was she still alive and present here? Had she somehow escaped? Listening to the discussions among the disciples of the Wanren sect, Yi Yunxin began to comprehend. It turned out that these individuals were aware of the sect's involvement in the conspiracy of the hyacinth. In fact, it was a matter openly acknowledged by the entire sect. Thus, when the avalanche struck, no snowflake could claim innocence. Yi Yunxin tightened her grip on the Xingxuan sword, her expression remaining as frosty as ever. However, within her eyes flickered a ruthless flame. Even the nearby Xia Beichen sensed the chilling aura emanating from her, juxtaposed with a burgeoning intent for slaughter and vengeance. Extending his hand, Xia Beichen took hold of her unarmed left hand and urged, "Pursue what you desire. Regardless of the outcome, I stand by you." Yi Yunxin turned to Xia Beichen, her chill instantly transforming into warmth and gratitude, her gaze softening with an autumnal tenderness. "MHM." She nodded slightly. Then, with a resonant clang, the Xingxuan sword pointed directly at Ancestor Gua, the highest cultivator of the Wanren sect. The chill and fury returned to her in an instant. "Old man, though you have secluded yourself for 2 centuries, you must have known of everything your beloved disciple has orchestrated." Ancestor Gua, shaken from his astonishment, regained his composure. "Yi Yunxin," he exclaimed, pointing in her direction. "Even if you possess the ability to instantly vanquish my sect's disciples, your cultivation has regressed to the mid-stage of spirit gathering. as long as our sect stands united. Your fists alone cannot rival our numbers. Even if you uncover the truth today, what can you do to us? Yi Yunshin retorted, this is a choice you made. Before her words faded, she broke free from Xia Beichen's grasp, erected a defensive barrier, and leaped into the air, sword raised high. The Wanren sect, which had existed for millennia on this continent, had unexpectedly lost its original intent. Today, they would taste the bitter fruits of their own transgressions. Xia Beichen remained silent, gazing intently at Yi Yunshin. The man in the forgiving colored hat retreated several paces with the injured disciples, Shui and Mo. Meanwhile, Elder Guo began to form hand seals and instructed his disciples, establish the mountain protection array. The disciples responded swiftly, quickly forming the necessary gestures. Before long, a colossal golden formation manifested in the sky, the mountain protection array of the Wanren sect, laid down by its founding ancestor. In terms of appearance and might, this array had received considerable resources over the millennia for its maintenance. Yi Yunshin regarded the mountain protection array with disdain, brandishing her sword directly at it. The power of the stars surged upward. Crack, crack, crack. The protective array visibly cracked. The disciples of the Wanren sect looked on in horror at this spectacle. Even the man in the forgiving colored hat trembled involuntarily. As a protector elder, he was well aware of the array's capabilities. A few months prior, several reckless Spirit Sea Realm rogue cultivators had been suppressed by this very formation, unable to retaliate, and perished in less than half a minute. Yet now, Yi Yunshin, with only mid-stage Spirit Gathering Realm cultivation, had shattered the mountain protection array with a single strike. Soon, the cracks multiplied, and with a resounding crash, the array shattered. The remnants of the broken formation flew outward, most striking the bodies of the Wanren disciples. In an instant, a mist of blood engulfed the area. With just one strike, the Wanren sect had lost nearly 10 disciples. Moreover, this was merely a single move unleashed by Yi Yunshin at her mid-stage Spirit Gathering cultivation. Even Elder Guo was caught in the aftermath. Had he not swiftly erected a defensive barrier around himself, he too would have sustained injuries. Xia Beichen, fortified by Yi Yunshin's protective barrier and his own innate defenses, remained unscathed. What shall we do, Elder? The man in the forgiving colored hat turned to Elder Guo, questioning whether to activate the Wanren array. Yi Yunshin held the Xingxuan sword behind her. The Wanren sect is named for its array. But it also bears a flaw. It inflicts 1,000 losses on the enemy, yet suffers 800 in return. Are you certain you wish to activate it? The man in the forgiving colored hat proclaimed loudly, I vow to stand with the Wanren sect unto death. Some disciples, having been in the sect for many years, immediately echoed their loyalty. However, a few newer disciples hesitated. After all, in terms of belonging, the newcomers felt less affinity than the veterans. Yi Yunshin noticed their discord and declared, wherever my sword strikes, not a blade of grass shall remain. Those who wish to live, descend the mountain quickly. And from this day forth, do not claim to be of the Wanren sect. Elder Guo admonished, Yi Yunshin, cease your enchanting words that sow discord. Are my disciples of the Wanren sect so easily swayed by your mere words? Ha ha. Xia Beichen could not help but laugh. The venerable figure surnamed Guo, having just witnessed the pathetic surrender of your disciples from the Blade sect, how could you so quickly forget? Do you possess a memory span of but 7 seconds? Enraged, Ancestor Guo commanded, all disciples at the Spirit Pill realm and above, join me and the Elder Guardians in eliminating Yi Yunshin. The remaining disciples shall focus their efforts on vanquishing this arrogant young man. Upon hearing the command, roughly 2/3 of the Blade sect's disciples sprang into action. The remaining third hesitated. Ancestor Guo issued a stern decree. Those who do not contribute to the sect by slaying the one who has disgraced us shall be deemed allies of Yi Yunshin and face execution without mercy. Some disciples exchanged glances and eventually joined the assault against Yi Yunshin and Xia Beichen. Meanwhile, the last group of disciples, resolutely biting their teeth, resolved to descend the mountain. The survival of the Blade sect beneath Yi Yunshin's gaze was uncertain. The notion of facing retribution later was nothing short of absurd. However, Ancestor Guo did not afford them the opportunity to retreat. Addressing the man in the forgiving colored hat, he commanded, activate the Blade formation. Treat all these individuals as accomplices of Yi Yunshin. Leave none alive. Understood. The man in the forgiving colored hat immediately produced a small insignia, the emblem of the Blade sect. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he propelled it skyward. Subsequently, emanating from the main hall, a cacophony of resonating sounds erupted from the surrounding peaks. Countless beams of clear light shot forth from these mountains. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin looked on in astonishment as myriad blades and swords rained down upon them, targeting both their persons and those disciples of the Blade sect who sought to descend the mountain. Chapter 021. The Annihilation of the Blade Sect. Brothers and sisters, since Gui shows no mercy, we need not exhibit righteousness. Today, it shall be either his demise or mine. A disciple, filled with righteous indignation, rallied his companions. Indeed, it shall be either his demise or mine. The remaining disciples, determined to descend the mountain, echoed the sentiment, displaying admirable resolve. Though predominantly new to the sect, they formed a formidable force. Each summoned their treasured artifacts, formally severing ties with the sect. Little could the founding patriarch of the Blade sect have envisioned that one day such a scene of infighting among brethren would transpire. This marked the first occurrence in the sect's storied history, and perhaps it would be its last. The Blade sect, named for its multitude of blades, was said to conceal countless swords within its ranks, utilized in the blade formation. This formation had once safeguarded the fledgling sect from numerous calamities, preventing its annihilation. Even those who withstood the mountain's protective array would find themselves cleaved by the myriad blades of the formation, a fate more horrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. As the blade formation activated, Yi Yunxin swiftly soared to Xia Beichen's side. With the starry celestial sword tracing an arc before him, he conjured a multitude of flying swords imbued with the overwhelming power of the stars, meeting the onslaught of blades and swords unleashed from the formation. In an instant, the night transformed into day. A formidable pressure swept across the entire Blade sect. The clang of swords echoed as countless blades shattered, scattering their remnants like the fragments of the previously broken protective mountain formation. Once again, there was a devastating loss of personnel. Indeed, it was a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy while suffering 800 in return. Nay, the enemy was not harmed at all. Yet 800 were lost. Boom. The flying swords conjured by the celestial star sword struck the mountaintop, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. The earth trembled as countless stones rained down like droplets, scattering in all directions. Dozens of peaks were annihilated, not to mention the architectural structures within the sect. Clang. The small emblem shattered in response, and the man in the forgiving colored hat coughed up a mouthful of blood. As the elder responsible for the mountain's protection, he had long been intertwined with the protective formations through his own blood, sweat, and tears. Yet now, the blade formation had met the same fate as the protective array, obliterated by a single strike from Yi Yunxin. Consequently, he too was affected at his very foundation, sustaining internal injuries. With the destruction of the blade formation, dark clouds loomed ominously over the entire Blade sect, casting an eerie shadow over the surroundings, transforming the scene into a grotesque tableau of horror. Yi Yunxin, having destroyed my sect's 2 formations, I shall rend you limb from limb. Elder Gui bellowed, gazing up at the heavens in fury. Suddenly, black smoke emanated from his being. His form rapidly expanded, tripling in size within an instant, as he hurled a fist towards Yi Yunxin. Shadows of black fists surged forth like ferocious beasts, charging at her. Overestimating his abilities, Yi Yunxin gently twirled her wrist, and the celestial star sword harmonized into a singular entity. Starlight enveloped her, resplendent beyond compare. It ends here, she declared, raising the celestial star sword to cleave down upon Elder Gui. Meteor-like, the strike rained down. Many disciples of the Blade sect met their demise in that moment. Within mere breaths, the plaza was strewn with corpses. Even the man in the forgiving colored hat was struck by a meteor, ultimately cleaved in 2 by the sword's energy. After a brief interval, Elder Gui, utterly defenseless, found the tip of the celestial star sword pressed against his throat. His inflated prowess, once unleashed, was swiftly interrupted by Yi Yunxin's blade. At that moment, her cultivation realm suddenly radiated forth. Elder Gui gazed at her in horror and despair. You have reached the celestial realm. Too late to comprehend. As soon as the words left his lips, his head fell to the ground, and even his nascent soul was consumed entirely by the colorful flowers summoned by Yi Yunxin. Meanwhile, Xia Beichen, employing the skill of countering attacks, managed to withstand the onslaught. The mournful notes of the Suona had, unbeknownst to him, weakened the power of the disciples below the spirit pill stage. Thus, in the face of their encirclement, Xia Beichen retaliated, slaying numerous disciples of the Blade sect. Having endured the trials of grief and joy, your strength has already diminished. Should this continue, you shall be worn down by my persistence. Upon witnessing the demise of Elder Gui and the Mountain Guardian, and after hearing the words of Xia Beichen, The remaining disciples of the Wanren sect began to swiftly weigh the pros and cons. Yi Yunxin revealed her true cultivation level, should the battle persist. Even in the absence of Xia Beichen, they would inevitably follow in the footsteps of Elder Guo and the Mountain Guardian. Shortly thereafter, the disciples all cast aside their weapons, surrendering to Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen in a plea for mercy. In truth, losing to the concealed prowess of Yi Yunxin did not astonish them overly much, for she had already attained the celestial realm, possessing the ability to obliterate the heavens and the earth. However, many struggled to comprehend why they faltered against an individual at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Especially when the effects of the spirit advancement pill wore off and Xia Beichen returned to the peak of the spirit martial realm, they were left utterly astounded. At that moment, from an original congregation of over 2,000 members, only 38 remained after the arrival of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin within an hour. Among them, 25 surrendered, while the rest were those who had wished to descend the mountain yet found themselves unable to do so. Among these, the highest cultivation level was merely the peak of the spirit movement realm. Yi Yunxin turned to the 25 who had surrendered and declared, "Those who assist tyranny shall face punishment." Subsequently, she bestowed upon each of them a pill. They had all witnessed the previous events concerning the Go family, thus they were not unfamiliar with this pill. Once consumed, their cultivation would be rendered null. The 13 remaining individuals exhaled in relief, grateful for their earlier decision to turn back and not continue opposing Yi Yunxin alongside the Wanren sect. Otherwise, the arduous cultivation they had sustained for decades or even centuries would have been in vain. Observing the stark contrast between themselves and the 25, they understood that this was Yi Yunxin's act of clemency. Without hesitation, they consumed the pill. It dissolved instantly, and cries of anguish ensued. Within a quarter of an hour, the cultivation of these 25 individuals was completely obliterated. Yi Yunxin coldly stated, "Since your cultivation is now forfeit, be gone. Thank you, Your Majesty, for sparing our lives." The 25, feeling as though they had received a great pardon, expressed their gratitude before hastily descending the mountain. The remaining 13, wishing to seek refuge with the Tianxin sect and imploring Yi Yunxin for shelter, were met with her refusal. She commanded them to return to their respective homes and families. Thus, the Wanren sect entered a brief period of tranquility. The entire sect lay in ruins, a site of utter devastation, amidst the remnants of shattered walls. Eerie, deep pits were left in the wake of such formidable celestial strength. Thus, the Wanren sect was annihilated. Yi Yunxin retracted the Xingxuan sword and gazed upon the remnants of the Wanren sect. As a sect with a history spanning thousands of years, it must still possess numerous treasures. Let us scour the ruins. Observing Yi Yunxin, who appeared somewhat like a little treasure seeker, Xia Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Yi Yunxin pulled him towards the ruins, exclaiming, "We must gather some treasures. How else will I support you?" However, after taking only a few steps, she sensed that something was amiss with Xia Beichen. Chapter 022. The art of burrowing. The effects of the Juling Dan had just worn off after the battle, allowing Xia Beichen to revert to his peak in the spirit martial realm. Yet, unexpectedly, a radiant glow enveloped him, and he astonishingly ascended from the spirit martial realm to the spirit gathering realm. Ding! Due to the host's exceptional performance in the recent battle, the host's cultivation has advanced to the early stage of the spirit gathering realm. But that was not all. The ethereal voice of the system echoed once more. Congratulations to the host for successfully escaping with Yi Yunxin. A random reward is now being issued. The random reward. If the system hadn't reminded him, Xia Beichen might have forgotten. This was a bonus associated with his decision to consume the Juling Dan. He was curious about what it could be. The reward has been issued. Please check. Host. With anticipation, Xia Beichen examined the reward, discovering it was located in the main hall of the Endless Domain. Moreover, it was a beautifully wrapped package. Using his spiritual sense, he promptly opened the package, revealing a book. On its cover, the title True Spirit Pill Compendium was emblazoned in bold characters. Indeed, that was its name. After flipping through a couple of pages, Xia Beichen exclaimed in awe. True to its title, it was an alchemical tome. Upon studying it, he could concoct not only healing potions but also the indestructible golden spear elixir. Cough Beichen. A beam of light descended, and upon witnessing his somewhat lewd expression after his cultivation upgrade, Yi Yunxin couldn't help but wave her hand in front of him, puzzled. Xia Beichen blinked, snapping back to reality. What is it? What were you just thinking about? Yi Yunxin inquired. I was contemplating the golden spear. Cough. In the spirit-gathering realm, I can finally fly. Xiao Beichen replied with utmost seriousness. Yi Yunxin regarded his answer with skepticism. I don't believe you. Reluctantly, Xiao Beichen took her hand. Come on, didn't you say we need to scour for treasures? If we delay, what if the treasures sprout legs and escape? Yi Yunxin shot him an incredulous glance. Treasures don't have legs like you men do. Where would they go? Xiao Beichen raised an eyebrow, retorting. Men don't rely on those legs for walking. They are meant for burrowing. However, Yi Yunxin countered, others actively burrow. You merely do so passively. Please switch your approach next time. Xiao Beichen inwardly lamented the absurdity of it all. The pair sped along the crumbling path, arriving at the steps of the main hall of the Wanren sect. With it in this state, how are we to search? Xiao Beichen scratched his head. Of course, we must search openly. Yi Yunxin gracefully waved her hands, and amidst the shimmering starlight, she pointed towards the ruins of the main hall. Subsequently, the starlight transported the debris to the plaza, which was dotted with numerous pits, perfectly suitable for filling. It must be said, the Tianxian star technique is indeed a versatile tool for the disciples of the Tianxian sect. Not only can it serve as a medium for communication, but it can also be employed in combat and as a means to transport items. Observing Yi Yunxin utilizing the Tianxian star technique to move the debris, Xiao Beichen was suddenly reminded that he too had reached the spirit-gathering realm. Previously, due to the effects of the spirit advancement pill, Yi Yunxin had imparted the Tianxian star technique to him. However, as the effects of the pill waned and he reverted to the spirit martial realm, Xiao Beichen found himself unable to wield the technique. After all, one must attain the spirit-gathering realm to practice it. Now, having bid farewell to the spirit martial realm, he had ascended to the spirit-gathering realm and thus attempted to invoke the Tianxian star technique. Soon, starlight swirled around his hands, flowing rhythmically. Yi Yunxin turned to him, her warm smile illuminating her face, and she didn't forget to give him a thumbs up in encouragement. Xiao Beichen pointed towards a pile of broken beams, and the starlight in his hand soared forth, lifting the targeted debris. He then directed the beams towards the plaza. Success! Although he still lagged far behind Yi Yunxin, who could clear the ruins in one go, this was merely the beginning of a long journey. Even when digging holes, the first attempt may be uncertain, yet with persistence, one can eventually master it, even in the dark. Standing in one place, he was able to transport so many items elsewhere. The Tianxian star technique functioned with the precision of a missile, hitting its mark exactly where directed. In truth, cultivators in the mid-spirit martial realm can manipulate objects from a distance. However, those of higher cultivation can manage a greater quantity of items, while those of lesser cultivation face limitations. The Tianxian star technique effectively compensates for this deficiency in lower-rank practitioners. In less than 3 minutes, Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin had cleared the ruins. The once devastated main hall was now left with only a few standing wooden frames. However, upon entering the remnants of the main hall, they discovered that apart from a large emblem of the Wanren sect in the center, there was nothing of value. Could it be that all the treasures were transported away in the process? Xiao Beichen turned his gaze towards the debris outside the plaza. Yi Yunxin shook her head, saying, I have already checked. There are no treasures among the debris we moved. Xiao Beichen shifted his attention back to the main hall's ruins. Pondering, the entire sect must support at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. Surely, they cannot be utterly impoverished? Could there be an additional treasure vault? Yi Yunxin propped her chin thoughtfully and remarked, When I first joined the Tianxian sect, I visited the Wanren sect with my mentors. Let me think for a moment. After some contemplation, she remarked, the 10,000 Blades sect likely lacks a treasure vault. However, I do recall that they possess a forbidden area, one that is off limits to outsiders, and even the members of their own sect may enter only if they hold the rank of elder. Xiao Beichen inquired, Do you remember the location of their forbidden area? Indeed, Yi Yunxin nodded, affirming her sense of direction as she pointed westward. It seems to be in that direction. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go, Xiao Beichen proclaimed, taking her hand once more before soaring into the air. With the ability to traverse the skies now, flying was a mere formality. Yi Yunxin glanced at their intertwined hands and teased, Beichen, holding my hand seems to be getting easier for you, doesn't it? He joked. Whether it's hand-holding or affectionate gestures, they all enhance intimacy. How could it not be easier? Of course, Xiao Beichen dared not voice such thoughts aloud, lest he be punished by kneeling on a washboard. With an awkward smile, he replied, It can't always be you taking the initiative. That is true, Yi Yunxin chuckled, relishing the sensation of Xiao Beichen's grip. just as they ascended into the sky, preparing to fly towards the forbidden area of the 10,000 Blades sect. A brilliant light suddenly erupted behind them, illuminating many surroundings. The two quickly halted and turned back, astonished by the bizarre scene unfolding amidst the ruins of the main hall. The emblem of the 10,000 Blades sect is actually glowing. However, this radiance bore a striking resemblance to the green-hued cap of the Guardian Elder, as it emitted a tinge of green. It was uncertain whether this emblem was directly linked to him. Perhaps he had set something in motion that caused this emblem to manifest an anomaly, glowing as brightly as the hat atop his head. This greenish light added an eerie ambience to the already extinguished 10,000 Blades sect. Yunxin, did this emblem exist when you first arrived? Xia Beichen asked curiously. Yes, but I never anticipated it would exhibit such a phenomenon, Yi Yunxin replied. As she spoke, she conjured a piece of wood from the air and hurled it towards the emblem's glow. The wood passed through the light and flew out the other side. While this light might cast a certain psychological shadow on individuals, it lacked any offensive capability. But what did it signify? It didn't even transform anything. As the two conversed, the glow shifted from green to blue. It appeared far more surreal, less jarring than before. Soon after, the blue light began to take shape. Moments later, a silhouette emerged. Was it a turtle? No, it was a Xuanwu. Yi Yunxin exclaimed in astonishment. The 10,000 Blades sect has actually sealed a Xuanwu. Beichen, your mouth must surely be blessed. Things change in an instant. Words resonate more than anything else. Xia Beichen chuckled awkwardly. Soon, the outline of the Xuanwu took on a tangible form, revealing its true visage. No wonder it emitted a greenish glow. Its predominant hue was indeed a verdant green. Once the Xuanwu of the Wanan sect unveiled itself, the radiance emanating from its emblem dimmed considerably, eventually fading away. However, even in the absence of light, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin could still discern its appearance. This Xuanwu possessed two heads, one resembling that of a turtle, the other that of a serpent. It bore a striking resemblance to the traditional northern deity of Huaxia, yet there were discernible differences. The Xuanwu, guardian of the north, commanded the winds and rains, symbolizing the dark yin of the four symbols and the winter season among the four seasons. The turtle head opened its maw and let out a roar, as if it had been suppressed and sealed for far too long, yearning for release. The serpent head flicked its long, crimson tongue. To their astonishment, two delicately skinned humans emerged. After its roar, the turtle head emitted a masculine voice, drooling profusely. It had been a while since it savored human flesh. How it longed for such delectable fare. The serpent head, too, uttered a feminine voice, equally salivating. Xia Beichen retorted, a mere turtle and a slender strip think they can indulge in humans? Do you dare to challenge me? I could easily catch a wild chicken and boil you into a sumptuous soup. The serpent head flicked its tongue. Young man, though you are youthful, you possess quite the temper. TSK. The turtle head glanced at the square of the Wanderin sect, where numerous corpses lay strewn about. Had the Wanderin sect truly perished? The turtle head grew excited, laughing heartily. Truly, the heavens favor us. With that, it opened its mouth, and the corpses in the square flew toward it. It devoured one whole. The serpent head seized the opportunity as well, swallowing another. Disgusting. Yi Yunxin could no longer bear to watch. A beam of starlight struck the Xuanwu, instantly interrupting their gluttony. Though the disciples of the Wanderin sect had been despicable in life, they were still of the same kind. How could one allow a beast to feast upon them? Furthermore, should the Xuanwu consume enough, unforeseen consequences could arise. If its power were to surge, it would become a formidable adversary. After halting their feeding, Yi Yunxin employed the Tianxin star technique to pile the corpses upon wooden debris. Then, before the Xuanwu, she unleashed a flame, igniting a roaring fire. The Xuanwu, witnessing this scene, was enraged. The mingling voices of the turtle and serpent exclaimed, damnable humans, we shall feast upon you first. With that, they charged. Yi Yunxin seized Xia Beichen's hand, and they soared westward. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. The Xuanwu pursued them relentlessly. After flying a distance of a mile, Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen halted. Drawing forth the Star Xian sword, Yi Yunxin released Xia Beichen's hand and declared, I shall take the lead while you assist. Let us see if we can vanquish it. Agreed. Xia Beichen, without uttering a single word, assumed a stance ready for battle. The source of his unwavering confidence lay in the fact that his skill of countering attacks had yet to expire. With nearly 2 hours remaining, or rather 4 hours of time, dawn was about to break, casting a pale light across the horizon. Observing that their adversaries had ceased their escape, the tortoise head remarked, Why have you stopped fleeing? Do you believe you cannot escape, and thus have resigned yourselves to becoming our breakfast? Xia Beichun, with a look of disdain, retorted. You overestimate your own importance, tortoise. Enraged, the tortoise had exclaimed, I am Xuanwu, not a mere turtle. Xia Beichun waved a finger dismissively. I say you are a turtle. Hence you are indeed one. Prepare to meet your end. The tortoise had opened its mouth and unleashed a water sphere the size of a basketball towards Xia Beichun. With a swift twist of his body, the water sphere narrowly missed him and hurtled toward the mountain peak behind. Moments later, it collided with a fragment of the mountain, resulting in a thunderous crash. The unfortunate remnant of the mountain suffered significant damage, diminishing further in height. However, instead of debris scattering, the sound of the explosion revealed that the rock had been corroded away. Xia Beichun could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Had he not evaded the attack just in time, he would have been obliterated. Are you all right? Yi Yunqin inquired with concern. Regaining his composure, Xia Beichun shook his head. I am fine. Yi Yunqin's gaze turned to the Xuanwu. Those who dare to harm my man shall face retribution. Before her words had fully settled, she wielded the Xingxuan sword, launching an attack at Xuanwu. With a whoosh, the sword energy surged forth, aimed at its neck. In response, the serpent head opened its mouth, conjuring a wall of wind before them. The sword energy collided with the wind barrier, failing to slice through, yet unleashing an astonishing force that sent Xuanwu staggering back nearly 10 zhang. Clearly, they were formidable opponents. Xuanwu, in a dual-toned voice, remarked, Such a human will provide a delightful challenge when consumed. Is that so? Yi Yunqin inquired gloomily. We shall see if you are fortunate enough. In a flash, she appeared before Xuanwu, invoking the starbound binding. For beams of starlight shot upwards behind Xuanwu, forming a spatial cage. Xuanwu, well versed in the ways of combat, immediately recognized the purpose of the starbound binding. Subsequently, it withdrew its head, serpent, and tail into its shell. Xia Beichun observed, astonished, as it spun like a dragon turtle from the game League of Legends, plummeting swiftly downward. With a resounding crash, Xuanwu struck the ground, creating a deep pit, into which it burrowed. This creature possessed the ability to tunnel underground. Thus, it evaded the assault of the starbound binding. Yi Yunqin remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on the ground beneath her. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Xuanwu erupted from the earth, right beneath Xia Beichun's feet. Xia Beichun found himself in a precarious position, directly in the line of fire. Be careful, Beichun. Chapter 024. Is he out of his mind? The dragon tortoise's devastating strike? To his astonishment, Xuanwu had chosen to target Xia Beichun, whose strength paled in comparison to Yi Yunqin's. Bursting forth from the ground, it charged upward. Upon witnessing this, Xia Beichun hastily retreated a considerable distance. Yet Xuanwu, resembling a dragon tortoise, continued to spin, swiftly altering its trajectory to crash down upon him. Damn, is it insane? Could this be the revamped dragon tortoise's ultimate move, the skyward collision? The legendary turtle taking flight? At that moment, Xuanwu's speed was staggering. Bam! With a resounding crash, it landed a mere half away from Xia Beichun. Although he did not make direct contact, the impact caused him to be propelled a short distance away. Following this, a brief tremor ensued. Observing this, Yi Yunqin promptly erected a defensive barrier around Xia Beichun, stabilizing him and mitigating the effects of the shockwave. Beichun, are you all right? Yi Yunqin leaped before him, her concern evident. Xia Beichun replied, I'm fine, thanks to your timely barrier. Otherwise, I might have sustained internal injuries from the shock. Xuanwu, undeterred, resumed its assault, spinning once more before leaping toward them. Dodge. Yi Yunqin struck with her sword, simultaneously retreating several with Xia Beichun. However, this time, Xuanwu did not crash onto the ground where they had just stood. Instead, a tortoise head suddenly emerged. Splurt. Like a dragon spitting water, the tortoise head unleashed a torrent. The water column rushed towards Xia Beichun and Yi Yunqin without reservation. Under normal circumstances, water might simply entice one to a damp embrace. But the water spewed forth by Xuanwu was no trifling matter. It was lethal, possessing remarkable corrosive properties, capable of eroding even mountains in an instant. It posed a grave threat to the human body, far less resilient than stone. Yi Yunqin quickly conjured an earthen wall before them. Let the soldiers meet the enemy. Let the earth shield against the water. Whoosh. Yet, the earthen barrier was swiftly dismantled by the onslaught of the water column. Xuanwu's assault was not yet complete. The serpent head then emerged, releasing a series of powerful gusts. It appeared that the tortoise head commanded water, while the serpent head governed wind. a true tempestuous serpent. The three gusts intertwined rapidly, coalescing into a colossal tornado. The water column tornado surged forth like a violent storm, causing Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin's garments to flutter wildly. Yunxin, Wei. As they dodged, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin deliberated over their strategy. After all, Xuanwu was an ancient beast, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. The 10,000 Blades sect has sealed it here, and it is evident that such a feat was not accomplished by a single individual. Moreover, it possesses a formidable shell. Yi Yunxin attempted to cleave it with several strikes, yet none proved successful. Thus, she resolved to employ cunning instead. After evading the water column, Yi Yunxin nodded slightly in agreement with Xia Beichen's strategy. Subsequently, she soared in another direction, parting ways with Xia Beichen. Do you think you can escape separately? The tortoise head scoffed. Preposterous. The serpent head added. The whirlwind immediately split into two, one pursuing Xia Beichen and the other chasing after Yi Yunxin. The tortoise head did not forget to unleash water spheres and columns intermittently. In an instant, the already ravaged 10,000 Blades sect became even more devastated. Debris, rubble, and splintered wood were swept away, leaving not a trace behind under the onslaught of water spheres and columns. Everywhere they passed, chaos reigned. Eventually, Xia Beichen fled to a terrain surrounded by mountains on three sides. Utilizing the rocks to mitigate the whirlwind's assault, he found temporary refuge. However, the Xuanwu had no intention of eroding the surrounding mountains. Observing Xia Beichen, who was now cornered, the tortoise head drooled as it remarked, "This place, embraced by mountains, is quite suitable for your final resting place." The serpent head advised, "I suggest you surrender and allow us to feast upon you." Xia Beichen pointed to the sky. "Are you not afraid I might take flight from above? Then seal the skies." The tortoise head spat water into the air, while the serpent head exhaled a chilling wind upon it. Thus, the water instantly froze atop the mountain peaks, forming an icy barrier that sealed off Xia Beichen's escape route. Unexpectedly, this creature can also create ice. Xia Beichen pointed to the ground. "Do not assume that only you can burrow. I can do so as well." With that, he plunged headfirst into the earth. In response, the Xuanwu once again enacted its previous tactic, encasing the remaining ground beneath Xia Beichen in even harder frozen soil. Just as Xia Beichen was about to make contact with the frozen earth, his body abruptly halted, and he reversed direction. A chill surged towards him due to the ice. Achoo! He suddenly sneezed. Frozen humans are quite delectable. The Xuanwu chortled in unison. Xia Beichen cursed. "Damn it, every word revolves around eating." Ha ha ha. The tortoise head laughed. "Your little girlfriend has abandoned you. You must feel utterly desolate. Spare me your attempts at sowing discord." A voice echoed from behind the Xuanwu. Both heads turned to find Yi Yunxin, who had just flown away from another direction. Yi Yunxin hovered in midair, stating, "You should understand the principle of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits in the rear, right?" No. The serpent head shook its head. "In our eyes, you are merely another cicada. Then let us put that to the test." Yi Yunxin summoned the starry Xian sword and launched an assault against the Xuanwu. Subsequently, she swiftly formed a hand gesture, conjuring 4 beams of light around the Xuanwu once again. Having previously employed this tactic without ensnaring us, she now sought to repeat her old tricks. With a disdainful remark, the turtle head addressed Yi Yunxin, declaring that this time, it would not be an end for all of them together. At the very least, her young companion would perish. With that, both heads retreated into the protective shell, spinning rapidly before hurtling downwards. However, just as they descended a short distance, they were suddenly engulfed by an intense heat. The Xuanwu hastily halted its descent, revealing both heads. A glance downwards left them aghast, their eyes nearly popping out in terror. Below them lay a colossal copper cauldron, at least 10 zhang in diameter. Beneath the cauldron, fierce flames roared, while within it, boiling water bubbled vigorously, releasing plumes of steam. "Where did you acquire that cauldron?" the Xuanwu exclaimed, its eyes wide with astonishment. "It simply appeared with a wave of my hand," Xia Beichen replied, tossing oil, salt, and vinegar into the cauldron. "What a pity I lack a hen, otherwise this turtle dragon phoenix soup would be even more delectable." Infuriating. Cunning humans. The turtle head cursed before glancing up at the ice-encased sky. With a copper cauldron below, escape through the ground was impossible. Surrounded by the bindings of starlight, there was no way to flee from the sides. Thus, it resolved to break free from the ice above. Yet, Xia Beichen discerned its intent. As soon as his words fell, a massive copper lid descended upon the Xuanwu. With a resounding clang, the lid struck the Xuanwu, producing a tremendous noise that reverberated through the terrain. To Xia Beichen's ears, it sounded like the morning bell announcing the dawn. A chorus of wails erupted from the Xuanwu's two heads. Then, with a crashing sound, the once mighty Xuanwu plummeted into the cauldron. Clang! Another deafening noise resounded as the cauldron's lid securely sealed it, preventing even a single drop of the boiling water from splashing out. With the Xuanwu defeated within the cauldron, the ice layer above and the frozen ground below skipped the melting phase and vanished entirely. The four beams of starlight binding the Xuanwu also dissipated. After retracting the starry sword, Yi Yunxin approached Xia Beichen's side. "You truly brought a cauldron," she gasped in disbelief, her jaw nearly dropping as she gazed at the enormous copper vessel. She had been skeptical of the feasibility of Xia Beichen's plan to vanquish the Xuanwu. After all, the size of the Xuanwu was no trifling matter, a cauldron much larger than it was essential. Yet, to her astonishment, Xia Beichen had indeed delivered on his promise. After introducing the Xuanwu into the mountainous terrain, Yi Yunxin employed her star-binding technique, using a copper pot to obstruct Xuanwu's escape into the earth. Yi Yunxin had not anticipated that Xuanwu could evade her star-binding technique by burrowing underground, as the technique cannot disregard physical barriers. Therefore, without an additional method to complement it, the star-binding technique proved to be futile against her adversary. "Your performance these past 2 days has been truly unexpected," Yi Yunxin remarked. "You either elevate to the refinement of spirit and crush the 9 foremost masters, or produce a mourning Suona to lament the scene. Now you've concocted a copper pot to stew Xuanwu." Hearing the Empress's praise, Xia Beichen felt as though his heart might soar from joy. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to retort. "Please be mindful of your wording. What do you mean by concocted? Can that term be applied to anything other than a multitude of descendants?" Yi Yunxin shot him a fierce glare. "Be cautious, or I shall toss you into the pot and stew you alongside that turtle-flavored snack." Xia Beichen broke into a sweat. Yi Yunxin scoffed and then inquired, "By the way, what does turtle-flavored snack mean?" Observing the capricious Yi Yunxin, Xia Beichen replied candidly, "It is a colloquialism for a snake." "Oh, I see," Yi Yunxin nodded, sniffing the air, which seemed to carry a delightful aroma. With such a vigorous flame, the cooking process would undoubtedly be swift. "Would you care to taste it later? I've heard it is a great tonic." Yi Yunxin raised an eyebrow. "You're still so young. I don't need it." Xia Beichen replied defiantly. "Yet you consumed the spirit refinement pill last night. Its effects have already worn off." Yi Yunxin winked. "That turtle-flavored snack consumes people. I have no desire to sample it." Xia Beichen hastily returned to the topic, his face displaying distaste. Yi Yunxin chuckled. "Then perhaps it's best not to eat it. I shall prepare some pills for your nourishment later. Can we change the subject?" Xia Beichen sniffed. "Let us visit the forbidden grounds of the Wanjian sect," Yi Yunxin suggested as she stepped forward to take Xia Beichen's hand, planting a kiss upon his lips. "Consider this a reward for defeating Xuanwu." As Yi Yunxin withdrew from Xia Beichen's lips, he shot her a sidelong glance. "Is that it?" Yi Yunxin mirrored his gaze. "What more do you desire?" Xia Beichen chuckled. "Forget it. Dawn is breaking. What if someone sees?" He glanced at the copper pot, however, before we leave. "Let us check on how the turtle-flavored soup is faring and extinguish the fire. I'll lift the lid." Yi Yunxin released Xia Beichen's hand and employed the Tianxian star technique on the pot lid. Gradually, the lid began to rise. The two ascended, peering into the pot. The soup appeared milky white and fragrant. Yet, where was the Xuanwu? Aside from the visually appealing broth, why was there no meat? "Has it melted?" Xia Beichen exclaimed in bewilderment. He then had the system provide him with an oversized ladle, which he used to stir the pot. Yi Yunxin gazed anxiously. Suddenly, Xia Beichen furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. "What is it?" Yi Yunxin inquired curiously. "It feels like something hard," Xia Beichen replied while examining it. "A hard object? What shape is it, long or round?" Yi Yunxin asked again, her curiosity piqued. "Round," Xia Beichen exclaimed, scooping the object up. As it surfaced from the broth, a dark azure orb came into view, approximately the size of a golf ball. "Is that a Yaodan?" Upon seeing the object, both Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exclaimed in unison. "Rich in spiritual energy, it surely belongs to the Xuanwu," Yi Yunxin praised. Xia Beichen also sensed its potent energy. Yi Yunxin commanded, "Beichen, such a precious Yaodan, quickly stow it away. It will greatly benefit your future cultivation." The Yaodan is regarded as the universal key for crafting items, applicable in the forging of weapons, armor, and elixirs alike. This dark azure Yaodan, while differing in hue from the Xuanwu's primary color, was still acceptable. However, Xia Beichen queried Yi Yunxin, "Do you not want it?" Yi Yunxin replied, "I have already reached the cave heaven realm. The Yaodan holds little significance for me. But for you, currently at the initial stage of the spirit-gathering realm, it will be essential for many matters." As she spoke, she waved her right hand adorned with a spatial ring, and several luminous orbs appeared before Xia Beichen. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed Yaodan. Counting them revealed more than 8, all of them being top-tier Yaodan. In this world, Yaodan are categorized into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Among them, upper-grade Yaodan are rare, let alone the invaluable Supreme Yaodan. Supreme Yaodan typically originate from ancient or exceptionally powerful demon beasts. Much like in games, to obtain superior equipment, one must confront formidable foes. Such endeavors come with great peril, often capable of annihilating an entire party. Yi Yunxin proclaimed with grandeur, "These are the Yaodan I have collected over the years, and now I bestow them upon you." Xia Beichen felt a warm surge of gratitude, replying, "Thank you." Yi Yunxin sincerely expressed, "I hope you grow ever stronger." Xia Beichen placed the 8 Yaodan alongside the Supreme Xuanwu Yaodan into the infinite domain and then embraced Yi Yunxin. "I will strive to become stronger, becoming your formidable support. I await you." Yi Yunxin nestled against his chest. With the discovery and collection of the Xuanwu Yaodan, the large copper pot contained nothing but broth. Thus, the system reclaimed it. Indeed, this pot, like the previous Xuana, was a product of adapting to circumstances. The ethereal voice of the host resonated within his mind. Chapter 026. Greater in scale, stronger and larger than before. With 1 hour remaining for the countermeasure, please cherish the final moments of its use. In response, Xia Beichen silently acknowledged and departed with Yi Yunxin from the mountainous terrain encircling them. Daylight had emerged. As they passed over the main hall and the square, they observed that the fires had burned out completely. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin arrived before 2 mountains, distanced from the main structure of the Wanjian sect. Glancing around, he noted that this secluded area had remained untouched by the devastation of the sect wars. Thus, both the rocks and vegetation thrived in pristine condition. "Yunxin, this place seems rather unremarkable," Xia Beichen remarked, retracting his gaze. "Do you not sense the difference in the environment?" Yi Yunxin countered. Xia Beichen surveyed the surroundings once more and, after a moment, discerned its uniqueness. While other places had embraced autumn, adorned in vibrant hues, this area still resembled spring. Lush with flourishing flora. Yi Yunxin smiled, remaining silent. "What about the entrance to the forbidden ground?" Xia Beichen inquired, looking at her. Yi Yunxin pointed between the 2 peaks. "At the mountainside?" Xia Beichen furrowed his brow. "Sort of, yet not quite," Yi Yunxin replied. Xia Beichen found himself momentarily perplexed by her words. "Follow me." Yi Yunxin beckoned as she walked between the 2 mountains. Xia Beichen followed suit. Eventually, they arrived before a stone tablet, half the height of a person, which bore no inscriptions. Initially, Xia Beichen speculated that the passage of time and the elements had erased any writing. However, Yi Yunxin clarified that this was a blank tablet, but more aptly described as the key to unlocking the forbidden ground. As she explained, Yi Yunxin approached the back of the stone tablet, stepping back a few paces. Xia Beichen watched with curiosity. When she halted after her 7th step, she drew her Xingxuan sword and plunged it into the ground beneath her. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the stone tablet emitted a sound, startling Xia Beichen, who instinctively jumped back over a meter. Upon looking again at the stone tablet, he noticed it was rotating counterclockwise. After completing a 90-degree turn, it came to a stop, when several seconds passed without any further developments. Xia Beichen was about to inquire about the significance of this when a luminous barrier appeared between the 2 mountains. Moments later, the barrier drew apart like curtains, revealing a breathtaking scene beyond. "Let us proceed." Before Xia Beichen could examine his surroundings in detail, his hand was seized by Yi Yunxin, and they soared toward the already opened rift. Once they found themselves within the forbidden realm, Yi Yunxin summoned her star-whirling sword. The stone monument outside began to rotate with a series of clanging sounds before reverting to its original state. The luminous barrier at the entrance descended like a curtain. Xia Beichen glanced back and asked, "Yunxin, will we be able to exit later?" Yi Yunxin chuckled, "If we cannot leave, we can spend our lives here undisturbed. No matter what we choose to do." Xia Beichen looked at her. "You mean, even if we scream at the top of our lungs, no one will hear us?" "Exactly. So, shall we give it a try?" Sure, can you manage it? A man should never admit defeat. I must prevail. Yi Yunxin giggled, raising her fist. If I give you a good punch, we'll see if anyone hears your cries. That shout is not the same as this shout. Xia Beichen, glancing at her fist with a sheepish smile, suggested, let us search for treasures instead. Yi Yunxin's confidence indicated that they would indeed find a way out. So there was no need for unnecessary worry. The priority was to gather treasures. Surveying their surroundings, he realized it resembled his endless domain, akin to another realm. The scenery was enchanting, and the spiritual energy was abundant. A pavilion nestled within the mountains and forests caught his eye. Yunxin, how did you know the way to enter this place? Xia Beichen inquired as he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. I once sneaked nearby to play and happened to witness the former Grand Elder of the Wanjian sect opening the entrance to this forbidden realm with a special staff. Yi Yunxin reminisced. However, the elder had used a unique tool to activate the mechanism 7 steps away from the stone monument. Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen paused, then gave Yi Yunxin a thumbs up. And, weren't you afraid that your sword would damage the mechanism? Yi Yunxin replied candidly, of course. But at that moment, where could I find their staff? So, to keep it simple, I opted for a more brute force approach. Xia Beichen found himself at a loss for words. Yi Yunxin guided him to sit down. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich, beneficial for cultivators in the spirit martial and spirit gathering realms. Let me help you break through to the mid-stage of the spirit gathering realm. Before Xia Beichen could fully comprehend, Yi Yunxin lifted his hands. Just as he thought she was drawing his hands toward her, he felt a swirling starlight around his palms. Soon, Yi Yunxin's hand clasped his, transferring the power of the stars to him. As Xia Beichen was only at the initial stage of the spirit gathering realm. With his Tianxin star technique still at its first level, he remained a novice. Thus, he required Yi Yunxin's assistance. Closing his eyes, he soon felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him. After a brief fluctuation, an incessant stream converged towards him, subsequently penetrating his very being. The power of the stars began to guide the spiritual energy through Xia Beichen's meridians like a seasoned tour guide. Wherever the energy flowed, a wave of warmth enveloped him. Especially when it traversed a particularly critical point, his sage-like composure was cast aside, replaced with an overwhelming sense of vigor. Though Xia Beichen's eyes remained closed, Yi Yunxin's were wide open. She vigilantly monitored his condition, ready to intervene should any issues arise. Sensing something unusual about Xia Beichen, she glanced down, and upon doing so, her complexion flushed a deep crimson. Observing the remarkable transformation, she couldn't help but wonder if the side effects of the spirit ascension pill had somehow dissipated. Furthermore, it appeared to be more potent than before. Yi Yunxin found herself increasingly captivated by the sight, almost forgetting the gravity of their situation. She admonished herself not to be distracted and thus closed her eyes, forcing her mind to settle. However, once her eyes were shut, vivid images from the previous night in the cave flooded her thoughts, rendering her unable to calm her heart. Reluctantly, she reopened her eyes, striving to maintain her composure. After the spiritual energy circulated through his body for a brief period, Xia Beichen experienced an exhilarating sensation as it cleansed him entirely. Chapter 027, Consecutive Breakthroughs, What a Windfall! This sensation surpassed even that of the previous experience following the consumption of the spirit ascension pill. After all, the spiritual energy here was far more abundant. After a short while, a radiant light enveloped him. Xia Beichen's cultivation level had remarkably ascended. Beep. Congratulations to the host for the elevation in cultivation level. Current realm, mid-stage of spirit gathering realm. In light of the host's rapid advancement, a true spirit cauldron has been awarded. A true spirit cauldron? The true spirit pill recipe. Could it be? Xia Beichen immediately inspected the item, and indeed, it was a miniature alchemical furnace, akin to an incense burner. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that it could expand during the alchemical process. The system had surprisingly distributed the true spirit pill recipe and the true spirit cauldron separately. An unexpected twist. What if he found himself in dire need of a pill but lacked a furnace? That would be utterly maddening. At that moment, upon witnessing Xia Beichen's cultivation advance further, Yi Yunxin finally exhaled in relief. She withdrew her hands, preparing to rise. Just then, Xia Beichen also decided to stand. Their simultaneous actions led to an unexpected collision between Xia Beichen's exuberance and Yi Yunxin's lips. Both were taken aback by the sudden spark. Although they had already laid their cards on the table in the cave the previous night, the current situation felt rather awkward. Yi Yunxin's cheeks flushed even deeper. And it was then that Xia Beichen truly realized the implications of their encounter. Due to the power of the stars and the abundant spiritual energy nurturing his body, the side effects of the Jinling pill have been completely eradicated. A wave of swelling sensation surged through him. My apologies, my apologies. It's quite normal in the early hours. Please do not take offense. Xia Beichen quickly turned away from Yi Yunxin, loosening his clothing to alleviate the constraining feeling. Blushing behind him, Yi Yunxin softly remarked, "You need not turn away. It's not as if we haven't seen each other." This sentiment was indeed valid. Turning away would seem overly formal, so Xia Beichen simply faced her. However, due to his recent moment of relaxation, the once proud demeanor of the dragon Ao Tian had returned to a tranquil state. "You truly are adaptable," Yi Yunxin teased shyly. Hee, Xia Beichen chuckled. Yi Yunxin's previous chaotic emotions had settled, and she suggested, "All right, let us go and see their pavilion." "Wait," Xia Beichen promptly called out. "What is it?" Yi Yunxin looked at him in confusion, then weakly inquired, "You can't possibly mean to try something here, can you?" Embarrassed, Xia Beichen quickly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. I meant to say," but before he could finish, another burst of radiance enveloped him. Yi Yunxin then realized. It turned out this fellow had broken through again. Ding. Congratulations, host. After a night of interactions with Yi Yunxin, intimacy has reached 700. Current intimacy, 2014. Host has advanced to the first level. Current realm, late stage of spirit gathering. Due to 2014 symbolizing a lifetime of love, a lucky number, you are rewarded with 9 bottles of damage-absorbing pills, which can ignore damage caused by cultivators of the divine refinement realm and below. Each bottle lasts for 1 hour. A consecutive breakthrough. This is fantastic. Xia Beichen felt immense joy in his heart. Additionally, the system had rewarded him with damage-absorbing pills. Although he now possessed the True Spirit Pill Compendium and the True Spirit Cauldron, he had yet to begin practicing alchemy. Therefore, he could not yet concoct the relevant pills. These damage-absorbing pills would temporarily fill that gap. However, they could only ignore damage from cultivators of the divine refinement realm and below. Xia Beichen furtively glanced at Yi Yunxin. She was currently a formidable figure in the cave heaven realm. Did this damage-absorbing pill exclude her? What if she were to give him a beating? Never mind. Perhaps receiving a beating from her could even enhance their intimacy. Or perhaps, as they tussled, it might lead to something more intimate? A guaranteed profit. With this thought, Xia Beichen felt much more at ease. Yi Yunxin gazed at Xia Beichen as if he were a curious creature. She could hardly believe that he, having just advanced to the first level, had managed to break through again within mere minutes. At this rate, he is likely to become one of the most promising talents on the Celestial Dome continent. Beichen, Yi Yunxin, with her hands clasped before her ample form, spoke with a serious demeanor, "Are you truly just an outer disciple of our Tianxin sect?" Xia Beichen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that she had discovered his identity as a transmigrator? Impossible. How could he have exposed himself? While he pondered this, Yi Yunxin stood directly before him. "Are you not going to explain?" In haste, Xia Beichen produced the identity token of an outer disciple of the Tianxin sect. "Sect Master, Your Majesty, please take a look. It is authentic." After all, the memories of the original host had now merged with his own, and there should be no flaws. Just as he thought Yi Yunxin would take the token to examine it, she instead remarked with displeasure, "What are those old fools in the sect doing? How could they miss such a significant talent?" Xia Beichen was stunned once more. It turned out that the sect master was criticizing the elders of the Tianxin sect. From the initial encounter when he was at the late stage of the spirit martial realm to now, having broken through to the late stage of the spirit gathering realm in less than 12 hours, such rapid advancement is unparalleled across the entire Celestial Dome continent. Even I, in my prime, could not achieve that. Yi Yunxin's tone carried admiration for Xia Beichen as she vented her frustrations about the elders in the sect. Rubbing the back of his head, Xia Beichen replied, "It's fine. It's not too late for the sect master to discover me now. However, Yunxin, can the Tianxin sect truly return to its former glory?" Yi Yunxin's body trembled. Indeed, could the Tianxin sect ever reclaim its past? Though Fengxin had perished, nearly half of those in the sect had conspired against him. The remaining half, even if unwilling to be complicit, would not meet a favorable fate. Thinking of this, her body shook involuntarily, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails turned white. Noticing this, Xia Beichen once again enveloped her in his embrace. "Once a sect master, always a sect master. I will stand by your side, fighting to reclaim all that belongs to you." Beichen. Yi Yunxin slightly lifted her head. Xiao Beichen noticed that she had shed 2 streams of tears. Thank you for standing by me at this crucial moment. And for being with me when I felt most helpless and alone. Yi Yunxin spoke from her heart. Xiao Beichen feigned displeasure. You're thanking me again. This is the last time. As he said this, he gently caressed Yi Yunxin's cheek, wiping away her tears. Having been sect master for centuries, suddenly facing rebellion from his own master uncle was something that anyone would find difficult to accept. It was even more shocking than when the Jiangwen emperor was unceremoniously deposed by Zhu Di. Moreover, it is important to note that Yi Yunxin had not stripped her masters of their powers, but had instead provided them with a sense of achievement. Perhaps some people's ambitions are born from coercion, while others swell gradually over time. It is evident that Fengxin and his companions belong to the latter group. When confronted with several ambitious sects coveting the territory and populace of Beixian, it becomes increasingly difficult to avoid collusion and treachery. The Wanjian sect exemplifies this, as does the Xianqing sect. Roar. Just as Xiao Beichen was offering comfort to Yi Yunxin, a deafening roar reverberated from the direction of the pavilion. Chapter 028. 1,000 Years of Exclusivity. The 2 individuals turned their gaze toward the pavilion. At the entrance stood a pair of stone-carved divine beasts, which astonishingly transformed into living creatures and charged towards them. This duo resembled a blend of tiger and leopard in form, while their tails took on a dragon-like appearance, each adorned with a singular horn upon their heads. Pio. Xiao Beichen could not restrain himself from exclaiming. The appearance of the 2 divine beasts bore an uncanny resemblance to the Piao from Chinese mythology. In ancient China, the single-horned Piao was referred to as Tianlu, while the 2-horned variant was known as Pixie. Thus, there was no doubt that these 2 divine beasts were Tianlu Piao. Wanjian sect truly commands my admiration. Yi Yunxin gazed at the 2 Piao and remarked, with the Xuanwu in front and the Piao behind, the former is confined within the main hall by the Wanjian sect, while the latter stands guard before the pavilion. Who dares to trespass in this forbidden ground? Before Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin could respond, the male Piao emitted a robust voice. Shortly thereafter, the female's voice followed. It is merely 2 humans. What brings you here? The Piao regarded Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin with a vigilant demeanor. Of course, we are here to seize valuable treasures. Yi Yunxin candidly replied. Valuable treasures? The male Piao retorted. You are mistaken. There is nothing of worth here. Xiao Beichen looked at it and said, keep spinning your tail. He then presented his theoretical basis. According to legend, Piao appears in pairs, typically consisting of a male and a female. The male represents wealth and fortune, while the female symbolizes the treasury that holds wealth. Hence, Xiao Beichen pointed towards the pavilion ahead. You Piao must be guarding something of great significance, rather than a mere pile of dirt? Is there truly nothing of value hidden here? Upon hearing this, the male and female Piao exchanged glances. The male then turned to Xiao Beichen and said, you are mistaken. We are Qilin. Ha. Xiao Beichen clutched his belly and laughed. It was still autumn, yet the joke was so cold. The Qilin remarked, I thank you. Meanwhile, the Piao said with displeasure, although you inadvertently entered this forbidden ground, I shall not engage with you in trivial matters. I hope you depart swiftly. Why should we leave now that we have arrived? Yi Yunxin summoned the Xingxuan's sword and added, the Wanjian sect has fallen. Guarding this pavilion serves no purpose. Xiao Beichen concurred. Indeed, you guard an empty space. It would be wiser to become our guardian divine beasts and accompany us back to the Tianxin sect as protectors. The male Piao narrowed his eyes and inquired, are you from the Tianxin sect? Xiao then remarked, this sword appears to have been wielded by the successive leaders of the Tianxin sect, which suggests that this young girl must be the sect's leader. Xiao Beichen gave Xiao a thumbs up. Truly, Sister Xiao is well informed. No wonder she guards the treasury so diligently. It is often said that women are easily flattered, and this female Xiao was no exception. Upon hearing Xiao Beichen's praise, her gaze softened considerably. Yi Yunxin, noticing this, transmitted a message to Xiao Beichen. Your words hold great power. I was prepared to take action if they continued to obstruct us. Xiao Beichen felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. What a fierce girl. Is it not better to resolve matters without violence? Xiao inquired further. What led to the downfall of the Wanjian sect? As Yi Yunxin entertained them with a film, she recounted the reasons behind the Wanjian sect's demise. Upon concluding, both Pai and Xiao were left astonished. Pai, flustered and indignant, exclaimed, the Wanjian sect actually committed such heinous acts? Xiao added, I had wondered why they had been frequently entering the forbidden grounds, It turns out they conspired with the Go family, reaping numerous benefits while doing nothing but evil. Xia Beichen posed a question. Is it truly worthwhile for such a sect to guard wealth? Not in the least. Pai and Xiao replied in unison. Then why do you continue to assist them in safeguarding it? Xia Beichen pressed on. The story is rather lengthy, Pai replied. Then please, focus on the key points. Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow. Long ago, during our battle against the Xuanwu, we were defeated. The then leader of the Wanjian sect sacrificed several elders to seal the Xuanwu. After Pai finished recounting, Xiao continued. We seized this opportunity to create the forbidden grounds for them, filling it with spiritual energy to help guard their sect's wealth. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a shared understanding. There is potential here. Xia Beichen remarked. I did not expect you to have such a connection with that Xuanwu. However, you shall never encounter it again. What do you mean? Pai and Xiao asked in confusion. Xia Beichen retrieved a dark blue demon core from the Endless Realm. You should recognize this, yes? As Pai and Xiao focused intently, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they exclaimed with excitement. The inner core of the Xuanwu? Indeed. Xiao asked, did you slay it? Sigh. Xia Beichen sighed deeply. It attempted to consume us. We had no choice but to act in self-defense. Upon hearing this, Pai and Xiao, like two jubilant children, raised their front paws and exchanged a celebratory clap. Is this a form of celebration? Pai exclaimed. The leading masters of the Wanjian sect only managed to seal it. I cannot believe you actually defeated it. Xiao added. You are far superior to them. Coughing discreetly, Xia Beichen clarified. It was indirectly. Oh, right? Pai corrected. It was indirectly and under duress that we managed to slay it. Yi Yunxin smiled knowingly at this juncture. The conflict with Pai and Xiao had been deftly averted. Subsequently, she sheathed the Star Xian sword. Pai remarked, after all, we only agreed to guard the forbidden land for the Wanren sect for 1,000 years, and it has already been over 2,000 years. We have shown considerable forbearance. Xia Beichen's eyes sparkled with joy. So, you agree with our proposal? Indeed. Pai nodded then, with a grave demeanor, continued, although you have helped us eliminate our deep-seated resentment, there are stipulations. Yi Yunxin clasped his fists and said, please, do tell. First, we cannot forget our original intent and stray down the path of evil as the Wanren sect did. No problem. Secondly, you must offer us 200 premium spirit stones each month. Yi Yunxin couldn't help but gasp in shock. In the past, 200 would have posed no issue. Even 20,000 would have been manageable. Yet now, with the Tianxian sect under the control of traders, where could they procure 200 premium spirit stones? This was equivalent to 2,000 circulating spirit stones, enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for several years. If only he had not turned down the goodwill of the Go family last night. However, just as Yi Yunxin hesitated, Xia Beichen interjected. No problem. Without missing a beat, he produced a substantial pile of premium spirit stones for Pai. Both Pai and Yi Yunxin stared in astonishment at the impressive mound of spirit stones. Xia Beichen proclaimed with grandeur, here are 200,000 premium spirit stones, securing your allegiance for a millennium. 200,000. Pai could not help but swallow hard. Xia Beichen looked at it with a disdainful expression, saying, look at you, representing fortune, yet astonished by 200,000 premium spirit stones. Pai replied meekly, to be honest, we have seen countless ordinary spirit stones stacked higher than the mountains, but we have never encountered someone who could produce 20,000 premium spirit stones at once. Indeed, Pai concurred, although it is equivalent to 2 million ordinary spirit stones, very few can present 20,000 premium spirit stones in one go. This is our first experience. Xia Beichen nodded slightly. It was akin to the 21st century before his transmigration. Some individuals were wealthy and lacked for nothing, yet expecting them to produce 20,000 gold bars on the spot would be quite improbable. At this moment, Yi Yunxin moved closer to Xia Beichen and whispered, Beichen, where did you acquire such a vast number of premium spirit stones? Does your family own a mine? It was not just Pai who had never seen so many premium spirit stones. Even Yi Yunxin, the leader of a centuries-old sect, had not encountered such a sight. While the Tianxian sect possessed countless ordinary spirit stones, Xia Beichen chuckled softly. Indeed, my family truly has a mine. That explains why you previously used a premium spirit stone the size of a quail egg to test the distortion of space created by the flute sound of the Chui clan disciple from the Wanren sect. Yi Yunxin smirked, looking at Xia Beichen with a disapproving expression, as if to say he was wasteful. It seemed this resource was rather abundant. Xia Beichen felt a touch of embarrassment at her remark. At that moment, the only valuable possession he could part with, without a twinge of regret, was the exquisite spirit stones. Surely, one could not dismantle the glazed tiles from the structures within the endless realm for experimentation. I shall be more cautious next time and choose a smaller item to discard. Just as Yi Yunshin was lost for words, Pai and Xiao exchanged knowing nods. Subsequently, Pai declared, "Since you have acquiesced to our request and offered us 200,000 exquisite spirit stones as tribute, our agreement for today is fulfilled." In unison, Pai and Xiao proclaimed, "We shall guard you for a millennium." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin's face lit up with joy. "It is settled then." To which Pai replied, "Once a promise is made, even a team of 4 horses cannot pursue it." Xia Beichen then cleared his throat and interjected, "In fact, I was just contemplating the possibility of securing your services for 2 million exquisite spirit stones." What? Both Yi Yunshin and Pai Qiu gasped in astonishment. 200,000 spirit stones would equate to a solid millennium. Xia Beichen gestured with his thumb and index finger to indicate a gap. "That millennium, for you divine beasts, is but a fleeting moment." Pai boldly proclaimed, "Young brother, await the day when we bear a little Pai Qiu to serve you as a spirit pet. Do not speak of a mere millennium. Even 10 millennia would pose no challenge." Qiu added, "Should the young brother experience great fortune and accomplish a remarkable feat, reigning through the ages, even 10 millennia would merely be a blink of an eye." Yi Yunshin, upon hearing their words, glanced at Xia Beichen and nodded in agreement, believing that with Xia Beichen's current potential, reaching the heights they described was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet Xia Beichen, scratching the back of his head in a naive manner, thought it best not to contemplate such distant prospects and instead focus on resolving the immediate matters at hand. Pai Qiu accepted the 20,000 spirit stones into its possession and led both him and Yi Yunshin into the pavilion. The pavilion comprised 7 levels. Pai began the introduction. The first floor houses the classics. The second floor holds martial techniques. The third floor contains spirit herbs. The fourth floor is for spirit stones. The fifth floor showcases magical artifacts. The sixth floor is dedicated to elixirs, and the seventh floor is for forging materials, among others. Qiu chimed in, thus. This place serves as the treasure vault of the Wanren sect. These items represent the foundation of a sect. Possessing them would enable the establishment of a new sect without issue. On the first floor, books were arranged vertically on shelves, resembling a library in a school. The variety of texts was abundant, encompassing topics on the customs and cultures of the Tianqian continent, brief introductions to various sects, as well as strange tales and folk legends. After a brief exploration, Xia Beichen was astonished to discover a book titled The Plum in the Golden Vase. Upon opening it, he found the content strikingly similar to another book he had encountered, though the protagonist bore a different name. What a find! He continued his search and was taken aback to find numerous books with titles only a word apart from ancient Chinese texts. Titles such as The Cave of Immortals, The Shadow Behind the Curtain, Whispers by the Lantern, and The Golden Scales Transforming into a Dragon nearly led Xia Beichen to question whether someone had previously traversed these texts, thereby pirating ancient Chinese manuscripts. These tomes were certainly not suitable for Yi Yunshin to peruse, as they might divert her from her studies. After all, such works were inappropriate for an empress. Thus, while Yi Yunshin was momentarily distracted, Xia Beichen swiftly swept these counterfeit books into the endless realm. What remained were the purest editions of the texts, which he could confidently bestow upon Yi Yunshin. Subsequently, the Pishio led them to the second floor. There, rows of bookshelves awaited, but unlike the first floor, the martial arts scrolls on the second floor were not displayed upright. Instead, they floated in their designated spaces, each scroll occupying its own compartment. Upon glancing at the floating scrolls, Xia Beichen couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, it appears a significant collection has been amassed." Yi Yunshin responded, "It's decent, but the Tianqian sect possesses far more extensive archives and martial arts scrolls than this." Xia Beichen pouted, "Unfortunately, as an outer disciple, I lack the qualifications to enter the Sidian Pavilion." The Sidian Pavilion was a grand structure housing the Tianqian sect's collection of texts and martial arts. Far more impressive than this. After Yi Yunshin offered him a word of comfort, she ventured further inside to examine the scrolls. Xia Beichen, entering from the opposite side, casually picked up one of the scrolls and opened it to reveal the unyielding spear technique. He surmised it pertained to spear combat. However, as he continued to read, He discovered several illustrations depicting a figure engaged in various actions, completely unclothed. Good heavens! Xiao Beichen hastily closed the scroll. If Yi Yunxin were to see this, she would undoubtedly chastise him for being a rogue. What a curious text, the unyielding spear technique. Who had the audacity to collect such a manual? Perplexed, he examined the scroll further and, upon reaching the end, found a seal. The inscription was clear, Qiu Shamba. So it was that androgynous figure. Could it be that in his past he had suffered similar misfortunes, leading his partner to stray? Perhaps upon discovering this book, he had come across the Chrysanthemum Manual, ultimately embarking on a path fraught with misadventure. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiao Beichen suddenly recalled another individual, the patriarch of the Go family, Go Pushing. Had he been able to master such a technique in his youth, he would not have ended up with naught but a vast expanse of grassland. Fate, it seems, can be most capricious. Although this technique might not serve him directly, he might encounter someone in the future who could benefit from it. At that time, selling it, or even gifting it as a favor would be quite agreeable. Thus, Xiao Beichen discreetly tucked the technique into the endless realm and selected a few more legitimate scrolls, leaving the remainder for Yi Yunxin to explore. Yi Yunxin was quite unreserved. After all, the Wanren sect had already perished, and leaving these items behind would be a sheer waste. Thus, with a grand gesture, she gathered all the remaining scrolls of techniques into her spatial ring. Ascending further, they reached the third floor. Chapter 030, all collected, not a single one left behind. As they reached the staircase leading to the third floor, Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin were greeted by an array of distinct and fragrant aromas. Lifting their eyes, they beheld vibrant spiritual herbs thriving in containers filled with a special solution. Upon seeing these herbs, Xiao Beichen felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world. It was high time to transplant some spiritual herbs into his infinite realm. Noticing Xiao Beichen's keen interest in the spiritual herbs, Yi Yunxin inquired, "You seem quite fascinated by these herbs?" "Indeed." Xiao Beichen nodded earnestly. "I recently acquired a recipe for pills and a pill furnace." Yi Yunxin sincerely expressed her congratulations. "That's wonderful. You should take good care of these spiritual herbs." Xiao Beichen replied, "I intend to transplant them into my spatial domain so that we can cultivate more spiritual herbs for our use." Yi Yunxin was momentarily taken aback. Then her excitement bubbled over as she asked, "You have a spatial domain?" Her face was alight with joy. Over the course of their 2 days together, Xiao Beichen had continued to surprise her in ways she never expected. Leaning closer to Yi Yunxin's ear, Xiao Beichen whispered, "I'll take you in to have a look when the opportunity arises." With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Yi Yunxin eagerly nodded. "That sounds wonderful. Since you possess a spatial domain, let us not leave a single item behind here. Let us sweep it all away, even the lower-tier items." "Haha, precisely my intention." Xiao Beichen chuckled. Lower-tier items still held value for cultivators of lesser cultivation levels. In the end, he collected all the spiritual herbs from the third floor into his infinite realm, planning to find a moment to invite Yi Yunxin in to cultivate a piece of spiritual land for planting these herbs. The fourth floor housed spirit stones, which held little allure for Xiao Beichen. True to their principle of leaving nothing behind, he let Yi Yunxin take them. The fifth floor contained magical artifacts. Although the Wanren sect possessed numerous weapons such as swords, blades, spears, and hammers, none captured Yi Yunxin's interest. After all, she already wielded the renowned Xingxuan sword of the Tianshen sect and had little need for any other magical artifacts. Moreover, with her current cultivation level, she could even refine Qi into swords, striking down foes effortlessly. As for Xiao Beichen, Yi Yunxin curiously asked, "Aren't you going to choose one?" He shook his head. "Not to my taste." Yi Yunxin laughed. "It seems you have quite high standards. Nevertheless, let us collect them all for now. In battle, having anything at hand to summon as needed could be quite advantageous." Xiao Beichen unceremoniously gathered all the magical artifacts from the fifth floor into his infinite realm. On the sixth floor, they encountered elixirs. Yi Yunxin candidly remarked, "It seems that the Wanjian sect lacks proficient alchemists. Hence the quality of these elixirs is rather mediocre, barely better than nothing." In this world, elixirs are categorized into 6 grades, from 1 to 6, with grade 1 being the lowest and grade 6 being the highest. Within the 6 floors of the Wanjin sect, the finest elixirs only reach grade 4, and there are merely 10 of them, which indeed falls into the category of being barely adequate. However, they suffice for treating minor injuries and ailments. Yi Yunxin suggested, "By the way, you might consider studying these elixirs. Perhaps you can concoct ones of a higher grade in the future." A grade 6 elixir holds a value equivalent to the sum of 5 grade 1 to 5 elixirs combined. She encouraged Xia Beichen, adding, however, the requirements for producing grade 6 elixirs are quite stringent for alchemists. Do your best. Xia Beichen clenched his fist, resolutely affirming, absolutely. While others may hesitate to predict how long it will take to refine a grade 6 elixir, I, with the triple safeguards of the system's elixir formula and cauldron, believe it is merely a matter of time. Upon examining the elixirs, he noted the presence of various types, including the healing elixir, hemostasis pill, and the revitalizing powder, akin to coffee, as well as the rejuvenation liquid and the water avoidance pill. For those who cannot perform the water avoidance technique, this can be utilized for diving, among others. However, contrary to what the esteemed readers might be imagining, there were no elixirs akin to the silver demon fruit, nor were there any injury-immune pills. Thus, the 9 injury-immune pills rewarded by the system are indeed quite valuable. They decided to collect them all. Eventually, they ascended to the 7th floor where a plethora of forging materials lay in abundance, including jade stones, crystal ores, demon cores, agarwood, ebony, and even some skeletal remains of demon beasts. However, a particularly opulent table caught the attention of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. Approaching it, they discovered a finely crafted box made of premium ebony. Upon opening the lid, they found a recess inside, devoid of any contents. Xia Beichen initially presumed it contained some transparent object and reached in to investigate, only to find it was empty. At that moment, a Pisho approached, stating, "This box is intended by the Wanjian sect to house the inner core of the Xuanwu." The inner core of the Xuanwu? Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen retrieved the inner core and placed it into the exquisite ebony box, which fit perfectly. The Pisho elaborated, due to the insufficient strength of the Wanjian sect, they are unable to slay the Xuanwu and can only barely seal and suppress it. Nevertheless, their aim remains to one day obtain the Xuanwu's inner core, which is intended to be the treasure of this forbidden ground. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin were rendered speechless by this revelation. After a moment, Xia Beichen quipped, "So, 2,000 years have passed, and the Wanjian sect is still inept and fond of games." Indeed, the Pisho replied in unison, "We have guarded this place for countless years, and the Xuanwu has been sealed and suppressed for just as long." Xia Beichen chuckled. Who would have thought that our arrival would prove advantageous? The mythical beast, Pai, smirked and remarked, "If the ancestral masters of the Wanjian sect were to learn of this, those who still draw breath would surely be infuriated." After all, at the time when Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin conspired to vanquish the Xuanwu, his cultivation was merely at the spirit-gathering realm, even lower than his current prowess. For over 2 millennia, the Wanjian sect has failed to conquer the formidable Xuanwu. This also serves to highlight the might of Yi Yunxin, who, relying solely on her cultivation at the celestial realm, has thrown the Wanjian sect, which peaks at the divine refinement realm, into disarray. Although the Wanjian sect boasts a rich heritage, it is limited and can only be considered a second-rate sect. When compared to giants like the Tianxian sect, it is akin to a small fish facing a great whale. However, it is worth mentioning that some high-quality items bear labels indicating their origins. Upon inspection, it was revealed that they were offerings from the Go family. One cannot help but acknowledge that the Go family serves as a source of profit for the Wanjian sect, which has been thoroughly exploited. In their eagerness to align themselves with the Go family, they expended considerable effort, only to find themselves embroiled in a mutual downfall due to the ambitions of Qiushamba. One lost the shade of a great tree, while the other lost its lamb. Xia Beichen nonchalantly closed the ebony box containing the Xuanwu's inner core. Since the Wanjian sect had taken the precaution of crafting this box, it would be remiss to allow it to go to waste. He tossed the box into his ring, transporting it into the endless domain. Yi Yunxin allowed him to select his desired items first, and thereafter, she proceeded to sweep away the remaining materials, leaving no treasures behind in the forbidden area. Subsequently, the two departed the forbidden ground with their 2 divine beasts. Upon emerging, they found that the stone tablet had vanished without a trace. Pai remarked, "This place came into being because of us. Now that our guardianship has concluded, it shall return to its original state, and the Wanjian sect shall no longer have a forbidden ground. The outside world is far more exhilarating." Xia Beichen chuckled. As they spoke, their peripheral vision caught sight of a few beams of light soaring towards the main hall of the Wanjian sect in the distance. "Visitors have arrived at the Wanjian sect," Yi Yunxin cautioned. "It is likely a sect allied with the Wanjian sect come to pay their respects." Xia Beichen speculated. Let us ascertain who they are. Yi Yunxin swiftly concealed her cultivation. Xia Beichen glanced at Pai and instructed, you two should enter the endless domain for now. Very well, Pai replied, should you require assistance. Simply release us. Understood. Xia Beichen then stored them within the endless domain. He checked the remaining time for potential conflicts. There was still about half an hour left. Should a confrontation arise, it must be resolved within that time frame. He took out a damage-immune pill and swallowed it, and immediately, the ethereal voice of the system resonated. Ding. The host consumed the injury-resistant pill, activating the defense mechanism with remarkable swiftness, faster than the legendary elixirs of lore. Immediately, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin stealthily glided towards the location where the beams of light descended. Could it be that the Blade sect had been massacred? Who possessed such audacity? For cultivators clad in dark azure robes alighted upon the plaza before the main hall, their eyes widening in astonishment at the scene of devastation. It was them. Upon recognizing their attire, Yi Yunxin's fists clenched in fury. Though Xia Beichen was an outer disciple of the Tianxin sect, he was no stranger to this distinctive garb. Just yesterday, he had vanquished a cultivator donned in such attire. For these individuals hailed from the Azure sect, one of the factions implicated in the conspiracy against Yi Yunxin. Thus, upon their sight, a blaze of wrath ignited within her heart. Among the quartet, the youngest male remarked, the only sect capable of such feats in the Sky Vault continent must be the Tianxin sect, yet it has now been subdued by our allied sections. A man with a prominent mustache added, the Blade sect possesses both protective mountain arrays and the Blade formation. What formidable power would be required to annihilate them? The sole female among them speculated, could it have been an assault by demonic beasts? It is said that the Blade sect once sealed a beast. Could it be responsible? Enough conjecture. Let us descend and seek out any clues, said a man of considerable presence, his hands clasped behind him. Indeed, senior brother. The two men and one woman replied respectfully. Among them, the man standing with his hands behind him was the most formidable. At the initial stage of the divine refinement realm, the lowest was the mustached man, at the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm, while the remaining young man and woman were at the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a voice emerged from behind them. No need to search. Upon turning, they beheld a significantly younger male at the pinnacle of the spiritual gathering realm. The woman smiled. Young man, are you mocking our insight? What can you possibly do? Xia Beichen retorted, is there an issue with that? The young man waved his hand dismissively at Xia Beichen. You should return whence you came. Be wary, lest the killer appears and slays you as well. Xia Beichen, counting them off, pointed at the four, leaving is permissible, but your lives must be surrendered first. Haha. The woman erupted into laughter, her mirth escalating. What do you mean? Just because of you? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from the side, accompanied by an imposing voice. The four turned to see an extraordinary woman standing before them. Captivated by her presence, they could not help but gaze longer, and even the woman from the Azure sect was no exception. Appreciating beauty is not solely a privilege of men. In contrast, both in physique and demeanor, Yi Yunxin surpasses the woman from the Xianxing sect. Due to Yi Yunxin concealing her cultivation and donning a veil, they have yet to recognize her identity. My dear lady, aren't you afraid of being abducted by ill-intentioned individuals? The woman from the Xianxing sect inquired with a smile upon realizing Yi Yunxin's profound cultivation at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Yi Yunxin approached Xia Beichen's side and declared, aside from Xia Lang, no one could possibly abduct me. The man with the mustache chuckled, oh my. The youth of today truly disregard outsiders. He then cleared his ears and asked Xia Beichen, by the way, what did you just say? That we should spare your lives? Xia Beichen smirked. What, are you reluctant? With a gentle flick of his left hand, a sword shot forth, aimed directly at the mustachioed man. The man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked indifferently, a fine sword indeed, yet the wielder lacks considerable skill. What a pity. As he spoke, he placed one hand behind him and gestured lightly at the sword conjured by Xia Beichen. With a crisp sound, the so-called fine sword was instantly shattered. Truly a fine sword. His disciples erupted into unrestrained laughter at Xia Beichen's expense. Ha ha, utterly oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth. The young man then turned to Yi Yunxin and said, my lady, your Xia Lang is lacking. Why not join me? The Xianxing sect can offer you swifter advancement. Yi Yunxin scoffed disdainfully. With your crooked features, do you think you are worthy? The man trembled with anger. Since you are from the Xianxing sect, I shall cease my pleasantries. Yi Yunxin removed her veil, revealing her visage. Yi Yunxin. The expressions of the four members of the Xianxing sect mirrored those of others when they first recognized her. How could you be here? Was it your doing that led to the annihilation of the Wanren sect? Weren't you supposed to have fallen to the silver demon fruit? Yi Yunxin, however, ignored their barrage of questions and coldly retorted, earlier, the one who wielded the sword lacked skill. How about now? Spiritual energy surged before Yi Yunxin, manifesting into countless sharp swords, refining qi into swords. The four opponents gasped in unison. The man who preferred to stand with his hands clasped now withdrew his hands from behind his back. Have you already reached the cave heaven realm? Yi Yunxin's gaze turned piercing. Thanks to your repugnant sex, otherwise I would have needed considerable time to break through to the cave heaven realm. Before her words could dissipate, countless sharp swords hurtled toward the four. Xianxing shield. The mustachioed man hastily conjured a turquoise energy shield before him, their sect's signature skill. Yet, it was futile. In the face of overwhelming power, even signature skills are rendered insignificant. Countless swords pierced through the Xianxing shield, creating fissures with a resounding crash. After a brief moment, the Xianxing shield shattered like broken glass. Countless blades converged into a sword of ethereal form, resembling the star Xian sword, and lunged towards the man with his hands behind his back. Chapter 032, Taste My Whip. Senior brother. His junior disciples cried out in a frenzy. Xia Beichen darted in front of the three of them, admonishing, do not shout. Tend to your own safety before worrying about your esteemed senior brother. Young man, do you presume yourself to be a master of the cave heaven realm, like Yi Yunxin? The woman gazed at Xia Beichen with the condescension one might reserve for a mere child. Let me see what you, the unassuming pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, can truly do. She then turned to the two men beside her. Second senior brother, junior disciple, go assist our senior brother. Understood. The two brothers, reassured by Xia Beichen's relatively low cultivation, readily agreed. After all, the woman was at the mid-stage of the spirit sea realm, wielding an abundance of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the spirit-gathering realm. In the realm of officialdom, there exists the adage that a superior rank can crush the lower. Similarly, in the world of cultivation, a higher realm can indeed dominate the lesser. Thus, the already established cave heaven realm Yi Yunxin, aside from dealing with the Xuanwu, would annihilate any adversary encountered. Come forth, the woman boasted, puffing her chest, which, while not as impressive as Yi Yunxin's, still held a certain grandeur. Her tone bore the fervor of someone who had long yearned for something sweet after years of drought. Moreover, her beauty had a captivating allure. If you cannot best me, you may plead for mercy. Dear sister shall show you leniency. Xia Beichen responded with a deadpan expression. Perhaps you should consider surrendering? The woman waved her slender finger dismissively. How could one surrender before the battle even begins? Such a demon, Xia Beichen thought to himself, and promptly summoned two swords. The woman cast a glance at the swords. Why do you possess so many? As her words fell, two additional blades materialized. She regarded him with the look of a student who had brought too many supplies to class. Then allow me to test your abilities. Do not crumble too easily. It must be a prolonged affair. After playfully taunting Xia Beichen, she summoned a sword and launched an assault. However, all her attempts were effortlessly deflected by Xia Beichen. Sister, were you holding back? He teased, maintaining an air of calm. Internally, the woman felt alarmed. She was acutely aware that, despite not exerting her full strength, she had utilized nearly 70% of her power. Under normal circumstances, a spirit sea realm cultivator would require a mere 30% to contend with someone from the spirit gathering realm. As Xia Beichen noted her astonishment, he glanced at the remaining time for countering her moves, 3/4 of an hour, or roughly half an hour. Meanwhile, her senior brother had sustained severe injuries, yet managed to persevere, while her second senior brother lay incapacitated in the ruins of the square. As for her junior disciple, caught between the elder and second senior brothers, he was utterly defenseless, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Your brothers have already been defeated. Why not surrender? Xia Beichen urged once more. I refuse to believe that you, a mere practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm, are flawless. The woman retorted defiantly. With that, she launched another assault on Xia Beichen. This time, she did not wield a sword but instead brandished a long whip. With the alluring woman and the whip, her commanding presence was undeniably formidable. Taste my lash, she cried. Crack. The whip sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound. Xia Beichen hastily dodged, barely escaping its grasp. It appeared that the woman wielded the whip with far greater finesse than the sword. Then came another strike. The whip, imbued with dark azure spiritual energy, lashed out toward Xiao Beichen. He sidestepped, but the whip struck a tree stump, producing a resounding crack. In an instant, the energy from the whip twisted and whirled like a meat grinder, reducing the stump to mere powder. Grasping a blade of grass, Xiao Beichen felt a surge of relief at his narrow escape. Otherwise, he would have surely been grievously injured. Seeing that her whip had instilled a degree of intimidation in Xiao Beichen, the woman regained some confidence. "Today, I shall teach your little lover a proper lesson," she declared, striking again with the whip. Her imposing figure swayed enticingly with each movement, igniting wild imaginations. This time, the speed of her strike was evidently much quicker than before. Yet, Xiao Beichen sensed that its force had diminished compared to the previous lash. Before he could evade, the whip was already upon him, splitting into two tendrils that reached for him like the tentacles of a succubus. In the next moment, Xiao Beichen found himself ensnared, wrapped twice around by the whip. With a sudden tug, the woman pulled him towards her, and surprisingly, whether due to the whip's elasticity or her own captivating form, Xiao Beichen was propelled a short distance away. Is this a foul play? Xiao Beichen could no longer tolerate her antics. Words spilled forth from his lips. Instantly, a large pair of scissors materialized before them. Before the woman could react, the scissors descended upon the whip. Snip! The whip was severed in two, one half binding Xiao Beichen and the other remaining in the woman's grasp. With the whip cut, the force that had held her vanished, causing her to stumble slightly. This stumble, however, was consequential. As she leaned forward, she revealed an abundance of allure, leaving Xiao Beichen momentarily dazed. Once she steadied herself, the woman glanced at the remnants of the whip in her hand, her gaze lingering on the imposing scissors. The young man. "Do you carry scissors with you at all times? And such a large pair?" The woman accused Xiao Beichen. "You are behaving like a rogue." At that moment, Xiao Beichen had already untied the small whip bound around his body. "Mind your words. You may call me a scoundrel, but you must not label me a rogue. Clearly, it was you who charged at me first, which compelled me to resort to such tactics." As he spoke, Xiao Beichen swung the segment of the whip in his hand towards the woman. The whip split into two, with the longest part being the one bound to him. Thus, the segment he held was indeed long enough to reach its target. The woman, seeing this, hurriedly dodged. However, she was taken aback as four beams of light suddenly appeared around her. As a result, she avoided the whip but chose to cease her resistance. For she understood well what those four beams represented. "You rogue, how could you lack such compassion?" She cast a resentful glance at Xiao Beichen, realizing he had resorted to the ruthless spell, star binding. Xiao Beichen merely shrugged. "It wasn't me." At that moment, Yi Yunxin appeared beside him. "It was I." Upon seeing Yi Yunxin and hearing her words, the woman glanced towards her fellow disciples. To her astonishment, all three of them lay on the ground, unconscious. Just as the star binding was about to tighten, threatening to obliterate the woman's soul, it suddenly halted. The feeling of restraint that had burdened her lifted significantly. The woman looked at Yi Yunxin in surprise. Before she could finish her thought, Yi Yunxin released the star binding and said, "You may leave." The woman exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Chapter 033. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Yi Yunxin retracted the star, Xianyuan's sword, and stated, "Firstly, you exhibited no intent to kill towards Beichen. Secondly, your three fellow disciples made a deal with me to protect your life before their demise." The woman glanced at Xiao Beichen before returning her gaze to Yi Yunxin. "A deal? What do you mean? Did you kill my three fellow disciples?" They revealed the collusion between the Xianqing sect and the Tianxian sect, the Wanblade sect, and the Qinglan sect, implicating me, and stated that you were not involved in this matter. Yi Yunxin explained, "Everything was at the behest of your sect master and several fellow disciples. Thus, before their end, they pleaded with me to spare you. Every grievance has its source, and every debt has its owner. Releasing you is only fitting. I hope you do not fail to recognize kindness." At this point, her tone grew serious. "However, should I see you again acting under the banner of the Xianqing sect, do not blame me for being ruthless." The woman threw the now broken whip to the ground and summoned her original sword once more. "Do not pretend to be the good person. Was it not you, Yi Yunxin, who sought to usurp our several sects, prompting everyone to unite against you?" Yi Yunxin furrowed her brow and retorted, "Whose foolish rhetoric have you been listening to? Is it not the truth?" The woman pointed her sword at Yi Yunxin, accusing her, "Since you took the position of the sect master of Tianxian sect from your master, Qinshan, how many sects have you eradicated in the past 3 centuries? The power that the Tianxian sect possesses today is, in fact, a result of your own ruthlessness, is it not? Yi Yunxin remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the sword held by the woman. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of celestial energy enveloped the blade. In the next moment, cracks began to appear along the sword's length. Before long, it shattered into numerous fragments, cascading to the ground. The woman stared in horror at the hilt that remained in her grasp. It was then that Yi Yunxin spoke. If memory serves me right, you ought to be a century my junior. Alas, it seems the indoctrination has rendered you incapable of discerning right from wrong. She then raised a finger. You should inquire about the benevolent deeds of the Wanren sect. As she continued, a second finger was lifted, what led to the annihilation of the once renowned Wajigu in the southern lands. Next, she raised a third finger, and why was the burgeoning Tianghai Tower extinguished in its infancy a century ago? Finally, Yi Yunxin held up a fourth finger. Today, perhaps you ought to ask your Xianqing sect what virtuous acts they have committed? The woman fixated on her fourth finger, exclaiming, Are you intending to strike against our Xianqing sect? Not just your Xianqing sect. Yi Yunxin suddenly unleashed her celestial energy, a formidable pressure radiating outward. The woman's long, dark hair and garments fluttered in the gust. After a brief pause, Yi Yunxin articulated each word with deliberation. There is also the Qinglan sect. The woman trembled violently. The Wanren sect, the Xianqing sect, and the Qinglan sect were all pivotal forces in the alliance aimed at eradicating Yi Yunxin. It appeared she would not relent until the Xianqing and Qinglan sects were utterly destroyed. The woman soared into the air, surrounding herself with azure energy. She gazed at Yi Yunxin, earnestly declaring, In life, I am of the Xianqing sect. In death, I shall be its ghost. Therefore, even if it comes to my demise in battle, I shall not retreat. Yi Yunxin glanced at her own hand, speaking calmly. I am not like Beiqin, who, after several exchanges, has yet to inflict any real harm upon you. No need. The woman's haughty words had scarcely left her lips when the surrounding debris and unburned timber levitated into the air. With a sharp command, everything hurtled toward Yi Yunxin. Yet, what required Yi Yunxin to draw upon her Danhai energy was effortlessly dispelled with a mere wave of her sleeve. As she gestured, countless stars surged forth. In the span of mere breaths, the incoming stones and timber were reduced to dust. With a flash, a beam of pure light shot toward the woman's chest, catching her unprepared for defense, striking her with force. She gasped, blood spilling forth. Your cultivation pales in comparison to that of your elder brother. Yi Yunxin materialized before her. Clutching her chest, the woman weakly replied, Then I shall not trouble you to intervene. I will handle this myself. The ethereal energy surged into her right hand as she closed her eyes and raised her palm, intending to strike her forehead. However, just as she was about to inflict harm upon herself, she sensed an unseen force halting her hand's advance. I could never bear to kill you. So how could I allow you to perish? Yi Yunxin grasped her jaw firmly and thrust something into her mouth. It dissolved instantly, sending a refreshing sensation coursing down her throat and spreading throughout her body. Once Yi Yunxin released her grip, the woman furrowed her brow and inquired, What have you fed me? Yi Yunxin responded, A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. In haste, the woman attempted to induce vomiting to expel the elixir. But it had already transformed into its medicinal essence the moment it entered, swiftly traversing her throat and pervading her being. Upon hearing the name of the elixir, Xia Beiqin was momentarily taken aback. Through the memories left by the original owner, he recalled that this elixir, known as a moment of spring night, was a legendary concoction said to have been lost for nearly 10 millennia, only occasionally mentioned in tales or ancient texts. He wondered how Yi Yunxin had acquired such a treasure. Had she unearthed an ancient formula and concocted it herself? With a cold demeanor, Yi Yunxin remarked, Just now, in front of Beiqin, were you not quite the alluring figure? Would you like me to lend you Beiqin to assist with your antidote? Suddenly addressed, Xia Beiqin felt a pang of anxiety. Could it be that she was incensed by the recent display of allure directed at him? Was the Empress feeling jealous? When a woman becomes jealous, her wrath can surpass that of a man. In half an hour, the elixir's effects would manifest. And if a man did not come to her aid before then, Yi Yunxin paused, her words hanging in the air, causing the woman to tremble. What would happen? Are you afraid? Yi Yunxin chuckled softly before unveiling the dire consequences of a moment of spring night. You will rot and stink until the poison consumes you. Meeting a death so grotesque that even ghosts would weep, and gods would wail. This revelation sent a shiver down Xia Beiqin's spine. The woman abandoned her futile attempt to vomit, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Yunxin. Why are you so cruel? Cruel? Ha. Yi Yunxin laughed heartily before retorting. Are you not the ones from the Xianqing sect who conspired with several other sects to place the silver demon fruit in my fruit platter? Silver demon fruit? The woman paused, then shook her head after a moment. Impossible. My Xianqing sect would never stoop to such acts. Yi Yunxin scoffed derisively, stating, until yesterday, I believed your Xianqing sect, along with the Wanjian sect and the Qinglan sect, would never engage in such treachery, including my esteemed master uncle. You lie? Whether you lie or not, you will know if you accompany me to your Xianqing sect. Chapter 034. Yet, there is the bond of husband and wife. The woman gritted her teeth and pointed to the 3 corpses on the ground, saying, I will go with you, but first, I must lay them to rest. Very well. Yi Yunxin nodded. The woman turned and walked towards the bodies of her 3 brothers. In less than half a quarter of an hour, 3 freshly dug graves stood at the foot of an intact mountain peak. The graves were excavated by Yi Yunxin's single strike, and the soil was transported from nearby using the Tianxian star technique. Thus, the 3 graves were completed swiftly, without food or wine. The woman fashioned 3 floral wreaths and placed them atop the graves. She then erected a wooden marker for each grave, inscribed with the names of the departed. Do you hate me now? Yi Yunxin asked calmly from behind her. The woman paused slightly but did not respond. Unperturbed, Yi Yunxin continued, if I recall correctly. Your name should be Yu Miaoqing, from the Yu family of Qinghe County. This time, the woman engaged. You have mistaken me. Is that so? Isn't the hairpin on your head a Yumarin? This was the token of love given by the renowned Yu family Yu Xiuxian to his beloved Su Kaiwe. The woman turned to Yi Yunxin, asserting, I told you, you are mistaken. Yi Yunxin replied, it matters not if you deny it. I shall regard you as Yu Miaoqing regardless. The woman scrutinized Yi Yunxin for a moment before inquiring, what else do you know? Yi Yunxin responded, the Yu family of Qinghe County was tragically exterminated over 2 centuries ago, in a single night. Only a young girl survived. The woman clenched her fists. I wonder if that surviving young lady of the Yu family has ever found the true culprit. The woman trembled violently. Xia Beichen observed from the side. Deeply sensing the pressure Yi Yunxin exerted on her, Yi Yunxin seemed to know everything about this woman named Yu Miaoqing. Could the Yu family be related to her? Just as Xia Beichen pondered this, Yi Yunxin added, it seems she has not found them. I do have some clues, though. You? The woman's brows furrowed. Do not let me discover that the murderer is you. Otherwise, if you do not kill me today, I will surely kill you in the future. Yi Yunxin regarded her with a childlike gaze. When I was your age, I had already entered the realm of refining the spirit. You wish to kill me? Only if you surpass my cultivation. Glancing at the waning daylight, Yi Yunxin turned away. It is getting late. If you do not wish to succumb to poison, then follow me. As she spoke, she glanced at Xia Beichen. Beichen, let us depart. Nodding gently, Xia Beichen flew toward the Xianqing sect alongside her. After a moment's hesitation, the woman followed but maintained a certain distance from them. Xia Beichen curiously asked, Yunxin, what you gave her, was it truly the essence of a spring night? Yi Yunxin cast a fleeting glance at him and inquired, what? Are you doubting me? The gaze of the Empress carried an icy chill. Xia Beichen chuckled awkwardly and replied, I am merely curious. After all, has not the moment of spring night been lost for nearly 10,000 years? It seems you possess some knowledge about this moment of spring night, Yi Yunxin remarked playfully. I have encountered it in ancient texts, Xia Beichen answered. Glancing at the woman behind him, Yi Yunxin suggested, when the time comes, why not test it with her to discern its authenticity? You said it, not me. Xia Beichen retorted with a sidelong glance at Yi Yunxin. Do try. Yi Yunxin clenched her fist, warning, be cautious, or I shall ensure your demise. Xia Beichen grasped her fist, exclaiming, but that is what you just said. Furthermore, did you not generously offer to lend me to you for the antidote? He then imitated Yi Yunxin's previous tone. Yi Yunxin's teeth ground together in frustration. Xia Beichen. Laughter erupted from Xia Beichen. With her other hand, Yi Yunxin launched an attack at his face. Xia Beichen tilted his head and evaded. Subsequently, Yi Yunxin's fist struck Xia Beichen's hand, and she unleashed a surge of stellar energy towards him. To her surprise, he effortlessly neutralized it. Observing their playful chaos, Yu Miaoqing was momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that the notoriously cold-blooded Empress would harbor feelings for a man whose cultivation was several realms beneath her. Had her understanding of the truth been misguided all these years? Moreover, had she truly been responsible for the deaths of her senior brothers? Her mind raced with questions. nearly overwhelming her. After rubbing her forehead, she shook her head to regain composure, believing that as long as she lived, she would have the chance to uncover all truths. Suddenly, regarding the moment of spring night within her, she turned her gaze towards Xia Beichen, only to witness him exclaiming in surprise. It appeared that he, who had been playfully sparring with Yunxin, suddenly found himself defenseless against her onslaught, as if he had lost his support. Consequently, he was sent crashing down by her technique, creating a large crater in the ground. It turned out that Xia Beichen's counter had failed. Yi Yunxin's expression froze momentarily. She hurriedly descended into the pit to assist Xia Beichen. "Beichen, are you all right?" She anxiously inquired about his well-being, seizing the opportunity while Yi Yunxin examined him. Xia Beichen rolled his eyes in feigned distress, saying, "Oh no, my heart aches terribly. I believe I am injured. Let me see." Yi Yunxin placed her hand over his chest, preparing to assess his condition, only to find her hand covered by his. To her astonishment, it was indeed Xia Beichen's hand resting upon her own. At this point, Yi Yunxin comprehended the situation and scolded, "Scoundrel! How dare you deceive me?" "Hold on," Xia Beichen explained. "If it weren't for my injury-reducing elixir, that strike you just delivered would have surely amounted to the murder of your husband." "Nonsense." Yi Yunxin's face flushed, and she murmured, "We haven't even wedded yet." Xia Beichen leaned closer to her ear and softly remarked, "Though we are not yet married, we share the essence of a married couple." Yi Yunxin was rendered ticklish by his actions and hastily pushed him away, exclaiming, "Someone's watching." Xia Beichen glanced at Yumyaoqing, who was hovering in midair. With a mischievous grin, he proposed, "How about we lay upon the ground as our bed and the sky as our quilt, and together assist Miss Yu in alleviating her poison?" His voice was barely audible, thus Yumyaoqing, at a higher altitude, did not catch his words. However, Yi Yunxin, only a few steps away, heard him distinctly. "Then I shall chop you up and send you to her." Yi Yunxin glared at a particular part of Xia Beichen, causing him to quickly clamp his legs together in fright. Upon glancing up, Yi Yunxin suddenly realized that Yumyaoqing had vanished. Where did she go? Chapter 035, Seeking Accountability from the Xianxing Sect. Hearing this, Xia Beichen followed Yi Yunxin's gaze and indeed discovered that the previously hovering Yumyaoqing had disappeared. Had she been abducted? Or had she slipped away stealthily? Surely, she hadn't sought another man, had she? Yet, such behavior could be deemed understandable. From Yi Yunxin's prior dialogue with her, it was evident that she bore the heavy burden of familial vengeance yet to be avenged. Thus, it was only logical for her to find a way to traverse this fleeting moment of intimacy. It was improbable that she would genuinely seek Xia Beichen, especially since Yi Yunxin had just eliminated her 3 companions. Presently, Xia Beichen was an ally of Yi Yunxin. Moreover, Xia Beichen was not the type to hastily pursue a woman, for he was not one to indulge frivolously. Casting a glance back at Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin reaffirmed, "You truly are unscathed, right?" Xia Beichen waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, but please refrain from striking so hard next time." Yi Yunxin shifted her gaze down from Xia Beichen, saying, "If you dare speak recklessly again, the next target won't be your chest." With that, Yi Yunxin soared out of the pit and began her search. Xia Beichen followed suit. The two surveyed their surroundings, but found no sign of Yumyaoqing. "Should we continue searching?" Yi Yunxin whispered. "Yunxin, I fail to understand. Since you chose to release her, why did you still administer the fleeting moment?" Xia Beichen inquired. "If half an hour passes and she fails to find her companion, wouldn't she perish?" In truth, Yi Yunxin hesitated briefly before shaking her head slightly and declaring, "Never mind, let us first seek retribution from the Xianxing sect." However, before departing, she stepped before Xia Beichen and placed her hand upon his heart. This time, Xia Beichen refrained from taking advantage of the situation and instead felt a gentle surge of spiritual energy. Indeed, he was unscathed. Yi Yunxin let out a sigh of relief upon realizing this. Seeing her thus, Xia Beichen felt a warmth in his heart. Yi Yunxin, reassured, withdrew her hand and curiously inquired, "However, how were you able to effortlessly counter my attack earlier? And why did you suddenly falter?" Since Yi Yunxin had broached this matter, it seemed unnecessary to keep it a secret any longer. After all, the two had spent considerable time together, and it was only a matter of time before the system granted him some astonishing skill that would leave her in awe. At that point, she would certainly ask. However, it required a different explanation. The matters concerning the system could not be stated so plainly. Thus, Xia Beichen replied, "In truth, I possess a unique ability that occasionally grants me extraordinary skills. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxin did not manifest any overt surprise. For the revelation Xia Beichen had shared over the past few days had already accustomed her to the extraordinary. In this world, there were indeed many individuals endowed with various abilities, yet none had previously left her so astounded as Xia Beichen. After a moment's reflection, she asked, "Is it akin to the jade talisman that the mysterious figure gifted you? Your so-called superpower enables you to face challenges within a specified time frame?" Xia Beichen gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Clever." Yi Yunxin pouted, "Why isn't it a continuous skill, then?" Xia Beichen shrugged, "I wish I could ask the same. Currently, the system rewards only temporary skills, whether it be the replication of previous cultivation or the recent ability to counter strikes." In light of this, Yi Yunxin pursed her lips and said, "Beichen, you should find a place to wait for me. I will settle matters with the Xianqing sect and then join you." Xia Beichen raised his index finger and shook it, proclaiming, "Refusal." Yi Yunxin grasped his finger, expressing her concern for his safety. "How about this?" Xia Beichen produced a spirit stone. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Yunxin asked, perplexed. Xia Beichen absorbed the spirit energy from the stone and, from the boundless realm, retrieved a dagger, commencing to carve the spirit stone with celestial power. After a while, a coin-sized spirit stone emerged before them. Yi Yunxin leaned in for a closer look. One side bore the character for heart, while the other displayed Qin, both rendered in relief. "Let us decide based on the toss of this spirit stone. If the side with heart faces up, I shall accompany you. If the side with Qin faces up, I will not." After hearing Xia Beichen's explanation, Yi Yunxin hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement to the rules of this game. She carved a flat surface in the ground with her sword, allowing Xia Beichen to toss the spirit stone coin. With a flick of his finger, the spirit stone coin spun gracefully through the air, landing on the ground. Yi Yunxin watched it intently, filled with anticipation. After spinning on the ground for a while, it finally came to a halt. The spirit stone coin lay on its side, revealing the side with the heart symbol facing up. "Shall we adhere to the rules of the game?" Xia Beichen inquired, pointing at the heart symbol on the ground. Upon seeing the outcome, Yi Yunxin could only nod in agreement. As Xia Beichen picked it up, preparing to discard it, Yi Yunxin intervened. She extended her hand, saying, "Give it to me." Xia Beichen furrowed his brow. "Huh? It has already lost its spiritual energy. It's worthless, akin to a useless stone." Yi Yunxin replied, "I want it as a memento." Xia Beichen proposed, "Then let me retrieve another spirit stone and carve a ring for you." "No, I want this one," Yi Yunxin insisted. Curling her finger, reluctantly, Xia Beichen handed her the spirit stone coin. The reason he wished to exchange it for a ring was not solely related to his relationship with Yi Yunxin. He had also tampered with the spirit stone coin. The heart symbol was simpler to carve due to fewer strokes, allowing for more material to be removed, thus making that side lighter. Conversely, the character for Chun had more strokes, resulting in less material being carved away, and it inherently occupied more material than the heart symbol. Consequently, the Chun side was heavier. Unless the ground was uneven, it would predominantly land with the Chun side facing down. This was Xia Beichen's clever little scheme. He hoped desperately that Yunxin would not uncover this secret. As he watched her take the spirit stone coin, he feared she might test it on the ground. If it showed the heart side up once or twice, it could be attributed to chance. However, if it consistently landed that way, it would indicate foul play. Would the Empress not be furious then? Fortunately, after Yi Yunxin accepted it, she placed it into her spatial ring, allowing Xia Beichen to breathe a sigh of relief. "Remember what you just said?" Yi Yunxin smiled at him after securing her belongings. "What?" Xia Beichen responded, caught off guard. "Carve a ring for me," Yi Yunxin reminded him. Xia Beichen smiled gently, replying, "Of course. No rush. First, think about what design you want. If it turns out ugly, I won't accept it. Just carve my likeness. It will look handsome." "No." The two of them bantered playfully, their fingers intertwined as they continued their journey toward the Xianqing sect. However, upon arriving above the Xianqing sect's gate, they discovered that its disciples were already on high alert. Had news leaked? Or had Yu Miaoqing disregarded the toxicity of the spring night and rushed back to inform the sect? While they pondered this, a powerful voice resonated, "Master Yi, I trust you are well." An elderly man with a head of silver hair emerged from the crowd. He was none other than the current leader of the Xianqing sect, Qing Xuanzi, possessing formidable cultivation at the late stage of the divine refinement realm. However, at this moment, Yi Yunxin no longer concealed her cultivation, nor did she don a veil. She merely lowered her cultivation to the pinnacle of the refinement realm. Through recent observations, Xia Beichen discerned that Yi Yunxin could effortlessly conceal her true power at a specific level. The pinnacle of the refinement realm was, in fact, the state she had attained prior to inadvertently consuming the silver demon fruit. Within the understanding of these sects, Yi Yunxin remarked, "Old Xian, your display here is quite enthusiastic, isn't it?" Xian Qingzi, stroking his white hair at the temples, replied, "The master Qingshun had a significant friendship with me in the past. Hence, I must extend a warm welcome to the disciple of an old acquaintance." Yi Yunxin clasped her hands in respect, saying, "Then I shall address you as Uncle Xian." "Shall I? It seems that this disciple of an old acquaintance has come today to seek my life, hasn't she?" Xian Qingzi waved his hand, saying thus, "I cannot accept your address of uncle." As he spoke, he produced 4 waste tokens, each inscribed with the names of 4 individuals. Upon seeing them, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin recognized the names of Yu Miaoqing and her 3 fellow disciples. However, the tokens of the 3 brothers were dull and lackluster, while Yu Miaoqing's gleamed brilliantly. This appeared to signify the dichotomy of life and death. Just as Xia Beichen pondered this, Xian Qingzi continued, "Moreover, did you not recently slay my 3 beloved disciples? And one remains missing." At this juncture, the elders and disciples of the Xianqing sect displayed expressions of profound sorrow. Yet more prominently, they were consumed with rage towards Yi Yunxin. The cries for vengeance echoed throughout the sect. "Kill Yi Yunxin to avenge our fellow disciples." The atmosphere was charged with fervent indignation. It seemed that as a direct disciple of the sect master, Yu Miaoqing and her 3 brothers held considerable standing within the Xianqing sect. It was remarked that Yu Miaoqing had been part of the Xianqing sect for 2 centuries, remaining solitary to this day, thus naturally becoming an object of admiration among many disciples. Yi Yunxin wore a playful smile, saying, "Old Xian, I believe you know very well who was responsible for the deaths of your beloved disciples, don't you?" "Indeed." Xian Qingzi pointed at Yi Yunxin, declaring, "I am fully aware that you are the one who killed them." Sighing, Yi Yunxin remarked, "Another unreasonable old fool. What a waste of over 2,000 years." In the face of her mockery, Xian Qingzi bellowed, "Elders, heed my command." Present, the elders and disciples responded in unison. Xian Qingzi proclaimed, "Today, whoever first brings me the head of Yi Yunxin shall be rewarded with 10,000 top-grade spirit stones." TSK, TSK, TSK. Xia Beichen disdainfully shook his head. An elder standing beside Xian Qingzi shouted, "Who is this novice that dares to look down upon our Xianqing sect?" "I look down upon you, you nut," Xia Beichen retorted, unabashedly raising his middle finger, indifferent to whether the other understood or saw. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones as a bounty for someone's life? Who do they think they are? With that, he extended 5 fingers. A bounty of 50,000 premium spirit stones is offered for the head of an elder from the Xianqing sect, for the head of the venerable King Xuanzizi. The reward is a staggering 100,000 premium spirit stones. However, Yi Yun couldn't help but rub his forehead in disbelief. "Beichen, you extravagant fool. Those old geezers are hardly delicate maidens. What merit do they possess that warrants such sums?" "Hee." Xia Beichen waved his hand dismissively, "No worries. Who can blame me for having an abundance of premium spirit stones?" With that, he produced 300,000 premium spirit stones from the Endless Realm. Aside from the sect leader, the Xianqing sect boasts 4 elders, Qinglong, Baihu, Shike, and Xuanwu, who each reside atop the 4 cardinal peaks of their domain. The elder who had just spoken was none other than Elder Qinglong. As the 300,000 premium spirit stones emerged, a powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the surrounding area for miles. The disciples of the Xianqing sect gazed in envy, their eyes gleaming with greed. "What do you think?" Xia Beichen surveyed all the disciples except King Xuanzizi and the 4 elders. "I, Xia, always deliver on my promises." Elder Qinglong thundered, "Nonsense. My Xianqing sect is a prestigious and righteous faction. How could the hearts of our people be swayed by mere trinkets?" "Ha ha." Xia Beichen laughed heartily. "Your double standards are quite impressive. Why didn't you voice this to your sect leader just now?" "You." Elder Qinglong was incensed, his fury palpable. "You shall be the first I deal with." "Who will deal with whom?" Suddenly, a fierce voice echoed through the air. 2 beams of light then emerged from Xia Beichen's ring, revealing their forms beside him. It was the Pishio. To his surprise, their presence had been stirred. Since Xia Beichen had not imposed any restrictions on them, they were free to traverse the Endless Realm. "Little brother Beichen, you could have at least informed us about the bounty." The Pishio shot a sidelong glance at him. "You are rather inconsiderate." Xia Beichen chuckled awkwardly. "Did I not just grant you 200,000 premium spirit stones? Who would ever scoff at such an amount? The Pichio replied. Moreover, this sum of 300,000 is earned through your own prowess. Xia Beichen nodded with a smile. You have a point. Roar. The Pichio turned and let out a thunderous roar at the disciples of the Xianqing sect. The power of the divine beast was not to be underestimated. The roar, akin to that of a lion from the Hedong, sent shivers down the spines of the disciples with lower cultivation levels, causing them to tremble in fear. To think you have divine beasts to assist you, King Xuanzizi remarked, glancing at the Pichio. Then we shall seize them and have them guard our treasury. Hee hee, the Pichio sneered, leaping towards the crowd. Leave these 4 old relics to us. Following closely behind, it turned to Xia Beichen and said, save the bounty for us. Qing Xuanzi commanded. Half of the disciples shall accompany Zhu Ke and the 2 esteemed elders of Xian Wu to subdue the Pichio. The remaining disciples will follow me, alongside the esteemed elders Qing Long and Bai Hu, to vanquish Yi Yunxin and that young lad. Upon receiving the order, the group promptly divided into 2 factions. One advanced to confront the Pichio, while the other engaged Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen. Brother Beichen, come forth. The Pichio beckoned to Xia Beichen. I shall lead you into battle. Very well, Xia Beichen proclaimed, summoning a sword from the endless realm, which he had previously scavenged from the forbidden tower of the Wanren sect, and leaped into action. The Pichio soared toward him. Moments later, Xia Beichen found himself astride the Pichio's back. Upon landing, he unleashed a powerful strike, cleaving the sword of a formidable opponent. A master at the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, in twain. The sword's energy remained unabated, striking the adversary directly, causing him to grunt and be flung backward. At that moment, a fireball conjured by a spell hurtled towards Xia Beichen and the Pichio. Steady yourself, the Pichio cautioned, then leaped into the air with Xia Beichen in tow. The fireball missed its mark, crashing into a distant boulder with a resounding explosion, charring its surface and reducing it in size. The power behind such an attack was formidable indeed. The source of the fireball was none other than Elder Zhu Ke of the Xianqing sect. With a fierce roar, the Pichio launched itself into the fray, colliding with a disciple at the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm. The disciple immediately spewed forth a torrent of blood. To conclude the assault, the Pichio delivered a powerful blow, sending the disciple tumbling several yards away until he crashed against the scorched boulder, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Whether he lived or perished now rested upon fate. Suddenly, a piercing cry of a bird echoed through the air. Xia Beichen turned his gaze toward Elder Zhu Ke, who was now flanked by a colossal Zhu Ke, letting out a resounding call to the heavens. As the cry faded, an even larger fireball surged towards Xia Beichen and the Pichio. Do you intend to incinerate us with fireballs? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. The Pichio did not shy away from the oncoming fireball, but instead faced it head-on, trusting in Xia Beichen's resolve. The Pichio opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful gust of wind towards the fireball. The wind howled fiercely, successfully deflecting the fireball and even redirecting it back toward its origin. The returning fireball sped with alarming swiftness. Elder Zhu Ke, caught off guard, attempted to evade. Yet his garments were ignited. In a flurry, he drew his sword to sever the burning fabric. Unfortunately, some of the disciples behind him were not as fortunate, as several were struck by the fireball, igniting their clothing in an instant, filling the air with their anguished cries. Cursed be this fate. Elder Zhu Ke clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, a torrent of water cascaded over the disciples engulfed in flames, extinguishing the fire that consumed them. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the intervention came from Elder Qinglong's summoned Azure Dragon. However, he was a moment too late. After all, the ferocity of that fireball was considerable. Several disciples could not escape the grim fate of being burned alive, with 2 of them left utterly disfigured. This is what you call playing with fire and getting burned, sneered Xia Beichen as he brandished his sword and charged forward with Pai. The starlight shimmered around him as he swung his sword toward Elder Zhu Ke. The elder raised his sword to meet the challenge. Clang! The 2 blades collided, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. Yet, Xia Beichen's cultivation level was significantly inferior. The realm of Elder Zhu Ke, being at the spiritual sea stage, was worlds apart from Xia Beichen's current cultivation at the spiritual gathering stage. Had it not been for Pai's timely addition of a protective barrier around them, Xia Beichen would have surely been sent reeling backward from the clash. Fortunately, he was shielded by an injury-reducing elixir, rendering the impact of Elder Zhu Chue's strike negligible. The only sensation he felt was a slight numbness in his arm. However, while they were engaged in their duel, Pai was not idle. It swiftly twisted its body, sweeping its tail with force. Crack! It struck Elder Zhuke, sending him flying 3 meters away. Though he did not suffer any severe injuries, his garments were torn, revealing a glimpse of the excess flesh that hinted at his indulgent lifestyle. It seems you've enjoyed your fair share of feasting, Pai quipped without restraint. Elder Zhuke straightened himself, retorting, your divine beast prowess is rather unimpressive, isn't it? Who gave you the audacity to make such claims? As Pai spoke, it leapt into the air, standing as if on the surface of a lake, creating ripples around it. Beneath those ripples, golden arrows materialized with startling clarity. Golden rain arrows. Pai exclaimed with a fierce shout, unleashing a torrent of golden arrows that rained down upon Elder Zhuke. The elder raised his sword to parry, but as he deflected a portion of the golden rain, an unexpected sound emanated from his blade. Crack, crack, crack. A sudden glance revealed that his sword bore cracks. Beichen, my young brother. Pai cautioned Xia Beichen at that moment. Xia Beichen acknowledged with a nod and swiftly executed a horizontal strike toward Elder Zhuke. The sword energy sliced through the air, shimmering with starlight, akin to a cosmic nebula hurtling forward. Gritting his teeth, Elder Zhuke attempted to conjure a defensive barrier. However, before he could even complete the hand seal with his left hand, the sword energy was already upon him. Clang! The sword sang, and in an instant, the weapon shattered into countless fragments. Whoosh! The sword energy struck Elder Zhuchue's neck, followed by several golden rain arrows embedding themselves into his body. Just moments before, he had boasted about the insignificance of divine beasts, yet now, he staggered, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Xia Beichen and Pai. 50,000 top-tier spirit stones have been noted, Pai remarked, tilting his head slightly towards Xia Beichen. No sooner had he spoken than Elder Zhuchue's body fell with a resounding thud to the ground. No problem. Xia Beichen promptly transferred the 50,000 top-tier spirit stones to Pai. Thank you, boss. Pai gratefully accepted the spirit stones, his joy evident. Has Elder Zhuke been slain? A disciple shouted in horror. The crowd turned to witness their Elder Zhuke lying motionless on the ground. The disciples of Zhuke Peak rushed over in anguish. Master! One disciple examined the body, shaking his head in despair. It was evident that Elder Zhuke was beyond saving. Damn it! Kill them! A disciple, cradling Elder Zhuchue's lifeless form, glared at Xia Beichen and Pai with reddened eyes. The disciples of Zhuke Peak, filled with righteous indignation, launched an attack against them. However, as they moved, a cloud of black smoke suddenly ensnared them. In the next moment, their screams echoed as they were enveloped by the darkness. In mere moments, their expressions twisted, their cries abruptly silenced, leaving no sound behind. The black smoke morphed into the outlines of countless insects, beginning to feast upon their flesh, accompanied by chilling sounds of gnawing. Ultimately, the scene turned crimson as the figures within the black smoke became a grotesque mass of blood and gore. In less than half a minute, alongside Elder Zhuke, over 20 disciples from Zhuke Peak were devoured by the insect-like manifestations of the black smoke, reduced to nothingness. Pai observed the unfolding chaos with a grave expression. How could this happen? Meanwhile, Xia Beichen was not unfamiliar with this black smoke, for it resembled the darkness that had emerged before Feng Xinzi's demise. Elder Zhuke of Xianying sect had been infested with a sinister poison. Upon hearing this, Pai couldn't help but shudder. Who could wield such a cruel poison? It seems you have encountered it before? Xia Beichen replied. The elder who rebelled in Tianxin sect was devoured to the last by these very insects conjured from the black smoke. At this juncture, Xia Beichen suddenly warned. They are coming toward us. Pai turned to see the formerly indistinct outlines of insects revealing themselves as moths, fluttering their wings as they advanced. Do we have a way to deal with this? Pai anxiously urged Xia Beichen to retreat. Xia Beichen then called out to Yi Yunxin. Yunxin, there is poison. Yi Yunxin, already severely injured along with Qin Shuzi and the elders Qin Long and Baihu, immediately summoned a cascade of multicolored light. The radiant hues swiftly intertwined, forming a blossoming flower that surged forth to confront the approaching moths. During the journey, countless vibrant flowers emerged along the way. Upon seeing these familiar blossoms, Xia Beichen exhaled a sigh of relief. With their presence, the moths conjured by the black smoke were swiftly devoured. The threat had been neutralized. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Pishio had slain Elder Xuanwu. It was unclear whether this was due to the Pishio's past grievances with the Xuanwu beast, but in the heat of battle, it relentlessly pursued Elder Xuanwu, delivering a barrage of attacks. Elder White Tiger attempted to provide assistance, but was intercepted by Yi Yunxin. Your opponent is me, Yi Yunxin stated calmly. You. Elder White Tiger retorted furiously, Yi Yunshin, do not take advantage of me. It is you who are being overly aggressive. Yi Yunshin countered, pointing at Elder White Tiger, show me your true capabilities. Let me discern whether you are the genuine White Tiger or an imposter. Enraged, Elder White Tiger gritted his teeth and charged forward. Thus, aside from a few disciples, no elders were able to support Elder Xuanwu. In a matter of moments, he was mercilessly defeated by the Pishio. 50,000 premium spirit stones. The Pishio smiled at Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen promptly rewarded it with the spirit stones. However, at that moment, more black smoke erupted from Elder Xuanwu's body. Enough already. Xia Beichen stared at the ominous plume of smoke in disbelief. The Labor Day holiday is upon us. Where is everyone planning to go? A new month has begun, so don't forget to send in your recommendations, gold coins, and positive reviews. Wishing everyone a delightful time. Chapter 38. Has the poison of a spring night been resolved? Fortunately, Xia Beichen still possessed the advantage of a speed boost from the system rewards. Every action was executed with remarkable swiftness. Consequently, when the black smoke approached, he commanded the Pishio to evade with great agility. The black smoke, however, showed no mercy as it targeted the nearby disciples of the Xianqing sect. Ultimately, these disciples met the same grim fate as their peers, leaving no trace behind. Following this, the Pishio, who had just dispatched Elder Xuanwu, found itself in peril. Observing this, Yi Yunshin swiftly appeared before the Pishio. The vibrant flowers followed suit, rushing towards the moths formed from the black smoke and systematically consuming them. Miss Yi, the Pishio addressed Yi Yunshin. To facilitate our combat, please mount my back. Yi Yunshin nodded slightly. Very well. She then leaped onto the Pishio's back. After fending off several attacks from the disciples of the Xianqing sect with a single sweep of her sword, she turned her gaze towards King Xuanzi. Old man Qingxian, did you see that? They have implanted poison into your fellow disciples. Do you still foolishly oppose me? It was a classic case of being sold out and naively aiding the perpetrator. Hearing this, the injured King Xuanzi straightened himself, clutching his chest. He did not respond to Yi Yunshin's words, but instead looked towards the remaining two elders, Qinglong and White Tiger. Yi Yunshin continued, if this continues, I fear that you, elders Qinglong and White Tiger, will not escape unscathed either. Supporting his two junior disciples, Qing Xuanzi inquired with great concern, are you both unharmed? We are not on the brink of death, replied the two elders, Qinglong and Baihu, as they wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. They had sustained internal injuries, yet their lives were not in immediate peril. However, upon hearing Yi Yunshin's words, their faces paled dramatically, and even the hand that wiped away the blood trembled slightly. The tremor in their voices revealed the lingering fear from the recent experiences of their fellow disciples. Zhu Ke and Xuanwu, observing their distress, Yi Yunshin cautioned, as long as you are not in mortal danger, the poison will not manifest. However, should the fighting continue and your injuries worsen, the outcome may not be so favorable. The remaining disciples of the Xianqing sect couldn't help but glance at the two elders, and some even discreetly shifted away, fearful that the two might suddenly emit black smoke like their fallen comrades, bringing calamity upon them. Master, just as the standoff persisted, a familiar voice reached the ears of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin. Everyone turned in unison to discover that it was Yu Miaoqing. The missing person had returned. Upon her appearance, the disciples of the Xianqing sect, after a brief moment of astonishment, broke into expressions of joy, for she was the last remaining direct disciple of Qing Xuanzi. Xia Beichen, upon seeing her, moved closer to Yi Yunshin and quietly inquired, Yunshin, has she resolved the poison from that fateful night? Yi Yunshin smiled subtly and replied, why not ask her yourself? To his surprise, she seemed to enjoy the suspense. In truth, it was evident that Yu Miaoqing's presence signified that the poison had indeed been resolved, though it remained a mystery who had aided her. Qing Xuanzi, upon seeing her, was unable to contain his excitement and even wiped his eyes. Qinger, you have returned. I thought you were lost to us. Yu Miaoqing approached Qing Xuanzi and said, Master, your disciple is well. And what of your three brothers? Qing Xuanzi produced the 4 identity tokens. While the tokens could reveal the fates of his disciples, he still sought confirmation, having trained some of them for nearly 5 centuries, with even Yu Miaoqing's junior having been with him for over a century. After all, once a master, always a father. Yu Miaoqing cast a glance at the 3 tokens that had dimmed, and then, with a sudden thud, she knelt down. Master, please accept my condolences. The eldest, the second elder brother, and the junior disciple have perished, but I have ensured their peaceful rest." Upon hearing Yu Miaoqing's words, Qing Xuanzi's body trembled violently. After a moment of stillness, he furiously pointed at Yi Yunqing and demanded of Yu Miaoqing, "Qing'er, did she slay your 3 brothers?" Following her master's finger, Yu Miaoqing's gaze met Yi Yunqing's eyes. Indeed, as expected of the northern Xian Empress, she remains unfazed and composed amidst the turmoil. Noticing that Yu Miaoqing had fallen silent, Qing Xuanzi withdrew his hand and assisted her to her feet, urging, "Qing'er, speak the truth without fear." Yu Miaoqing took a deep breath, then shook her head earnestly, responding, "It is not." Qing Xuanzi furrowed his brow tightly. Yi Yunqing maintained her tranquility, exuding an air of clarity and poise. Xia Beichen appeared momentarily taken aback. Prior to this, he too had believed that Yu Miaoqing's 3 senior brothers had been slain by Yi Yunqing. However, witnessing the resolute expression on Yu Miaoqing's face as she uttered the denial, it was evident she was not lying. Moreover, Yi Yunqing had administered the spring night elixir to her. Thus, it was commendable that Yu Miaoqing did not embellish her account. Subsequently, Yu Miaoqing elucidated, "Before their burial, I examined them. The 3 senior brothers had actually succumbed to poison prior to engaging with Yi Yunqing, and their eventual demise was exacerbated by the exertion of their inner strength." Pausing momentarily, she cast a glance at Yi Yunqing before continuing. "The poison affecting my brothers is not akin to the malevolent thoughts spawned by the silver demon fruit. However, its toxicity is quite similar, intensifying with the exertion of their qi." Qing Xuanzi inquired urgently, "Were they afflicted with various poisons?" At that moment, Yi Yunqing interjected, "The poison affecting your esteemed elders, the Zhuke and Xuanwu, likely originates from the same source. To be frank, the plight of Feng Xinzi mirrors precisely that of your 2 elders. Fortunately, the poison within your 3 disciples is not of the same gu type. Otherwise, not only would they not find peace in death, but the notion of preserving their bodies intact would also be but a fantasy." Upon hearing this, Elder Qinglong and Elder Baihu turned sharply towards Qing Xuanzi. Elder Qinglong then remarked, "Master, it appears we have been betrayed." Qing Xuanzi clenched his fists. "Master, the Wanren sect has ensnared itself. Henceforth, there shall be no more Wanren sect." Yu Miaoqing knelt once more, bowing her head in supplication. "I earnestly beseech you, Master, to lead the Xianxing sect back onto the path of conquest, lest we descend into an abyss of no return. And do not follow in the footsteps of the Wanren sect." This time, Qing Xuanzi did not assist her to rise, instead shaking his head solemnly. "It is futile." "Why?" Yu Miaoqing exclaimed, her gaze fixed intently upon Qing Xuanzi. He replied, "Your Zhuke and Xuanwu uncles have both been afflicted by gu poison. Do you believe that as the leader of a sect, I would escape unscathed?" Yu Miaoqing glanced at Yi Yunqing, asserting, "As Master Yi stated, as long as you are not under threat of death, nothing will happen to you." Yi Yunqing nodded slightly. One could deduce from the situations of Feng Xinzi and the Zhuke and Xuanwu elders that this gu poison was akin to self-detonation, merely executed in a different manner. Its purpose was to prevent them from rebelling at a critical juncture. In essence, it was a means of silencing witnesses. With a bitter smile, Qing Xuanzi shook his head. "You know nothing of them. Moreover, my predicament is far more dire than that of your uncles." "What?" Yu Miaoqing's body trembled in shock. Chapter 39. In summer, I provide you with a cooling breeze. In winter, I warm your bed with an air of composure. Yi Yunqing perceptively remarked, "Could it be that you, old Qing Xian, have committed some misdeed?" The mere mention of misdeed visibly startled King Xuanzi, causing his body to tremble. Yi Yunqing, noticing his reaction, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. As if she were on the brink of uncovering a significant truth, her expression tinged with anticipation. She fanned the flames of curiosity further. "If I am not mistaken, 2 centuries ago, you secretly conspired with others to execute an act that stirred quite a commotion at the time." Upon hearing this, Yu Miaoqing's expression mirrored that of King Xuanzi. Evidently shaken by the reference to the past, she suddenly recalled Yi Yunqing's earlier words before arriving at the Xianxing sect. "I wonder if, after all these years, the surviving eldest daughter of the Yu family has discovered the true culprit." It appeared she had not, yet Yi Yunqing seemed to possess some clues. Could it be that Yi Yunqing had indeed stumbled upon something significant? And moreover, was this clue connected to her master? "I have no idea what you are talking about." King Xuanzi shot a glare at Yi Yunqing. "Shall I remind you?" Yi Yunqing replied, her tone teasing. "Cough, cough, cough." King Xuanzi, agitated, was interrupted by a fit of violent coughing, exacerbated by his earlier injury. This bout of coughing expelled blood, dark red, and even accompanied by a wisp of black smoke. Master, sect leader. Yu Miaoqing rose to support King Xuanzi, while the two elders, Qing Long and Baihu, assessed his injuries, discovering that they were far worse than their own. However, they could ascertain that Yi Yunxin was not the cause, for they knew her methods, though formidable, were not malicious. Despite their intensity, they could purify malevolent energies. The blood King Xuanzi had coughed up was evidently a result of dark poison. It's nothing. King Xuanzi forcibly suppressed the poison within him. Yet, at that moment, Yu Miaoqing, more concerned about the events of 2 centuries prior than her master's injuries, turned her gaze toward Yi Yunxin. Sect leader Yi, please enlighten us. Since her return as a missing person, Xia Beichen had noticed a significant change in Yu Miaoqing's attitude towards Yi Yunxin. He could only speculate about what she had experienced during her mysterious absence. Xia Beichen did not believe that she had merely indulged in fleeting pleasures, and thus felt gratitude towards Yi Yunxin. Rather, resentment seemed more appropriate. King Xuanzi called to Yu Miaoqing. Do you wish for your master to perish from your provocations? Yu Miaoqing bit her lip and replied, Master, this concerns the Yu family. I have the right to know. I implore you to grant me this request. If the master comprehends the circumstances, I too beseech you to enlighten me. After releasing her hold on King Xuanzi, she knelt once more, a gesture repeated thrice. Yet, King Xuanzi was resolute in his silence. Yu Miaoqing once again gazed at Yi Yunxin, pleading, Master Yi, I am aware of your benevolent nature. Please, enlighten me. To her astonishment, Yi Yunxin had received an unearned badge of virtue. Xia Beichen appeared somewhat perplexed. Qing Xian, do you truly believe that remaining silent will allow the truth to rot within? Yi Yunxin cast a glance at King Xuan's, urging, while you still breathe, it would be wise to speak up, in hopes of securing your esteemed disciples' forgiveness. No, wait. Pausing momentarily, Yi Yunxin swiftly amended her statement. Forgiveness in this matter seems highly improbable. After all, the Yu family once numbered nearly 100 souls at your mercy. Those bearing the surname, you should refrain from such baseless accusations. Elder Qing Long reprimanded, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Yunxin. You harbor an unyielding desire for the downfall of my Xianqing sect. Ha ha. Yi Yunxin laughed derisively. If I truly wished for the demise of your sect, would I still be engaged in this futile debate over ancient grievances with you? She pointedly addressed Qing Chong, Bai Mao, and the aged Qing Xian. Your fates have already been illustrated by the example set by the 10,000 Blades sect. With a knowing look directed at Elder Qing Long, she continued, by the way. Elder Qing Chong, were you not also complicit in those events? Why not confess your involvement? Elder Qing Long trembled, retorting, I do not comprehend your words. At that moment, Pai could no longer contain himself and suggested, Lady Yi, since they refuse to speak, let us eliminate them. There is no need to squander time with them. Indeed, do not grant them any chances. Xiao concurred. Xia Beichen remained silent, yet the ethereal voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that the host's current situation has reached an impasse, presenting 2 choices. 1. Depart without concern for past grievances. Let others deal with their affairs. Reward. A gentle concubine to fan you in summer, warm your bed in winter, engage in springtime activities, and bear twins in autumn. 2. Before everyone, dismantle the Xianqing sect's gate. Reward. The skill of unfiltered truth, which compels the target to disclose all their misdeeds without reservation for 1 hour. Upon completion, an additional surprise reward awaits. By the heavens, the system has finally ceased its trickery. Both options are remarkably appealing. The second is akin to a gift, fulfilling a need. And the first, what man wouldn't desire option 1? However, to simply walk away would likely earn Yi Yunxin's disdain, or worse, her wrath. After all, her purpose for this journey was to ensure that the Xianqing sect pays dearly for their involvement in the plot against her. As for the utter destruction of their sect, that would depend on her mood. Recalling the lingering poison of the silver demon fruit within him, Xia Beichen ultimately chose option 2. Detoxification was paramount. Moreover, with Yi Yunxin assisting in the process, it would undoubtedly be a gratifying experience. As the Pishio incited Yi Yunxin to strike decisively against the Xianqing sect, Xia Beichen soared into the air from the Pishio's back, hovering above the archway inscribed with the characters of the Xianqing sect. Seizing the moment before the sect members could react, Xia Beichen produced a massive hammer from the Endless Realm. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he raised the hammer and brought it crashing down upon the archway. A thunderous crash resounded, shaking the surroundings with its reverberations. It was only then that the onlookers raised their eyes to witness the archway collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. Congratulations to the host for demolishing the Xianqing sect's archway and acquiring the skill of speaking the truth. Xia Beichen felt a surge of joy within. He then slung the hammer over his shoulder and addressed the members of the Xianqing sect. You are truly both audacious and shameless. Henceforth, I have dismantled this archway for you. You may continue your disgraceful ways. With the utterance of such derogatory words, the previously tense stalemate shattered. Some disciples of the Xianqing sect launched an assault against Xia Beichen, unleashing azure spells and magical artifacts towards him. In a pivotal moment, the Pishio darted in front of Xia Beichen. With a fierce roar, a gust of wind surged forth, repelling most of the magical artifacts and counteracting numerous spells. The disciples of the Xianqing sect, lacking the strength to challenge the Pishio, found their offensive effortlessly neutralized. Brother Beichen, you must include me in your noble deeds. I too relish in smashing others' archways. The Pishio remarked as it dissipated the remaining onslaught of spells and artifacts. Xia Beichen, slightly embarrassed by the Pishio's words, responded with a sheepish smile. I will certainly remember that for next time. Returning to the Pishio's back, Xia Beichen rejoined Yu Yunqing. Casting a glance at the still kneeling Yu Miaoqing, he declared, Miss Yu, since your master is reluctant to speak voluntarily, I shall compel him to do so. Yu Miaoqing furrowed her brows, gazing at Xia Beichen in confusion. At that moment, Xia Beichen activated the skill of speaking the truth on Qing Shuzi. Pointing at him, Qing Shuzi paused, and the crowd looked on in astonishment. At that instant, Qing Shuzi appeared as if possessed by a spirit. Then, he spoke. 200 years ago, I indeed took part in the massacre of the Yu family. Master, senior brother, Elder Qinglong attempted to awaken Qing Shuzi, but his efforts proved futile. In a moment of desperation, he reached out to cover Qing Shuzi's mouth. However, as soon as his hand neared, it was bitten. Senior brother, have mercy. Qing Shuzi pleaded in pain. Yet, Qing Shuzi's jaws clamped down like a vice, tightening their grip. Ultimately, a chunk of flesh was bitten from Elder Qinglong's hand before he managed to extricate it, dark blood oozing forth immediately. The color of the blood remains uncertain. Whether it is a result of the malevolent poison from Qing Xuanzi's mouth or from within the body of the Elder Qinglong, regardless of the source of this dark-hued blood, the situation is far from optimistic for Elder Qinglong. His palm was visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. Elder Qinglong, Elder Baihu exclaimed urgently from the side, your hand. Elder Qinglong's face twisted in agony, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Baihu, quickly, sever this hand for me. He commanded Elder Baihu. Elder Qinglong, this. Elder Baihu hesitated, simultaneously attempting to seal the acupoints on Elder Qinglong's arm with one hand while retrieving a vial of medicinal powder with the other to sprinkle on the gaping wound. To no avail, the blood continued to flow unabated. Hurry, do not hesitate. Elder Qinglong urged desperately. Gritting his teeth, Elder Baihu finally swung his hand. And as the blood splattered, the hand was severed. In that moment, the hand that fell to the ground was unrecognizable. Fortunately, it was done in time. Elder Baihu quickly produced another vial of medicinal powder and applied it to Elder Qinglong's wound, astonishingly halting the relentless flow of blood. How peculiar. Elder Baihu nearly questioned the very nature of existence. Was it truly the powder that caused the effect, or was there another reason? Following the incident of Elder Qinglong's mutilated hand, none from the Xianqing sect dared to obstruct Qing Xuanzi any longer, unless they were prepared to kill him. Yes, they must eliminate him. Elder Baihu, steeling himself, unexpectedly struck with his sword at Qing Xuanzi's waist. The blade entered from the right side and exited from the left. The crimson blade met its mark, and Qing Xuanzi abruptly faltered, his words ceasing abruptly. Damn! Xia Beichen could not contain his exclamation. The ability to speak candidly seemed to be thwarted by Elder Baihu's unpredictable tactics. Thus, not only was the efficacy of his skills rendered moot, but he also faced the loss of random rewards. Xia Beichen was now infuriated. Brother Pai, let us take him down. With a command, Pai charged forth alongside him towards Elder Baihu. With a resounding crash, Pai's tail swept across, sending Elder Baihu flying until he collided with a tree, coming to an abrupt halt. Ironically, he found himself ensnared in the branches. The sight was utterly comical. To add to his discomfort, an unpleasant sound emanated from his groin, causing beads of sweat to emerge on his forehead. His complexion was even more dreadful than that of Elder Qinglong. After all, he had suffered a rather unfortunate mishap. Consequently, Elder Baihu let out a loud cry, his every action observed by all. Many disciples of the Xianqing sect could not help but clench their legs tightly. It was as if one could feel the pain as though it were their own. This scene momentarily reminded Xiaobeichen of a phrase, the melancholy of the egg. He was nearly compelled to take out a suona and play a tune for them. However, he recalled that the suona was a disposable item, reclaimed by the system after use. Xiaobeichen gazed at the elder of the white tiger branch perched upon the tree limb and inquired of Pai, "Brother Pai, did you intentionally direct a move resembling the dragon's tail at that tree limb towards the white cat?" Pai chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Ah, as long as I know. There is no need to voice it. Not at all. I cannot resist the urge to stir the pot," Xiaobeichen declared, pointing at the white tiger elder. "I never imagined that a venerable elder of the white tiger peak would commit such an unthinkable act as slaying the sect leader. If he dares to kill the leader, what does that imply for the rest?" The disciples closest to the white tiger elder immediately distanced themselves, fearing he might descend from the tree and thrust a blade into them. It would not be so problematic if the blade entered from one side and exited from the other, but should it enter from the rear, it would have to exit from a more sensitive part. Then Xiaobeichen would have to sing a lament for them. The chrysanthemum withers, frost covers the ground. Your smile has faded. Flowers fall, leaving hearts broken. Due to Qing Xuanzi being stabbed by the white tiger elder, the effect of honesty has officially ceased, and random rewards have been revoked. However, a consolation prize has been granted to the host. The life of the white tiger elder has officially entered a countdown. Countdown, 30 seconds. Xiaobeichen raised an eyebrow, astonished that this consolation prize would cost the white tiger elder his life. Indeed, with his roots severed, what use was life? There would be no more dual endeavors, nor the possibility of progeny. Death, in this case, would serve as a form of liberation. At that moment, the white tiger elder descended from the tree limb and slumped to the ground. Upon seeing his visage, the onlookers realized that he was rapidly aging. Particularly as the countdown reached its midpoint, his skin began to wrinkle, and his hair gradually turned white. In the final 5 seconds, even his teeth fell out. As the countdown reached 0, he slumped, emaciated, to the earth, marking the end of his existence. As they witnessed the passage of life, the hearts of the disciples of the Xianqing sect were left unsettled. Even Yu Miaoqing was momentarily stunned. Xiaobeichen turned to Yi Yunxin and said, "Yunxin, please assist in preventing any potential black smoke from emerging from his body." Yi Yunxin nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, I am prepared to release the 7 colored flowers." Pai regarded the lifeless form on the ground and remarked, "From what Qing Xuanzi revealed earlier, it is evident this fellow has participated in numerous misdeeds. His death is well-deserved." Indeed, Xiaobeichen concurred. Although Qing Xuanzi had spoken little before his demise, he had nonetheless imparted some critical information, including the involvement of the 4 elders in the calamity that befell the Yu family 2 centuries ago. Thus, the truth unfurled. In the past, in an attempt to elevate the Xianqing sect from a second-rate sect to a first-rate one, King Xuanzai shockingly engaged in a transaction with an organization known as the Soul-Devouring Valley. Chapter 041, The New Sect Leader. The very name Soul-Devouring Valley suggests it is not a benign entity. However, very few are aware of its existence. Firstly, it is indeed shrouded in mystery. Secondly, its location is exceedingly obscure. Finding it is a daunting task. Even Yi Yunxin, the northern Xian empress, has only heard whispers of it. One cannot fathom how King Xuanzai discovered it and reached an agreement with them. Presently, all indications suggest that Feng Xinzi has also sought the Soul-Devouring Valley. The ominous black smoke, along with the moths conjured from it, undoubtedly originates from the valley's toxins. As for the Wanren sect, their members did not emit black smoke upon their demise, indicating they have no affiliations with the Soul-Devouring Valley. However, the chrysanthemum classic acquired by Changshanba raises some suspicions. It remains unclear whether it was obtained by chance or through calculated scheming, for that artifact is notorious for inflicting harm. After a brief wait, the withered corpse of Elder White Tiger finally released a wisp of black smoke. It had indeed arrived. The surrounding individuals tensed their nerves. However, the black smoke dissipated almost immediately, failing to launch an attack or transform into moths. It came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. Could it be that the toxins had lost their potency? Yi Yunxin wore an expression of curiosity. It was certain that Elder White Tiger harbored toxins within. Otherwise, that wisp of black smoke would not have emerged. At this moment, the system provided an explanation to Xiaobeichen. Due to the rapid demise of Elder White Tiger of the Xianqing sect, any threats he posed to others, including the toxins within him, have been nullified. So that was it. The system had preemptively eradicated his toxins at their inception. Upon receiving this information, Xia Beichen informed Yi Yunxin, I have extinguished the toxins within him using a special skill. Oh? Yi Yunxin regarded Xia Beichen with the same curiosity one might reserve for a creature of the extraordinary. You merely pointed at him. And not only did it hasten his death, but it also eliminated the toxins within him? Xia Beichen nodded affirmatively. Their conversation did not employ the Tianxian star technique for silent communication. Thus those nearby could hear every word. This left many disciples of the Xianqing sect profoundly astonished. After all, they were well aware of Xia Beichen's cultivation level. He was merely at the spirit-gathering realm, and yet he could withstand any assault without sustaining injury, and was prone to retaliating with lethal force. This alone was already remarkable. Now, he had demonstrated a skill that accelerated death upon mere indication and nullified all threats. This was beyond mere abnormality. Consequently, while they were deeply shocked, they also sought to evade Xia Beichen's gaze, fearing he might direct his finger at them as well. Yu Miaoqing overheard the conversation between Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. Young Master Xia, I implore you to show mercy, she pleaded, casting a glance at Xia Beichen. After all, these were her fellow disciples. She could not bear to see any further losses before the truth was revealed. Otherwise, the Xianqing sect would surely descend into mediocrity. Xia Beichen returned her gaze and tossed her an object. Upon catching it and examining it, she discovered it was a pill. If you wish for your master to avoid imminent demise, administer this to him, Xia Beichen stated. Be cautious, junior apprentice. There may be treachery afoot. Elder Qinglong warned anxiously. Yu Miaoqing bit her lip, but ultimately chose to trust Xia Beichen, administering the pill to King Xuanzai. This was not the injury-reducing pill awarded to Xia Beichen by the system, as King Xuanzai already bore prior wounds. Instead, it was a hemostatic pill scavenged from the forbidden grounds of the 10,000 Blades sect. Moments after consumption, King Xuanzai's bleeding ceased. It seemed the effects were remarkable. Qing I am deeply sorry, King Xuanzai trembled, once the blood was staunched. My time is drawing near, and I fear I cannot divulge the complete truth to you. Beneath the main hall seat of the sect leader lay a concealed compartment containing the truth you seek. Perhaps sensing the end of his life approaching, King Xuanzai's perspective shifted. Master, Yu Miaoqing called out, you shall not come to harm. I will take you back to tend to your wounds. King Xuanzai waved his hand dismissively. It is futile. He then produced a dark blue jade token. After my departure, you shall assume the role of sect leader. I hope you will guide everyone along a path of your own making. Remember, do not collude with any dark forces. When one is nearing death, their words often bear wisdom. Perhaps at this moment, King Xuanzai regretted his previous dealings with the soul-devouring valley. Yu Miaoqing shook her head. Master, you will be fine. Keep the token for yourself. I do not want it. To her astonishment, King Xuanzai forcefully pressed the token into her hands and, summoning his remaining strength, pushed her several paces away. Master, Yu Miaoqing attempted to return, only to witness black smoke emanating from King Xuanzai's body. He exhibited the same symptoms as elders Zhike and Xuanwu. This is bad. It's poison, Xia Beichen cautioned. However, several nearby disciples of the Xianqing sect also fell victim to the affliction. Immediately, 5 disciples were overtaken by the black smoke and lost their lives. The remaining disciples narrowly escaped due to the arrival of the 7-colored flower released by Yi Yunxin. As she watched King Xuanzai dissolve into nothingness, Yu Miaoqing knelt sorrowfully upon the ground. This marked her 4th kneeling of the day. After all, King Xuanzai had nurtured her for 2 centuries. Throughout these years, she had come to regard him as her father. Miss Yu, please accept my condolences. Yi Yunxin gently patted the back of the Qio and approached Yu Miaoqing, giving her shoulder a reassuring tap. Your master is no longer with us. But there remains an elder of the Azure Dragon, she remarked, subtly indicating that this elder was not to be underestimated. Yu Miaoqing met Yi Yunxin's gaze and said, Master Yi, considering the loss of our sect leader, 3 elders, and 70% of our disciples, I implore you to spare the Azure Profound sect. I promise. I will not seek vengeance against you. Yi Yunxin glanced over the disciples of the Azure Profound sect and noted the devastating losses. Indeed, only a mere 30% remained, and their cultivation levels were generally modest, with the highest barely reaching the pinnacle of the spirit movement realm. It was evident that the Azure Profound sect had suffered tremendously, only slightly better off than the annihilated Blade sect. I trust you, Yi Yunxin replied, albeit her attention shifted to the Azure Dragon Elder. The Elder, clearly displeased, interjected, Yi. Do not attempt to sow discord here. Now that Yu is the sect leader, I will certainly follow her lead. At this moment, Yu Miaoqing stood up and declared, Rest assured, Master Yi, I will manage things appropriately. Returning her gaze, Yi Yunxin stated, Then it is settled. Our enmity with the Azure Profound sect ends here. Farewell. With that, she exchanged a glance with Xia Beichen, and the two departed with the Qiu, vanishing from the sight of the Azure Profound sect's members. Once they reached the foot of a mountain, Yi Yunxin halted. Xia Beichen, curious, asked, Yunxin, why have we stopped? What are your thoughts on Yu Miaoqing? Yi Yunxin countered, evading the question. Xia Beichen paused, puzzled. What do you mean? Is it worth rescuing her? Yi Yunxin continued. Rescue? Xia Beichen's brow furrowed. Are you suggesting she is in danger? Do you genuinely believe that Elder Qingqiong would obediently follow Yu Miaoqing? The exchange was becoming convoluted, leaving the Qiu somewhat bemused. Then the Qiu remarked, Miss Yi, since our grievances with the Azure Profound sect have concluded, any misfortune they encounter is their own affair. Why wade into such murky waters? The Qiu nodded in agreement. Indeed, would it not be better to let them fend for themselves? Yi Yunxin gazed towards the Azure Profound sect. Yu Miaoqing is also a pitiable figure. 2 centuries ago, her family was left with only her, and she was raised by enemies. I wonder what her master intended by sparing her and not eradicating the threat entirely. However, without Qing Xuanzi, the only remaining participant from that era, Elder Qi Chong, is the last of the 4 great elders. Surely, he must feel quite anxious. Moreover, he is currently the most senior and influential figure in the Azure Profound sect. Would he willingly accept this? After contemplating Yi Yunxin's analysis, Xia Beichen nodded. You are correct. However, do you wish to return to save her solely out of pity? Yi Yunxin shook her head. Certainly not. With that, she raised her hand into a fist. I desire to have Yu Miaoqing owe me a personal favor, to help her secure her position as sect leader. In doing so, the Azure Profound sect will ultimately serve my interests. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Xia Beichen's face. What an intricate scheme indeed. Rather than allowing the Xianqing sect to become adversaries, it would be far more prudent to transform them into allies. How astute of you, Pai. However, Xia Beichen refrained from immediately praising her, instead remarking, How long has it been since you administered the spring night elixir to her? That favor may not be reciprocated. Yet, Yi Yunxin, with a smirk, retorted, Who says the potion I gave her was indeed the spring night elixir? Oh, was it not? Xia Beichen recalled the demeanor of Yu Miaoqing at the gates of the Xianqing sect. No wonder her attitude towards you was markedly more favorable than when we encountered her at the Wanjian sect. It seems you managed to intimidate her somewhat? Yi Yunxin chuckled. What I provided her was merely a healing elixir. Xia Beichen remained puzzled. Then what explains her earlier discreet disappearance? Yi Yunxin speculated. Perhaps she had to leave abruptly due to some unforeseen circumstance. Xia Beichen nodded. Her return to the Xianqing sect was indeed later than our arrival, thus, it can be concluded that she had no intention of leaking information. With that, he took Yi Yunxin's hand. Since we have resolved to leverage this personal favor, let us proceed. Otherwise, we may arrive too late and find that others have reaped the rewards, leaving us with naught but the dregs. Yi Yunxin shot him a glance. Are you in such a hurry because you have taken a fancy to her? Absolutely not. Xia Beichen replied resolutely. Would it not be advantageous to have 2 sect masters as your companions? Yi Yunxin inquired. Fishing for a catch? Xia Beichen replied with utmost seriousness. 3 sect masters would be even better. How about we next visit the Qinglan sect and support a female sect master to ascend? Yi Yunxin playfully tugged at Xia Beichen's ear. The sun has yet to set, and you are already dreaming? Your Majesty, I was merely jesting. You say that outwardly. Yet your heart harbors another intention, does it not? Not at all. Your Majesty, you are truly my type. Is that so? Should I inform you that the sect master of the Qinglan sect is also a woman? A woman? Xia Beichen was only just learning that the sect master of the Qinglan sect was female. What, are you intrigued now? Shall I send you on a mission at the next stop? Yi Yunxin regarded Xia Beichen with a teasing glance. How utterly ungrateful. To have participated in a scheme against you is intolerable. Xia Beichen declared with righteous indignation. Yi Yunxin laughed. You had best be speaking the truth. As they spoke, the two, accompanied by the Pai Xiao, returned to the gates of the Xianqing sect, only to discover that all the living disciples and the fallen bodies had vanished. It seemed they had retreated. Just then, a cascade of azure light emanated from the mountain, though the exact happenings were obscured. Both Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin surmised what had transpired. It appeared that action had already commenced. Thus, they soared up the mountain. The Xianqing sect boasted numerous peaks. However, a primary pathway meandered from the gates, ascending directly to the cluster of edifices atop each peak. The principal peak of the Xianqing sect occupied the central position of the entire sect. The founding patriarch of the sect, during the establishment of the order, set up the 4 peaks, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, to guard the main peak nestled between them, concealing their presence. 2 individuals and 2 divine beasts approached the main peak, only to discover that the recently beleaguered Su Inquing sect had now fragmented into 2 factions. One faction was led by Yu Miaoqing, while the other was under the command of Elder Azure Dragon. In the midst of their standoff lay several disciples, a clear testament to the recent conflict. Master Uncle, my master's remains are not yet cold. Why do you not prioritize the greater good, but instead engage in usurpation? Yu Miaoqing confronted Elder Azure Dragon. Remains not yet cold? Elder Azure Dragon scoffed. Your master has been reduced to ashes. Where are the remains? Fuming with rage, Yu Miaoqing retorted. You, Elder Azure Dragon pointed at the azure token, symbolizing her position as sect leader, and declared loudly, I advise you to obediently surrender the token. Yu Miaoqing responded gravely, Master Uncle, the poison within you still lingers. Are you not afraid of jeopardizing your foundation? Following the tragic fate of Masters Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise? Ha ha ha. Elder Azure Dragon laughed recklessly. You might not know, but the poison within me has long been resolved. Yu Miaoqing clenched her fists tightly. Elder Azure Dragon's smile remained unabated. Do you remember how your master's wife met her demise? Yu Miaoqing's brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Elder Azure Dragon leered. Your master's wife, having surpassed a millennium in age, was still so youthful. I merely gave her a little nudge and sent her to amuse the Lord of Soul-Devouring Valley. Unfortunately, she was too fragile and perished within days. At his words, fury ignited within Yu Miaoqing. So, the poison on you was resolved by the Lord of Soul-Devouring Valley in such a manner? Surprised? Amazed? Elder Azure Dragon continued to laugh heartily. Ha! Did my master ever learn of this? Your master remained oblivious until his last breath. Elder Azure Dragon ceased his laughter, adopting a vile demeanor. By the way, I originally intended to offer you to the Valley Lord, but unexpectedly, it turned into your master's wife. Enough! Yu Miaoqing shouted in anger. So, it was you who betrayed my master and the Su Inquing sect? Elder Azure Dragon smirked. Water flows downward, and people strive upward. Did not your master also engage in dealings with Soul-Devouring Valley? Yu Miaoqing drew forth her sword. If that is the case, I shall cleanse the ranks. Elder Azure Dragon shook his head. With your mid-stage spiritual sea cultivation, what can you do to defeat me? You, a creature lesser than a beast, are merely at the initial stage of spirit refinement. What is there to be proud of? Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated. Chapter 043, Descent? Then I shall slay until you yield. The 2 opposing factions immediately turned their heads. To their astonishment, they beheld the return of Xia Beiqin, Yi Yunxin, and the Pishio. The speaker was none other than Yi Yunxin, whose cultivation had reached the celestial realm. To her, those in the refinement realm are merely her juniors. Even Qing Xuanzi, who was at the late stage of the refinement realm, could not withstand Yi Yunxin's assault, let alone those at the mid-stage. Thus, the elder of the Qinglong from the Xianqing sect is indeed the most junior of all. He did not anticipate their return. The Qinglong elder was secretly taken aback, while his companions felt a twinge of concern. It was evident from Yi Yunxin's words that she was mocking the Qinglong elder. Clearly, she had chosen to align herself with Yu Miaoqing. Why did you, Miss Yi, break your promise by returning after leaving? The Qinglong elder queried with displeasure. Yi Yunxin chuckled, retorting, I only keep promises to those who are worthy of them, as she wagged her index finger, declaring, you are not worthy. Glancing at Yu Miaoqing, she continued, today, I shall recognize Yu Miaoqing as my younger sister, and as her elder sister. It is my duty to protect her. Yu Miaoqing looked at Yi Yunxin in astonishment. You. However, the Qinglong elder was furious about their interference in the sect's disputes. How can you be so defiant? Yi Yunxin brandished her Xingxuan sword, pointing it at him. Then I shall fight until you relent. Since you have returned, I will give it my all. The outcome is yet to be determined. As the Qinglong elder spoke, he produced a pill and swallowed it. Upon ingestion, a verdant light emanated around him. This reminded Xia Beiqin and Yi Yunxin of the protector elder from the Wanren sect who adored wearing a forgiving green hat. It would indeed be a pity if those 2 green fellows did not become partners. After witnessing his glowing form post-ingestion, Yu Miaoqing signaled everyone to be cautious, anticipating unforeseen events. Moments later, the green light dimmed, and everyone was astonished to find that the Qinglong elder's cultivation had ascended to the early stage of the cave heaven realm. Even his previous injuries had healed. No wonder he dared to vie for the position of sect master. He possessed the capability to do so. Had Yu Yunqi not returned, he would have been invincible. Could it be that he consumed a spirit ascension pill? Xia Beichen pondered, furrowing his brow at his rapidly increasing realm. Yu Yunqi shook her head, stating, "The spirit ascension pill only elevates one to the next corresponding realm and is effective solely for cultivators at the spiritual sea realm and below." Clearly, the pill the Qinglong elder ingested was not the spirit ascension pill. Casting a sidelong glance at the Qinglong elder, Yu Yunqi added, "Furthermore, the spiritual energy enhanced by the spirit ascension pill is pure, whereas this green creature's current cultivation emanates an ominous aura. Could it be provided by the soul-devouring valley?" Speaking of the ominous, Xia Beichen could not help but recall that name. Ha. The Qinglong elder laughed unabashedly once more. "Yu Yunqi, in our shared realm, it is impossible for you to leave here unscathed today." He glared fiercely at Xia Beichen, asserting, at the very least, "I must make this young man beside you account for himself here." Xia Beichen displayed an exaggerated expression of terror, exclaiming, "How frightening. You dare to bully a lowly cultivator like me? Do you truly believe yourself to be a dragon?" The Pishio, in unison, addressed the elder Qinglong, stating, "With our presence here today, you shall be reduced to mere insects." Subsequently, the Pishio cast a glance at the disciples of the Xianqing sect behind the elder and warned, "When the city gates are engulfed in flames, the fish in the moat suffer. If you wish to avoid becoming cannon fodder, you may either depart or surrender." The Pishio added, "When celestial beings clash, the insignificant suffer. Those with discernment should repent and stand behind your sect master, you." At that moment, Yu Miaoqing aptly interjected, "Those who realize their errors and return to the right path shall not be held accountable for past mistakes. However, once the battle commences, do not blame me for lacking compassion." Upon hearing her words, some disciples behind Elder Qinglong began to waver. The more courageous ones advanced, only to be abruptly met with a fierce strike from the elder, who sent one disciple flying. A disciple from Yu Miaoqing's side rushed forth to catch him. But the elder's force was overwhelming, and the blow proved fatal. "Who dares to betray me?" Elder Qinglong glared fiercely at the disciples behind him. Having ascended to the realm of Dongtian, his intimidating presence served as a stark warning, creating a chilling effect. Consequently, the disciples behind him hesitated, deterred from moving forward. Yu Miaoqing admonished, "Uncle Master, you stray from the path and defy the hearts of the people. Even if you were made sect master, the Xianqing sect would meet its demise under your leadership. This is no longer your concern, for soon you shall no longer hold the title of sect master." No sooner had she spoken than the elder launched an attack against Yu Miaoqing, his intention clear, to seize the sect master's token. A dark azure formation materialized before Elder Qinglong, from which emerged a colossal sword. The pressure of the Dongtian realm's Qi sword surged toward Yu Miaoqing and her disciples. Since the remaining disciples were all at the spirit pill realm or below, they could scarcely withstand such oppressive force. One by one, they bent low, while those at the spirit gathering realm were forced to the ground, with some even coughing up blood. This was merely the aftermath of the Qi sword's presence. For should it strike, it would likely claim numerous disciples. In that critical moment, a shimmering arc of starlight enveloped Yu Miaoqing and her disciples, bringing them a sense of relief. Observing this, Elder Qinglong gestured downward towards the light barrier, directing the immense Qi sword to crash down upon it. Yet, it failed to meet its target, as a tangible sword surged forth, piercing the Qi sword with incredible precision. In an instant, it shattered the Qi sword. To everyone's astonishment, it was Yi Yunxin wielding the Xingxuan sword. Following that, Yi Yunxin deftly manipulated the Xingxuan sword, altering its trajectory from a distance. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Elder Qinglong. "I shall assist," Pai declared as he rushed towards Elder Qinglong. With a swift gesture, Elder Qinglong conjured a green glowing magic formation that surged towards Pai. In response, Pai ignited with golden flames and charged forward. With a resounding crash, the green formation was shattered by Pai's force. Meanwhile, Xia stayed by Xia Beichen's side, protecting him. Some of Elder Qinglong's most devoted followers, particularly the disciples from Qinglong Peak, launched their own assault on Xia Beichen the moment Elder Qinglong struck. Thus, a fierce battle erupted between Pai and these disciples. Witnessing this, Yu Miaoqing instructed her disciples to watch over one another and not to fight individually. She then drew her sword and joined the fray. She had resolved to instigate a significant transformation at Qinglong Peak. Consequently, she did not hesitate to unleash her full strength against the disciples of Qinglong Peak. Young Master Xia. Take this, Yu Miaoqing said, having repelled several disciples attacking Xia Beichun, as she produced an item and handed it to him. Chapter 044, Little Beauty. Do you need a shot? What is this? Xia Beichun inquired, gazing at the small box before him. Upon opening the lid, Yu Miaoqing revealed a slender, azure needle, roughly the size of an embroidery needle. This is an artifact I stumbled upon during my travels a few years ago, known as the Azure Flame Needle. Yu Miaoqing explained generously. Now it is yours. Infuse it with spiritual energy to activate it. It is a formidable killing instrument, capable of easily dealing with cultivators of the spirit pill realm and below. Xia Beichun hesitated to accept it, saying, such a precious item. Miss you should keep it. Yu Miaoqing firmly placed the box into Xia Beichun's hands. Your cultivation level is lower. You will have more opportunities to use it than I will. Without waiting for Xia Beichun's acceptance, she turned and departed. With a swift motion, her sword swept through, sending several disciples of Qinglong Peak flying backwards. Xia Beichun pinched the azure flame needle between his right hand's index and middle fingers. He then infused it with spiritual energy. A burst of azure flames erupted from the needle's tip. No wonder it was called the Azure Flame Needle, despite being in close proximity to the flames. Xia Beichun felt no heat. Rather, it enveloped him in a gentle warmth. However, how could such a needle produce a lethal effect? Just as Xia Beichun pondered this, the Azure Flame Needle, charged with spiritual energy, emitted a sharp sound and launched itself from his grasp. The entire needle was enveloped in azure flames as it sped towards the disciples from Qinglong Peak, who had resumed their assault on him. It moved with astonishing speed, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Before Xia Beichun could react, those surrounding him, poised to attack, suddenly halted. After a brief pause, they all collapsed to the ground. Unbelievable. Xia Beichun felt a surge of excitement. This needle was truly extraordinary. It was indeed a spiritual artifact. As the flames of the Azure Flame Needle dimmed, it hovered before Xia Beichun. In the brief span of less than 3 seconds, it had incapacitated several disciples of the Xianqing sect gathered at the Qinglong Peak. Noticing Xia Beichun's use of the Azure Flame Needle, Yu Miaoqing offered him a slight nod and remarked, "Isn't it quite easy to handle?" Xia Beichun clasped his fists in gratitude, responding, "Thank you for your kindness. Be cautious." Yu Miaoqing cautioned. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, prompting Xia Beichun to swiftly evade to the side. Upon glancing up, he discovered a disciple from the Baihu Peak, at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, attempting a sneak attack while he conversed with Yu Miaoqing. Each disciple of the Xianqing sect bore a distinctive emblem on their attire, denoting their lineage. The assailant wielded a curved weapon resembling a scythe, with blood still dripping from its blade. However, this blood did not belong to Xia Beichun, as the ambush had failed. It was from a disciple aligned with Yu Miaoqing. What a bold move to resort to a sneak attack. Xia Beichun raised his middle finger in defiance. Deception is a soldier's craft. The assailant retorted. Then, shall you receive an injection? Xia Beichun glanced at the Azure Flame Needle and addressed his opponent. Hearing this, the assailant's brows furrowed, as Xia Beichun's words carried an unsettling undertone that nearly sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Yu Miaoqing could not help but rub her forehead, saying, "Young Master Xia, I forgot to remind you that the Azure Flame Needle requires an infusion of spiritual energy each time it is used." Xia Beichun fell silent. No wonder the flames had waned. Had he been informed earlier? Yet upon reflection, it was only reasonable. A spiritual weapon indeed required a measure of spiritual energy to function. The Baihu Peak disciple, upon hearing Yu Miaoqing's words, smirked with a hint of disdain and seized the opportunity to launch another attack on Xia Beichun. The scythe aimed menacingly at his throat. However, just as the blade was about to make contact, a resounding crack echoed through the air. In the next instant, the disciple from Baihu Peak was sent flying backward, letting out a muffled grunt. As he soared through the air, he caught sight of the mythical creature, Xiao, guarding in front of Xia Beichun. To his shock, he had also fallen victim to an ambush. Nevertheless, Xiao was not idle. She leapt gracefully, creating ripples in the air. This scene evoked a sense of déjà vu for Xia Beichun. Soon, countless golden arrows manifested within the ripples. Golden rain arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows swiftly hurtled toward the disciple from Baihu Peak, whose face betrayed a look of horror. It was well known that Elder Zhke had suffered at the hands of the golden rain arrows unleashed by Xiao, Even his sword had been rendered utterly helpless, shattering into fragments before them. However, the disciple of the White Tiger Peak could never have anticipated that he would not perish from the golden rain arrows, but rather from the azure flame needle. A streak of azure flame surged forth, preceding the golden rain arrows, piercing through his heart. Subsequently, it emerged from his back. Such swiftness! Even the Chiyo could not help but express astonishment. To it, the golden rain arrows seemed remarkably rapid, yet they were overtaken by the azure flame needle, claiming the life of its target. Little did he know that Xia Beichen possessed the extraordinary ability to act a step ahead. Upon receiving the late warning from Yu Miaoqing, he promptly infused the azure flame needle with spiritual energy once more. Thus, seizing the kill was a mere formality. After enduring a moment of piercing agony, the adversary staggered, then fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, he still retained a flicker of life. However, such fortune would not last long. The golden rain arrows soon followed. With a flurry of piercing sounds, numerous arrows embedded themselves within his body, instantly transforming him into a veritable pincushion. Does this count as mine, or yours? Xia Beichen inquired of the Chiyo, observing the adversary's head tilt as he bid farewell to this world. The Chiyo chuckled and replied, "You are the master. Whatever you say goes." "Astute," Xia Beichen remarked. "Let us say it's yours. After all, you did help me by knocking him aside just now." The Chiyo praised. "The master is magnanimous." Xia Beichen cast a glance at those who were eyeing him ominously, then turned to the Chiyo. "Please keep an eye on them to prevent any ambush while I replenish my spiritual energy." Understood. The Chiyo vigilantly surveyed the surrounding individuals, who appeared to be executing a mission under the orders of Elder Qin Long, intent on making Xia Beichen account for himself here. He retrieved a pill, looted from the forbidden grounds of the Wanren sect, and placed it in his mouth. A third-rank spirit-replenishing pill. This would restore some of his spiritual energy. Though the azure flame needle was formidable, it was bound by the limitations of spiritual energy. Currently, at the spirit-gathering realm, Xia Beichen found it challenging to wield it effectively without sufficient spiritual resources, unless he reached the Spirit Sea realm and opened the Dan Sea. The two recent activations had consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, he had the spirit-replenishing pill. Even so, this energy-depleting spiritual artifact had instilled a psychological shadow over the lower-ranking disciples, as it had effortlessly taken down over a dozen individuals in the blink of an eye during its first use. After consuming the spirit-replenishing pill, Xia Beichen felt rejuvenated, surveying the group of adversaries eyeing him hungrily. At this moment, the azure flame needle hovered before him once again. Ultimately, Xia Beichen's gaze settled upon a female disciple. "Little beauty, would you like a shot?" Chapter 045, The Proud and Mature Senior Sister. "Yours is rather small." Unexpectedly, the other party puffed out her chest, which was still quite impressive, and replied haughtily, "Yours is rather small." Her response nearly left Xia Beichen at a loss for words. Clearing his throat, Xia Beichen remarked, "I wasn't referring to you." The other party, visibly displeased, retorted, "So you are implying that I am young? I was merely complimenting your youth." "You are the youthful one," she exclaimed. "I am over 200 years old." Startled, Xia Beichen halted mid-sentence, realizing he had to tread carefully. After all, the one who had just gifted him the Qingyan needle, Yu Miaoqing, was also over 200 years old. As for the intimately acquainted Yi Yunxin, she was over 300. But should he continue down this path, he risked offending several women, a potentially disastrous outcome. Clearing his throat once more, Xia Beichen tactfully changed his approach. "Ahem, senior sister, would you like a shot?" Unexpectedly, she remained irate, responding with a curt, "No." "Oh dear," he sighed. This woman was impossible. Compliment her youth, and she was displeased. Mention her age, and she was still unsatisfied. "No shot. Then why do you keep staring at me?" Xia Beichen challenged. This left her momentarily speechless. "Boy, do you dare to tease our senior sister? Are you tired of living?" A male disciple in the mid-stage of the Lingdong realm interjected in front of the female disciple. "Hey, are you so unreasonable? It is clearly your senior sister who has been staring at me," Xia Beichen accused. "I could have said her gaze was teasing me." As he spoke, the Qingyan needle transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away from him. In the next moment, the young man staggered and knelt on one knee. After a brief moment, a pained expression contorted his features. It turned out the Qingyan needle, under Xia Beichen's command, had swiftly pierced into his knee and emerged through the other side. The others, including the previously mentioned female disciple, gaped in shock, rendered speechless. The recently perfected disciple of the Lingdong realm felt a chilling sensation from the needle, while those beneath that cultivation level were like ants, easily subdued. The crucial point was that although Xia Beichen was merely at the Lingju realm, he possessed a recovery pill. How could cultivators lacking in skill contend against one who supplemented their abilities with resources? However, this time, Xia Beichen refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Everyone, judging by your expressions, I would advise surrendering, Xia Beichen suggested playfully. He raised an eyebrow and added, now is the perfect moment while your elder Qingchong is overwhelmed. No sooner had he spoken than a muffled groan echoed, followed by a resounding explosion. The crowd turned to see Elder Qinglong colliding with the eaves of the main hall, resulting in a significant rupture. Above the eaves, Yi Yunxin stood, sword in hand, coldly gazing at Elder Qinglong. An ephemeral boost in cultivation is ultimately fleeting. What can you possibly rely on to match my genuine advancement to the Dongdian realm? You might as well kneel and beg for mercy, pleading for me to bestow upon you a spirit-purifying pill. Elder Qinglong coughed a few times while clutching his chest, then rose to his feet. However, the moment he stood, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood appeared normal, unlike the darkened hue exhibited by King Swansea previously. This indirectly indicated that his curse had been lifted by the master of the soul-devouring valley. It is said that within the same realm, an exchange can be made one for one, yet it is evident that Yi Yunxin remained unscathed while Elder Qinglong had suffered considerable injury. This suggests that the advancement elixirs provided by the soul-devouring valley are rather unreliable, more suitable for tormenting cultivators of the divine realm and below. Yi Yunxin, I shall remember this grudge. As he spoke, Elder Qinglong transformed into a streak of green light and departed. You may remember it in your next life. Yi Yunxin focused intently and declared, in the next moment, Elder Qinglong's body abruptly halted. Simultaneously, beams of light emerged around him. The unyielding starry binding. Yi Yunxin, are you intent on annihilating me? Elder Qinglong's expression shifted to one of terror. After all, I have already slain numerous individuals in the past few days. One more is inconsequential. Yi Yunxin sheathed the starry sword and moved to stand beside Xia Beichen. Beichen, did he not instruct you to explain matters to me here? Now, let us teach him a lesson. Xia Beichen turned to Yu Miaoqing. That depends on whether Sect Master Yu is willing to spare him, as he is her master's nephew. After all, Elder Qinglong also looked towards Yu Miaoqing. Yu Shitzi, please urge them to show mercy. I assure you I will not rebel. If you do not believe me, you may strip me of my cultivation. Unexpectedly, Yu Miaoqing retorted fiercely. It is too late. It seems this fellow is merely a coward. Xia Beichen smirked, and the Qingyan needle shot forth with a vibrant azure flame trailing behind it towards Elder Qinglong. In the blink of an eye, the Qingyan needle transformed into an afterimage, and before Elder Qinglong could utter another word, it pierced into his brow. In that instant, his eyes widened considerably, and his pupils gradually lost focus. Ultimately, he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! With a resounding crash, Elder Qinglong's entire body struck the earth, creating a deep crater. A single needle had claimed his life. Although he had been bound by Yi Yunxin's starry binding, the power of the needle was nonetheless formidable. In such a brief span of time, the number of lives extinguished by the Qingyan needle had surpassed 20. At that moment, Yi Yunxin gently raised her hand, lifting Elder Qinglong's corpse through the air. Then, the 4 beams of light rapidly constricted their range. In the blink of an eye, the corpse shattered, leaving not even a trace of his nascent soul. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the remaining henchmen trembled and knelt before Yu Miaoqing. Sect Master, spare us. Sect Master, spare us. Yu Miaoqing stood with one hand behind her, the other wielding her sword at her side, exuding an air of authority befitting a sect leader. It is too late. She spoke softly. Those disciples who conspired with Elder Qinglong and stained their hands with the blood of their peers are unforgivable. Sect Master. A few disciples were instantly paralyzed with fear. Pai sneered at them, saying, had you known this would be the outcome, why act in defiance? Indeed, to fear death yet plot rebellion. Xiao echoed. Yu Miaoqing turned to Xia Beichen, imploring, young Master Xia. I am aware that you brought back numerous weapons from the Wanjian sect. Could you kindly provide each of them with a dagger, so they may end their own lives? Xia Beichen nodded and summoned dozens of daggers from the endless realm. He was certainly not lacking in weapons. Sect Master, spare us. Some continued to plead, bowing fervently until their foreheads bled. The disciples standing behind Yu Miaoqing showed no sympathy, although they were fellow sect members. None had hesitated when attempting to seize the sect master's token from Elder Qinglong. One disciple reached for a dagger, and just as everyone assumed he would take his own life, he lunged at Yu Miaoqing instead. Chapter 046, A Night of 7 Life Exchanges? Coincidentally, another individual fought desperately, seizing a dagger and also lunging at Yu Miaoqing. However, before they could reach her, several desperate disciples found their hands severed, bloodied, and falling to the ground. It took a moment for everyone to realize that it was Yi Yunxin who, at a critical moment, had transformed his qi into a sword, severing these disciples' arms. Wails of anguish echoed throughout. Witnessing this, some disciples, knowing there was no escape, gripped the daggers and either slashed their throats or plunged them into their hearts. Yu Miaoqing remained entirely impassive, especially towards those who had intended to strike her. After summoning her own sword, she decisively took action herself. Blood splattered once more. The remaining disciples, coerced by the tyranny of Elder Qinglong, felt compelled to choose sides. Yet, for those who did not wish to harm their fellow sect members, Yu Miaoqing offered 2 options. First, they could serve as outer disciples for 2 years, during which the sect would provide only daily necessities. But they could undertake relevant tasks to earn spirit stones. Second, they could leave the mountain and sever ties with the Xianqing sect, no longer identifying as its disciples, and could join a new sect. Once the options were presented, 2/3 chose the first, while the remainder opted for the second. Yu Miaoqing respected their decisions. For those who selected the second option, she even arranged for them to receive some spirit stones as severance pay, allowing them to part ways amicably. Thus, the usurpation incident officially concluded. Following this upheaval, the number of disciples in the Xianqing sect dwindled to fewer than 500, both in terms of strength and cultivation. Do not merely maintain the status of mediocrity. It appears we may even be trailing behind the 3rd tier. I am deeply grateful to both of you for your timely assistance. Yu Miaoqing expressed her gratitude as she approached Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. Had it not been for their intervention, her current standing would have been exchanged with that of Elder Qinglong. The one who perished would have been her. You're too kind. Yi Yunxin waved her hand dismissively. I anticipated that the green caterpillar would not relent. Rather than allow the Xianqing sect to fall into such hands, it is better to help you stabilize your position. If my sister does not mind. Yu Miaoqing's eyes shimmered with warmth. From this day forth, the Xianqing sect and the Tianxian sect shall maintain amicable relations for generations. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I, Yu Miaoqing, and the Xianqing sect shall certainly provide our utmost support. The purpose of their return had already been achieved. Yi Yunxin smiled softly and remarked, Since you acknowledge me as your sister, your affairs shall henceforth be my own. At this juncture, she cast a glance at Xia Beichen, then turned back to Yu Miaoqing. Sister, reconstructing the Xianqing sect is not an arduous task. Oh, what insights do you possess? Yu Miaoqing inquired with curiosity. After all, money is no object. Yi Yunxin proclaimed with enthusiasm, whether it be for expansion or recruitment. Xia Beichen, feeling somewhat bashful, added, to express my gratitude for the Qingyan needle gifted by Miss Yu. I shall cover the expenses for the expansion and recruitment. Yu Miaoqing hesitated, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Is that truly appropriate? Yi Yunxin took her hand reassuringly. What is inappropriate about it? Rest assured, he can afford it. As she spoke, she turned to Xia Beichen, casting him a playful glance. At that moment, Xiao chuckled and said, Miss Yu, you may not be aware that young Master Xia possesses a remarkable ability that leaves others in awe. Yu Miaoqing, intrigued once more, asked, Is that so? What ability? Xiao countered, Consider this. How many can produce 300,000 spirit stones in an instant as rewards? Xia Beichen awkwardly smiled. Let us keep a low profile. It's merely a matter of having financial capability. Saying this, he produced 1 million spirit stones. This display left the members of the Xianqing sect utterly astonished. They had never witnessed such a vast quantity of spirit stones, and all of them were of the finest quality. The plaza before the main hall was filled to overflowing. From this epicenter, the spiritual energy swiftly enveloped the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Some birds and beasts, sensing the rich spiritual energy, could not resist reveling in its abundance. Yi Yunxin and Xiao had grown accustomed to such spectacles, but Yu Miaoqing stood with her mouth agape, rendered speechless for quite some time. Eventually, she regained her composure and timidly said, Young Master Xia, we cannot accept such an abundance of exquisite spirit stones. Please take them back. Yi Yunxin teased, Cannot accept? If worst comes to worst, my sister could always offer herself. What? Yu Miaoqing, aware of the close relationship between Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen, hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, absolutely not, absolutely not. Xia Beichen's expression was one of utter disbelief. Your Majesty, what on earth are you singing about? Yi Yunxin remarked, now? You must choose between the spirit stones and Beichen. Must I really choose? Yu Miaoqing inquired. Select young Master Xia. The pai beside them urged, it's a lucrative venture. Yu Miaoqing's cheeks flushed, and she promptly replied, then I choose the spirit stones. Yi Yunxin declared, very well, accept this 1,000,000 spirit stones. But make sure he provides more. However, Yu Miaoqing interjected, I have a request. Sister, what is your request? Yi Yunxin asked. Might young Master Xia become an honorary elder of the Xianqing sect? Yu Miaoqing gazed at Xia Beichen, explaining that he would not need to manage any affairs of the sect but could access all its resources. Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen realized this essentially made him a distinguished guest of the Xianqing sect. Should he accept the position of honorary elder or not? Ding! The ethereal voice of the system resonated in Xia Beichen's mind at that moment. The host is faced with a choice. 1. Accept the request of the new sect master, Yu Miaoqing, to become an honorary elder of the Xianqing sect. Reward. As Yu Miaoqing has promised the host-related benefits, no additional rewards will be granted for this option. 2. Decline Yu Miaoqing's request, dismissing the title of honorary elder. Reward. A night of 7 profound life exchanges with Yu Miaoqing. Additionally, a set of original intimate attire will be included. After hearing option 2, Xia Beichen nearly choked on his outrage. A night of 7 profound life exchanges. What on earth is original attire? How absurd. The system is truly becoming more mischievous. Is it all just a game? If he chose option 2, now is not the time to pander to sentiments. Experiences of life exchanges could wait. The future is long. Otherwise, he might not only lose a few small targets, but also face a severe beating. Thus, Xia Beichen chose option 1. He already possessed the Qingyan needle gifted by Yu Miaoqing. With such a powerful weapon at his disposal, he could utilize it swiftly and effectively. Even if option 1 did not yield additional rewards, it mattered little. Consequently, Xia Beichen acquiesced to Yu Miaoqing's request. Yu Miaoqing beamed with joy and nodded in agreement. Chapter 047. Accompany me to Rob. After bestowing upon Xia Beichen an elder token, Yu Miaoqing accepted the 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones he offered. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was already afternoon. With numerous matters awaiting her attention at the Xianqing sect, Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Yu Miaoqing parted ways. This time, it was a true farewell. As Yu Miaoqing watched the two and their divine beasts vanish from sight, a look of sorrow crossed her face. The once orderly Xianqing sect had become a chaotic mess. After instructing her fellow sect members to manage the aftermath, she entered the main hall and approached the sect master's throne. After a while, she discovered an envelope hidden beneath the throne. Upon picking it up, she found it filled with a substantial stack of stationery. Leaning against the side of the throne, Yu Miaoqing settled onto the ground and began to read the contents of the letters. Once they had departed from the realm of the Xianqing sect, Xia Beichen stifled a yawn. It occurred to him that he had not slept for nearly a day. Accompanying Yi Yunxin in their various escapades had rendered any claim of fatigue disingenuous. Individuals of Yi Yunxin's caliber could easily go several days without rest, but for him, a novice still at the entry level of cultivation, enduring 1 or 2 sleepless nights was manageable. However, after the past couple of days filled with battles against pursuers, causing a ruckus at the Go family, then annihilating the Wanren sect and subduing the Xianqing sect, even a steel plate would feel exhausted. Noticing Xia Beichen yawn, Yi Yunxin, filled with concern, inquired, would you like to find a place to rest and catch some sleep? Nodding, Xia Beichen squinted and replied, sure. With that, he took Yi Yunxin's hand, preparing to enter the endless realm. After all, it contained housing and various necessities. Not only could they rest and sleep, but living there for an extended period would pose no problem at all. Yet, Yi Yunxin suggested, let us go to Qinghe County. Qinghe County? Yes. The river delicacies there are exquisite. Once you've rested, we shall indulge. As he observed Yi Yunxin speaking with such enthusiasm, Xia Beichen realized she had a penchant for food. Nodding, he agreed. All right, then let us head to Qinghe County. Thus, in the evening, they arrived at Qinghe County. This county fell outside the jurisdiction of the Tianxian sect, instead governed by the Qinglan sect, which had also been one of the several sects involved in the plot against Yi Yunxin the previous day. However, in terms of strength, It was somewhat weaker than the Wanren and Xinqing sects, barely scraping by as a second-rate sect. Xia Beichen speculated that Yi Yunxin's choice to rest in Qinghe County likely stemmed from her own intentions. Additionally, Qinghe County had once been the residence of the Yu family. Before entering Qinghe County, Xia Beichen instructed the Pishio to enter the Endless Realm. He and Yi Yunxin then walked into the city. First, Xia Beichen purchased 2 sets of clothing. As for Yi Yunxin, before entering the city, she transformed, donning an outfit that Xia Beichen had never seen before. Curious, Xia Beichen asked, "Yunxin, how many outfits did you bring for changing?" Unexpectedly, Yi Yunxin began counting on her fingers. 1, 2. After tallying the fingers on one hand, she found it insufficient and started on the other. Ultimately, after counting, she shook her head and said, "I've lost track, but it should be no less than 10 sets." Xia Beichen was left speechless. Was she carrying a portable wardrobe? And do you even wash your clothes? If not, they must be quite fragrant. Yi Yunxin replied, "The Tianxin sect is not without its laundry department." Xia Beichen suddenly realized. "Oh right, I almost forgot. As inner disciples, you have the privilege to wash your own clothes or entrust them to the laundry department. As an outer disciple, he lacks such a benefit. The laundry department of the Tianxin sect is akin to the laundry services provided for the royal family during the Ming and Qing dynasties. However, the laundry department does not require outer disciples to wash their clothes. Instead, it employs common folk for this task. Naturally, in addition to this, other tasks are also assigned to commoners to work alongside outer disciples, thereby, as Yi Yunxin put it, enhancing local employment rates. Yi Yunxin smiled and asked, "Shall I help you with your laundry in the future?" Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is that possible?" Yi Yunxin answered, "It's not impossible, but it depends on your performance." Xia Beichen curiously asked, "In what aspect of performance?" Yi Yunxin countered, "What do you think?" Ahem. Xia Beichen cleared his throat and replied, "That sage-like demeanor has long since vanished, so rest assured, I shall perform admirably." Yi Yunxin's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. "What are you thinking? Your mind is brimming with lewd thoughts." After a moment of silence, Xia Beichen asked, "Which aspect do you refer to?" Yi Yunxin mischievously said, "After you take a nap, you shall accompany me to commit a robbery." "Robbery?" Xia Beichen scoffed at her. "Do we need to rob with our wealth? The more, the better." Yi Yunxin clenched her fist and gestured as if gathering. "Which place shall we rob?" Xia Beichen inquired. "Qinglan sect," Yi Yunxin unabashedly declared. At these words, those nearby on the street swiftly turned their heads to glance at the two of them. Xia Beichen hurriedly pulled Yi Yunxin away while whispering, "My empress, this is on their turf. Saying you wish to rob the Qinglan sect so loudly is akin to dancing on their graves." "Dancing on graves?" Yi Yunxin blinked, curiously asking. Without a moment's thought, Xia Beichen replied, "Visiting brothels." Xia Beichen disdainfully remarked, "The Qinglan sect is inferior to the Wandering Blade sect. What is there to rob?" Yi Yunxin responded, "Even a mosquito's leg is still meat." Xia Beichen scoffed, "You didn't even take what the Go family offered you. That's different. Even if it's just a mosquito's leg, I shall rob the Qinglan sect." As Yi Yunxin spoke, she halted and turned to face a nearby establishment. Xia Beichen stopped as well and saw it was an inn. The sign read Yixiang Lu in large characters. Standing at the entrance, one could see the lavish decor both outside and inside. It was akin to a 5-star hotel in Qinghe County. "Shall we stay here tonight?" Yi Yunxin suggested. "The river delicacies at Yixiang Lu are quite delectable." Upon witnessing her almost drooling, Xia Beichen spoke with a playful tone. "No problem." However, he did not hasten towards the shop's entrance, instead leaning closer to Yi Yunxin's ear. "I have a suggestion regarding the Qinglan sect. Would you care to listen?" "What suggestion?" Yi Yunxin glanced at him, all ears. Chapter 048. "Beichen, let me assist you with that." With a snap of his fingers, Xia Beichen declared, "A high-priced bounty on the Qinglan sect." Yi Yunxin was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a waiter from Yixiang Tower approached, cheerfully inquiring, "Esteemed guests, would you prefer a sumptuous feast or accommodation?" Xia Beichen raised 2 fingers. "Both, please." "Certainly. Right this way." The waiter gestured them in. Xia Beichen took Yi Yunxin's hand, urging, "Stop dawdling. Let us go in, fill our bellies, and then rest." Upon entering, they ascended to the 2nd floor, settling at a window-side table where they ordered several signature dishes. Fish, crabs, shrimp, and shellfish were presented on a grand platter, adorned with crushed ice and decorative garnishes. Xia Beichen noted that it was akin to the seafood he once relished before his journey through time, albeit it was freshwater delicacies here. Bacon, we should visit the shores of the East Sea someday. I shall treat you to seafood then, Yi Yunshin exclaimed, picking up a crab and skillfully dismantling it while conversing with him. Absolutely, Xia Beichen replied, savoring a delicate slice of fish, which he dipped in sauce before savoring. The freshness was exquisite. Previously, he could only indulge in such delectable freshwater treats at a friend's farm. Observing Yi Yunshin thoroughly enjoying her meal, a smile crept onto Xia Beichen's face. To his surprise, the usually aloof sect master of Tianqin, the North Shin Empress, appeared as an endearing food enthusiast at that moment. Sensing Xia Beichen's gaze, Yi Yunshin paused and asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? Beautiful maidens are not only a delight to behold, but also whet the appetite." "I find it adds to my enjoyment of the meal," Xia Beichen unabashedly complimented. Yi Yunshin inquired, "Is this how you woo girls in the past?" Xia Beichen bitterly shook his head, refraining from answering. The past was too painful to revisit. Noticing his discomfort, Yi Yunshin tactfully diverted the conversation, offering him half of her crab. "See how attentive I am." To his astonishment, it was crab roe. She had consumed the meat from the first crab and reserved the precious roe for him. Xia Beichen accepted the shell, placed it in his bowl, and skillfully split it in half, presenting one portion to Yi Yunshin. A gesture of reciprocity. Yi Yunshin did not hesitate, opening her mouth to relish the half of crab roe he offered. In this exchange, Xia Beichen realized that the intimacy between him and Yi Yunshin was unexpectedly blossoming. Due to a period of close interaction, the intimacy level has risen from 2014 to 2514. I fear it will not be long before another advancement occurs. Should we progress further, we would reach the initial stage of the spirit realm, marking a significant transformation. After Yi Yunshin consumed the half of the crab roe he had offered her, he savored the other half himself. A short while later, both had dined to their satisfaction. The waiter had already reserved a room for them. The Yixiang Tower employs a layout of dining followed by lodging. The front part, the restaurant, bustles with patrons, the sounds of conversation intertwining harmoniously. In contrast, the rear accommodation section is a relatively secluded courtyard, where the din from the restaurant does not penetrate. Thoughtfully, after placing their order, Yi Yunshin requested the waiter to bring warm water for Xia Beichen's bath. The room was spacious enough to ensure complete comfort during the bath. On one side of the room stood a screen, behind which was a sizable wooden tub already filled with warm water. It was more than ample for one person. Even two could bathe comfortably. Beside it, a small table held a bathrobe and an incense burner, the rich aroma of sandalwood permeating the air. Upon entering the room and closing the door, Yi Yunshin sat at the table by the bed. Xia Beichen moved behind the screen, quickly shedding his garments. "Ah, how refreshing." He stepped into the tub, and after a brief scrub, reclined against the edge, contentedly closing his eyes. Water cleanses impurities and alleviates fatigue. Time passed unmeasured until suddenly, the sound of a melodious zither filled the air. Xia Beichen, drawn by the music, arose and dressed in an instant, only to discover that it was daytime. Surrounding him were flowers, grasses, mountains, and water, resembling a celestial paradise. He had not anticipated that the Yixiang Tower could lead to such a wondrous place. After a moment, Xia Beichen found himself by a serene pond. The crystal-clear water rippled gently in the breeze, occasionally revealing schools of fish gliding beneath the surface. The enchanting zither music emanated from beneath a maple tree, where a graceful maiden was playing. "Beichen," she called softly. Xia Beichen was taken aback. How could she know his name? As he pondered, the zither player raised her gaze to meet his. Their eyes locked, and he realized that the talented musician was none other than Yi Yunshin. "Yunshin?" He stepped closer. "What brings you here?" "I have been waiting for you," she replied, ceasing her playing and approaching him. Soon enough, they stood face to face. Such a picturesque scene, it would be a sheer waste not to make the most of it. Li Yunshin suddenly remarked with a hint of shyness. Just as Xia Beichen was about to inquire what she intended to do, she playfully pushed him into the pool. Splash! Water erupted around him. Then, with another splash, Li Yunshin leapt in after him. When Xia Beichen emerged from the water, Li Yunshin was already beside him, completely unclothed. "Beichen, let me help you wash," she said, gazing at him with tender eyes. Mesmerized by her extraordinary beauty, Xia Beichen did not hesitate to agree with a nod. In the next moment, he too found himself devoid of clothing. Li Yunshin circled behind him and began to scrub his back. Unbeknownst to him, her delicate hands, akin to nimble fish, boldly glided from his back to his front. As Li Yunshin drew close, Xia Beichen's heartbeat quickened. Flushed with embarrassment, She said nothing but cast a glance at him before lowering her head. The surroundings of the pool were alive with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, reminiscent of a vibrant spring. Li Yuanxin's washing technique nearly caused Xia Beichen to forget his own identity. With a change of movement, he felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling the time he had been chased into a cave just days prior. However, the melody at that moment was far more melodious than what he'd experienced before. As the water rippled, it resonated with a harmonious tune akin to the sound of a zither. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, Xia Beichen awoke with a start, his eyes flying open to reveal the familiar sight of a guest room in the Yixiang building. It dawned on him that he had unknowingly drifted into slumber. However, something felt amiss. He noticed that Li Yuanxin had somehow ended up in the bathtub. As Xia Beichen began to speak, his voice faltered. The events from his dream seemed to replay themselves in vivid detail. It made him question whether he was still dreaming. The two of them moved from the bathtub to other parts of the room, eventually finding themselves on the bed. It wasn't until he observed their intimacy had astonishingly reached a level of 2,999 that Xia Beichen realized this was no dream. After a fervent exchange, both of them fell into a deep sleep. When Xia Beichen awoke later, he noticed that the moon hung high in the sky. A soft beam of moonlight streamed through the window's crack, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Glancing at the still sleeping Li Yuanxin, he could not resist leaning in closer and placing a tender kiss on her lips before rising to dress. Sitting cross-legged by the window, he took out the True Spirit Pill Manual, a reward bestowed upon him by the system, and began to delve into its contents. He discovered that the crafting of elixirs does not necessarily require fire. Some cultivators possess the remarkable ability to substitute spiritual energy for flame in the alchemical process. Even more astonishing is the notion that one can create pills without the need for a cauldron, using pure spiritual energy instead. Upon reading the preface of the True Spirit Pill Manual, Xia Beichen was taken aback, as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. However, he pondered whether, with his perfected cultivation at the spirit gathering stage, he could forsake fire and utilize spiritual energy directly for alchemy. With curiosity piqued, he continued reading. To his amazement, it was indeed possible. Before long, he encountered the section detailing the use of spiritual energy as a replacement for fire in the alchemical process. It was recorded that the author of the True Spirit Pill Manual had comprehended this method during the initial stages of the spirit gathering realm. Consequently, the technique of utilizing spiritual energy for alchemy was termed the Spirit Mastery Alchemical Method. After many years of diligent study, the author penned this tome during the early stages of the Celestial Ascendancy realm, concurrently forging the True Spirit Cauldron. Thus, the True Spirit Pill Manual encapsulates the author's alchemical wisdom from the early spirit gathering stage to the early celestial ascendancy stage, making it a monumental work in alchemical mastery. The author, henceforth known as the True Spirit Sage, declared himself as such. However, the text also noted that due to the limitations of their realm, cultivators in the spirit gathering stage could only refine pills of the highest grade of 3. To create higher grade elixirs, one must elevate their cultivation level. Upon reaching the Spirit Sea realm, any grade of elixir could be effortlessly conjured. This implies that once one attains the Spirit Sea realm, even 6th grade elixirs would be within reach, provided the necessary materials were at hand. Enlightened by this knowledge, Xia Beichen was filled with hope for the future. He could not help but silently commend the True Spirit Sage for his ability to refine 3-grade elixirs even at the spirit gathering stage. It is worth noting that many alchemists from various sects, even those with spirit pill realm cultivation, could only produce 2nd-grade elixirs. Some alchemists at the Spirit Sea realm barely manage to concoct 3rd-grade elixirs by drawing upon the immense spiritual energy supplied by their internal Spirit Sea. Despite this, alchemists are highly sought after in the Tianxiong continent. In team formations, the leader would invariably prioritize selecting a spirit pill realm alchemist over a non-alchemist of the spirit origin realm. After all, they are the healers. With healing comes salvation. Unable to overcome an adversary, use medicine. Injured, use medicine. Exhaustion could lead to the downfall of opponents. With spirit gathering cultivation, one could only refine a single elixir at a time. Upon reaching the spirit movement realm, however, one could concoct multiple elixirs simultaneously. Indeed, Xia Beichen nodded in satisfaction, lavishing praise upon the True Spirit Sage. Such talent he possessed. He couldn't help but wonder how the sage was faring now. With a sense of curiosity, Xia Beichen turned to the last page of the manual, where he discovered the signature in the lower right corner, True Spirit Sage, year 2020 of the Tianxiong calendar. With the memories of the original owner guiding him, Xia Beichen gasped upon realizing the year. It was the year 12023 of the celestial calendar. Thus, the compilation of the True Spirit Pill Codex occurred a staggering 10,000 years ago. The passage of time felt rather distant. After perusing the preface, Xia Beichen selected the heart-stabilizing pill, intending to practice his skills. As its name suggests, the heart-stabilizing pill serves to calm the mind, akin to a tranquilizer. When cultivators are subjected to auditory illusions or similar mental attacks, they can utilize this pill to alleviate their distress. From the materials he collected in the forbidden area of the Wanren sect, Xia Beichen found the herbs and other components necessary for the heart-stabilizing pill. He retrieved the True Spirit Cauldron, placing it before him, and began to channel the spiritual energy from his dantian in accordance with the methods detailed in the True Spirit Pill Codex. As the spiritual energy transformed into a soft blue gas swirling around him, Xia Beichen pointed at the True Spirit Cauldron, causing its lid to open. He then gestured towards the herbs and materials, which floated gracefully into the cauldron. At the moment the lid closed, he directed his spiritual energy into the cauldron. The energy enveloped the True Spirit Cauldron instantaneously, akin to blue flames scorching its surface. The cauldron ascended into the air with a swift motion. After maintaining this for a minute, it began to rotate rapidly. A few minutes later, it came to a halt, and a waft of spiritual energy diffused from within the cauldron. After another 10 minutes, the spiritual essence thickened considerably. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged forth from the cauldron, radiating outward like ripples. Then, a crimson light burst forth from the cauldron, accompanied by an ethereal sound. The lid of the True Spirit Cauldron opened automatically, and a thumb-sized, glowing red pill rose from within. Xia Beichen's heart leaped with joy. He had successfully crafted the heart-stabilizing pill. To his astonishment, the pill was not of the first grade, but had directly ascended to the second grade. At that moment, even the system, which had been silent for a while, chimed in with its ethereal voice. "Congratulations, host, on successfully entering the esteemed ranks of alchemists and on crafting a second-grade pill. As this is the host's inaugural attempt at alchemy and has met with great success, a special reward of the Alchemy Acceleration skill, a passive skill, enhancing future alchemy speed by double, has been bestowed upon you." What a delightful surprise. With the Alchemy Acceleration skill, he could produce an additional pill in the same amount of time. Xia Beichen estimated that crafting a second-grade heart-stabilizing pill took nearly half an hour. Thus, next time, it would only require 15 minutes. Time is indeed money. Once he reached the spiritual movement realm, he could potentially craft several pills in that brief span. He took out a white jade vial and placed the second-grade heart-nourishing pill inside. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Beichen proceeded to refine several more. Gradually, he became adept at the process. When he successfully concocted the sixth heart-nourishing pill, he was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, of the third grade. Unexpectedly, as he continued his alchemical endeavors, he produced a pill of an even higher grade. To ascertain whether this occurrence was merely a matter of chance, Xia Beichen resolved to refine another. After placing the herbs and materials into the True Spirit Cauldron, and following a quarter of an hour of cultivation, a radiant red light burst forth. When the lid of the cauldron opened automatically and the pill floated out, a smile crept across Xia Beichen's lips. Indeed, it was still a third-grade pill. At that moment, the system prompted him, host, to refine a first- or second-grade heart-nourishing pill. Simply reduce the corresponding herb and material components. So that was it. He decided to experiment with a different type of pill this time. This time, Xia Beichen chose the third-grade Gale pill, which, when consumed, could significantly enhance one's flying speed, akin to an aircraft equipped with boosters. Thus, it was an ideal choice for pursuits or escapes. Given its nature, he noted that the materials for its refinement required several feathers from flying birds. Fortunately, this posed no issue, as the Wanjian sect had previously amassed a considerable collection. Having prepared the herbs and materials, Xia Beichen proceeded with the process once more. This time, bolstered by the acceleration of alchemical refinement, he produced the Gale pill in approximately 20 minutes. Its hue was pure white, adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of the wind, a striking representation of the Gale pill. After placing the Gale pill into another white jade vial, Xia Beichen noticed a pair of curious eyes fixed intently upon him. Yi Yunxin had awakened. At that moment, she had already changed into a new outfit. Beichen, are you not sleeping at this late hour, busy concocting pills? Before Xia Beichen could respond, she reached out her hand, and the white jade vial obediently flew into her grasp. What rich spiritual energy! Upon uncorking the vial, she could sense the potency of the essence without even bringing her nose close. What a delightful aroma! And it's a third-grade Gale pill. As Yi Yunshin spoke, she gave Xia Beichen a thumbs up. Acknowledging his impressive feat rising to his feet, he approached her and produced another white jade vial. There's more? Yi Yunshin exclaimed, taking the vial from his hand. To her surprise, it contained the heart-nourishing pill. Is this a second-grade heart-nourishing pill? No, wait. There's also a third-grade one. Observing her excitement, Xia Beichen shrugged and remarked, I was just idly experimenting after you woke up. Yi Yunshin's eyes sparkled with delight. So, you started your venture by successfully creating a second-grade pill? Xia Beichen nodded slightly. Indeed. Originally, I intended to concoct a first-grade heart-nourishing pill. However, to my astonishment, what emerged was a second-grade one. I gestured towards the white jade vial of heart-nourishing pill in Yi Yunshin's hand, and as I continued my alchemical endeavor, a third-grade pill unexpectedly materialized. So, are you surprised? Yi Yunshin inquired, gazing at me. Surprised? It is nothing short of a delightful revelation. Xia Beichen seated himself beside her, explaining that after mastering the art of alchemy, the production of lower-grade pills merely required a reduction in herbs and materials. Otherwise, the outcome would invariably yield higher-grade elixirs. How long did it take to concoct these pills altogether? Approximately 1 hour. 1 hour? Yi Yunshin exclaimed in disbelief. In that brief span, for second-grade heart-nourishing pills, 2 third-grade heart-nourishing pills, and 1 third-grade swift wind pill were produced? Xia Beichen nodded affirmatively, exuding an air of sincerity, absolutely genuine. Holding a white jade vial in one hand, Yi Yunshin suddenly opened her arms and enveloped Xia Beichen in a warm embrace. You are truly remarkable. Ahem, Yunshin, ease up. I can hardly breathe. Xia Beichen nearly found himself gasping for air. After all, the pressure from Yi Yunshin's embrace was quite overwhelming. She hastily released him, chuckling with embarrassment. I apologize, I was just too excited. Xia Beichen took a deep breath and remarked, it was merely the creation of 7 pills. What is there to be so thrilled about? Such a statement is misguided. Yi Yunshin retorted. For a mere cultivator at the spirit-gathering realm to produce third-grade elixirs is unprecedented. The Tianxian sect has never seen such talent before. But you can concoct pills too, can you not? Xia Beichen asked. Me? Yi Yunshin waved her hand dismissively, replying, I only took up the study of alchemy halfway through my cultivation in the spirit sea realm. I am just a novice alchemist. Yet you possess immense potential. In Xia Beichen's presence, she adopted a humble demeanor. Curiously, she continued, typically, an alchemist would possess a unique alchemical fire. I sensed no heat earlier. How did you achieve this? Could it be the fabled ice spirit fire? Xia Beichen shook his head. I utilized spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Yi Yunshin furrowed her brow. The spirit manipulation alchemy technique? Indeed. But has that not been lost for nearly 10 millennia? A stroke of fortune. Heh. A chosen one. Yi Yunshin returned the 2 white jade vials to Xia Beichen, noting that according to legend, with the enhancement of an alchemist's realm, the grade of the elixirs they produce would similarly ascend. Precisely, Xia Beichen affirmed, should I reach the spirit movement realm, I would be capable of crafting several pills simultaneously. Yi Yunshin then rose and approached the window. Many alchemists toil for the better part of their lives, yet fail to uncover even a hint of the spirit manipulation alchemy technique. So, do you understand why I am so elated? A gentle breeze wafted in, playfully lifting her hair. After placing the elixirs into the infinite realm, Xia Beichen joined her by the window, wrapping his arms around Yi Yunshin from behind. Yi Yunshin nestled in his embrace. She had never imagined that one day, a paragon of excellence would accompany her by the window, welcoming the evening breeze and gazing at the moon. For you are indeed a celestial beauty, and perhaps only I am worthy of you in this world. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin turned to him, saying, your self-admiration is quite unabashed. Yet, Xia Beichen replied, if one is not self-admiring, they invite calamity. Yi Yunshin smiled gently and asked then, can the Xia Beichen worthy of me accompany me in a heist? You are quite persistent regarding the robbery of the Qinglan sect. Xia Beichen chuckled. Let us teach them a lesson, so they think twice before provoking me again. Yi Yunshin declared with a hint of dominance. Shall we perhaps engage in something thrilling? Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow. Thrilling? Yi Yunxin inquired, puzzled. Didn't we just have our excitement a few hours ago? Xiao Beichen's cheeks flushed. That thrill is of a different kind. What kind is it? Yi Yunxin pressed, eager for clarification. Today, as I entered the city, I inadvertently overheard some street vendors discussing the Qinglan sect's recruitment. Recruitment? In Qinghe County? Indeed. So what do you propose? Xiao Beichen grinned mischievously. After tantalizing Yi Yunxin's curiosity, Xiao Beichen continued, let us invest a little money to redirect the talented youth who wish to join the Qinglan sect towards another sect. Yi Yunxin raised an eyebrow, inquiring, to which sect shall they be redirected? To the Xianqing sect. After revealing the name of the sect, Xiao Beichen expressed his concern. But will you not fear that the Xianqing sect may grow powerful in the future and become your adversary once more? Surprisingly, Yi Yunxin shook her head, asserting, what is there to fear? If I can defeat them once, I can do so again. No, the second time shall be their annihilation. Excellent. With your words, I am reassured. Xiao Beichen placed his hands on her shoulders, turning her to face him. If there is a second time, I shall accompany you to their destruction just as I did yesterday. Yi Yunxin gazed at him quietly, her affectionate glance conveying more than 1,000 words. Xiao Beichen grinned slyly. It's still early. Shall we not indulge in a little more rest? With that, he swept Yi Yunxin into a princess carry. Caught off guard, Yi Yunxin gasped as she was suddenly lifted. The next moment, she found herself tossed onto the bed. The previous 2 times were initiated by you. This time, it's my turn, Xiao Beichen declared while loosening his garments. The window is still open, Yi Yunxin shyly reminded him. Xiao Beichen gazed at her intently, then reached for the window, gently closing it with a soft creak. Shortly thereafter, in the room, a melodious tune resonated. As the sun ascended, a bustling street in Qinghe County unveiled a stall. The stall, composed of several long tables draped with a cloth, was manned by 2 women seated behind the tables, while 2 men stood on either side. All 4 individuals donned matching attire. Behind the stall, a sign was erected, adorned with 2 archaic characters, Qinglan. Indeed, these 4 were members of the Qinglan sect, and their purpose for setting up the stall was to recruit new disciples. Quickly, what if we arrive late and there are no spots left? One urged. What is the rush? It has only just begun. Some hurried toward the stall, while others remained unperturbed. Soon, however, a throng gathered, surrounding the stall with an impenetrable crowd. Fair maiden, choose me. Choose me. I can wash, cook, and warm your bed. Esteemed sir, the Silver family is quite considerate. Whether male or female, all fervently endeavored to present themselves favorably. The scene resembled not a recruitment for a sect, but rather a display of devotion. Miss, kindly keep your original style belly band. As for joining the sect, that shall be determined through testing. A Qinglan sect man awkwardly remarked before a girl holding a red belly band. Just then, someone placed their hand upon a spherical object positioned at the front of the stall. Instantly, the object illuminated from its dim state, emitting a radiant blue light. Wow, blue light. The crowd around gasped in envy. Congratulations. You have passed the test and may join our Qinglan sect as an outer disciple, declared the woman on the right. The individual who had tested leapt with joy. For them, becoming an outer disciple was an honor. Similar to the Tianxin sect, Qinglan sect distinguished between outer and inner disciples. Even the lowest outer disciple held superiority over those who had yet to embark on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, with diligence or a stroke of fortune, one might ascend to the inner circle. After registering, the Qinglan sect members issued a token embedded with spiritual energy that recorded the individual's identity information, preventing any misappropriation of the token by others. Next, the second individual approached and placed their hand on the spherical object. Moments later, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. Purple. The recent blue light heralded an outer disciple, yet this purple hue indicated something more. At that moment, the woman on the left announced, Congratulations. You have passed the test and may join our Qinglan sect as an inner disciple. The tested individual fell to their knees, tears of gratitude streaming down their face. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. After receiving the identity token, they departed, elated and exuberant. Those who have successfully passed the test, whether they are outer disciples or inner disciples, will gather 3 days hence. At that time, elders from the Qinglan sect will come to escort them to the sect. Some individuals have gradually passed the test, while others have been eliminated. If one places their hand on the spherical object and there is no response after a while, it signifies failure in the test. Those who do not succeed must return to their respective homes. An increasing number of individuals, eager to try their luck, awaited further developments. Suddenly, a resonant voice pierced the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. We are recruiting. We are recruiting. Each successful candidate will be rewarded with 100 top-grade spirit stones and will automatically become an inner disciple. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd cast their bewildered gazes toward the opposite side of the street. There stood an enchanting beauty before a table, accompanied by a handsome young man who was energetically calling out, "Wow, the woman is stunning, and the man is so handsome." Some individuals immediately succumbed to infatuation. Which sect offers top-grade spirit stones as a bonus for recruitment? I must see. A woman hurriedly rushed towards the stall of the man and woman. The Xianqing sect is recruiting. A man proclaimed with flair, "I just saw a plethora of top-grade spirit stones. I have passed the test. The spirit stones are already in my possession." As he shouted, many were drawn to the spectacle. The masterminds behind this elaborate scheme were none other than the two individuals, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, standing before the table. More specifically, it was Xia Beichen's cunning plan. Xia Beichen admitted to hiring several actors to echo his calls. However, this was merely the beginning. Xia Beichen clapped his hands 3 times, and as the applause subsided, music began to play behind them. They had even hired a band. Subsequently, several elegantly dressed dancers gracefully entered the scene. Wow, there's dancing too. In an instant, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin had captured the attention of the crowd. Their flamboyant recruitment strategy was a visual spectacle. "Young man, are you from the Xianqing sect?" "Indeed." Xia Beichen nodded directly. He had assumed the role of the recruitment officer for the Xianqing sect, albeit without official authorization. "Young lady, would you like to join the Xianqing sect?" As Xia Beichen inquired, he produced a beautifully crafted box. Upon opening it, one could see it filled with numerous top-grade spirit stones. "If you pass the test, this will belong to you. Is that true?" The woman, sensing the abundant spirit energy emanating from the stones, still questioned in disbelief. "I assure you, no deception here," Xia Beichen asserted firmly. "Then I shall give it a try." The woman set aside her doubts. "Come," Xia Beichen said, retrieving an item from the endless realm and placing it on the table. To her astonishment, it was a figurine strikingly similar to Xia Beichen. Clearing his throat, Xia Beichen explained, "This is my figurine. Simply grasp it and wait patiently for a moment." "All right." After a brief moment, the young lady exclaimed, "Could you perhaps refrain from such an enticing expression while holding the figurine?" Xia Beichen awkwardly pointed at her hand and timidly inquired. The woman, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled and replied, "I apologize, I truly can't help it. The tactile sensation is simply exquisite, even surpassing that of a real person." Xia Beichen nearly stumbled in disbelief. What kind of statement was that? The experience with a real person is equally delightful, if not more so. Moreover, the tactile quality is superior. Following his remark, the woman's demeanor returned to normal. After grasping the figurine, they waited in silence for a moment. Suddenly, the figurine emitted a radiant purple glow. Chapter 052. A charlatan? Is it merely for entertainment? Congratulations on passing the test. Simply register with our stunning beauty to receive 60 premium spirit stones, Xia Beichen proclaimed loudly. The remaining 40 can be collected upon arrival at the Xianqing sect. Remember, it is imperative to report. Otherwise, not only will you forfeit the remaining 40 premium spirit stones, but you will also be placed on the blacklist of the Xianqing sect, never to be employed again. Upon hearing his reminder, the woman nodded, saying, "Thank you. Young man, I shall certainly report on time." Xia Beichen chose to divide the premium spirit stones into 2 portions as a strategy to enhance the success rate of recruitment. He had previously learned that during past recruitment sessions of the Qinglan sect, some individuals, despite passing, failed to attend for various reasons. Thus, to ensure the success of the Xianqing sect's recruitment, he devised an enticing incentive to encourage those who passed the test to report. At dawn, Yi Yunxin had already sent a message to Yu Miaoqing, informing her of their recruitment efforts in Qinghe County and instructing her to expedite the repairs of the Xianqing sect to welcome newcomers in a few days. As soon as one individual reaped the benefits, another immediately stepped forward to attempt the test. Several more passed, and, upon receiving the premium spirit stones, their joy was palpable. Naturally, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. However, for those who did not pass, Xia Beichen adhered to the spirit of participation and generously awarded each of them 5 premium spirit stones. Thus, regardless of their success or failure, he did not shortchange anyone. As a result, the recruitment booth for the Xianqing sect quickly became crowded. In stark contrast, the booth for the Qinglan sect remained desolate. Who could blame them for their stinginess? No rewards for passing, nor consolation prizes for failing. Furthermore, in their understanding, although the Xianqing sect was neither on the Beixian territory nor under the Qinglan sect's jurisdiction, it was perceived as being more formidable. After all, they were unaware of the recent turmoil faced by the Xianqing sect. Even if they did, the adage "the lean camel is larger than the horse" still held true. Just as Xia Beiqing and Yi Yunxin were inundated with recruitment efforts, a man forcefully pushed through the crowd gathered in front of the stall, approaching them with palpable anger. Xia Beiqing inquired, "Would you like to test your skills? We welcome transfers from Qinglan Sect Primary School to Xinshan Sect Primary School." Indeed, the newcomer was the very man from the stall of Qinglan Sect. At that moment, Xia Beiqing remained at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. While Yi Yunxin had concealed her cultivation to the initial stage of the spirit-moving realm before entering the city yesterday. Before stepping out today, she not only changed her attire, but also donned a veil. The man from Qinglan Sect had achieved the consummate level of the spirit-moving realm. Merely a step away from the spirit pill realm, he confronted Xia Beiqing angrily. "You have snatched our people." Xia Beiqing glanced at the individuals surrounding the stall and retorted, "Brother, while it's true that things can be disordered, they should not be consumed indiscriminately, lest one suffer from an upset stomach. Likewise, words should not be carelessly spoken, or one might find themselves on the receiving end of a beating. What do you mean by saying we have snatched your people? Do these individuals belong to you? Are they your parents or your offspring?" Upon hearing this, the crowd around responded in unison, "Yes, clarify. What do you mean by your people? Before joining any sect, we all possess the right to choose. The fragrance of wine is not afraid of the depth of the alley, each to their own skill." Xia Beiqing felt a surge of delight in his heart, realizing he had unwittingly done something detrimental to Qinglan sect within their own territory. The man turned to them and asked, "You all hail from Qinghe County, correct?" "Indeed," the crowd responded in unison. "Since you are from Qinghe County, let me ask you, who governs Qinghe County?" "It must be the county governor," they answered. "And who governs the county governor?" The crowd, ready to respond, suddenly fell silent. "What? No one dares to speak." The man shot them a fierce glare. "You all reside within the territory of my Qinglan sect, yet you wish to extend your elbows outward? Are you not afraid of offending Qinglan sect?" The crowd exchanged glances, surprised. "Oh, so you know how to threaten everyone?" Xia Beiqing chuckled, patting the man on the shoulder. "Does your Qinglan sect have a definitive rule prohibiting the citizens under your jurisdiction from joining other sects?" "To my knowledge, there is none." At that moment, an onlooker chimed in. Xia Beiqing gave them a thumbs up and remarked to the man from Qinglan sect, "Thus, everyone retains the right to choose." The man from Qinglan sect glared menacingly at the onlooker. However, to his surprise, the onlooker stood tall and unafraid, declaring, "You need not overstep your bounds. I am neither from your Qinghe County nor from any territory governed by Xinshan sect." "Where do you hail from?" A resident of Qinghe County beside him inquired curiously. "I come from Beixian, merely passing through this area," the onlooker replied. Xia Beiqing cast a glance at Yi Yunxin, relieved that she had successfully disguised herself, for otherwise, there was a significant chance she would have been recognized as the Empress of Beixian. Xia Beiqing's eyes twinkled, and he inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed brother, does your Tianxian sect in Beixian have any regulations forbidding the common folk under its jurisdiction from joining other sects?" The other party shook his head and affirmed, "No. Our Empress of Beixian has proclaimed that it is the individual's freedom to choose whichever sect they wish to join." Xia Beiqing remarked, "It appears that some sects, though not particularly renowned, possess quite rigid rules. You, the male disciple from the Qinglan sect, upon hearing this, was infuriated. How dare a mere novice of the spirit-gathering realm speak so arrogantly?" As he spoke, he brandished a green staff adorned with a turtle head. A staff shaped like a turtle's head? Upon seeing it, Xia Beiqing could not help but commend the design. Is the Double Ninth Festival approaching? Is this staff meant for, shall we say, more intimate engagements? The disciple from Qinglan was so enraged that he trembled all over, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Ignorant brat. Today I shall teach you a lesson." With that, he swung the staff towards Xia Beiqing's crown. Many young ladies nearby could not suppress their screams at the sight. However, before their cries could dissipate, Xia Beiqing vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared right before the Qinglan sect's disciple. "Do you believe I will pierce your throat?" Xia Beiqing said coldly, holding the Qingyan needle in his hand. The disciple suddenly felt an intense heat at his neck. To the wielder, The Qingyan needle only exuded a gentle warmth, but to the one threatened, it radiated an overwhelming heat. The disciple, poised to strike Xia Beichen, abruptly halted his movement, astonished. This spirit-gathering realm fellow was remarkably swift, so swift that his staff had not even brushed against a single hair on Xia Beichen's body before he was subdued. Seeing the unexpected turn of events, 3 other members of the Qinglan sect rushed over. People from the Xinqing sect? One of them shot a glance at Xia Beichen. Can the Xinqing sect act with such impunity on our territory? One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Unexpectedly, Xia Beichen burst into laughter. He then turned to the subdued disciple and asked, "Did you hear that? He just called you a dog." Instantly, the faces of the 2 other Qinglan sect disciples turned pale. One realized he had misspoken, while the other grasped that he had just been insulted. At that moment, a female disciple from the Qinglan sect glanced at the Qingyan needle in Xia Beichen's hand and said, "Young master, you misunderstand. If there are matters to discuss, let us do so amicably." Discuss amicably? Certainly. Xia Beichen did not hastily retract his hand. "Today we are recruiting new members here. You shall withdraw from Qinghe County and return tomorrow." Not a chance. After the man who had just mentioned that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog declined, he turned to the woman beside him and said, "Sister." In broad daylight, he wouldn't dare to act. Another woman chimed in, "Indeed, sister, I do not believe he would dare to lay a hand on junior brother Bai." As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Xia Beichen and added, "Although our Qinglan sect's overall strength lags behind that of the Xinqing sect, we are not to be trifled with. Brother, it seems your 2 fellow disciples are quite eager for your demise," Xia Beichen remarked as he inserted the Qingyan needle, its tip piercing the skin of the man surnamed Bai. The expression on Bai's face grew increasingly complex. "Stop with the incitements," another man shouted. "We are as brothers, and you cannot sow discord between us." Silence. Suddenly, Yi Yunxin, who had been mostly quiet, spoke up. As she did, the man felt an invisible pressure descend upon him, compelling him to bow towards Xia Beichen, resembling an act of apology. What formidable pressure! Gasps arose from the onlookers. The man attempted to straighten up but found his efforts futile. The more he struggled, the stronger the pressure became. With a resounding thud, he was forced to the ground, his face meeting the earth. Observing this, the woman who had previously advocated for discussion hastily addressed Yi Yunxin. "Miss, please show mercy." "Sister, why are you being so timid today?" Another woman expressed her dissatisfaction. "They have already bullied us." With that, she unsheathed her sword, intending to show Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin a thing or two. Just then, a beam of light streaked across the sky, swiftly descending into the crowd. It was a man clad in the attire of the Qinglan sect. "Fellow disciples, the Qinglan sect is in urgent need. Please follow me back to the sect at once." Upon hearing this, the senior sister quickly seized her junior sister. She then turned to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin and said, "We promise to withdraw from Qinghe County today and return tomorrow." After glancing at her junior brothers, one held hostage by Xia Beichen and the other pressed to the ground by the oppressive force, she implored, "Might you please release my junior brothers?" Only then did Xia Beichen retract his hand. The man surnamed Bai sighed in relief, while the one who had been on the ground scrambled to his feet. However, as he passed by Xia Beichen, he suddenly lashed out. Before he could even touch Xia Beichen, he was sent flying backwards, crashing into a stall and demolishing it. "Brother." The other woman rushed over. Yi Yunxin coldly remarked, "If you wish for death, I can oblige." Seeing her prepare to strike, the senior sister hurriedly led them away, soaring into the sky and leaving Qinghe County. "Sister, one is in the spirit-gathering realm and the other in the spirit-movement realm. They are no match for us. Why must we refrain from teaching them a lesson?" The junior sister exclaimed in anger. "Did you not just witness the fate of your junior brother Bai and senior brotherling?" The senior sister cast her a glance, remarking, "Who is teaching whom a lesson here?" The man named Bai, still shaken, replied, "That man's speed was astonishingly swift. I barely had time to react before he seized my vital point." At that moment, senior brother Ling had already been rendered unconscious by Yi Yunxin's palm strike from afar, leaving him unable to articulate his feelings. The junior sister shook her head. Her delicate lips pursed. "Senior sister, could it be that the woman concealed her cultivation?" Junior brother Bai asked, puzzled. In his understanding, how could a cultivator of the spirit movement realm exert such formidable pressure as to incapacitate one of the spirit origin realm? It's hard to say. The senior sister mused, unable to decipher the opponent's capabilities. As she spoke, She turned her gaze towards a fellow disciple who had come to notify them of urgent matters concerning their sect. What has transpired within the sect? The senior brother inquired. The fellow disciple responded, This morning, our sect was besieged by a group of rogue cultivators. The sect leader specifically dispatched us to summon the disciples scattered in various locations back to defend against the impending threat. Besieged by rogue cultivators? The junior sister was taken aback, then asked, Are we really to return? Are those rogue cultivators quite formidable? The fellow disciple nodded. Several of them are in the god refinement realm, and many are at the spirit sea realm. The senior sister furrowed her brow and promptly urged them to hasten their pace. In Qinga County, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exchanged a knowing glance before continuing their recruitment efforts. Before long, they had gathered nearly 300 individuals. As noon approached, people from surrounding counties rushed over upon hearing the news. Thus, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin worked tirelessly until evening to conclude their endeavors. I extend my gratitude to all for your diligent efforts today, Xia Beichen announced, producing several pouches of coins, each containing 50 premium spirit stones. This is your remuneration for today. Please check. Thank you, boss. The crowd expressed their gratitude as they received the pouches. These individuals were temporary workers hired by Xia Beichen, dancers, performers skilled in various arts, and even bearers. Xia Beichen had previously paid a deposit, and now he was settling their full wages. Boss, will there be more recruitment tomorrow? One of the temporary workers inquired. Tomorrow? We've nearly completed our recruitment here. It's time for us to move on. Xia Beichen offered an evasive reply. What? Do you wish to earn more of my premium spirit stones? He teased. The worker chuckled shyly. Who would ever turn down more premium spirit stones? Haha, fair point. Xia Beichen laughed, then added, however, if you wish to earn premium spirit stones, it's not out of the question. Oh? The temporary workers perked up their ears. Xia Beichen proposed, if you are interested, you could take a test to enter the Xianqing sect. That way, you could earn an additional 100 premium spirit stones. Is that possible? Of course. Xia Beichen unveiled his figurine. I shall go first. I am second. I am third. Thus, dozens of temporary workers managed to pass 2/3 of the test. Xia Beichen promptly awarded those who succeeded, while the remainder was directed to collect their rewards from the Xianqing sect. As for those who did not pass, he consoled them according to the methods of the day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, everyone parted amicably. Before leaving, a bold young lady even dared to request his figurine from Xia Beichen. When he inquired about her reasoning, she candidly replied, The texture is simply exquisite. I cannot help but want to touch it. Xia Beichen was left speechless. Ultimately, as he bid farewell to this enthusiastic fan under the icy gaze of Yi Yunxin, he thought to himself, I should not have assisted you in acquiring any figurine. After everyone departed, Yi Yunxin couldn't help but tease Xia Beichen. You ought to reconsider your choices. Xia Beichen chuckled. Your Majesty, do remain calm. Do you not agree that this figurine surpasses that orb from the Qinglan sect by leaps and bounds? Surpass? It is so magnificent that I nearly wish to embrace it. She retorted. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated? Xia Beichen replied, sweating profusely. Who knows? Perhaps tonight some infatuated soul will cuddle it to sleep. Such a small figurine. Merely suitable for solitude. That depends on where one chooses to embrace it. Xia Beichen mused, tilting his head slightly. Yi Yunxin's words seemed to resonate. Yet he was unsure if he fully comprehended them. I am famished. Treat me to a meal. She insisted, tugging him towards Yixiang Tower. Very well, I shall be generous. Xia Beichen responded. Upon returning to Yixiang Tower, before they could even place their order with the waiter, they overheard the patrons discussing recent events. Have you heard the news? What news? Chapter 054. The reward does not possess X-ray vision. The Qinglan sect was attacked by a group of rogue cultivators. When did this happen? Just this morning. Why would a group of rogue cultivators attack them? I am not certain. Perhaps they offended someone. Are they not merely rogue cultivators? Does the Qinglan sect truly fear them? You might not be aware, but several experts at the refining spirit realm were present. Moreover, there were quite a few at the spirit sea realm as well. As far as I know, the sect master of Qinglan is currently at the early stage of refining spirit, while their highest-ranking elder is at the spirit sea realm. The rest of the elders are at the spirit origin realm. One individual, after taking a sip of his drink, timidly inquired, Do you think the Qinglan sect might just vanish? Vanish, replied another, nibbling on a crab. It is certainly possible. By the way, have you heard the latest? What news? The Wanren sect of Beixian has been exterminated. The others immediately gasped in shock. What? Exterminated? When did this happen? Yesterday. Upon hearing their discussion, Yi Yunxin and Xia Beichen exchanged glances. The two individuals exchanged glances, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, Xia Beichen called out to the waiter, "Bring us a serving of your esteemed river delicacies to our room." "Certainly, honored guest." Not long after, when the waiter presented a large platter of river delicacies accompanied by yellow wine, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin carried it to the rooftop of their room. As they savored the view of the night sky, they indulged in their feast. "Beichen, I never anticipated that your bounty notice would prove so effective. Of course, after all, I possess the means." Xia Beichen took a sip of yellow wine and proclaimed with pride, "Anything that can be resolved with money is a trivial matter." It turned out that the recent assault by rogue cultivators on the Qinglan sect was orchestrated by Xia Beichen from behind the scenes. Unlike certain sects endowed with vast resources, these rogue cultivators often had to rely on their own efforts to cultivate. Thus, reaching the divine refinement realm as a rogue cultivator was no small feat moreover. The conditions set by Xia Beichen were quite generous, a reward of 500,000 top-grade spirit stones for the destruction of the Qinglan sect. If accomplished by one person, the reward was theirs alone. If by multiple individuals, it would be shared among them. Of course, Xia Beichen's incentives were not limited to spirit stones. He also offered pills. Upon the successful completion of the task, each participant would receive 2 additional third-grade pills. Should anyone tragically perish during the assault on the Qinglan sect, Xia Beichen promised to deliver the rewards to the designated friends or family of the fallen cultivator, as agreed. In short, the message was clear. As long as the Qinglan sect was eradicated, no one would leave empty-handed. By the way, Yunxin, Xia Beichen turned his gaze to Yi Yunxin. "What is it?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. "When shall we return to the Tianxian sect?" Xia Beichen countered. Diverting her gaze to the heavens, Yi Yunxin replied, "I wish to make a trip to the southern wilderness." "The southern wilderness?" Xia Beichen paused, then asked, "Is it regarding the matter of the poison?" "Indeed," Yi Yunxin affirmed. "Once I resolve that issue, I shall return to the Tianxian sect to clear the way." "Very well." Xia Beichen picked up a large shrimp, peeled off its shell, and offered it to Yi Yunxin. "Wherever you go, I shall support and accompany you. Then we shall set off the day after tomorrow," she declared, consuming the shrimp in one bite. This time, she did not reject Xia Beichen's offer, nor did she suggest that he wait for her return in a certain place. However, Xia Beichen was puzzled. "Why the day after tomorrow and not tomorrow?" Yi Yunxin responded, "I have a matter to attend to for you tomorrow." "Oh." Xia Beichen smiled lightly and said, "What could possibly need my attention? I am quite unaware. I shall not divulge that." To his surprise, Yi Yunxin was being coy. Thus, the two continued to eat and converse under the night sky. Halfway through their meal, a familiar voice emanated from the ring. "Brother Xia, I can smell the delightful feast you are enjoying outside. Do not forget about the two who have yet to eat." Upon hearing the voice of the pie, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exchanged glances. The ring materialized, and Xia Beichen spoke. "Dear pie, do not fret. I shall bring it to you shortly. I have yet to finish half of the river delicacies, and 2 small jars of yellow wine remain unopened. I have not yet ventured into the endless realm. Come, let me show you." Xia Beichen lifted the platter of river delicacies and addressed Yi Yunxin. Yi Yunxin was already aware of his spatial domain, so when he expressed his desire to take her inside, she readily agreed. Her curiosity about Xia Beichen's realm piqued. The ring shimmered, and Xia Beichen, focusing his thoughts, activated the portal. In an instant, they vanished from their original location. Wow! Upon entering the endless realm, Yi Yunxin couldn't help but exclaim in awe. She was taken aback by the beauty of this place, even surpassing that of Tianxian sect. The spiritual energy was abundant and remarkably pure. As Xia Beichen spoke, Yi Yunxin glanced towards him, only to find him standing a distance away. "What's wrong?" At that moment, the pie approached, observing Xia Beichen's stillness with curiosity. Just as Yi Yunxin was about to shake her head in response, Xia Beichen radiated a sudden brilliance. The pie widened their eyes in astonishment. Yi Yunxin looked at Xia Beichen as if he were a marvel, realizing that he had once again ascended in rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the enhancement of cultivation. Current realm, initial stage of Lingdong. In light of the host's advancement to a new realm, this system grants a special reward, the Eye of Eternal Night. The host may freely switch modes at night, allowing clarity of the surroundings. Note, this reward does not possess X-ray capabilities. As the brilliance faded, Xia Beichen's heart soared with joy. His realm had ascended once more, and he had received the eye of eternal night. In the endless realm, it was indeed night, with the moon yet to ascend the sky. Xia Beichen envisioned switching to nighttime mode. Areas obscured by darkness instantly transformed into daylight before his eyes. His vision was even sharper than before. He could even distinctly observe two insects engaged in a profound conversation. Though lacking X-ray vision, this ability was undeniably impressive. Initial stage of Lingdong. The pious Xia Beichen with astonishment. Yi Yunshin's face lit up with joy as she remarked, "You have advanced from the Lingwu realm to the Lingdong realm in just 2 days. You have truly exceeded my expectations once again." Xia Beichen replied, "I never anticipated that the spiritual energy here would be far more abundant than that of the Wanjian sect. I ascended without even needing to meditate and guide the energy. Remarkable." The Pai couldn't help but praise him. Xia Beichen placed the plate of river delicacies upon the stone table and, with a sudden motion, struck a boulder several yards away with his palm. Chapter 055, Carving Mountains as if they were clay, Queries regarding the infinite realm. A resounding crash echoed as the boulder, comparable in size to half a floor, was shattered into fragments by Xia Beichen's strike. The Pishio, witnessing the spectacle, was taken aback. How could one in the initial stages of the spirit movement realm wield such power to reduce a stone of this magnitude to rubble? Even Yi Yunshin could not help but exclaim, "In my time, I had to rely on my sword to cleave such a large boulder." Xia Beichen scratched the back of his head, a bit sheepishly. "Is that so? Perhaps it is due to the abundant spirit energy here?" The Pishio replied, "That cannot be dismissed, but you are indeed remarkable." Yi Yunshin approached him, revealing the Xingxuan sword. "How about you give the Xingxuan sword a try?" Xia Beichen accepted the sword, poised to strike a nearby peak, but suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Yi Yunshin inquired, puzzled. "Let's move a bit further away. Being near the structures might spoil the beauty of the surroundings." With that, he soared into the air, with Yi Yunshin and the Pishio following closely. As for the river delicacies, they were left behind, as there was no one else to partake. Witnessing the spectacle was of paramount importance. Xia Beichen flew several dozen miles before coming to a stop, hovering in midair. He glanced at the Xingxuan sword in his hand, and then swung it towards a towering mountain before him. With a swoosh, a beam of starlight-infused sword energy surged towards the peak. Boom! At the moment the sword energy struck the mountainside, the very heavens trembled. Debris flew in all directions, prompting Yi Yunshin and the Pishio to hastily erect defensive barriers around themselves. Remarkably, not a single fragment of stone touched Xia Beichen. He effortlessly evaded the chaos. The Pishio gazed at the scattering rocks, exclaiming, "To possess such power to carve through mountains, one would likely need to reach the elixir realm. Shall I give it a try?" Xia Beichen lightly gestured the Xingxuan sword towards Yi Yunshin. The sword soared from his hand and flew gracefully to Yi Yunshin, who caught it and concealed it once more. With a flicker of thought, another sword emerged from within a structure, arriving at Xia Beichen's hand. It emitted a gentle hum as he grasped it. Without further ado, Xia Beichen swung it toward another mountain peak. Swoosh! The sword energy sliced through the air without a sound of explosion. However, it emerged from the opposite side of the mountain. Ultimately, it severed numerous trees on a subsequent peak before dissipating. Yi Yunshin furrowed her brow in confusion. What is happening? The Pishio's eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at the mountain. "I shall investigate." Just as the Pishio was about to take action, the mountain itself began to tremble. The upper section was set in motion. Immediately, it slid to one side, followed by a tremendous crash as it collapsed with a resounding boom. A cloud of dust surged into the air. Pai and Xiao exchanged glances, while Yi Yunshin rushed to the side of Xia Beichen. As the dust settled, their eyes fell upon a deep pit formed by the collapse. The remaining half of the mountain peak revealed a remarkably smooth cross-section at its summit. It became apparent that the previous sword energy had quietly sliced through the mountain. No wonder it emerged from the other side. This sword, in terms of explosive power, could not compete with the Xingxuan sword, hence it did not create a striking effect. Yi Yunshin took the sword from Xia Beichen's hand and remarked, "However, with your cultivation level, to cleave this mountain in two is truly impressive." At this point, Yi Yunshin gently waved the sword, and another section of the remaining mountain was deftly severed. The sword energy pierced through, trimming several peaks along the straight line behind. To carve mountains as though they were mere clay, the strength of a Dongtian realm expert is terrifying. This was several times sharper than Xia Beichen's earlier sword energy. After all, Yi Yunshin's cultivation stood as a testament to that. This sword, understated yet remarkable, Pai gazed at the sword now in Yi Yunshin's possession and couldn't help but exclaim. However, just as the praise left its lips, the sword emitted a series of cracking sounds. Yi Yunshin furrowed her brow while Xia Beichen appeared somewhat embarrassed. The sword was actually cracking. Oh dear. This left Pai feeling so awkward that its claws could dig a 3-room apartment into the ground. No exaggeration. Xiao added to Pai's unfinished thought. Yi Yunshin's cheeks flushed, and she stammered. I didn't use much force. It just hearing her falter. Xia Beichen waved his hand and said, It's all right. The sword is simply too fragile. Besides, there are plenty of swords available. Losing one is hardly a loss. Exactly, chimed in Pai and Xiao in unison. With so many swords, even if one breaks each day, it would last for years. Moreover, there are other weapons. At this moment, the moon had ascended into the sky. Xia Beichen called out, having tested our strength, let us head back for some river delicacies. Wait, Xiao suddenly shouted, I think I've discovered something. Xia Beichen, Yi Yunshin. And Pai turned to look at him. Look, Xiao pointed to the location of the mountain that had just been shattered into rubble by Xia Beichen's Xingxuan sword. A pile of debris came into view. Indeed, it was worth quoting. These fragments shimmered with a pristine white glow beneath the moonlight. Premium spirit stones. Pai exclaimed in astonishment. I never imagined this mountain was composed entirely of spirit stones. That mountain too. Is it a rhythm of spirit stones all around? Xiao turned to the smooth cross-section exposed by the recent severing of the mountain by Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin, which was also radiating a brilliant white light. Xia Beichen closed his eyes, taking a moment to absorb his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself at the edge of a spirit stone mine. The mountain peaks he had just traversed were situated at the periphery of the mine. Goodness, what a waste. With just 3 effortless strikes, several mountains had been reduced to nothing. In contrast to the shocked Pai Xiao, who was taken aback, Yi Yunshin, already well aware of Xia Beichen's extravagant nature, remained calm as still water, unfazed by the revelation. She merely inquired curiously, Is there anyone responsible for refining these spirit stones? Xia Beichen scratched the back of his head, replying, When I was outside, I could effortlessly extract spirit stones with just my thoughts. Pai Xiao remarked, I almost forgot. Don't you have a cluster of buildings in this spatial domain? Xia Beichen nodded affirmatively. Pai Xiao pointed towards the cluster of structures, saying, One of those pavilions is brimming with countless exquisite spirit stones. The plaque reads Treasure Gathering Pavilion in large characters. Yi Yunshin asked with intrigue, So, do these refined spirit stones automatically form and arrange themselves in the Treasure Gathering Pavilion? Xia Beichen propped his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow as he replied, I, too, am eager to discover the answer to that question, as I have only recently acquired this boundless domain. Suddenly, something flew toward them. Just as curiosity enveloped them, several beams of light emerged from the mountains. Chapter 056. Not just similar, but identical, the glowing dots drew closer, and moments later, they stood before Xia Beichen and his companions. Upon recognizing what approached, they were momentarily rendered speechless. To their surprise, it was a swarm of cartoonishly adorable bees. Xia Beichen, upon seeing them, momentarily thought they had escaped from a 3-dimensional animation. At first glance, they appeared cute and harmless. However, their size was several times larger than that of wasps, roughly the size of a goose egg. Surely, these little creatures aren't here to sting us, are they? Pai Xiao shivered at the sight of the oversized bees. Who was it that had just been wreaking havoc upon the spirit stone mine? To their astonishment, the leading bee spoke. Had it gained sentience? Xia Beichen stepped forward and inquired, Who are you? The bee, fluttering its wings and placing its hands in front of it, proclaimed with an air of authority, We are the miners of the spirit stone mine and the guardians of the boundless domain. Miners and guardians? Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin exchanged glances. Xia Beichen then asked, So, it is you who excavate, refine, and store the spirit stones in the treasure-gathering pavilion? Apart from us, who else could it be? The bee retorted. With a wave of its hand, it signaled its companions, who then rearranged themselves to form an encircling formation, surrounding Xia Beichen and the others. You have harmed our spirit stone mine. You shall not depart without offering compensation. The leading bee fixed them with a serious gaze. The furious expression on the bee's face made Xia Beichen feel as though he had stepped into a 3-dimensional animation. At that moment, another bee approached the leader and whispered a few words in its ear. The leader nodded in response and then addressed Xia Beichen, inquiring how they had managed to infiltrate this realm. Xia Beichen replied, We simply swooped in. The bee displayed a look of disbelief. Pai glanced around at the swarm of menacing bees and remarked, "Dearest bees, a deluge has swept over the Dragon King's temple. He is the sovereign of this spatial domain." The adjacent bee whispered a few more words. The leader of the bees nodded once again. "How can you prove you are the master here?" Xiao Beichen snapped his fingers. With a mere thought, countless beams of light surged forth from the architectural complex, revealing various items within. In no time, these objects floated above their heads. The bees widened their eyes in astonishment at the sight. A smirk crept across Xiao Beichen's lips as he gestured with his right hand. And the items soared back into the architectural complex. Only the true master of this domain could manipulate the items within such an endless realm. The leader of the bees murmured, "Could it be that he is indeed the master?" After pondering for a moment, it turned to Yi Yunshin and suggested, "Why don't you give it a try and see if you can summon something from the building?" Yi Yunshin did not refuse. She focused her mind. But after a considerable time, there was not a single movement. Usually, she could easily manipulate objects within the Tianxian sect using her mind, yet here, it proved futile. To ensure safety, the leader of the bees turned to Pai and Xiao, saying, "You both should try as well." Pai raised a condition, "You may try, but for heaven's sake, do not touch the stinger at the back of your behind. If you sting my face, how will I rely on my looks to survive in the world?" As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Moreover, facing a swarm of buzzing bees, even the mightiest of people and divine beasts fear the pain of being stung. Being stung is one thing. The swelling that follows is another. Until we clarify the situation, we shall refrain from stinging you, the leader of the bees declared haughtily. However, if you dare to deceive us, we shall transform you into plump pig heads. Very well. Pai and Xiao subsequently focused their minds to summon items from the architectural complex. Yet, like Yi Yunshin, they encountered no response whatsoever. The outcome was evident, and the answer revealed. All the bees turned their gazes towards Xiao Beichen. Observing their reaction, Xiao Beichen decided to introduce himself. Thus, in the spirit of honoring those who labor, he clasped his fists and proclaimed, "I am Xiao Beichen, who became the master of this endless realm yesterday. Bring it forth." The leader of the bees commanded one of its companions. A bee nodded slightly, and in its grasp appeared a rolled-up piece of parchment. Several nearby bees fluttered over to assist in unrolling the paper. As the paper unfurled, Xiao Beichen and his companions discovered that it was, in fact, an image. However, it was merely an uncolored meticulous line drawing. The leading bee ascended above the artwork, casting a glance at the portrait and then at Xiao Beichen, revealing a striking resemblance. Xiao Beichen, intrigued, inquired, "What is the score out of 10? 10. The bee replied, admitting, "It bears an uncanny resemblance, perhaps 8 or 9 points. The creature named Pai remarked, "It is not just similar, it is virtually identical." Then, Xiao asked, having completed the object manipulation test and viewed the portrait, "Do you now believe?" "Wait." The leading bee turned to Xiao Beichen, requesting, "Please drop a drop of blood onto the painting." Could it be that this required a blood oath? Pai was perplexed. Xiao Beichen, uncertain of the bee's intentions, complied and obtained a drop of blood from his fingertip, which he then let fall onto the artwork. As soon as the drop made contact, it permeated the surface and vanished without a trace. Yi Yunshin, observing this, marveled at the enchantment. Just as Xiao Beichen was about to inquire why the bees had not reacted, the image transformed. From within, it began to color itself automatically. In no time, the line drawing evolved into a vividly colored, meticulous painting. Now, upon closer inspection, the figure in the artwork was indeed indistinguishable from Xiao Beichen. It was truly the master. After gazing at the painting, the bees turned their attention to Xiao Beichen. The blood of others could not elicit a response from the portrait. The leading bee declared, "Thus, you are indeed the master of the endless domain, as well as our master." With that, it signaled to the other bees, who arranged themselves into neat rows, respectfully addressing Xiao Beichen. "We pay our respects, master." Pai and Xiao echoed in unison. "The misunderstanding has been resolved. All is well." The leading bee scratched its head sheepishly, apologizing. "I beg your pardon for any offense earlier. Please do not hold it against me." Xiao Beichen chuckled heartily and praised the bees. "You are truly the guardians of the endless domain. Your sense of responsibility is commendable." He then summoned some herbs he had gathered from the forbidden grounds of Wanren's sect. Ah, how fragrant! The herbs, being akin to flowers and plants, filled the bees with a sense of serenity as they savored the delightful aroma. Xiao Beichen stated, "These will be planted in the endless domain. when the flowers bloom. You may gather the pollen and nectar as a reward for your diligence. Thank you, master. The bees chorused gratefully, then began organizing themselves to clear a plot of land for planting the herbs. As for the few spirit stone peaks that Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin had destroyed, the bees returned to the mountains to summon reinforcements, prioritizing the collection of these spiritual resources. The leading bee directed a few others to bring forth an object. Upon seeing it, Xiao Beichen realized it was a book. Chapter 057. You great oaf, let me go. The cover of the book bore the inscription Encyclopedia of the Endless Domain. Master, this is a comprehensive tome detailing the myriad realms of the infinite domain. Please accept it. And when you have leisure, feel free to peruse it. The leading bee addressed Xiao Beichen. Thank you. Xiao Beichen replied, extending his hand to receive the book. He casually flipped through its pages, discovering not only written accounts, but also illustrations, exquisite and colorful gongbi paintings. It truly embodied the essence of being both pictorial and textual. Xiao Beichen was thoroughly pleased with this encyclopedia. Curiously, he inquired, by the way, do you have a name? The bee shook its head, its eyes darting playfully, then raised an eyebrow and suggested, how about you, master? Bestow upon me a name. Pondering with his chin in hand, Xiao Beichen asked, are you male or female? To which Yi Yunxin beside him chuckled softly, how particular? Xiao Beichen, unfazed, explained, if you are male, then a name as handsome as mine, Xiao Beichen, would suffice. If female, a name as beautiful as Yi Yunxin would be fitting. In the parlance of your kind, I am akin to an unmarried maiden among bees, the bee remarked. Xiao Beichen and the others could not help but chuckle, so that makes you a young one. The bee tilted its head thoughtfully and proposed, perhaps I shall be named Yi Xiaomi? That sounds splendid. Yi Yunxin immediately approved. Xiao Beichen smirked. Of course, you would find it splendid, given it bears your surname. If it unsettles you, we could name it Yi Xiaxia, Yi Yunxin suggested with a smile. Ah, never mind. Let it be Yi Xiaomi, Xiao Beichen decided. Placing a hand on Yi Yunxin's shoulder, he addressed the bee. From now on, Yi Yunxin shall be the lady of this place. Thank you, master. Thank you, madam. You are the most handsome and beautiful. The bee exclaimed, its words dripping with sweetness. Since that is the case, allow me to present you with a gift. Yi Yunxin said with a smile, raising her hand to reveal several white jade vials appearing before them. These are spiritual liquids I procured from Tianshen's sect, collected from a stalactite within one of the sect's caves. While they may not hold much value for humans, they are quite beneficial for plants and small creatures. Thus, you may use them to nourish flowers or for consumption. Yi Xiaomi gleefully exclaimed, wow, that's wonderful. Would you like to try some? Yi Yunxin offered, uncorking one vial, causing a droplet of spiritual liquid to float forth. Yi Xiaomi zipped over and swallowed the droplet in one gulp. Initially, there was no discernible reaction, but after approximately 3 seconds, a soft blue radiance enveloped its entire being. This luminescence persisted for several seconds before gradually dimming. Wow! Yi Xiaomi exclaimed in astonishment. I feel a surge of spiritual energy gathering within me. Try launching an attack at that tree, Yi Yunxin encouraged. Yi Xiaomi nodded its adorable head and then aimed at a nearby tree, unleashing a water sphere from its mouth. As the sphere traveled, it rapidly crystallized into an ice spike. In the next moment, the ice cone plunged into the trunk. Yi Xiaomi exclaimed with excitement, I am becoming powerful. Yi Yunxin mused. Once Beichen has you transplant the medicinal herbs, you will be able to enhance your abilities through pollen or nectar. Really? Thank you, madam. Yi Xiaomi, now endowed with a name and infused with spiritual liquid, beamed with joy. Quickly take the spiritual liquid and share it with your friends. Yi Yunxin instructed. All right. I will summon them immediately to help carry it away. Tonight we feast. Yi Xiaomi declared, setting off to find several robust male bees to transport the spiritual liquid back. Once they had flown away, Xiao Beichen and the others returned to the stone table. To their surprise, they found, where are the river delicacies? They were here when we left. Pai glanced around, even searching the vicinity, but found nothing. Gone. Even Yi Yunxin felt puzzled. Could it have been teleported away? Xiao Beichen shook his head, saying impossible. Inanimate objects cannot leave unless I take them or use my will to summon them. Could they have been stolen by something? Pai speculated. Let me probe with my divine sense. Xiao Beichen closed his eyes, releasing his divine consciousness. As the master of the infinite realm, he could freely explore any corner of this place. After a while, Xiao Beichen opened his eyes. Yi Yunxin, curious, asked, what did you find? Xiao Beichen nodded, then turned and gently walked toward a tree several paces away. Arriving at the base of the tree, he beckoned Yi Yunshin over. She instantly appeared beside him and followed his gesture to gaze upward. To their astonishment, perched leisurely on a branch was a squirrel. It was blissfully gnawing on a crab with both paws. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Yunshin turned to Xiao Beichen, communicating telepathically. I didn't expect this little rascal to have taken it. Xiao Beichen replied in kind. Squirrels are omnivorous, seeing such delectable river delicacies left unattended. It is understandable they would come to snatch them. At that moment, Pai also approached and spotted the squirrel, equally astonished. However, in that moment of surprise, the squirrel froze, lowering its gaze. As their eyes met, the squirrel was momentarily stunned, then panicked. It dropped the half-eaten crab, which landed squarely on Pai's head. You little rascal. You dare to drop it on Pai's head. Pai leapt up. The squirrel attempted to flee into a nearby tree hollow, but it was not quick enough. Just as it reached the entrance, Pai caught its tail. The squirrel struggled and shouted, You big oaf, let me go. To think that they can speak just like bees, exclaimed Yi Yun in astonishment. Could it be that all the little creatures here possessed the gift of speech? Pai had already returned to the ground with the squirrel in tow. Don't bite me, or I might just devour you. With that, it handed the squirrel over to Xiao Beichen for further handling. The squirrel, however, disdainfully replied, You think I would bite? I wouldn't even consider it. Xiao Beichen placed the creature onto the table, warning, Behave yourself, or I shall have to barbecue you. I assure you, I am not delectable in any way. The squirrel exclaimed, flailing its tiny paws in panic. Why did you pilfer our river delicacies? Xiao Beichen inquired. They were left here untouched, so I assumed they were abandoned. The squirrel responded, But that cannot be right. There was still plenty left. Did you consume it all? Even the shells? Xiao Beichen pressed further, puzzled about the whereabouts of the plate. He found it hard to believe that this little creature could manage to fit a plate larger than its own tree hollow into its tiny frame. I gave it to other little friends, the squirrel admitted candidly. Other squirrels? Xiao Beichen scoffed, raising an eyebrow. So you share? The squirrel waved its paws dismissively. Not squirrels. But a little panda. A little panda? Xiao Beichen furrowed his brow. You don't believe me? The squirrel, sensing skepticism, insisted, I will take you to find it. Very well. Xiao Beichen agreed. Thus, the squirrel led them to a tranquil valley. The temperature here was cooler, and walking by the stream brought a refreshing breeze. It seemed indeed that a little panda could thrive in such an environment. Soon, they arrived beneath a tree. Look, the squirrel pointed excitedly at a branch. Xiao Beichen and Yi Yun lifted their gaze and beheld a small creature curled up, its forelimbs cradling its head and its tail draping over its body. The creature was primarily adorned with reddish-brown fur, sporting a round face with a short snout and white markings on its cheeks. Its ears were relatively large, standing erect and forward. Additionally, its limbs were short and stout, covered in dark brown fur. Its tail was long and thick, with fluffy fur marked by alternating dark red rings. It truly is a little panda, Xiao Beichen exclaimed in delight, having finally discerned its appearance. This is my first encounter with such a creature, Yi Yun remarked, and it is rather adorable. Xiao Beichen nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is certainly cuter than instant noodles. Cough. Cough. Perhaps even cuter than a raccoon. Should we wake it? Pai glanced at the little panda and asked. Allow me, the squirrel declared, nimbly climbing up the tree trunk to approach the little panda. Little panda, wake up, it called, gently shaking the sleeping creature. As the squirrel shook, the branch began to sway, and suddenly, the little panda awoke, instinctively tilting its body to one side. Amidst the frantic cries of two small creatures, they tumbled down the branches. Yi Yun, chuckling softly, shook her head and extended her hand, channeling the power of the stars towards them. Dots of starlight soared in their direction, gently cradling them. The red panda then rubbed its sleepy eyes and inquired of the squirrel, Is that you, little squirrel? The squirrel pointed towards Xiaobei and the others. The red panda released its forelimbs and glanced over. What? Humans? It exclaimed, mirroring the astonishment it had shared with the squirrel upon first seeing them. Xiaobei looked at it and affirmed, Indeed, humans, accompanied by two divine beasts. The red panda turned its gaze to the Pishio, swallowing hard, clearly intimidated. How did you come to be here? They came for the river delicacies, the squirrel explained. River delicacies? I've already finished mine, the red panda replied weakly. Surely they aren't theirs? Xiaobei was no longer surprised that the red panda could speak, having previously encountered a talking bee and squirrel. You are correct, he said. moving closer to grasp the red panda's tail, lifting it up. So, where's the plate for the river delicacies? The plate? The red panda pointed toward the stream's edge. Following its indication, Xiaobei discovered that the plate holding the river delicacies lay just beyond where they had not yet ventured. With a mere thought, he summoned the plate into his hand. To his astonishment, it was already clean. You washed it? Xiaobei inquired. Yes, the red panda replied, after I finished eating. I cleaned it, thinking I might use it for food later. Quite meticulous. Xiaobei placed it on the trunk before him and set the squirrel beside it. The two small creatures sat side by side. Since you've consumed the river delicacies, then, Xiaobei began, but the red panda and squirrel trembled and pleaded. Don't eat us, don't eat us. Xiaobei suddenly felt a crow flutter past his forehead. Who said we intended to eat you? Didn't you just mention roasting me? The squirrel's voice quivered. I have no desire to roast you now, Xiaobei replied, shaking his head. Should we steam you instead? The red panda exclaimed in terror. You certainly have a vivid imagination. Xiaobei gently tapped their heads. Fear not. There will be no roasting, no steaming, and certainly no braising. I simply seek your knowledge. If you answer all my questions truthfully, I shall hold no grudge. The red panda and squirrel exchanged glances before turning back to Xiaobei and nodding. Then let us return to the stone table to converse. Xiao Beichen retracted his hand and addressed Yi Yunxin, stating that he would fetch some food from the waiter, and requested that she and the Pishio wait for him at the stone table. Yi Yunxin nodded in agreement, replying, all right. In the next moment, Xiao Beichen vanished from sight and reappeared in their guest room. After exiting the room, he proceeded to the front courtyard tavern in search of the waiter. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the room carrying a bamboo basket filled with an array of dishes, and once again entered the boundless realm. Yi Yunxin and the Pishio had already brought the little panda and squirrel back to the stone table, where the two small creatures were placed atop its surface. Food lovers, if you haven't had enough, come and eat, Xiao Beichen declared as he set the dishes on the table, prompting the two little animals to instinctively shuffle aside. Having already satisfied her hunger, Yi Yunxin decided to let the Pishio and the two small creatures indulge. The little panda's eyes sparkled mischievously as it suggested. How about we have some wine? You drink wine? Xiao Beichen asked in astonishment. The little panda scratched its head and chuckled. Hee, just a little for me. Mainly to suggest that you and her enjoy some. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxin remarked to Xiao Beichen, I think its suggestion is quite good. Shall we have a drink? Since she had expressed the desire to drink, Xiao Beichen naturally could not refuse. After all, if they drank too much, it could lead to some merriment. Xiao Beichen nodded slightly, preparing to leave the boundless realm once more to retrieve wine from Yixiang Tower, when the little panda called out to him. I know where there is wine, it exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. Xiao Beichen looked over curiously to see a modest mountain peak. Closing his eyes, he extended his consciousness and soon discovered a vast cavern within the mountain. Astonishingly, the cavern was a wine cellar. Before long, Xiao Beichen's consciousness located the entrance to the wine cellar. At the entrance stood a closed door adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words, Drunken Immortal Cellar. Wine. Come forth, Xiao Beichen commanded, retracting his consciousness, and with a mere thought, the door to the cellar swung open by itself. Subsequently, several jars of wine soared from the cellar and landed gracefully on the stone table. A diamond-shaped red paper was affixed to each jar, inscribed with the words Drunken Immortal Brew. It seemed this was the name of the wine. Even before unsealing it, the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. One jar for you, one jar for me, and one for it. Xiao Beichen distributed the wine. There were exactly 6 jars. If that wasn't enough, they could always fetch more. Thus, Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin savored the wine, while the two small animals and the Pishio dined on the dishes amidst their drinking. After several rounds of wine, the Pishio let out a series of hearty burps. However, just as the last burp escaped, they suddenly felt a peculiar sensation coursing through their bodies. Chapter 059, Floating on Air, the Divine Beast Transform. What is happening? The Pishio exchanged alarmed glances as they noticed the unusual changes occurring within themselves, while the little panda and squirrel grew increasingly flustered. Could there be something amiss with this wine? Both Xiao Beichen and Yi Yunxin pondered in confusion. They, along with 2 small creatures, had partaken of it without experiencing any unusual effects. Could this wine have side effects on your divine beasts? Yi Yunxin remarked with bewilderment. As she spoke, she unleashed a surge of celestial energy in an attempt to alleviate the predicament of the Pishio. However, it rebounded back. Yi Yunxin quickly retracted her celestial energy, nullifying the rebound. What do you feel now? Xia Beichen inquired urgently. The Pixiu replied, I feel as if I'm floating in the heavens. What? Xia Beichen was speechless. Yi Yunxin, with her hands covering her exquisite face, still had her fingers slightly parted. She then remarked, could it be that you are about to? The Pixiu, with a face full of exasperation, hurriedly explained, it's not what you think. I truly feel ethereal. Xia Beichen awkwardly responded. Hearing your words is like listening to a grand tale. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the Pixiu and the Qilin truly began to levitate. When they reached a height of over 2 meters, a radiant light enveloped them, reminiscent of the ascension of human cultivators. Just as Xia Beichen and the others were left in bewilderment, the light dissipated, revealing 2 figures, a man and a woman, who appeared to be in their 30s. The man, though somewhat handsome, bore a hint of maturity that contrasted with Xia Beichen's youthful appearance. The woman exuded grace and charm, her figure akin to Yi Yunxin's, embodying the allure of a mature woman. Witnessing this scene, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exchanged glances, while the panda and squirrel exclaimed, have they transformed? Indeed. The Pixiu and Qilin had taken on human forms. The male Pixiu had transformed into a man, while the female Qilin had become a woman. They were not devoid of attire. Rather, they adorned themselves in garments of a bronze hue, which, upon closer inspection, seemed to align with their identities as auspicious creatures associated with wealth. After a brief moment, the Pixiu and Qilin gently descended to the ground and turned around. Congratulations, Yi Yunxin declared, clasping her hands together. From now on, you may present yourselves in human form before everyone. The Pixiu and Qilin nodded in unison, stating, this indeed makes things much more convenient. After a moment's thought, Yi Yunxin suggested, if you return to the Tianxian sect one day, you shall serve as the guardians of our sect. The Pixiu and Qilin did not hesitate to agree. At this juncture, Xia Beichen, regaining his composure from the surprise, retrieved the Encyclopedia of Endless Realms. He swiftly located the chapter on food and drink and found the entry for drunken immortal brew, flipping to the corresponding page. After studying it for a while, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. He handed the book to Yi Yunxin, who leaned in to read alongside the Pixiu and Qilin. Xia Beichen exclaimed, it appears that this drunken immortal brew possesses the ability to transform divine beasts into human forms. However, the prerequisite is that the divine beast must be at least 3,000 years old. As he spoke, he glanced at the Pixiu. Dear friends, how old are you? The Pixiu simultaneously extended a paw. Xia Beichen inquired, 5,000 years? The Pixiu nodded and explained, we mature at 3,000 years, and 5,000 is still considered youth. Xia Beichen chuckled, indeed, no one claims you are old. Since you've taken on forms, why not follow Yi Xiaomi's example and choose a name? Suggested Yi Yunxin. The Pixiu responded eagerly, that sounds splendid. One ought to have a name while traversing the world. The other Pixiu added, when we challenge others, we should announce our names. It would be quite impressive. After some contemplation, Xia Beichen proposed a name. How about calling you Pixiu brother, or perhaps Pippy Shrimp? Pippy Shrimp. The Pixiu shot him an incredulous glance. Isn't that seafood? No way. I'd rather be called Pita. Xia Beichen immediately gave him a thumbs up. Pita sounds excellent. In that case, Pixiu's sister could be named Very Happy. The Pixiu looked at him in exasperation. Xia Beichen then composed himself, gazing at the night sky before suggesting, how about Starry and Moonlit? Yi Yunxin attempted to repeat, Elder Starry and Elder Moonlit? What do you think? Not bad. The Pixiu replied. Thus, they agreed upon the name. The Pixiu dramatically turned to the other, saying, in future encounters, when we announce our names, let it be known. Starry and Moonlit are here, you wretched beings. Surrender at once. The other Pixiu placed a hand on its hip, replying, agreed. We too desire names. At that moment, the panda and the squirrel eagerly raised their hands, requesting Xia Beichen to bestow names upon them. Xia Beichen pointed to the squirrel. You shall be called Little Pine. As for the panda, should it resemble a raccoon? Xia Beichen would have unreservedly named it Crunchy Noodles. Before he could finalize his thoughts, the panda boldly declared, given my adorableness, how about calling me Little K? Xia Beichen gently patted its small head. Ah, you are rather self-admiring. Very well, Little K it is. Wonderful. The panda joyfully accepted its new name. Glancing at the Encyclopedia of Infinite Realms in his hands, the panda and the squirrel seemed to grasp Xia Beichen's true identity. Then you must be the master of our infinite realm. Indeed. From now on, we shall address you as master. As they spoke, they turned to Yi Yunxin, inquiring, and this beautiful lady is? Madam, Xia Beichen introduced. The two little ones immediately bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We greet you, madam." Yi Yunshin's cheeks flushed with shyness. Yet she did not reject the title. In the future, you can assist in managing those pavilions and invite other little friends to join. Just as she had done with the bees, she produced a white jade bottle containing spiritual liquid. This will help elevate you to the initial stage of the spiritual martial realm, granting you some cultivation. It is a gift for you. The panda and the squirrel exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, madam." Yi Yunshin smiled and said, "Do not express your gratitude too hastily. Your master still has inquiries to make of you." The two creatures nodded in response, accepting the jade bottle as they turned their gaze towards Xia Beichen. He encouraged them to indulge in their repast and libations, engaging in conversation as they feasted. "Little Ku, little Song, do you have no other kin in this realm?" Xia Beichen inquired. "None." The little panda scratched its head and replied, "I seem to have originated from elsewhere, but I have long forgotten my origins." The squirrel echoed, "I too have yet to encounter another of my kind here. Do you recall how many years you have been in this place?" Xia Beichen asked. The panda and the squirrel pondered briefly before synchronously declaring, 10 years. 10 years? Xia Beichen echoed. "Indeed, for the past decade, we have remained unchanged, neither growing nor aging." "And who constructed this endless domain?" "To be candid, we are unaware," they admitted. Taken aback by their response, Xia Beichen mused, "You have no recollection at all?" The squirrel responded, "I was once pursued by a ferocious beast, and in my flight, I plummeted from a cliff. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself here." It raised two fingers, adding, "You two are the first humans I have encountered since my arrival." The little panda scoffed. "At least you remember what transpired before you came here. I have no recollection whatsoever." The squirrel continued, "You may not know this, but prior to our arrival here, we were incapable of speaking the human tongue. Yet upon reaching this place, we inexplicably acquired the ability to converse." The little panda nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is curious. We did not achieve this ability through any cultivation like the esteemed celestial beasts." Xia Beichen speculated. "Then it must be that those who brought you here employed some means to enable your speech." Yi Yunshin contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Perhaps the individual wished for the master of this domain to communicate with you seamlessly." The little panda and the squirrel nodded slightly, acknowledging the possibility. Xia Beichen then turned to the squirrel. "So, do you remember whence you came?" "I cannot recall clearly," the squirrel lamented. Observing their expressions, it seemed they were not deceiving him. "Very well. The origins of the endless domain, their provenance, and how they arrived here are mysteries that will someday unravel." Xia Beichen had researched the system's existing materials regarding the endless domain, yet regrettably found no relevant information, far less comprehensive than that of the encyclopedia of the endless domain. After a moment's reflection, Xia Beichen shifted the topic. "Which small creatures do you typically interact with?" "The bees," they replied. "Is that all?" This revelation surprised Xia Beichen, as the environment here was so conducive that one would expect multiple ecological systems to flourish. The little panda remarked, "In any case, we have not discovered any other small creatures within our reach. Perhaps there are some in distant places." Xia Beichen cast a glance at the distinctly layered silhouettes of the mountains in the distance and mused, "It seems we must embark on an adventure another day." "Then please take us along, master," requested the little panda. "Certainly," Xia Beichen replied without hesitation. As time passed, the group finished their meal, and the wine had nearly been consumed. Xia Beichen rose and addressed the nearby cluster of buildings, saying, "Yunshin, let us stay here for the night." "Sounds good." Yi Yunshin responded immediately. The little panda and the squirrel let out a hearty burp. "Master, madam, we are quite full and shall not disturb your rest. We will take a stroll to aid our digestion." "We shall join you," the Pishio said, exchanging knowing glances before adding, "We have just transformed into human form and need to familiarize ourselves." Clearly, they wished to avoid interrupting Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin. Subsequently, the Pishio allowed the two small creatures to climb onto their shoulders and whisked them away for a breezy adventure. "Yay!" cheered the little panda and the squirrel, joyfully shouting into the wind. Before long, the two divine beasts had carried the small animals far away. Meanwhile, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunshin arrived at the main hall of the building complex, which had 2 stories and was inscribed with the name Beichen Pavilion. "It appears to be named after you," Yi Yunshin remarked, gazing at the plaque. "It seems so," Xia Beichen replied as he retrieved the Encyclopedia of Endless Realms once more, locating the section on buildings that detailed Beichen Pavilion. The first floor served as a hall, while the second housed rooms. Behind it stood a single-story structure. Built against the mountain, named Rongshui residence, implying the image of lotus blossoms emerging from the water. Inside, there was a hot spring pool. As for Xia Beichen's belongings, they were stored in the treasures pavilion, including the items salvaged from the seven-story treasure trove of the Wanjian sect's forbidden grounds. Shall we indulge in the hot spring? Yi Yunxin proposed, noticing Rongshui residence while perusing the information. As you wish. After placing the encyclopedia of endless realms away, he led Yi Yunxin to Rongshui residence. Upon seeing the serene hot spring, Xia Beichen couldn't help but exclaim, "It brings to mind the events from the cave 2 days ago." Yi Yunxin's cheeks flushed instantly. Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow mischievously and teased, "2 days ago, you were quite assertive. Today, heh." Laughter erupted, only to be interrupted as Yi Yunxin suddenly shrieked. "You rascal! Where did you learn such swift disrobing techniques?" "Of course, from my empress," he retorted playfully. "Such a cheeky tongue. Whether you are cheeky or not. Let's put it to the test." With that, a splashing sound echoed as they entered the water. Yunxin, Xia Beichen inquired with concern once submerged. "Is it still painful from last night?" Yi Yunxin looked at him tenderly and replied softly, "That was the second time. Naturally, it no longer hurts." It is no wonder that people say, first comes pain, then tension, and finally comfort. What a fallacy. After a brief exchange of words, the two individuals found themselves locked in a scuffle. Once tranquility returned, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin had already retreated to their room on the second floor of the Beichen pavilion. The stillness of the night soon lulled them into slumber. Upon awakening, they discovered that the morning sun had risen, casting a beam of light through the window. After rising, the two energetically made their way to the creek to wash their faces. Pai Xiu had already begun meditating by the creek at dawn. Upon noticing Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin approaching to wash up, he concluded his session. With a smile, he remarked, "You two appear quite spirited. I presume you enjoyed a delightful evening last night." Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You two look quite rejuvenated. Might you have been busy creating little Pai Xius last night?" "Indeed," Pai Xiu boldly confessed, while Dai Yu appeared somewhat bashful. Yi Yunxin swiftly diverted the topic, saying, "Elders Pai Xiu and Dai Yu, we are planning to visit a certain location today, and we may require your assistance." Without hesitation, Pai Xiu and Dai Yu nodded in agreement. "Just give us your orders." After bidding farewell, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin departed from the endless realm, returning to their guest room at Yixianglu with the basket of vegetables they had brought in the previous night. Once they had tidied up, they left the room and descended the stairs toward the front courtyard tavern. After ordering 2 bowls of noodles, they settled into a corner. Just as they were about to eat, they overheard a discussion among some patrons. "A significant change is upon us." "What kind of change?" "It seems that Qinghe County is about to undergo a transformation." "Do tell, don't keep us in suspense." "Come on, can't you leave a little mystery?" "Absolutely not." "Well then, bring me 2 pounds of jerky, and I will listen." At this moment, Xia Beichen's curiosity piqued. He called out to the server, "Young man, bring that table 5 pounds of jerky." Chapter 61. Willing to serve. Like a loyal steed, the server's voice rang out in response, "Certainly." The patrons at that table immediately turned to look at Xia Beichen, locking eyes with him. Subsequently, they all rose and clasped their hands in gratitude. "Thank you, brother." The man who had been teasing them then shouted to the server, "Young man, bring us a few jars of wine." "Of course." The server replied cheerfully and went off to prepare. The teasing gentleman then asked, "Might you two honor us by joining our table?" Xia Beichen carried his bowl of noodles over, with Yi Yunxin following closely behind. Ultimately, Xia Beichen settled beside the gentleman, while Yi Yunxin took a seat next to a lady, positioned next to him. There were 4 individuals in total, 2 men and 2 women, all young, with cultivation levels comparable to Xia Beichen's. "I am Songming. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" the gentleman asked. "I am but Xia, with the courtesy name Beichen." Xia Beichen replied, "Is this young lady the cherished confidant of brother Xia?" The man turned his gaze toward Yi Yunxin. The young woman, Yi Xinqing, responded to her own thoughts after contemplating a name. "Greetings, Miss Yi." Lin Ming promptly introduced the woman sitting beside Yi Yunxin. "This is my second junior sister, Qi Xian. The one next to her is my third junior sister, Liang Qing. And this young lad here is my junior brother, Chen Yun." To his surprise, all their names bore the radical for sun, signifying brightness and clarity. The surnames Song, Qi, Liang, and Chun evoked memories of the 4 dynasties of the southern dynasties for Xia Beichen. After the introductions and mutual greetings, the waiter arrived with meat and wine. After toasting each other, Xia Beichen inquired, "By the way, Did Brother Song reveal the secret earlier? Haha, no problem. Song Ming replied. I only learned of the news this morning. He glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before continuing. Wasn't the Qinglan sect besieged by a group of loose cultivators yesterday? Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but the Qinglan sect was worse off. Thus, they surrendered. Surrendered? Xia Beichen's surprise was not mirrored in his junior siblings, who appeared astonished. Song Ming nodded. Indeed, from now on, the Qinglan sect is willing to heed the orders of the bounty's issuer and serve as loyal hounds. Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin exchanged glances, both maintaining a calm exterior while feeling a surge of joy within, as yet another trouble had been resolved. Who is this bounty issuer? Young junior brother Qinyun inquired curiously. Who knows? Song Ming replied. Even those who accept the bounty tasks are unaware. It's a rule. True. Qinyun nodded in agreement. Qi Xian then asked, although the Qinglan sect is among the weakest of the major sects, how could they possibly be overwhelmed by a group of loose cultivators? Song Ming waved his hand dismissively, because many of the loose cultivators are in the spirit refinement realm, while only the sect leader, Lu Yuding, is in that realm, naturally. They couldn't withstand the assault. Xia Beichen seamlessly joined the conversation. It seems the Qinglan sect must have offended someone significant. Song Ming replied, to issue such a bounty. The person behind it must be formidable, either wealthy or influential. You can bet the reward is substantial, young junior brother Qinyun remarked. Had I known, I would have tried to get a piece of the pie, haha. Liang Qing laughed. With our current cultivation levels, it might be best to refrain. We would only be offering our heads. Among the four, the eldest brother, Song Ming, held the highest cultivation at the initial stage of the spirit pill realm. The remaining three, Qi Xian, Liang Qing, and Xia Beichen, were all at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, while their junior brother, Qinyun, was at the peak of the spirit gathering realm. Do not belittle yourselves, Xia Beichen smiled. Even with lower cultivation, there are advantages to it. One might just find an unexpected opportunity. He then asked, by the way, Brother Song, which sect do you belong to? Brother Xia, we have no sect, Song Ming replied. Our master is a loose cultivator, so counting her, there are just 5 of us. Song Ming extended his palm, spreading his 5 fingers wide. This descent from the mountain was at the behest of my master, instructing me to accompany my 3 junior sisters and brothers on a journey. Xia Beichen nodded slightly. Quite good, free and unrestrained. Not at all, Song Ming waved his hand. It is you and Miss Yi who truly embody freedom, resembling celestial companions, eliciting envy from others. Haha, Brother Song, you flatter me, came the jovial reply. The 6 of them continued their light-hearted conversation, and after half an hour, they had eaten and drunk their fill. Noticing the time, it was time to take their leave. Song Ming rose with his junior sisters and brothers, declaring, the rivers and lakes are vast, Brother Xia, Miss Yi. Until we meet again. Not so fast. Xia Beichen did not rush to bid farewell. Instead, he retrieved several white medicine bottles from the endless realm. Among them was a heart-nourishing elixir he had personally refined, albeit of the 1st grade. Additionally, there were some 2nd and 3rd grade pills he had brought from the Wanren sect. Since we have met, it is indeed fate. Please take these pills. I believe they will be beneficial to you. Upon hearing this, Song Ming hastily shook his head. That is not appropriate, Brother Xia. Such precious items are beyond our means to accept. Yi Yunjing, standing nearby, gently laughed. You should accept them. He has no shortage of pills. Could it be that Brother Xia is an alchemist? Song Ming gazed at him in astonishment. Xia Beichen merely smiled in silence. Seeing this, Song Ming clasped his hands. Since it is a gift, we shall not be impolite. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Xia. He then urged his junior sisters and brothers to accept the pills. Following this, he instructed Qi Xian to present 2 items to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunjing. Upon examination, they discovered it was 1,000 paper cranes. Qi Xian explained, these are specially crafted for reconnaissance or target tracking. Simply infuse them with spiritual energy and mentally describe the target's characteristics. Whether the target is nearby or 50 miles away, it poses no problem. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunjing's eyes sparkled with interest. They graciously accepted this rather impressive gift after expressing their gratitude. Thus, after exchanging gifts, they formally bid farewell. Song Ming led his 3 companions north, while Xia Beichen and Yi Yunjing headed south. Upon leaving Qinghe County, the 2 flew through the air at a pace that was neither hurried nor slow. Yunjing, you mentioned wanting to go somewhere first yesterday? Xia Beichen glanced at Yi Yunjing. She returned his gaze. I feel you have matters to attend to first. It seems I cannot conceal anything from you. Heh. Xia Beichen pointed ahead. Let us head to a pavilion 100 miles outside Qinghai County. All right. They quickened their pace and soon arrived at the pavilion. Just as they landed, a pigeon flew in. After catching the pigeon, Xia Beichen noticed a small bamboo tube tied to its leg. He untied the string, removed the bamboo tube, and let the pigeon fly away. Yi Yunjing curiously inquired, "Do you still receive messages via carrier pigeon?" With a playful smile, Xia Beichen gently twisted open the small bamboo lid, retrieving the note within and unfolding it. Chapter 062, The Enigmatic Sect Leader's Surrender. The note was modest in size, containing but a few succinct words. The matter has been accomplished. Meet at the Long Pavilion at the SI hour. Such was the content inscribed on the slip of paper. Yi Yunxin quickly grasped the situation. This was a message delivered by a wandering cultivator, one of the participants in the siege against the Qinglan sect. Glancing at the system time, it was precisely the SI hour, or 9 o'clock a.m. in the 24-hour format. There remained a mere 15 minutes until the appointed time. After destroying the note, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin proceeded into the pavilion to await their guests. Outside the Long Pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grasses stretched towards the horizon. The pavilion, situated along the road outside the city, served as a resting place for weary travelers and a venue for farewells. Once seated, Xia Beichen produced a mask, which he had purchased from a street vendor prior to departing the city. After all, the true identity of the bounty's target must remain concealed to prevent any complications in the future. Previously, the bounty notice had been issued in the black market of Qinghai County, and the reward had been entrusted to it, along with the requisite handling fees. In the bounty notice, Xia Beichen had clearly delineated two potential outcomes. The Qinglan sect would either face annihilation or surrender. There was no third option. Should the sect be destroyed, there would be no need for them to report back to him. They could simply claim their reward at the black market according to the registered name. Conversely, if they chose to surrender, Xia Beichen would personally oversee the handover, after which they would proceed to the black market to collect their bounty. In the realm of martial arts, one's standing relies heavily upon integrity. The black market has its own set of rules. However, the nature of the participants in such tasks can be unpredictable. While there are indeed honorable individuals, there are also those of dubious character. Thus, for safety's sake, Xia Beichen instructed Yi Yunxin to accompany him, concealing her true cultivation level at the peak of the refining spirit realm, and, as before, she donned a veil. Yet today, the veil was not white, but matched the color of her attire. This choice of disguise served the purpose of maintaining anonymity during the impending exchange, particularly as Yi Yunxin would need to deter any ill-intentioned individuals. Otherwise, Xia Beichen, being a relatively low-level leader, could inadvertently become their next target. The decision to have Yi Yunxin conceal her prowess at the peak of the refining spirit realm, rather than revealing her true strength at the cave heaven realm, was also to ensure her identity remained hidden. After the decline of the Go family, the annihilation of the Wanjian sect, and the purging of the Xinqing sect, it was likely that news of her advancement to the cave heaven realm had already leaked. To avoid unnecessary troubles, it was wiser to maintain a low profile. It is worth noting that while there are indeed several cultivators operating within the martial world at the cave heaven realm, they remain a scarce few. As for those who choose to remain hidden from the world, their affairs are beyond concern. Time trickled by slowly. All preparations were complete. They awaited the arrival of their counterparts. At the SI hour, a group of individuals emerged within the sights of Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin. At the forefront was a man of late-stage spirit refinement, followed closely by several men and women clad in identical attire. Before they approached, Yi Yunxin remarked, "The individuals in uniform walking ahead, carrying items, are none other than Lu Yuding, the leader of the Qinglan sect." Xia Beichen turned his gaze toward Lu Yuding, who appeared aloof, possessing a strikingly beautiful countenance and a curvaceous figure. Like Yi Yunxin, she could be deemed an exquisite beauty. However, there was a hint of defiance etched upon her brow. The two women behind her were her senior and junior disciples, respectively, while the two men were her senior uncles. Yi Yunxin continued her introduction, noting that they were the four highest-ranking elders of the Qinglan sect. Xia Beichen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Moments later, the group reached the edge of the pavilion. "Might I inquire which of you is the bounty's master?" the late-stage spirit refinement man asked with a respectful gesture. Yi Yunxin took a step back, positioning herself slightly behind Xia Beichen, thus establishing a clear hierarchy. In accordance with protocol, Xia Beichen produced the Master S token provided by the black market and tossed it to the man. After catching it, the man and his companions examined it thoroughly. Upon confirming its authenticity, he bowed once more to Xia Beichen. I pay my respects to the master. Stepping out of the pavilion, Xia Beichen addressed the assembly. Thank you for your efforts. The scattered cultivators who accepted the bounty replied in unison, for the remuneration we receive, we shall eliminate the troubles of others. Then, the leading man spoke. Master, Lu Yuding, the sect leader of Qinglan, along with her 4 esteemed elders, has come to surrender, bearing the sect leader's seal. Different sects possess different symbols of their leaders' identities. For the Qinglan sect, it is the sect leader's seal, reminiscent of ancient Chinese jade seals. The Xinxing sect's symbol is a dark blue jade token, while the Tianxian sect's is the star Xian sword currently wielded by Yi Yunxing. The star Xian sword symbolizes the identity of the Tianxian sect leader. Should the leader meet an untimely demise, the sword transforms into glimmering starlight and returns to the Tianxian sect to designate the next leader. To date, no one has successfully intercepted it, as those who attempt to do so either perish or are grievously harmed. Gazing at Xia Beichen and the slightly positioned Yi Yunxing, Lu Yuding experienced a dissonance in her thoughts. She never anticipated that the mastermind behind the siege of the Qinglan sect was a cultivator of merely early-stage spirit movement, rather than the woman behind him. Could it be that this man possesses extraordinary abilities? As she pondered this, Xia Beichen stood before her. Lu sect leader, do you truly wish to surrender? He inquired. Lu Yuding furrowed her brows at his question. Xia Beichen, with his hands clasped behind him and a grave expression, stated. Hesitation implies a lack of sincerity. Biting her thin lips, Lu Yuding replied, Master, as long as you promise not to massacre my sect's disciples, I shall genuinely surrender. How many disciples remain in the Qinglan sect? Xia Beichen asked. Fewer than 500, Lu Yuding answered. Under 500, it is hardly superior to the Xinyan sect. Can you assure me that their allegiance is genuine? Xia Beichen inquired once more. Lu Yuding replied, If anyone harbors treachery, I shall personally execute them. You have said this. Xia Beichen solemnly declared, I promise you. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yuding immediately knelt before him, lifting a tray covered with a red cloth. From the words of the man at the late stage of the spirit refinement realm, Xia Beichen discerned that the tray bore the emblem of the sect leader. Removing the red cloth, he indeed found a fist-sized seal crafted from pure gold, adorned with the emblem of the Qinglan sect. As he picked it up, he sensed the rich spiritual energy emanating from it. A glance at the base revealed the inscription Qinglan sect leader's seal in bold characters. Nodding in satisfaction, Xia Beichen placed the seal back onto the tray. Since you have pledged your genuine allegiance, continue to bear the title of sect leader. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding looked up in astonishment. Xia Beichen replied, I have no interest in the position of sect leader of your Qinglan sect. However, for minor matters, you may take charge, while major decisions must be discussed with me, and I shall lead. Regaining her composure, Lu Yuding replied, Understood. To demonstrate your loyalty, you must consume this elixir. Xia Beichen produced 5 pills, stating that should you betray me one day, it would bring about your demise. At this critical juncture, he paused momentarily before continuing. It will ravage your insides. Even if you were an immortal, there would be no salvation. Lu Yuding and the 4 elders trembled at his words. After a while, the 4 elders hesitantly glanced at Lu Yuding. Sect leader Lu Yuding bit her lip again, seemingly in contemplation. However, she soon extended her hand, seizing the white jade bottle, pouring one out for herself, and without further ado, placed it into her mouth. It dissolved instantly. Xia Beichen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Excellent. Observing this, her 2 junior sisters and 2 elder uncles no longer hesitated, each consuming a pill. As they ingested the elixirs, Xia Beichen turned his attention to the scattered cultivators. Esteemed guests, this mission has been successfully accomplished. You may now claim your bounty in the black market. Thank you, my lord. The scattered cultivators bowed to him before bidding farewell and departing. All was in order. The remaining 5, including Lu Yuding, were left. Xia Beichen said, You may also return. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuding addressed the 4 elders, junior sisters, and elder uncles. Please return first to stabilize the disciples of the sect. Then, turning to her elder uncle, she handed him the sect leader's seal. Second uncle, please take charge of the sect's affairs for now. Hearing this, the 4 elders hurriedly asked in unison, What about you, sect leader? Lu Yuding did not directly address their question. Instead, she turned to Xia Beichen and, with a respectful gesture, expressed her desire to remain by his side. Xia Beichen was taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. Nevertheless, he inquired, Lu Zhongzhu, do you perhaps wish to seize an opportunity to eliminate me? Lu Yuding candidly confessed. To be honest, when I first encountered you, I did entertain such thoughts. It was quite humiliating for my Qinglan sect to be shamed by someone who is merely a practitioner at the initial stage of the spirit realm. Xia Beichen cast her a sidelong glance. So, you are dissatisfied, are you? Indeed, I am not reconciled. Lu Yuding replied, her grip loosening as she defiantly met his gaze. Your previous expression was replete with discontent. Xia Beichen smirked before continuing, therefore, for the sake of your Qinglan sect survival, you should grow accustomed to this dissatisfaction and perhaps even transform it into loyalty. Lu Yuding shrugged her shoulders but refrained from responding. After all, the dishonor they faced today was also a result of her insufficient strength, which allowed others to take advantage of her. Hence, she harbored a degree of self-loathing for her own inadequacies. Xia Beichen queried, are you truly unwilling to return? Lu Yuding shook her head. He then turned to Yi Yunxin. Perhaps you should inquire whether she is willing to stay. Lu Yuding raised her gaze to Yi Yunxin, whose face was partially veiled, revealing only her penetrating eyes, which emanated an aura of authority. Who is she? Lu Yuding asked, bewildered. Yi Yunxin did not answer her inquiry, but redirected the conversation back to the matter of Lu Yuding's intentions. Since Lu Zhongzhu wishes to remain, then let her stay. Xia Beichen was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected agreement, having anticipated a refusal. He quickly sent a thought transmission. Yunxin, why do you want her to stay? Did you not previously express a desire to gather several female sect leaders? Yi Yunxin countered, now that you have effortlessly subdued her sect, isn't it advantageous for her to voluntarily remain? Isn't that a jest? Xia Beichen replied, flabbergasted. Do not fret, Yi Yunxin said with a hint of amusement in her tone. Though the Qinglan sect pales in comparison to the Wanren sect and the Xinqing sect, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Keeping her close could serve as a means of surveillance, preventing the Qinglan sect from causing further trouble. Xia Beichen hesitated. Do not hesitate. Simply agree to her request. Should any issues arise, I will be here. I refuse to believe she can pose a threat, Yi Yunxin asserted with confidence. Very well. Xia Beichen acquiesced without further deliberation. It appeared that Yi Yunxin intended to use Lu Yuding as a form of leverage, especially since the Qinglan sect was not indebted like the Xinqing sect. A sect subdued through sheer force could very well retaliate at any moment. Just as Xia Beichen was about to finalize his agreement with Lu Yuding, Yi Yunxin interjected. What kind of elixir did you administer to them? Could it truly cause them excruciating agony upon betrayal? Xia Beichen refuted, stating, no, not at all. I have yet to concoct any poison. The elixirs amassed by the Wanren sect do not exhibit such effects. What then? Yi Yunxin inquired, her curiosity piqued. Ahem. It is merely a standard healing elixir, Xia Beichen replied with utmost seriousness. You certainly have a knack for deception, and quite convincingly at that, Yi Yunxin remarked, then added. Now, you may proceed to acquiesce to her. Subsequently, Xia Beichen concluded their telepathic exchange and addressed Lu Yuding. Since she has no objections, you may remain. Lu Yuding nodded affirmatively, yes. The sect leader and the 4 elders beckoned her. Turning back, she said, you may return now. Realizing her unwavering resolve to stay by Xia Beichen's side, the elders ceased further discourse. After bidding them farewell, they departed. Uncle, master, sister. Do you think the sect leader has fallen for her at first sight? Lu Yuding's junior sister, perplexed, scratched her head. Why did you not inquire directly with the sect leader? Her sister chuckled. How could I dare to ask? The junior sister replied timidly. Let us not speculate recklessly. The third uncle remarked. The sect leader's decision to retain her must hold its own reasoning. Only time will reveal the truth. At that moment, the second uncle interjected. I wonder why the Qinglan sect has caught the attention of that man. Have we recently incurred any enmity? The third uncle furrowed his brow. Enmity? The second uncle's expression tightened as he pondered. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Could it be? The 4 exclaimed in unison. After a lengthy pause, the second uncle took a deep breath. It is my failure to admonish the sect leader properly that led her to be swayed by your 5th uncle, resulting in enmity with that man. Now, your 5th uncle has met his demise, and the Qinglan sect faces a significant upheaval. Second uncle, what of 5th uncle? The 2 disciples inquired. Indeed, the second uncle replied, gazing into the distance, nodding slightly, his heart filled with profound emotion. By the pavilion, Lu Yuting hesitated before asking, "Might you disclose your true identities?" Xia Beichen countered with a question, "What is your reasoning?" "I wish to comprehend at whose hands our Qingluan sect has fallen." Lu Yuting responded, "It would not hurt to inform you." Xia Beichen was about to disclose when a group of individuals approached from the distance. Upon closer examination, it turned out that a portion of the wandering cultivators had returned. "Why have they come back?" Xia Beichen furrowed his brow. "Their motives may not be pure." Lu Yuting speculated. "It seems another confrontation is imminent," Yi Yunxin remarked as she stretched her limbs. Soon, the returning individuals stood before them, 10 in total, 5 at the divine refinement realm, 3 at the spirit sea realm, and 2 at the spirit origin realm. "What brings you back, esteemed brothers?" Xia Beichen inquired, eyeing them intently. At the forefront stood the man in the late stage of the divine refinement realm. He replied, "I merely wish to extend my regards to the esteemed leader, as well as to these 2 young ladies." "Oh," Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you planning to convey your greetings with your swords?" "Indeed, your words ring true," the man responded. Xia Beichen gestured towards Yi Yunxin beside him and asked, "Do you believe you can overcome her?" With a hint of disdain, the man retorted, "5 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Are 5 of us in the divine refinement realm unable to defeat 2? Lu Yuting, also in the divine refinement realm but at its initial stage, reinforced Xia Beichen's side, giving them a total of 2 in the divine refinement realm. Yet, the opposing party suggested to Lu Yuting, "How about we join forces to eliminate those 2? He pointed his sword at Xia Beichen, stating, "This man is exceedingly wealthy, having amassed a fortune that rightfully belongs to me. This way, your Qingluan sect could also be revitalized, perhaps even rising to the prominence of the Tianxian sect." Lu Yuting replied, "Your suggestion has merit." However, before she could finish, a fleeting shadow darted towards the opposition. In the next moment, a sound echoed as a wandering cultivator in the spirit sea realm suddenly halted. When everyone finally processed the scene, the spirit sea cultivator collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yuting had swiftly severed the throat of the spirit sea cultivator with a single strike. This left both Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin taken aback. The decisiveness of her actions was striking, devoid of hesitation. Just as Lu Yuting was regaining her composure, she declared, "Have you forgotten that just yesterday you laid waste to my Qingluan sect? You." The leading man seethed with rage, exclaiming, "You have squandered your opportunity. I shall make you suffer for this." "Feel free to try," Lu Yuting responded fearlessly, undeterred by the opponent's superior cultivation level. "Lu sect leader, weren't you curious about our identities?" At this moment, Yi Yunxin stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to unveil my identity to you." With that, she removed her veil, revealing her true visage. However, it was not Lu Yuting who was the first to express astonishment, but rather 5 of the remaining 9 wandering cultivators in the divine refinement realm. As the divine refinement cultivators displayed expressions of surprise, one spirit origin realm cultivator curiously inquired, "Who is this woman?" Yi Yunxin, a fellow cultivator in the early stage of the divine refinement realm, answered. "Yi Yunxin, the legendary empress of Beixian, the leader of the Tianxian sect?" 2 spirit origin realm cultivators gasped in disbelief. Regaining his composure, the leading man remarked, "Wasn't it said that you were defeated by several major sects? How is it that you find yourself here?" The early stage divine refinement cultivator continued, "So, your intention to annihilate the Qingluan sect is a response to the combined efforts of the major sects? Do you not think you are asking too many questions?" Yi Yunxin retorted, unleashing a radiant binding light towards the 5 divine refinement cultivators, instantly ensnaring them within a luminous prison. Neglecting the opportunity to claim their bounty in the black market, yet daring to return and attempt to rob the master. "Today I shall render you both bereft of wealth and life." As Yi Yunxin's words resonated, she ceased to conceal her true prowess. A realm of celestial wonders. Apart from Xia Beichen, including Lu Yuting, there were gasps of astonishment. Lu Yuting bit her lip in disbelief, utterly shocked by the vast disparity between her abilities and those of Yi Yunxin. She had initially heeded the advice of her 5th master uncle, opting to ally with the likes of Tianxian sect, Fengxinzi, Wanren sect, and Xinqing sect, but now it appeared to be a mere fanciful notion. The obliteration of Wanren sect stood as a bloody testament to this folly. Yi Yunxin made a gesture of consolidation, and the luminous barrier swiftly converged inward. The 5 scattered cultivators at the refinement realm found themselves immobilized, as if ensnared by a spell. They could only helplessly witness the luminous cage shrink ever closer. In the end, a few cries of despair echoed. They were akin to 5 diminutive ants, effortlessly crushed by Yi Yunshin, leaving not a trace behind. How could the resources of scattered cultivators compare to those of sects? Hence, their formidable skills were limited. Had 5 cultivators of any sect been united, Yi Yunshin might have struggled to vanquish them with a single blow. In this brief encounter, 6 had already perished. Only 4 remained, 2 at the spiritual sea realm and 2 at the spiritual origin realm. At this moment, they trembled uncontrollably, grief-stricken and desolate. One of the spiritual origin realm cultivators fell to his knees, exclaiming, "I, lacking discernment, humbly beseech your mercy, Master Yi." Yi Yunshin retracted the starry sword, and the man sighed in relief. However, Yi Yunshin declared, "Master Lu, I have already dealt with the 5 most formidable. The rest shall be entrusted to you. Fear not. None shall escape." Lu Yuting smirked, brandishing her sword as she swooped forward. The kneeling spiritual origin realm cultivator was the first target. His expression frozen in relief before he collapsed, breathless. The remaining 3 turned to flee. However, suddenly, a mountain-shaped stone wall erupted before them. This was the signature skill of Qinglan sect, Mountain Gale, designed to sever the enemy's retreat or to serve as a defense against attacks. Faced with this obstruction, the 3 trembled, turning back to plead for mercy. "Huh." Lu Yuting scoffed disdainfully, then coldly retorted, "You should have considered the consequences when you attempted to return." The 3 wished to beg for their lives, but uttered but a single syllable before their heads were severed from their bodies. In a swift motion, she ignited their remains in flames. With the troubles resolved, Xia Beichen need not lift a finger. How delightful it was to lie back and relax. Xia Beichen even stretched lazily, twisting his hips and waist with abandon. In a fleeting moment, the atmosphere brimmed with a captivating allure. "All right, stop twisting. Any further, and it shall break." Yi Yunshin cast a sidelong glance at him. "No worries, my waist is perfectly fine." Xia Beichen responded with a facade of bravado. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunshin felt an urge to pinch his waist, yet he deftly evaded her attempt. Meanwhile, Lu Yuting, having sheathed her sword, curiously inquired about Xia Beichen's identity. "Pray tell, what is your standing, young sir?" With Yi Yunshin having revealed her status, there was no longer a need for him to conceal his face. Thus, Xia Beichen removed his mask and declared, "Merely an anonymous individual." However, Lu Yuting retorted, "I refuse to believe that. After all, even the illustrious leader of the Tianshan sect, the Northern Shan Empress Yi Yunshin, had willingly stood beside him." This was indeed an unprecedented revelation. Xia Beichen then produced his identification token. At the sight of it, Lu Yuting gasped once more, "You are, indeed, an outer disciple of the Tianshan sect? Is there anything amiss with that?" Xia Beichen countered, "No, nothing at all." Lu Yuting replied, returning the token to him. "So, you must have a greater grievance regarding the Qinglan sect?" After receiving the token back, Xia Beichen asserted, "The bounty notice was issued by me, and it bears no relation to Yunshin. As for the motive behind targeting your Qinglan sect, I dare say you are more aware than anyone else." Lu Yuting paused momentarily. After a brief interlude, she turned her gaze toward Yi Yunshin. In response, Yi Yunshin advanced, stating, "Compared to the Wanjian sect, you should be grateful that the Qinglan sect's reputation still endures." Lu Yuting followed suit, asking, "Then why does sect leader Yi not obliterate the Qinglan sect as she did with the Wanjian sect?" Yi Yunshin shot her a glance. "Because I believe there is still hope for you, unlike the Wanjian sect." "The Xianqing sect?" Lu Yuting furrowed her brow. Could it be that the Xianqing sect also? Yi Yunshin averted her gaze and replied, "Their predicament mirrors that of your Qinglan sect. However, they have found their way back and shall soon regain their vitality." Lu Yuting hastened her steps to stand before Yi Yunshin. "I apologize." Yi Yunshin halted. "Are you, as the sect leader, apologizing for your involvement in the scheme against me?" "Indeed," Lu Yuting answered candidly. Yi Yunshin regarded her. "As far as I know, you possess a meticulous mind." Lu Yuting continued, "In my eagerness to lead the sect, I acted impulsively, always desiring to achieve something. Your honesty is commendable," Yi Yunshin acknowledged. "To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is truly virtuous." She patted Lu Yuting's shoulder, adding, "Moreover, your 5th master has already paid the ultimate price. Let this matter be laid to rest." Lu Yuting's 5th master was the adept who had previously pursued Yi Yunshin and Xia Beichen into the cave, only to be slain by Yi Yunshin. Releasing her grip, Yi Yunshin inquired, "By the way, My position as sect leader may have been usurped by a traitor. Thus, I am no longer certain of my standing within the Tianxin sect, nor about him. She gestured towards Xia Beichen behind her. Are you truly certain you wish to remain by his side, in the company of those who tread the perilous edge of a blade? Lu Yuting also turned to Xia Beichen and said, No, I am not staying by his side. Yi Yunxin inquired, Oh, have you changed your mind? I have not. Lu Yuting declared resolutely, for I am here to stay by your side. Moreover, with an additional companion, wouldn't it provide an extra hand in times of conflict? Yi Yunxin smiled. That makes sense. But do you know where we are heading? Lu Yuting replied, If I am not mistaken, it should be towards the south. Yi Yunxin's smile remained unchanged. Indeed, you are correct. Lu Yuting remarked, Perfect, for I am also bound for the south. Oh, I suspect our objectives are aligned. Haha. Yi Yunxin laughed heartily. After a moment, she said, Since our goals coincide, we can certainly travel together. At that moment, Xia Beichen approached the two of them, lamenting, Alas. Dining and lodging will cost us an extra penny from now on. With that, he strode ahead. Hey, Yi Yunxin called out, then reminded him, It's this way. Xia Beichen abruptly halted, glancing back at them, only to find they had already turned left and were soaring into the air, watching them depart without any lingering grudges. Xia Beichen sighed, They say 3 women make a play, but I see 2 women can certainly create a scene as well. An hour later, the trio arrived at a secluded valley. Though it was autumn, the place still resembled spring, alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, radiating vitality without a hint of decay. In fact, there were scarcely any deciduous trees shedding their leaves. Master Yi, why did we come here first? Lu Yuting inquired curiously as they stood at the entrance of the valley. Yi Yunxin glanced at Xia Beichen. Naturally, it is for him. Lu Yuting confidently stated. Then my assistance will surely come in handy. Hearing their cryptic exchange, Xia Beichen asked, puzzled, What is this place for? What do you think this place is for? Yi Yunxin retorted with a question. A medicinal valley? Xia Beichen looked around. Although there were many flowers and grasses, he did not see a single herb suitable for alchemy. You will know soon enough. Yi Yunxin teased. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Who approaches? Yi Yunxin. Lu Yuting. The 2 ladies announced their names in succession. Is the other perhaps deaf or mute? The deep voice inquired again. Undoubtedly, this remark was directed at Xia Beichen. He responded to the valley, to this blind person. I am neither mute nor deaf, but Xia Beichen. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting quickly turned to look at him, their expressions contorted, for they had not anticipated such a response. Regaining her composure, Yi Yunxin asked, Do you know who the master of this valley is? Xia Beichen shrugged. Isn't the valley master simply the valley master? Are we not alike, possessing a pair of eyes and 2 nostrils? Perhaps you have an additional one? The discontented voice of the valley master resonated. Young friend, you are not welcome here. Kindly depart. To think a dismissal was issued. Xia Beichen continued to shout from within. Blind one, can you guess whether I will leave or not? If not, I shall force you to. As he spoke, the sound of a sword echoed, followed by a fiery blade hurtling towards him. Yet, he effortlessly evaded it. The sword, having missed its mark, redirected its course and continued its assault. However, after several attempts, each was deftly dodged by Xia Beichen. In a swift motion, for beams of light appeared around the sword. In the next moment, the blade became immobilized. Xia Beichen had invoked one of the signature skills of the Tianxin sect, Starbound. Now at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, he wielded the Starbound technique with remarkable ease, although its potency still paled in comparison to Yi Yunxin's. From the Tianxin sect came the voice of the valley master from within. It appears you are brought here by your sect leader Yi. Sect leader Yi, your subordinate is rather reckless. Yi Yunxin raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. Senior speaks the truth. I would kindly ask you to impart some discipline upon him. Xia Beichen's expression darkened as he leaned closer to her and whispered, Is it customary to betray one's spouse like this? Very well, came the response from inside. Since sect leader Yi has requested it, I shall take it upon myself to discipline this impetuous subordinate. He then inquired again, I shall give you one more chance. Will you leave or not? Wait. Xia Beichen stepped out from beside Yi Yunxin and called out, Allow me a moment to make a choice. Hurry, urged a voice from within. However, Xia Beichen felt a surge of delight within, for the system had also presented him with a choice. Ding. The host is faced with a choice. The host has the following options. 1. Immediately leave this place. Reward. A scroll of an unparalleled skill revealed upon selection. 2. Since I have arrived, Why not seize the opportunity? Reward. The skill all things obey me, excluding humans, valid for 2 hours. Although the nature of the unparalleled skill was not explicitly stated, the all things obey me skill sounded rather prestigious. Thus, he chose option 2. All right. Xia Beichen shouted towards the valley. Youngster, will you say you are leaving or not? The voice from within responded, naturally, I shall not leave. Not leaving? Then do not blame me for bullying the younger generation. Oh, you mustn't claim that the youth are bullying you, the old blind man. What do you mean? Just as the opponent was perplexed, a cacophony of sword sounds erupted from the valley. What is this? The voice from within immediately expressed astonishment. Both Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding beheld a scene in the valley where countless swords, shimmering with light, darted back and forth like untamed wild horses, utterly uncontrollable. Oh no! My house! Oh dear! My toilet! My statue! At that moment, Xia Beichen turned to Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding, inquiring, do you not wish to join the commotion? The two ladies furrowed their brows, uncertain of his intentions. However, as soon as Xia Beichen finished speaking, he strode into the valley. As they followed, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding observed the foliage on either side parting, with leaves and petals soaring toward him, accompanying him like a whimsical entourage. One might have thought a floral fairy had descended from the heavens. Even butterflies and bees were drawn to the fragrant allure. Leader Yi, what is happening here? Lu Yuding inquired curiously, leaning closer to Yi Yunxin and whispering. Him? Yi Yunxin replied, a smile gracing her lips. One cannot perceive him through the lens of ordinary logic. Oh, Lu Yuding's gaze fixated on the figure of Xia Beichen ahead. Yi Yunxin continued, because he does not adhere to conventional norms. You will understand in due course. This only piqued Lu Yuding's curiosity further. Someone who could command the loyalty of the Northern Xin Empress surely possessed exceptional qualities. Before long, Xia Beichen arrived at the heart of the valley. Several thatched cottages lay in disarray, as if they had just weathered a fierce storm. The toilet was utterly demolished, devoid of any semblance of privacy. Fortunately, the pit was deep enough to prevent any debris from being ejected upward. A silver-haired man stood there, his face contorted in despair as he yelled, Stop, you worthless heaps of metal. His ire was directed at the myriad swords. Xia Beichen observed that the swords in this location were significantly superior to those housed within the forbidden grounds of the 10,000 Blades sect. Not far away, there was a cave, its entrance framed by 2 massive swords of indeterminate material, crossed in a formidable manner. Adjacent to the cave entrance stood a stone tablet, slightly chipped but still clearly inscribed with a large word. Xia Beichen understood all too well why the tablet bore such a mark. Upon seeing Xia Beichen and the 2 ladies, the silver-haired man turned, his face contorted with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Beichen, exclaiming, You rascal! Did you orchestrate this chaos? It appears you are truly blind. Xia Beichen shrugged, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. I haven't done anything. Haven't done anything? And yet you dare to enter my Spirit Sword Valley? It became apparent that this was indeed the fabled Spirit Sword Valley, renowned as the birthplace of many extraordinary swords. It was no wonder the swords here surpassed those in the 10,000 Blade sect's forbidden grounds. Fortunately, having just chosen option 2, I struck it rich. At that moment, the silver-haired man discerned a sly expression on Xia Beichen's face. Quickly, halt that scrap metal, he exclaimed, stamping his foot. To call them scrap metal is to provoke even the most temperamental sword into refusing to cease. Xia Beichen replied, arms crossed, utterly unperturbed. You. The other's face flushed crimson with rage, and he retorted, Then do not blame me for being impolite. With that, he spread his arms wide, and the distant mountain summits were instantly illuminated, radiating a brilliant light towards the heavens. Spirit Sword Formation. A thunderous declaration resonated as the swords sang like dragons, echoing through the valley. This is bad, the Spirit Sword Formation. Even those at the celestial realm must tread carefully. Yi Yunxin, observing the peculiarities of the surrounding peaks, hastily informed Xia Beichen. Yet, Xia Beichen remained unmoved, radiating an air of calm composure, merely uttering 2 words, do not panic. In contrast, Lu Yuding exhibited no signs of trepidation, maintaining her poise akin to Xia Beichen. In fact, she appeared to relish the unfolding spectacle, her curiosity about Xia Beichen intensifying significantly. Hey, old blind man, could you hasten your pace? Xia Beichen pointed at the mountaintops, chiding, What is taking so long to form the Spirit Sword Formation? Are you not afraid someone might outpace you and give you a thrashing? Arrogant brat, the opponent bellowed, and at last, several beams of pure light converged to form a colossal sword. Instantly, the valley was swept by a fierce wind. The unfortunate thatched cottages could no longer withstand such tumult and were all blown away. Xia Beichen cast a glance towards the direction of the outhouse, then extended his right hand towards a massive stone. To everyone's astonishment, the stone rose from the ground. Subsequently, under Xia Beichen's command, it was brought down atop the outhouse. Thus, regardless of what transpired, the contents below would remain grounded. Lu Yuding raised her hand, shielding her face with her sleeve to avoid being struck by flying debris. Leader Yi, is it true that Master Xia's ability to manipulate objects has reached such a terrifying level? Yi Yunxin, having erected a barrier to protect against the wind, turned to Xia Beichen and replied, "Indeed, this is my first time witnessing such prowess." Seeing this, Lu Yuding too summoned a defensive barrier. At that moment, the colossal sword descended towards Xia Beichen. Should we assist him? Lu Yuding wondered, her heart racing at the prospect of Xia Beichen being cleaved to pieces. However, Yi Yunxin grasped her hand and propelled them a dozen yards away. Look at his confidence. He surely has a method to cope with this. Let us not complicate matters for him. Oh, I see. Lu Yuding set aside her concerns for Xia Beichen, but remained at the entrance of the cave, standing with Yi Yunxin at a safe distance. Xia Beichen stood with one hand on his hip, while with the other he flicked his fingers at the colossal sword that was swung towards him. A ripple emanated forth, racing towards the giant blade. Moments later, the ripple and the sword converged. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. However, it did not wreak havoc upon the surrounding environment. Rather, the formidable spiritual sword formation, which even the transcendent beings feared, retreated in the same manner it had arrived. Shortly thereafter, the immense sword vanished. What? Not only was the silver-haired man taken aback, but Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding were also left gaping in disbelief. The spiritual sword formation, which was a source of dread even in the celestial realm, had been effortlessly neutralized by Xia Beichen. How did you do that? The Valley Master asked incredulously, his voice stammering. Yet, Xia Beichen chose not to respond to his inquiry. Consequently, he received a notification from the system. Dang. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the all things listen to me ability to dissolve the spiritual sword formation. You are rewarded with the permanent sword formation, spiritual sword formation. The host can now harness their own cultivation level to unleash a miniature version of the spiritual sword formation to intimidate opponents. The system had become increasingly generous. A confident smile graced Xia Beichen's lips as he turned to the Valley Master and said, "Old blind man, allow me to present you with a miniaturized version of the spiritual sword formation." What? The Valley Master's brows knitted tightly in disbelief. He watched as Xia Beichen formed hand seals, and soon a small spiritual sword formation materialized before him. The formation gradually expanded, enveloping the Valley Master in a radiant glow. A sword, although significantly smaller, still formidable in size, coalesced from the light and swung down towards the Valley Master. The pressure exerted by the sword bent the nearby flora and fauna. Yet, the Valley Master remained steadfast. Though his attire billowed dramatically under the combined forces of pressure and wind, far more exaggerated than scenes depicted in dramas where wind machines are employed. However, given Xia Beichen's level of cultivation, it was clear that delivering a heavy blow to the Valley Master was out of the question. The Valley Master was not one to sit idly by. With a sudden step, he unleashed a surge of energy. This force shattered the miniature spiritual sword formation that Xia Beichen had summoned. Ultimately, all the light dissipated. What level of cultivation does the Valley Master possess? Why can't I ascertain it? Lu Yuding, who had been observing from the cave's entrance, inquired curiously. The cultivation system of the spiritual sword valley is distinct, so it is indeed normal that you cannot access that information, Yi Yunxin replied. However, I know that swordsmiths are divided into 4 grades: low grade, middle grade, high grade, and celestial grade. I see. Lu Yuding nodded slightly. Then the Valley Master must be of celestial grade, correct? Yi Yunxin gazed at the Valley Master in the distance and responded. When my master was still alive, he once told me that the Valley Master had already attained the status of a celestial grade swordsmith. Lu Yuding remarked, "Indeed. It is necessary to come here in search of a suitable sword." However, she glanced at Xia Beichen, acknowledging that even without a fitting blade, young Master Xia could still showcase extraordinary prowess. Yi Yunxin, wearing an expression of knowing, added, "Ah, he cannot always perform at his peak. As she spoke, a smile graced her lips. Our monthly correspondence is far more consistent than his exceptional displays. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding could not suppress her laughter. It is essential to possess a sword for self-defense. Precisely, Yi Yunxin replied. That is the very purpose of this journey. The swords of Lingjian Valley possess sentience. Once they recognize their master, they will rise to the occasion in moments of peril. Lu Yuding observed, however, while fine swords may be plentiful, finding one that is truly suitable is another matter. Yi Yunxin cast a glance at her and said, with your assistance, how could we possibly fail to find the right match? Hee, a mere cultivation at the spirit movement realm is still somewhat lacking. After dispelling Xiao Beichen's miniature spiritual sword formation, the Valley Master smugly stroked his not-so-long white beard. And what of this? Xiao Beichen smirked. And then the leaves and petals from the flowers swirling around him flew toward the Valley Master. Just as the Valley Master was about to utter a warning, he realized something was amiss, and his triumphant expression instantly froze. Upon closer inspection and attentive listening, he spotted a swarm of bees buzzing towards him. Oh no! The Valley Master hurriedly raised his sleeve to swat them away, attempting to disperse the multitude of bees. Yet, there were simply too many. Xiao Beichen had been attracting bees and butterflies since entering the Lingjian Valley. Thus, as they walked in, it was not just the butterflies that were attracted. The bees were overwhelming. Even though the Valley Master hastily erected a defensive barrier, he was a moment too late and was stung several times. Old blind man, are you convinced now? Will you still try to chase me away? Xiao Beichen questioned repeatedly. If you're not convinced, then get lost. The Valley Master retorted, his frustration palpable. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Xiao Beichen turned and swaggered toward the valley entrance. To the Valley Master's astonishment, he witnessed the swords within his domain following Xiao Beichen out. What is this? Is this a signal for them to leave with him? The Valley Master's heart bled. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding exchanged glances, astonished that Xiao Beichen had managed to command the swords of Lingjian Valley. He now appeared more like the Valley Master, with all the swords bending to his will. After walking several paces, the Valley Master shouted, "Stop right there." However, Xiao Beichen paid him no heed, continuing his march towards the exit, while glancing at Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding. Ladies, are you not coming along? Do you wish to wait for the bees to sting you? Beichen, cease this nonsense. Yi Yunxin flew to his side and said, the Valley Master is a master craftsman. Show him some respect. Hee. Xiao Beichen raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. I am merely putting on a show. Had I truly intended to leave, I could have flown away moments ago. Yi Yunxin pointed at the multitude of flying swords in the sky. I'll return them shortly, said Xiao Beichen, but for now, I shall indulge this old rascal a bit. As he finished speaking, he halted his steps and turned back. At that moment, Lu Yuding approached and jested. Had I known young Master Xiao possessed such prowess, we could have discreetly summoned these swords near Lingjian Valley, selecting them one by one. Now it seems you resemble a brigand. Clearing his throat, Xiao Beichen replied candidly, to speak truthfully, I can only maintain this for 2 hours. Once that time elapses, these swords will no longer heed my call. Lu Yuding could not help but glance at Yi Yunxin. Yi Yunxin smiled and remarked, see, I told you his abilities are even less predictable than our Yuexin. Regaining her focus, Lu Yuding inquired, how much time has passed? Xiao Beichen responded, not yet half an hour. Very well, we still have time. However, let us first consider how to resolve the conflict with the Valley Master. Lu Yuding turned her gaze toward the Valley Master, noting that his face had swollen with several bumps. Xiao Beichen employed his skill of commanding all creatures, and soon the bees dispersed. As for the butterflies, he had released them earlier when he attacked the Valley Master with the bees. Xiao Beichen approached the Valley Master. Chapter 068. Young man, you lack martial virtue. Old blind man, are you still trying to drive me away? Xiao Beichen stood before him, inspecting him. You young man, display a shocking disregard for martial virtue. Upon seeing the bees dispersed, the Valley Master withdrew his external barrier, casting a sorrowful glance at him. Xiao Beichen presented him with a pill from the endless realm. Old blind man, this antidote will eliminate the bee venom in your system. Could it be an even more toxic poison? The Valley Master regarded him with suspicion, for he could hardly believe that the very youth who had just caused chaos in Lingjian Valley would suddenly extend an olive branch. However, Xiao Beichen spoke plainly indeed. It is a highly toxic poison. Once ingested, you will be unable to close your eyes for 7 days, left to stare wide-eyed until death. The Valley Master shuddered at this revelation. Are you afraid? Xiao Beichen regarded him with an expression that questioned his bravery. Stung by his gaze, The Valley Master swiftly snatched the pill from him and placed it into his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. It had a slightly bitter taste, but soon turned sweet. Gradually, the swelling from the bee's stings began to subside. Xia Beichen produced another pill, stating, "This one is for pain relief." This time, the Valley Master accepted the pill without hesitation, promptly consuming it. It too dissolved immediately, and its effects were felt just as swiftly, significantly alleviating his pain. Before long, both the venom and the discomfort he experienced would vanish entirely. Gently caressing his somewhat youthful visage, which still bore traces of collagen, he then proceeded to stretch his limbs. The Master of the Valley remarked, "It seems you possess a modicum of conscience." "Indeed," Xia Beichen replied without a hint of embarrassment. "I have always held the elderly in high regard, especially those with impaired vision such as yourself." The Valley Master, puffing out his cheeks in annoyance, retorted, "A mere compliment, and you're already soaring to the heavens, are you?" He gestured towards the multitude of swords above. "Shouldn't you return these to me?" Following his gaze, Xia Beichen glanced at the swords and chuckled. "Oh, old blind man, I already mentioned. You scolded them, and thus they grew displeased. Which is why they heeded my commands, and even contemplated leaving this sword valley to explore the world beyond." "Nonsense," the Valley Master exclaimed incredulously. "You must have employed some nefarious means to control my swords. Are you implying that our Tianxin sect engages in such dubious practices?" Xia Beichen pointed towards Yi Yunxin behind him. "Enough of your divisive rhetoric," the Valley Master said, visibly irritated. "Quickly return my swords. Then you must apologize to them." Xia Beichen proposed. The Valley Master, infuriated, stomped his feet, yet found himself at a loss for retorts. Despite his superior cultivation level, he was unable to assert himself against Xia Beichen. "Hey, you little rascal. Just a moment ago, you called them scrap metal. Now you refer to them as swords?" Xia Beichen pointed towards the valley's exit. "If you don't apologize, they may very well decide to run away from home." Fine, I'll do it." The Valley Master straightened his attire, then turned to the multitude of swords, offering a sincere apology. "Spiritual swords, this old man humbly apologizes." Immediately, Xia Beichen concentrated, and under the influence of his ability to command all things, the swords returned to their original places. The Valley Master, witnessing this, exhaled a sigh of relief. A significant portion of those swords were meant to be delivered to customers who had entrusted him with their forging. If Xia Beichen had taken them, how could he fulfill his obligations? "Don't try any tricks," the Valley Master said, shaking his sleeves as he glanced towards the nearby straw huts. More accurately, they were no longer huts, but rather heaps of ruins. His heart ached at the sight, but after a while, he composed himself and turned to Yi Yunxin. "What brings you to my sword valley?" "Esteemed Valley Master, I wish to forge a suitable sword for him." Yi Yunxin clarified her intent. "Him." The Valley Master cast a sidelong glance at Xia Beichen, who now realized that Yi Yunxin had come here specifically to craft a sword tailored for him. Initially, he had assumed she was visiting someone. The Valley Master shifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings, and said, "With so many swords here, feel free to choose. Once you've made your selection, be on your way." At that moment, he wished for nothing more than for Xia Beichen to leave, were it not for the fear that this fellow might abscond with his swords. He wouldn't have shown such deference. "Now, Beichen, go ahead and pick one," Yi Yunxin instructed. Xia Beichen closed his eyes once more and employed the skill of all things listen to me on the sword he sensed with his consciousness. However, after a thorough examination, he shook his head repeatedly. "Young man, do you truly find nothing among my collection of unparalleled divine weapons to your liking? Are you jesting with me?" The Valley Master remarked, both proud and displeased. Xia Beichen opened his eyes and inquired, "Master of the Valley, do you possess a sword that can freely change its form?" The Valley Master shot him a disdainful glance. "Freely change? Do you think it is some mythical being capable of 72 transformations?" "Yes, something akin to that." Xia Beichen responded with a thumbs up. The Valley Master's lips twitched. "There is none." "None?" Xia Beichen expressed mild disappointment and pondered before asking, "Is there a sword that resembles water, one that can transform into liquid or coalesce into a transparent, solid blade?" "Your demands are rather excessive," the Valley Master concluded, convinced that this fellow was merely here to cause trouble. "I do have a friend with a sword named Waterlight Ripple Sword. It can transform into water or a blade, and even into other forms, like a fishing net, ensnaring you in the process. I am not a fish." The Valley Master stepped aside, distancing himself from Xia Beichen. With a sigh, Xia Beichen lamented, Fine, if you have neither this nor that, I suppose I shall take my leave from Lingjian Valley. As he turned to depart, the swords within Lingjian Valley emitted a chorus of ringing sounds. The Valley Master's heart skipped a beat. Wait, he called out. Xia Beichun, who had already turned, revealed a mischievous smirk, though he quickly composed himself and turned back. What's this? Do you wish for me to stay? With his hands clasped behind his back, the Valley Master replied haughtily, the millennia-long legacy of Lingjian Valley is not something you can dismiss lightly. Then why are you the only one here? Xia Beichun countered. Oh, young man, some questions are better left unasked. The Valley Master turned his head with a haughty demeanor. He had nothing to say about transformations or the ability to change into water or swords. However, at that moment, his words abruptly halted. Xia Beichun looked at him. But what? Chapter 069. The lava deep within the cave somewhat tricky, isn't it? The Valley Master raised an eyebrow. Tricky, you say? Huh. Xia Beichun chuckled for me. Anything that can be resolved is hardly tricky. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light erupted, startling the Valley Master as a plethora of exquisite spirit stones materialized before him. Such a vast number of spirit stones. Xia Beichun questioned. Do you still consider it tricky? He added. However, the Valley Master, having regained his composure from the astonishment, replied, vulgar. When did I ever say I lacked spirit stones? He looked at the stones as if they were worthless, quickly put them away, lest you ruin my ground. Oh. Xia Beichun observed that he truly had no love for wealth, and thus remarked, how about this? I shall compensate you for those few rooms in that restroom. The Valley Master nodded in agreement. By all means, compensation is warranted. With a smile, Xia Beichun continued. Then take these spirit stones to purchase some fine timber and construct a few wooden houses. This way, when I return next time, upon hearing the mention of a future visit, the Valley Master leapt up in excitement. You wish to come here again? Calm down. No need to get overly excited. It's perfectly fine if I don't return, Xia Beichun retorted somewhat miffed. I'm not short on money. Just keep your stinky spirit stones. Don't worry about it. The Valley Master urged. Xia Beichun retrieved the spirit stones back into the infinite domain. Lu Yuding, who stood beside Yi Yunxin, was astounded by the power of his spirit stones. This guy could truly wield spirit stones as if they were lethal weapons. The Qinlan sect had nearly been obliterated by his financial prowess. Seeing him reclaim the spirit stones, the Valley Master contentedly stated, to acquire a sword of unparalleled excellence, one must be prepared to face numerous trials. Always prepared, Xia Beichun replied. Very well. You chose this path, if you encounter hardships. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Not a problem. If it gets tough, I can simply take your swords from the Spirit Sword Valley, one each day, showcasing them in all their glory. Then follow me. The Valley Master turned and walked towards the innermost depths of the Spirit Sword Valley. Xia Beichun, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuding exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison before trailing behind him. After traversing a considerable distance, they arrived at a cave. Initially, the cave was quite cool. But as they ventured deeper, the temperature began to rise. Was there perhaps a sword forging area within? Xia Beichun mused curiously. The Valley Master, however, shook his head. The forging was adequately performed in the cave you previously encountered. As he spoke, he produced 4 second-grade pills, one for each of them, including himself. This is the Ice Soul pill. Once consumed, it can withstand high temperatures, though its effect lasts only 1 hour. He promptly ingested one. Xia Beichun, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuding expressed their gratitude and followed suit. Upon consumption, Xia Beichun felt an exhilarating chill, akin to sipping an icy beverage on a summer day. The 4 of them continued deeper into the cave. Xia Beichun summoned a branch from the infinite domain with his will. However, as soon as it materialized, the moisture from the leaves rapidly evaporated, visibly drying out before their eyes. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding were astonished by the transformation of the branch in his hand. Without the effect of the Ice Soul pill, their skin would have likely been scorched. It was evident that the temperature within the cave grew increasingly terrifying as they advanced. Ultimately, only the portion of the branch grasped by Xia Beichun remained unwithering. After a short while, Xia Beichun tossed aside a withered branch, which, upon release, instantly ignited into flames. Within mere seconds, it was reduced to ashes, scattered on the ground. Lu Yuding gazed at the remnants and remarked, fortunately, we have the Ice Spirit pill. Otherwise, what lies scattered here would not be this branch, but rather ourselves. Xia Beichun, with a glint in his eye, inquired, Elder Gu, did you concoct this Ice Spirit pill? The elder shot him a glance, Could it possibly be you who crafted it? I could certainly do so, provided you share the formula. Xia Beichen confidently replied. You possess the skill to refine medicine? I have a modicum of knowledge. But I shan't divulge it. How stingy. Just as these two adversaries exchanged banter, four individuals arrived before a fiery expanse of lava. Xia Beichen observed that this molten rock flowed like a river. No wonder the temperature within the cave was rising. It was due to this river of magma. The elder pointed towards the lava and stated, This magma has existed for 30,000 years. Once you obtain its fire spirit, you shall complete the first trial. Fire spirit? Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuting echoed in unison. What is that? The elder explained, many entities in the world, after reaching a certain age, coalesce into a spirit. For instance, swords possess sword spirits, and springs have spring spirits. This lava has thus manifested a fire spirit. Upon hearing this, the three nodded slightly in understanding. The elder then directed a palm strike towards the center of the lava river. A circular magic array collided with the molten rock, causing it to splatter instantaneously. As the array dissipated, a whirlpool emerged at the point of impact. The whirlpool began to spin slowly, but over time, it accelerated rapidly. After nearly a minute, a piercing cry emanated from the depths of the whirlpool. The elder glanced at them and declared, I can assist you no further. The rest is up to you. He gestured towards the cave's entrance. If you find yourselves overwhelmed, simply retreat. Without attempting, how can one know? Xia Beichen did not turn to him. His gaze fixed intently on the whirlpool's mouth. I shall wait for you outside. The elder shrugged. Remember, you have but 1 hour. If you do not emerge within that time, you shall truly turn to ashes. Yi Yunxin nodded, assuring him, Elder, rest assured, we shall exercise caution. Lu Yuting also nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell, the elder turned and walked towards the cave's exit. Who exactly is this young man? A cultivator of the spirit realm, yet he managed to dissolve my spirit sword array. Moreover, why do all the swords in the valley heed his command? The elder pondered as he walked, yet by the time he reached the cave's mouth, he had not arrived at any conclusions. Shaking his head, he chose to dismiss the thoughts. Returning to that chaotic place, he was suddenly struck by a throbbing headache. Once they emerged, he would certainly require their assistance in tidying up. As he pondered this, a sudden roar echoed from the depths of the valley. Unable to resist the urge, he lifted his gaze, yet saw nothing. Meanwhile, within the cave, Chapter 070, the Lava Behemoth. Be careful, North Star. Yi Yunxin warned with concern. A creature born of molten lava emerged from the vortex and launched an attack on Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen dodged left and right, successfully evading its initial strike. Upon closer inspection, he realized this magma beast resembled a towering stone golem. More precisely, it was a lava behemoth clad in the fiery skin of a monkey from the inferno. At its core, there was a cavity, within which glowed an orange orb, presumably the fire spirit. Xia Beichen met its gaze, but unlike him, its eyes blazed with flames. With a ferocious roar, the lava behemoth charged at Xia Beichen once more. It thumped its chest and leapt forward. Xia Beichen narrowly avoided the assault. A deafening crash reverberated through the cave as the beast's strike created a deep pit where Xia Beichen had just stood. Had it connected, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. North Star, I will draw its attention. Seize the opportunity to claim the fire spirit from its core. Yi Yunxin declared, brandishing the Star Xian sword as she darted toward the lava behemoth. Without hesitation, she swung her sword at it. However, the lava behemoth unleashed another roar, igniting flames that enveloped its body. The sword's energy collided with this fiery barrier, instantly rendered ineffective. Yi Yunxin, at the celestial realm, found herself unable to wield the Star Xian sword to its full potential for the first time. Had she been a cultivator below the celestial realm, that strike would have overwhelmed the beast. After withstanding Yi Yunxin's attack, the lava behemoth charged at her. She swiftly dodged backward, narrowly escaping its blow. The behemoth's fist crashed against the stone wall, sending debris flying in all directions. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuting approached stealthily, aiming her sword at the location of the fire spirit on the behemoth's back. Just as her sword was about to make contact, the creature pivoted, swinging its arm toward Lu Yuting. She hastily raised her sword to block. Yet, the immense force of the lava behemoth sent her hurtling backward. Master Lu. Yi Yunxin appeared behind Lu Yuting, catching her. Once they landed on the ground, Yi Yunxin asked with concern, Are you all right? Lu Yuting clutched her chest and shook her head. I am fine. Xia Beichen summoned the azure flame needle and launched a piercing strike towards the lava behemoth. As the needle approached its fiery core, the creature crossed its arms defensively. Realizing the imminent danger, Xia hastily withdrew the needle to prevent it from being melted by the beast's flames. After all, this lava behemoth hailed from the depths of molten rock, where temperatures soared even higher. With a thunderous roar, the lava behemoth unleashed a fireball from its maw. Xia leaped aside just in time, narrowly evading the fiery projectile. Fortunately, his passive skill granted him a swift advantage. Otherwise, dodging such an attack would have proven exceedingly challenging. With a swift hand gesture and a surge of will, several colossal hammers emerged from the endless realm. Unfortunately, one of them melted upon arrival, akin to ice cream succumbing to heat. Xia swallowed hard, pondering whether the hammer's quality was lacking or if the temperatures were simply too extreme. However, the remaining hammers showed no signs of melting, though they glowed a fierce red, reminiscent of the forging process. Seizing the opportunity, Xia commanded the hammers to strike the lava behemoth. Thud, thud, thud. The hammers pounded relentlessly, dislodging a significant amount of magma. Could victory be within reach? Observing this spectacle, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding exchanged glances of relief. Yet, their moment of solace was fleeting, for the lava behemoth began to replenish itself with magma. In other words, whatever they struck away, it could restore from the river of molten rock. Eventually, the hammers, unable to withstand the searing heat, succumbed and plunged into the lava like water. Water. Xia furrowed his brow. Water extinguishes fire. Why not use it as an offensive weapon? Ladies, retreat to the cave's entrance. Xia instructed Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding. Retreat. The two women paused, bewildered. What about you? Yi Yunxin inquired, her brow creased in confusion. Are you planning to face it alone? Lu Yuding echoed. Shaking his head, Xia clarified. I will lead it out from behind. Yi Yunxin voiced her concerns. Let it out? That could cause devastating damage to the environment outside the cave. Fear not. Xia reassured her. I have devised a strategy to deal with it. Hearing his unwavering confidence, Yi Yunxin hesitated momentarily. Lu Yuding then asked, Young Master Xia, do you truly have a method to counter it? She was apprehensive about Xia's fluctuating abilities failing at a critical moment. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, perhaps you should exit first, and I will lead it out from behind. Do not hesitate. Move swiftly. Xia Beichen urged, having witnessed the magma beast unleashing a barrage of fireballs upon them. With a series of explosive pops, 3 fireballs surged forth simultaneously. Realizing the peril, Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding ceased their hesitation and swiftly ascended towards the cave's mouth. Lu Yuding erected a mountain-shaped stone wall in the path of 2 of the incoming fireballs. Boom! The fireballs collided with the stone barrier, erupting in a violent explosion that reverberated through the cavern, causing debris to rain down. Yi Yunxin conjured a defensive barrier around them, successfully shielding against the falling stones. Meanwhile, as the fireballs hurtled towards him, Xia Beichen stood his ground, eager to test whether he could employ his skill of commanding all things. The fireballs drew nearer, prompting both Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding to shout in desperation, Beichen. With their voices echoing in his ears, Xia Beichen extended his right hand. Just as the fireball, nearly the size of a basin, was within half a yard of him, it halted abruptly. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Had he subdued the fireball? Glancing at them, Xia Beichen urged, hurry and go. Be careful. Yi Yunxin called back before continuing their flight towards the cave's exit. He still had half the duration of his skill left, granting him ample time. The magma beast, taken aback by Xia Beichen's audacity to confront the fireball with bare hands, trembled in surprise. Seizing the moment, Xia Beichen pushed the fireball back. Whoosh! The fireball hurtled towards the magma beast. Consider this a fair exchange. At the instant the fireball struck the beast, Xia Beichen swiftly retreated. Boom! The fireball impacted the magma beast, erupting in a fiery explosion that lit the cavern. A thick plume of black smoke billowed from it. As the flames and smoke dissipated, the magma beast emerged, charred and blackened. Fortunately, it lacked hair, otherwise, it would have resembled a wild-haired figure with a soot-covered face. The fireball, returned by Xia Beichen's skill, had struck its neck, leaving its face particularly vulnerable. As the saying goes, one should not strike a person's face, and the same holds true for stone beings. Enraged, the magma beast let out a furious roar and recklessly charged after Xia Beichen, disregarding the winding and narrow passages of the cave. The cavern trembled violently, with countless fragments cascading down. The once natural passage had been irrevocably altered, with narrow sections expanding into wider expanses. In the expansive terrain, the area grew broader still. In order to successfully lure the lava beast from its cavern, Xia Beichen meticulously controlled his speed, maintaining a consistent distance from the creature. Thus, the man and the beast soon arrived at a vantage point from which the cave's entrance was visible. Xia Beichen lifted his gaze and beheld Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuding, and the leader of Lingjian Valley hovering in midair outside the cave. Beneath them lay a thick layer of ice. Hadn't he summoned water? How had it turned to ice? Xia Beichen murmured, puzzled. His intention was to draw upon the various bodies of water surrounding Lingjian Valley to combat the lava beast, achieving an effect of water overcoming fire. However, if the water dwindled, it would evaporate in an instant. Thus, a substantial supply of water was imperative, including that from the towering snow peaks, the clear streams, and numerous lakes in the vicinity. Yet now, all had transformed into ice. Could it be the leader's doing? Recalling the ice spirit pills the leader had provided, Xia Beichen considered the possibility that the leader possessed the ability to freeze water rapidly. The lava beast was already in a furious state. He wondered if this ice would suffice. Just as Xia Beichen was about to emerge from the cave, he sensed an unsettling stillness behind him. Feeling an anomaly. He glanced back to discover that the lava beast had come to a halt. Afraid of the ice, Xia Beichen furrowed his brow and also ceased his movement. Becoming vigilant. Beichen, what is the matter? Yi Yunxin called out upon noticing his pause. It seems it dares not pursue further upon seeing the ice. Xia Beichen replied, if I don't draw it out, I cannot utilize my ice transformation technique within that cavern. At that moment, the leader of the valley shouted to Xia Beichen, then all the preparations you have made are in vain. So it was the ice transformation technique. No wonder it had turned the summoned water to ice. Xia Beichen called out, wait for me. I will draw it out, no matter what. I will assist you, Yi Yunxin declared as she flew into the cave. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding positioned herself at the cave's entrance, ready to support them. After Yi Yunxin entered, Xia Beichen articulated his plan. Yunxin, you attract its attention from the front while I look for an opportunity to slip behind it and cut off its retreat, driving it outward, Yi Yunxin suggested. Or perhaps we should switch roles. You draw its attention while I maneuver to its rear. After all, the danger of approaching its rear is considerable, and it could easily block my escape. However, Xia Beichen shook his head, insisting, I do not wish for you to take risks. I shall do it. I do not wish for you to take risks either, Yi Yunxin replied earnestly. Now is not the time for debate. Obey me. With that, Xia Beichen soared toward the lava beast. Seeing this, Yi Yunxin had no choice but to act swiftly, summoning her starry sword to launch an attack on the lava beast. The lava giant began to stir, seemingly oblivious to Xia Beichen. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Beichen effortlessly slipped behind the colossal creature. Without hesitation, he extended his consciousness into the endless domain. Before long, water began to levitate in midair within that realm. What could this mean? The squirrel, Xiaosong, who had been frolicking with the panda, stared in bewilderment at the floating water. Only the master possesses the ability to manipulate anything within the endless domain, Xiaoke remarked. What could the master be planning? Xiaosong scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, in another part of the endless domain, Pei Xing and Dai Yu furrowed their brows upon witnessing the water soaring through the sky. Should we go out and lend a hand? Dai Yu pondered before suggesting. Agreed. Pei Xing nodded in affirmation of the proposal. Thus, having transformed into their human forms, they ventured forth alongside the water, emerging into the open air, where they encountered the lava giant. Xia Gongzi, why have you taken on this creature? Pei Xing inquired, casting a glance at the lava giant. However, before Xia Beichen could respond, Dai Yu spotted the fire spirit within the giant. It seems Xia Gongzi intends to seize the fire spirit. It was no surprise that the ancient Pisho recognized it. At that moment, Xia Beichen was astonished to realize that the two were unaffected by the intense heat. Although they were near the cave entrance, where the temperature was not as extreme as deeper within, the heat emanating from the lava giant was still formidable. Aren't you hot? He asked. Pei Xing and Dai Yu shook their heads. Not at all, Pei Xing replied. As long as we aren't submerged in lava or confronted by thousand-year-old ice, we have nothing to fear. Though composed of magma, the danger it poses is minimal. Then, I would appreciate your assistance in driving it away, Xia Beichen commanded, directing the water summoned from the endless domain towards the lava giant. Leave it to us, Pei Xing and Dai Yu declared before reverting to their true forms and charging at the lava giant. Their assault propelled the creature several feet away. With the water close behind, the lava giant let out a roar, turning to the side as the water brushed past it. So close. Yet, a few droplets splashed onto its surface, causing a hissing sound as the flames were doused. The water that narrowly missed it eventually exited the cave, only to freeze under the Valley Lord's chilling decree moments later. Without hesitation, Pei Xing lunged forward again, delivering a kick that pushed the lava giant back a little further. Thus, the lava giant reached the cave entrance. "Wait for me," the Valley Lord exclaimed before swiftly flying towards the dilapidated thatched hut. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding a heavy iron chain. "Lu Zhongzhu, catch." The Valley Master hurled a chain towards Lu Yuding, who was poised at the cave's entrance, collaborating with those inside to bind and drag her out. Lu Yuding swiftly caught the entire chain, then turned her gaze towards the interior of the cave. Upon spotting Xia Beichen, she called out to him. Xia Beichen looked her way, responding, "Lu Zhongzhu?" Lu Yuding shook the chain in her hand, and Xia Beichen immediately comprehended her intent. Lu Yuding then shouted to Yi Yunxin, "Zhongzhu Yi, I appreciate your assistance." "Certainly." Yi Yunxin nodded in agreement. Having been in close proximity to Lu Yuding earlier, she had clearly overheard their conversation. The purpose of the chain was now evident to her. Lu Yuding tossed the other end of the chain to Yi Yunxin, who deftly caught it. Lu Yuding released her grip, allowing Yi Yunxin to fully take hold of the chain. As the lava behemoth was momentarily distracted by the starry cloak, Yi Yunxin hurled the chain towards Xia Beichen. He caught the other end and, in that instant, swiftly soared around the lava behemoth. Just as he did, the lava behemoth clashed with the starry cloak, nearly striking Xia Beichen with its massive arm. Fortunately, he narrowly escaped. Xia Beichen flew towards Yi Yunxin, aligning himself parallel to her. Thus, the chain formed a perfect shape. "Pull outward," commanded Yi Yunxin to Xia Beichen. "Understood," he replied with a nod, and together they exerted their strength to pull. The lava behemoth, engaged in a fierce struggle with the starry cloak, staggered from their combined effort, its body swaying perilously. It appeared to be on the verge of toppling. Should it fall, the chain would be rendered ineffective, merely sliding along its bulk. The starry cloak recognized this as well, urgently calling out to Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin, "Steady yourselves." In that moment, he positioned himself before the lava behemoth's jaw. With a thunderous impact, the starry cloak struck the behemoth's chin. The creature, which was about to collapse, was suddenly buoyed back into an upright position. Lu Yuding and Yi Yunxin held firmly to the chain, continuing to pull towards the cave's mouth. However, the lava behemoth's substantial size and strength posed a significant challenge. Despite their concerted efforts and the infusion of spiritual energy, they struggled to drag it smoothly out of the cave. It was as though they were engaged in a tug-of-war. If this continued, not only would the lava behemoth remain trapped, but the chain might also risk snapping. "I shall assist," Lu Yuding declared as she soared to Yi Yunxin's side, grasping the chain with both hands. The Valley Master was not idle either, joining Xia Beichen to reinforce their grip on the chain. For individuals joined forces, pulling with all their might on a chain, the lava giant was dragged out by several feet. However, it was insufficient. The celestial figure, upon witnessing this, also joined the effort. Thus, the 4 individuals and the 2 divine beasts finally managed to extricate the lava giant from its lair. They sealed the entrance with water. No sooner had they emerged than the Valley Master turned to remind Xia Beichen. "Well done." Xia Beichen summoned water from the endless realm once more, creating a waterfall at the cave's mouth. This effectively blocked the retreat of the lava giant. Yet, the Valley Master deemed this measure inadequate and employed the ice technique, transforming the waterfall into solid ice. Now, the lava giant was rendered helpless, trapped like a turtle in a jar, with its escape route sealed and icy barriers ahead. The lava giant, in a fit of rage, exerted all its strength to shake free. The 4 individuals and 2 divine beasts were instantly flung away. Bang! They landed upon the ice. The thinner sections cracked under the impact, but most of the ice remained solid. Thus, even a divine beast like Pishio left no mark upon it. "Are you all right?" Ignoring the enemy's assault, Xia Beichen, possessing a pain-free defense, was the first to rise and hover in midair. "I am fine." The others soon followed suit, reporting their conditions. At that moment, the chain had broken into numerous segments. Some already melted, while those that had fallen on the ice remained intact. The lava giant, preparing to launch an attack, emitted a hissing sound as its fiery essence clashed with the ice beneath it. Alas, it could not fly. The ice began to melt under its intense heat, a small portion evaporating as steam, while most transformed into water. The water lapped at the flames and heat of the lava giant once more. Is there more water? The Valley Master looked towards Xia Beichen. Indeed, Xia Beichen immediately summoned more water from the endless realm, dousing the lava giant. Hiss! The sound of water extinguishing fire was continuous. Congeal. The Valley Master's command caused the water poured over the lava giant to instantly solidify into ice. The ice encased the lava giant, freezing it into a pillar. I shall reinforce it, Yi Yunshin declared, surrounding the lava giant with a starlight binding. This way, should the lava giant break through the ice, its movements would be mitigated, facilitating further watering or icing later. Soon, the flames on the lava giant within the ice extinguished, and its form began to shrink gradually. At last, it transformed into a diminutive lava creature, no larger than a palm. However, it was now entirely orange, devoid of any magma or stone. Presently, it existed in a spirit-like state. We have succeeded. The Valley Master gazed at the diminutive lava beast and could not help but exhale in relief. How do we tame it? Xia Beichen inquired. Simply approach and claim it, the Valley Master replied. Thus, Xia Beichen soared towards the small lava giant. The creature raised its tiny head to observe him. To his surprise, the miniature lava beast possessed an endearing charm. Beneath its feet, the ice and water had vanished. However, the grass beneath remained unscorched. Noticing this, Xia Beichen extended his right hand and gently patted its head. It turned out that the intense heat had dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth. It was not scorching to the touch. Rather, it was quite comfortable. Moreover, the creature showed no resistance, allowing him to pat its head freely. Little one, you shall accompany me henceforth. I will introduce you to the wonders of the outside world, Xia Beichen proclaimed grandly. Upon hearing this, the small lava beast nodded, then leaped onto Xia Beichen's shoulder, resembling a pet perched atop. Mission accomplished. Xia Beichen returned to the others, transforming back into human form. He also patted the little lava beast's head. The Valley Master stroked his white beard and remarked, "Well done, the fire spirit has been tamed. Now, proceed to the next one." There are more? Pai Xing asked curiously. The Valley Master countered, "How else could we speak of overcoming 5 barriers and slaying 6 generals? We just arrived, unaware of the situation." Pai Xing scratched his head in confusion. It was then that the Valley Master noticed Pai Xing Daiyu, his eyes widening in astonishment. You are Pixiu?" "Indeed," Pai Xing and Daiyu replied in unison. The Valley Master regarded Xia Beichen as if he were a peculiar creature. Not only did he possess extraordinary abilities, but he also harbored 2 divine beasts. The key point was that he was merely at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm. "Young man, how old are you?" The Valley Master inquired with curiosity. 18. Xia Beichen replied, unabashed. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The Valley Master could not believe he was merely 18. "Do I appear to be 108? Xia Beichen retorted with a smirk. "Have you concealed your cultivation?" The Valley Master pressed on relentlessly. "I truly am only at the initial stage of the spirit movement realm, I assure you," Xia Beichen responded, exuding sincerity. "I can attest to that." Yi Yunshin interjected. "He is still an outer disciple of our Tianxin sect." Uft. Upon hearing the term outer disciple, the Valley Master nearly spat blood in disbelief. His expression was even more exaggerated than when Lu Yuding had learned of Xia Beichen's identity. "An outer disciple causing such chaos here." The Valley Master, regaining his composure, declared, "I still do not believe you, unless you assist me in reconstructing the dilapidated thatched cottages." He pointed towards the disheveled huts. "Old blind man, are you trying to deceive us?" Xia Beichen cast a sidelong glance at him before proposing, "How about this? I can have the Starry Night stay behind to assist you in constructing a new one." Upon overhearing their conversation, Starry Night inquired of Yi Yunshin, "Did he cause this mess?" Yi Yunshin nodded. "Indeed. He created this chaotic situation and now expects us to clean it up?" Starry Night scoffed. Meanwhile, Daiyu noticed Lu Yuding and curiously remarked, "Wow, what a stunning young lady, equally as striking as the sect Master Yi. Could she perhaps be the beloved confidant of young Master Xia?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding's cheeks flushed. "I am not." "Not." Daiyu chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies for mistakenly assuming. Are you both followers of young Master Xia?" Lu Yuding asked, her face still flushed. "Yes, for the next millennium, we shall heed his guidance." "Oh, I see. And what about you?" "Me?" "Yes." Just as Lu Yuding was about to respond to Daiyu, the Valley Master, puffing his cheeks and glaring at Xia Beichen, declared, "If you refuse to agree to help me repair this house, do not expect me to take you to capture other spirits." Xia Beichen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "In that case, we shall first assist you in constructing the dwelling." With that, Xia Beichen contacted the bees of the Endless Realm, as well as Xiao Ku and Xiao Song, instructing them to cease their current tasks and come to assist. In the Endless Realm, only the master can summon the little creatures. Others, including the creatures themselves, cannot leave. When a swarm of bees emerged, the Valley Master was startled. "Why are there so many bees? And so large?" he exclaimed, still feeling a bit apprehensive. "Old man, don't be so surprised." Yi Xiaomi chuckled, covering her mouth. "They can even speak human language?" The Valley Master looked on in disbelief. "Wow, we can finally come out." The voices of Xiao Ku and Xiao Song echoed. Among those present, only the Valley Master and Lu Yuding had not encountered them before. Thus, both the Valley Master and Lu Yuding could not help but be astonished. The bees, along with Xiao Ku and Xiao Song, formed several rows, respectfully greeting Xia Beichen. "Everyone, let's take you out for some fresh air." Xia Beichen gestured towards the dilapidated and disheveled thatched cottage. "Constructing a house?" the little creatures asked in unison. "Exactly," Xia Beichen affirmed. "No problem. Leave it to us." They responded enthusiastically. "Can they manage this?" the Valley Master asked weakly. Before Xia Beichen could answer, Yi Xiaomi, hands on her waist, declared, "Who says we cannot?" The Valley Master examined them closely and discovered that this group of bees, along with the little panda and squirrel, possessed cultivation levels like other cultivators. They had actually reached the initial stage of the spirit martial realm. Not only could they speak human language, but they also had attained cultivation. These little creatures must have become sentient. With curiosity, the Valley Master chuckled and said, "Well then, I shall rely on all of you." He wished to ascertain whether these small creatures could indeed construct a dwelling, as Xia Beichen had claimed. Yi Xiaomi huffed softly and inquired, "Old man, thatched houses are not durable. Perhaps a bamboo house would be preferable for its coolness." "Indeed, in this forge of yours, where the heat is intense, are you not concerned that one day, in the arid conditions, the thatched house may catch fire?" Xiao Ku chimed in, encouraging, "A bamboo house it should be." The Valley Master was left speechless. After all, he possessed the ice spirit elixir. Why would he fear the overwhelming heat? Nevertheless, the bees' assertion regarding the fragility of thatched houses was indisputable. Thus, the Valley Master acquiesced to their suggestion. "Very well, I shall provide you with the blueprints. You may construct the house here, while I take your master to another location. With your skills, you might as well keep the blueprints for cleaning purposes." Yi Xiaomi retorted with a proud expression, "We will manage just fine. If you're dissatisfied, we shall compensate you." To be scorned by a mere bee was quite humbling for the Valley Master, his cheeks reddening. Originally, his thatched house could scarcely be deemed habitable, let alone exquisite or elegant. "Then, I leave this in your capable hands," Xia Beichen declared. "Rest assured, master, we guarantee the completion of the task." The bees, along with Xiao Ku and Xiao Song, replied in unison, "Let us work." Following Yi Xiaomi's command, they commenced their industrious endeavors, sending others to fell bamboo and formulate plans. All quite professionally. "Old blind man, are you satisfied?" Xia Beichen inquired with a smile, glancing at the Valley Master. "It has only just begun. How could I possibly be satisfied? I must wait until it is complete to assess it," the Valley Master replied, hands clasped behind his back, with a touch of pride. "Let us proceed. I will guide you to the next target location." With that, he led the way, soaring through the air. For safety and to ensure the efficiency of the small creature's work, Daiyu suggested staying behind to assist them in building the house. Xia Beichen did not refuse and allowed him to remain. Pai Xing followed alongside Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuding. This time, they ventured deeper. "Old blind man, does this area still count as part of your Lingjian Valley?" Xia Beichen inquired curiously. "Of course it does," the Valley Master replied. "This place is rather spacious. Why not recruit more disciples to liven things up?" Xia Beichen suggested. "Who says my Lingjian Valley lacks other disciples?" The Valley Master retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. "I granted them leave. They have gone down the mountain to train. How splendid, a long vacation. What a wonderful benefit," Xia Beichen remarked. "But with only those 2 or 3 thatched houses, who could possibly reside there? I have 4 disciples." The Valley Master held up 4 fingers. Chapter 074, Carpet Search for Disciples? Xia Beichen furrowed his brow. Yi Yunxin couldn't help but exchange a glance with him. Coming to his senses, Xia Beichen asked, "Are those 4 disciples Song Qiliang and Chen? Are you referring to Song Ming, Qi Xian, Liang Qing, and Chen Yun?" The Valley Master countered. Exactly. Xia Beiqin raised an eyebrow and nodded in response. Could it truly be that this old man is their master? How fortuitous. Just as Xia Beiqin entertained this thought, the Valley Master shook his head. Not quite, he replied. Xia Beiqin was taken aback. The Valley Master continued. They are my junior disciples. He elaborated. They are the direct disciples of my sister in the same sect. Oh, I see. Xia Beiqin inquired further. Does that mean they do not reside with you? Indeed. The Valley Master affirmed. When I inherited the Lingjian Valley, my sister took on a different path. Understanding dawned upon Xia Beiqin. The Valley Master, intrigued, asked, by the way, how did you come to know them? Xia Beiqin recounted. We crossed paths in Qinghe County, where we shared a meal, and they treated us to drinks. Ah, I see. The Valley Master responded, finally grasping the connection. During their conversation, they arrived in a rather frigid environment. A glance around revealed that each structure was predominantly blanketed in pristine white snow. Clearly, this was the destination of their journey. Retrieving his gaze, Xia Beiqin asked, earlier, we encountered the fire spirit. This time, it should be the ice spirit, correct? It can be said that way, though it is more nuanced. The Valley Master stroked his short, grizzled beard. What do you mean by that? Xia Beiqin nearly became lost in the ambiguity of his words. To be precise, it is a water spirit, which has chosen to reside in this icy domain for better preservation, the Valley Master clarified. Be warned. The water spirit does not manifest like the fire spirit, which appears solely as a magma giant. It adeptly utilizes its surroundings to camouflage itself. How so? Xia Beiqin inquired. What is the method to trace its whereabouts? Pay attention to anything that deviates from the snow, the Valley Master advised. Understood. Following Xia Beiqin's acknowledgement, the small magma giant perched on his shoulder began to stir restlessly. Beiqin, this place is frigid. It may not fare well here, Yi Yunshin cautioned. Xia Beiqin glanced at the little magma giant before placing it into the boundless realm. No time to waste. Let us begin, he declared, gesturing to commence their search for anything that differed from the snow, only to be halted by the Valley Master's voice. Hold on. He produced a white jade vial, poured a pill into his mouth, and said, this elixir alleviates snow blindness and provides protection against the bitter cold. You have quite a few of these pills. Xia Beiqin remarked. Indeed. The Valley Master replied with pride. Xia Beiqin chuckled as he took the white jade vial, poured out 4 pills, and distributed them among Yi Yunshin and the others, returning the remainder to the Valley Master. Remember, like the ice spirit pill, this elixir also has a time limit, 1 hour. The Valley Master stated as he received back the pills. If all goes well, an hour should suffice. Having ingested the elixir, several individuals and a divine beast began to search in different directions. Time slipped away, moment by moment. Despite having scoured numerous peaks, they found no signs of progress. How peculiar. Why were there no traces at all? Pai Xing murmured. Nearby, Yi Yunshin echoed. Indeed. Continuing like this is futile. Just as they felt hopeless, a voice from the other side called out Lu Yuding. The group turned to her, following the direction she indicated. To their astonishment, a plant resembling a cabbage but more akin to a lotus captured their attention. A snow lotus flower. Yi Yunshin exclaimed. Is it normal for it to grow in this snowy terrain, Master? The leader shook his head. If seen by a junior from elsewhere, it would seem ordinary. But in this context, it's anything but. Nodding slightly, Yi Yunshin suggested. In that case, let us approach it. Agreed. Thus, the 4 and the divine beast swiftly formed a surrounding circle and narrowed their focus. Yi Yunshin was already poised to unleash her stellar binding at the slightest anomaly, ready to seal the target's escape. They soon closed in. Finally, Xia Beiqin reached out to pluck the flower. With a swift motion, he succeeded in his endeavor. So smooth? Lu Yuding marveled, seemingly unable to believe the ease of it all. Just as they thought so, the snow lotus in Xia Beiqin's hand transformed into a small puddle of water. This water bore no semblance of vitality. The leader remarked, what a trickster. This was merely an illusion to beguile the eye. Xia Beiqin, staring at his empty palm, commented, compared to the straightforward lava behemoth, this water spirit is indeed cunning. Let us proceed. The group split up once more. Previously, they had searched from the air, but this time, Xia Beiqin chose to search on foot. This method brought him closer to the snow and ice, potentially leading to unexpected discoveries. Time continued its silent passage. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall approached. The moon had risen. And prior to this, they had discovered other entities, though regrettably, they were all mere illusions conjured by the water spirit. After night fell, even with the elixir's protection, they could feel the temperature drop. Master, The effect of the elixir has worn off. Xia Beichen alerted. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare more. The leader retrieved a jade vial once more, reflecting. It seems I underestimated the water spirit's capabilities this afternoon. What if I shout loudly to scare it out? Pai Xing proposed. No. Xia Beichen waved his hand. Such an action could easily trigger an avalanche. Then what shall we do? Pai Xing inquired. Xia Beichen accepted the elixir and consumed it, promptly declaring, this time, we must uncover it. I have a suggestion. Yi Yunxin retrieved several lengths of rope from her spatial ring. Why don't we conduct a thorough search? Lu Yuting's eyes brightened, her brow arching as she inquired. Are you suggesting that we pair up and pull the ropes forward to scrape away the top layer of snow? Precisely. Yi Yunxin affirmed with a nod. The group unanimously agreed with her proposition. However, Xia Beichen added, the method is viable, but we need to replace the materials. With that, he produced 2 large nets from the endless realm. This will do. The density of the mesh is quite reasonable. This approach will yield significantly better results than the ropes. It will resemble a carpet search. Brilliant. The Valley Master stroked his grizzled beard, praising the idea. Thus, Yi Yunxin teamed up with Lu Yuting, while the Valley Master paired with Pixing. Xia Beichen took on the role of observer, ready to investigate any discoveries made by the nets. Chapter 075. Another spirit acquired approximately a quarter of an hour later. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting's team suddenly emitted a sound of confusion. Xia Beichen, ever vigilant, noticed the unusual movement of their net and hurried over. He stepped onto the area of disturbance, inadvertently placing his foot upon an object. However, due to the snow cover, his foot did not come into direct contact with it. As Xia Beichen moved his foot aside, preparing to crouch down and grasp it, a white figure suddenly darted away from the sight. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a pure white toad, a unique species of ice toad native to this world. Xia Beichen inquired, can we discern whether this ice toad is genuine or false? Regardless of its authenticity, let us capture it, the Valley Master urged, soaring beside him and signaling Pixing to assist in enclosing the creature. As the ice toad attempted to leap away, the net descended upon it, pinning it down just as it was about to take flight. Quick, seize it, the Valley Master reminded. Without hesitation, Xia Beichen lunged forward. However, the ice toad abruptly transformed into a pool of clear water, slipping through the mesh. Observing this, Xia Beichen did not exhibit anxiety. Instead, a smile graced his face. For this ice toad was but a mere illusion. It was a manifestation of a water spirit. After such a prolonged search, they had finally located the water spirit. The net's utility had diminished. Everyone focused on capturing it. As Xia Beichen spoke, he darted after the water spirit, prompting the others to discard the net and encircle their elusive target. With the imminent expiration of his skill, all things hear my call. Xia Beichen hastily conjured a mound of snow and erected a formidable wall before the water spirit. Whoosh! The water spirit transformed into an ice arrow, piercing through the snow wall. It could not be obstructed until the moment when all things heed my call had officially passed. Observing that the snow wall created by Xia Beichen failed to halt the water spirit, Yi Yunxin summoned the starry sword, raising it to cleave towards the ice arrow. Crack! The ice arrow shattered upon impact. However, at that instant, the 2 halves of the ice arrow swiftly reverted to their liquid state, merging seamlessly together. Water is more agile than the wind. As long as there is space, it can flow freely. When soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers. When water comes, it shall be concealed by the earth. At this moment, Lu Yuting called out sharply. As her voice fell, for earthen walls formed in a mountain-like arrangement, effectively blocking the water spirit. Witnessing this, Xia Beichen turned to Lu Yuting and inquired, can you seal the top? Lu Yuting immediately added an earthen ceiling atop the 4 walls. The water spirit, initially intending to escape from above, was thwarted by this earthen barrier. It then attempted to slip away from the lower sides of the mountain-like structure. Yunxin, recognizing its intent, Xia Beichen swiftly organized a countermeasure. Understood. Yi Yunxin seized the opportunity and cast a starry bind from the lower side of the mountain formation. The routes for the water spirit, both above and around, were now entirely sealed. Would it attempt to burrow underneath? Yi Yunxin recalled a previous encounter with the Xuanwu, where it had evaded capture from below. Thus, Xia Beichen later devised a large pot to block the way. Upon hearing Yi Yunxin's concern, Xia Beichen immediately summoned a sword from the endless realm and swiftly positioned it to pierce into the ground below. The water spirit's escape route was thus irrevocably sealed. Now, Xia Beichen urged Lu Yuting. All right. Lu Yuting swiftly manipulated the earthen walls, compressing the encirclement. The water spirit, sensing the impending crisis, began to frantically dart about. Yet, no matter how hard it struggled or attempted to escape, it could not breach the earthen walls. Even if it transformed into a sword, slashing left and right, or into a hoe, it proved futile. Just as the earthen walls were about to envelop it, it emitted a series of squeaks towards Xiao Beichen. The sound bore a resemblance to that of a mouse. However, in form, it resembled a diminutive human. Upon seeing the pleading look in its eyes, Xiao Beichen instructed Lu Yuting to spare it. Approaching, he said, "Little one, are you not running away anymore?" The water spirit shook its head, indicating it would not flee. A smile crept across Xiao Beichen's face as he remarked, "Then let us release you." Lu Yuting dismantled the earthen walls, and Yi Yunxin retracted her starry bind. Xiao Beichen extended his palm, and the water spirit, recognizing it could no longer escape, obediently flew into his hand. Thus, both the fire spirit and the water spirit were subdued. The Valley Master, seeing the water spirit had been captured, inquired of Xiao Beichen and the others, "It is late. Shall we not retire to my abode for a rest? I can prepare some food and drink to entertain you all." Xiao Beichen cast a glance at him. "Blind old man, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You wish to return and see if your houses have been completed, don't you?" The Valley Master shot him a sidelong glance. "Youngster, what are you talking about? I merely wish to extend my hospitality." Xiao Beichen chuckled. "Very well. As we have yet to dine, let us partake in a meal." Thus, they departed from the location. Before leaving, Xiao Beichen retrieved the 2 nets. They must not go to waste, for they could be utilized again in the future. Having already tamed the water spirit, they no longer needed to be as vigilant as before. Their return journey took less than a third of the time it had taken to arrive. Upon reaching the Valley Master's residence in Lingjian Valley, they were astonished to find that the 3 bamboo houses had been erected. Even more impressively, the originally single-story thatched huts had been transformed, with the middle one now boasting 2 stories. The outhouse, located downwind, had also been rebuilt, now more luxurious and cleaner than before. A bamboo pipe had been used to channel water inside, creating a water basin, alongside which lay a gourd ladle for convenience. "Master, I have successfully completed the task you entrusted me with," Yi Xiaomi exclaimed as she flew over to report their return. Xiao Beichen nodded slightly and turned to the Valley Master. "Let us go inspect it." It must be said that these little creatures were akin to skilled artisans. Within a mere 2 hours, they had constructed the houses. After thoroughly examining the interiors and exteriors of the 3 brand-new dwellings, the Valley Master's eyes sparkled with delight as he repeatedly nodded in praise, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Xiao Beichen inquired, "Are you satisfied?" Having said excellent 4 times, "It is evident that I am." The Valley Master replied with a smile. Xiao Beichen then asked, "Was it a loss to damage your thatched house?" "Not at all. Not at all. Haha." The Valley Master laughed heartily. "Everything that was there has been returned, and what was missing has been beautifully crafted and placed. A profit indeed." Xiao Beichen patted his stomach. "Then we must celebrate with a housewarming dinner." "Absolutely. Let us prepare for it." One of the 3 houses served as a kitchen, complete with a built hearth. Apart from the kitchen, there were 2 living quarters, one for myself and my 2 male disciples, and another for my 2 female disciples. The Valley Master remarked while busily preparing dinner. "Now that the middle house has 2 stories, my male disciples need not crowd with me. They can reside upstairs." Xiao Beichen sidled up to him. "By the way, what about that ice spirit pill of yours?" Chapter 076, Exchange. Full of sincerity, the Valley Master paused his work and cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Beichen. "You still have your eyes set on my ice spirit pill, do you? Is it perhaps a secret technique of Lingjian Valley, kept from the public?" "Not at all," the Valley Master replied, turning back to his task. Uncertain if it stemmed from his mastery as a swordsmith, his culinary skills were undeniably exquisite, reminiscent of a chef from a lavish 5-star hotel. "Do your 4 disciples possess the art of alchemy?" Xiao Beichen inquired as he observed the meticulous manner in which the man sliced ingredients. "Alas, they do not." The sect leader replied candidly. "Isn't that a loss to the craft?" Xiao Beichen remarked with a hint of regret. "How about this? I shall trade some elixirs with you." With that, he spread his hand, revealing several jade vials suspended in midair. "Some will restore your vigor, while others will render your partner's experience, even devoid of moisture, exquisitely smooth with a rejuvenating elixir." Xiao Beichen elaborated, detailing a potion that would grant one unparalleled agility even in water. "While I lack 5th or 6th grade elixirs, I possess a considerable number of first to fourth grade potions, he concluded, generously offering. Choose as you wish. Once the sect leader had placed the chopped ingredients into a plate, he gazed at the array of dazzling elixirs. Goodness, are you truly an alchemist? Xia Beichen shrugged. Do I appear to be a charlatan? Can I indeed choose freely? The sect leader felt a flicker of temptation. With honesty to all, Xia Beichen affirmed, you may select to your satisfaction. With that, the sect leader extended his palm, and a glimmer of light flickered. Soon, a scroll materialized in his hand, emanating a faint blue glow and a subtle chill. Here, take the recipe for the Ice Soul Elixir. Xia Beichen's eyes sparkled with delight as he stepped forward to accept it, feeling its coolness in his grasp. Am I allowed to choose now? He questioned, gesturing towards the elixirs he had presented. Indeed, the sect leader responded, not one to be greedy. He took only a modest portion of the elixirs he desired, stating that his intention was more for research than for immediate use. He planned to decipher the recipes for those elixirs, enabling him to concoct them independently. This aligned with the proposal he had previously discussed with Yi Yunxin. Recently, he had managed to examine a small portion of the elixirs scavenged from the forbidden grounds of the Wanren sect, documenting his findings for future reference. Thus, their exchange, while appearing as a trade of elixirs for recipes, was, in essence, a mutual sharing of knowledge. Once they concluded their selections, the sect leader graciously offered Xia Beichen additional elixirs as a gesture of goodwill. After a brief moment, Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow and asked, Old fellow, are you not interested in the rejuvenating elixir or the virility pills? What would an old man like me need such frivolities for? The sect leader retorted with disdain. Precisely because you are aged, you require them all the more. Xia Beichen teased, showcasing his youthful physique. I, a young lad, have no such need. Bah, are you trying to mock the single and lonely? The sect leader scoffed. Eh? Old fellow, have you never considered your junior sister? At that, the sect leader's face suddenly flushed with a hint of ambiguity. However, it was not long before everything was swept away. Go away, go away. What nonsense. As he spoke, he tossed a handful of chili peppers into the pot. Instantly, the spiciness made Xia Beichen's nose itch. The old fellow had no choice. Xia Beichen swiftly stored the items into the endless realm and then exited the kitchen. Just as he stepped out, he could not help but sneeze twice. A few people playing in the yard in front of the house noticed Xia Beichen sneezing and wondered if he had caught a cold from the snow-capped mountains. They hurried to express their concern for his well-being. It was only when the pungent aroma wafted from the kitchen that they understood the situation. What kind of ingredients were the Valley Master using that were so spicy? Pai Xing curiously craned his neck to peek into the kitchen. Achoo! As a result, he too was caught by the spice. Spicy rabbit heads, replied Xia Beichen. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly drooled. Each of them, the youngest being over 200 years old and the oldest around 5,000, had long ago reached a state of existence where they required no sustenance. Yet, they could not suppress their gluttonous nature. It was not essential to eat, but delectable food was a must, just like the legendary immortals, who, despite their prolonged lifespans, still indulged in the consumption of peach fruits. By the way, where were those little creatures? Xia Beichen glanced around and, noticing that the bees, little pandas, and squirrels were not nearby, curiously inquired. Yi Yunxin replied, they said that it is a rare opportunity to come out, so they wanted to enjoy themselves in the Spirit Sword Valley. Xia Beichen expressed his concern. Isn't that old fellow's Spirit Sword Valley vast? Could there be any dangers? Yi Yunxin felt uncertain as well and suggested, how about we use the paper cranes that Qi Xian sent to check on them? Xia Beichen almost forgot about that. Earlier in the morning, before their departure, Song Ming had given each of them a paper crane. Xia Beichen took out his crane and infused it with spiritual energy, while silently recalling the characteristics of the bees, little pandas, and squirrels. Once completed, the paper crane, which had been in a static form, radiated with a circle of light, and then fluttered its wings. It came to life. Lu Yuding and Pai Xing Daiwei gazed in astonishment at the paper crane, having seen such a marvel for the first time in their lives. After a few flaps of its wings, the circle of light around the crane faded away. Then, the crane itself gradually became transparent. Has it disappeared? Pai Xing Daiwei exclaimed in unison. Xia Beichen shook his head and replied, it has merely become invisible. It has established a connection with my consciousness. So there is no need to worry. How marvelous. Lu Yuding could not help but exclaim. Xia Beichen remarked, it is my first time using it. I must admit, even I find it quite extraordinary. Is there a distance limitation? Lu Yuding inquired curiously. Xia Beichen extended 5 fingers. A radius of 50 miles poses no problem. Indeed. Qi Xian articulated it just so. The endurance of the 1,000 paper cranes should be more reliable than that of certain new energy vehicles. Do not just stand there. 2 gentlemen have entered to serve the dishes. Moments later, the voice of the Valley Master echoed from the kitchen. Xia Beichen and Pai Xing promptly turned towards the kitchen. Discovering a plethora of dishes had already been prepared. A platter of spicy rabbit heads. A basin of dragon and phoenix soup. A dish of 9 tern intestines. A plate of braised carp. A bowl of fried peanuts. A dish of candied sweet potatoes. 5 dishes accompanied by a soup. Ample servings. Overflowing with sincerity. Naturally, it would not be complete without the Valley Master's own brewed specialty wine from Lingjian Valley. Finally, everyone gathered around the stone bench in the courtyard. The wine was poured, and they toasted. Following a round of celebratory speeches, they began to indulge in the feast. Just as they were relishing the meal, the dispatched 1,000 paper cranes transmitted information back. Chapter 077. The Omnipotent Little Creatures, to Xia Beichen's astonishment. He discovered that a new companion had joined the group of little creatures. What could this be? With curiosity, Xia Beichen sensed the presence, only to realize it was a spirit radiating a faint golden light. Thus, he described its appearance to the Valley Master. The Valley Master suddenly paused, then exclaimed with excitement, "Could it be a golden spirit?" "Not entirely certain," Xia Beichen replied, "but they are on their way back." Just what are these little creatures? Their capabilities are truly remarkable. The Valley Master sincerely remarked, not only can they speak human language, but they can also construct houses. And now they seem to have captured a golden spirit. At this point, he glanced at Yi Yunqing. "Master Yi, has your Tianxian sect truly developed to such a point of having an abundance of talent? Even the outer disciples are so exceptional." Yi Yunqing smiled awkwardly and replied, "Valley Master, you jest. In Tianxian sect, there is but one disciple of his caliber." She glanced at Xia Beichen and continued, "However, according to our Tianxian sect's regulations, any disciple who breaks through to the spirit-gathering realm may become an inner disciple." The Valley Master was puzzled. He has already reached the early stage of the spirit movement realm, yet he has transcended the 4th stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Thus, should he not have become an inner disciple long ago? "I too am curious," Lu Yuding interjected. Among those present, only Yi Yunqing and Pai Xing were not curious, particularly Yi Yunqing, because she had accompanied Xia Beichen from the Tianxian sect. Witnessing his rapid ascent from a novice to the early stage of the spirit movement realm in just 2 or 3 days. As for Pai Xing, when he first encountered Xia Beichen at the Wanjin sect, he was already at the late stage of the spirit-gathering realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had progressed to the early stage of the spirit movement realm. Therefore, he had long since moved past the phase of astonishment. After taking a sip of wine, Yi Yunqing remarked, "What you may not know is that he has ascended from the spirit martial realm to the current spirit motion realm in merely 3 days." Clink! A wine glass tumbled from the table and shattered upon hitting the ground. It was the sect leader, caught off guard by Yi Yunqing's astonishing words, who inadvertently knocked over the glass. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding suddenly cast her gaze towards Xia Beichen. Such a promising disciple had been acquired by the Tianxian sect. Why not our Qinglan sect? However, with a figure like this, our defeat is not entirely unjust. At the very least, we have not suffered the fate of extermination like the Wanren sect. My apologies, I lost my composure," the sect leader said, waving his hand in the air to sweep away the shattered glass, which promptly vanished. The sect leader was evidently calculating, "Why not let this young man join me?" The crowd furrowed their brows. Yi Yunqing, puzzled, asked, "Let him join you? What do you mean by that?" Before the sect leader could respond, Pai Xing flashed a charming smile, saying, "Are you suggesting that he could give you back rubs in summer and warm your bed in winter?" The sect leader shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "Go on, where are your thoughts wandering? I intend for him to join my spirit Sword Valley." "Oh, so it is a matter of poaching." Daiyu chuckled, "Why not? Sect leader Lu, you could also make a move and bring young Master Xiao back as your consort." Lu Yuding's face flushed crimson as she shyly retorted, "Sister Daiyu, please do not tease me." Yi Yunqing then cleared her throat and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "I apologize. But our Tianxian sect has regulations that prevent disciples from joining another sect unless they have committed significant errors leading to expulsion. Even inner disciples cannot choose a new master unless their original master has perished." The sect leader smiled awkwardly. "What a pity." "Not at all," Yi Yunqing countered. As long as he does not formally apprentice, you may teach him sword forging without violating sect rules. The sect leader laughed heartily once more. However, my spirit sword valley does not teach outsiders. At that moment, the courtyard door was pushed open. The crowd looked up to see the little creatures returning. The sect leader's gaze was fixed on a spirit body the size of a fist, radiating a faint golden light. Indeed, it was a golden spirit, confirming what it was. The sect leader exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Xia Beichen felt a surge of joy. The little creatures from the endless realm had gone out for a stroll and managed to tame a golden spirit. Truly, it was a serendipitous find. The sect leader stroked his graying beard and remarked, "Of the 5 spirits, 3 have been tamed. The remaining 2 should not pose much of a challenge." Unexpectedly, Yuxiaomi interjected with a scoff. "Who says there are only 2 left?" The sect leader halted abruptly, casting a sidelong glance at Yuxiaomi. "What do you mean?" "Everyone, step aside and let him see." Yuxiaomi called to her companions behind her. Upon hearing this, the companions promptly moved aside. Xia Beichen and the others, alongside the Valley Master, gazed intently. In the next moment, they beheld a spirit radiating a faint, earthen glow. Before Xia Beichen and the others could react, the Valley Master expressed his astonishment once more. It was indeed an earth spirit. Upon hearing the term earth spirit, Xia Beichen and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Xia Beichen approached and inquired, "Little honey, how is it possible that you captured both the gold spirit and the earth spirit in such a short span of time?" With a playful smile, Yuxiaomi replied, "Master, while we were out exploring, we stumbled upon a peculiar patch of soil. Driven by our professional curiosity, we decided to investigate, only to discover a small gold mine." "A small gold mine?" The Valley Master's brow furrowed in intrigue. "Where is it?" Clearly, he was unaware that Lingjian Valley harbored such treasures. "Approximately 40 miles from here." Yuxiaomi gestured towards the northwest direction of Lingjian Valley. Although the Tianxiong continent does not consider gold, silver, or copper as hard currency, this does not imply their absence. Most gold, silver, and copper are utilized for crafting tools or jewelry, or even combined with other materials for refining purposes. Gold resides within stone, clinging to mountains, nourished by the earth, and formed through the accumulation of soil. As Yuxiaomi elaborated, thus, discovering a gold mine within the soil is not remarkable. Coincidentally, during the process of capturing the gold spirit, we encountered the earth spirit as well. Xia Beichen nodded in approval, expressing his satisfaction. "So, you managed to capture them both?" "Precisely." Yuxiaomi called forth the earth spirit and the gold spirit, then turned to Xia Beichen. "Master, please accept them." "Very well. Later, you shall accompany them to the endless realm," Xia Beichen commanded with contentment. "Indeed. What reward do you desire?" The bees, along with Xiao Ku and Xiao Song, chimed in unison, "Wine. Wine." The group was taken aback by their response, unable to resist glancing at the table where several jars of the valley's home-brewed spirit lay. They surprisingly had a taste for such indulgence. The Valley Master chuckled, "Not a problem. I shall procure some wine on behalf of your master as a fitting reward." In the endless realm, there was also an ample supply of wine. Perhaps they had grown weary of their usual fare and were tempted by the allure of Lingjian Valley's brew. Nonetheless, their contributions were significant, and the wine should not be begrudged. Xia Beichen suggested he would purchase it himself, but the Valley Master declined. "Although my thatched cottage is in disarray due to your doing, this newly constructed bamboo house has far exceeded expectations. Since it has surpassed expectations, it is only fitting that I offer them some wine," he asserted, promptly sending them to the nearby wine cellar to fetch some. The little creatures, mindful of moderation, did not overindulge. They returned with only a few jars as a symbolic gesture. The Valley Master counted and found only 9 jars. Perplexed, he inquired, "With so many of you, is this all you have?" Chuckling, Yuxiaomi replied, "It's sufficient. We cannot consume much." The bees collectively possessed 7 jars, while Xiao Ku and Xiao Song each had 1. In the boundless realm, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin had witnessed the drinking capacity of these 2 little ones. Thus, it was not surprising for each to claim a jar. However, the Valley Master, with a discontented glance, remarked, "Are you looking down on someone?" With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Double it." In an instant, numerous jars floated out from the wine cellar. Upon seeing the abundant wine before them, Xiao Ku, Xiao Song, and Yi Xiaomi exclaimed in unison, "So much? Not too much, not too much." The Valley Master waved his hand dismissively. The little animals, understanding the situation, quickly expressed their gratitude to the Valley Master. Finally, Xiaoke proposed, "Why don't we return and drink together?" "I concur." Xiaosong raised his hand in agreement. Yi Xiaomi pondered briefly before saying, "Though the wine is delightful, one must not indulge excessively. How about this? Let us enjoy these 9 jars tonight together in celebration. We shall divide them, 7 for us, 1 each for you. What do you think?" "What you say is wise," Xia Beichen affirmed. "You may store them in the house of the boundless realm, and take them as you please when you wish to drink." With their master's words, the little creatures settled on the arrangement for the wine. Ultimately, Xia Beichen returned them to the boundless realm, accompanied by Jin Ling and Tu Ling. Upon resuming their seats at the table, Xia Beichen turned to the Valley Master and asked, "If I am not mistaken, we must gather the 5 elemental spirits of gold. Wood, water, fire, and earth to forge the sword I desire, correct?" "Indeed." The Valley Master nodded. "Only the wood spirit remains." Raising his cup, he continued, "Let us first feast and drink to our fill, then rest for a while before we venture to capture the wood spirit." "Agreed." A stroll after a meal extends life to 9009. Xia Beichen raised his cup as well. 9009 is still too few. Why not aim for 99,000? Pixing and Daiwa promptly lifted their cups in agreement. "To cultivate the great Tao, we shall defy the ages," Lu Yuting declared with fervor. "You have expressed all the good sentiments, so I shall refrain from adding more," Yi Yunxin laughed. Soon, they toasted and downed their cups in unity. After feasting and tidying up the remnants, the moon had ascended to its zenith in the sky. After engaging in light-hearted banter, the group, led by the Valley Master, set off to the location of the wood spirit he was aware of. This time, they arrived in a dense forest. Along the way, the Valley Master remarked, "Though it is not the 1st or 15th day of the month, the moonlight is as clear as water tonight," making it an opportune moment for the wood spirit to bask in the moonlight. "What does the wood spirit look like?" Pixing inquired, glancing around. "Being a divine beast." Both Pixing and Daiwei could navigate the forest effortlessly. As for Xia Beichen, he possessed the eye of eternal night. With merely a thought, he could seamlessly transition into night vision mode. Thus, he observed the flora and fauna of the forest as if it were broad daylight. In contrast, Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuting, and the Valley Master had reached a certain level of enlightenment, enabling them, even without the eye of eternal night, to discern their surroundings through their acute perceptive abilities. The Valley Master shook his head, stating, "I have yet to witness its true form, but ancient texts describe the wood spirit as possessing a pair of diminutive wings. Sunbathing under the moon, with tiny wings," murmured Xia Beichen, subsequently gazing upwards. Sparse beams of moonlight filtered through the foliage above. "I believe we should split into 2 groups to search for the wood spirit," suggested Xia Beichen. "It is highly probable that it is lounging atop the treetops, basking in the moonlight." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. That makes sense. With the consensus established, they divided into 2 teams. Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuting formed the aerial group to conduct their search, while the remaining members, adorned in starlight and the Valley Master, continued their exploration within the forest. The evening breeze caressed them, causing the branches and leaves above to sway gently. The trio in the aerial group dispersed against the evening wind, broadening their search area. Much like their previous endeavor in seeking the water spirit, they searched for a considerable duration, yet uncovered no clues. Just as Xia Beichen contemplated descending to inquire about the Valley Master's methods, a sudden commotion erupted from below, accompanied by the sounds of a skirmish. The 3 exchanged glances and descended into the forest. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of the Valley Master and the starlit companion confronted by a beast radiating an emerald glow. Nearby lay several broken trees. To our surprise, "There exists a beast here," the starlit companion observed warily, fixing her gaze upon the glowing creature. "That is the green flame beast, capable of unleashing green flames. Everyone, exercise caution," the Valley Master cautioned. "Flames? Wouldn't tea that set this forest ablaze?" the starlit companion remarked, her brow furrowing. "Not at all," the Valley Master replied, intending to elaborate, when suddenly, the green flame beast opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of green fire towards them. The flames surged forth like those from a flamethrower. The Valley Master and the starlit companion swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the fiery assault, which ultimately struck several trees behind them. Just as they anticipated the flames would ignite the timber, they noted an absence of any signs of combustion. Instead, upon contact with the trees, the flames coalesced into a protective layer of green light that enveloped them before dissipating entirely. How astonishing! The starlit companion exclaimed, filled with wonder. The Valley Master explained, this forest is the habitat of the green flame beast. It can be said that the forest sustains its existence, and thus its abilities inherently protect these trees. In essence, it serves as a forest guardian. Xia Beichen's voice chimed in at that moment. The Valley Master and the starlit companion turned towards Xia Beichen and his group, inquiring, any leads? Xia Beichen shook his head, none. As he spoke, he gestured towards the green flame beast, inquiring how to deal with it. Paixing stepped forward, saying, let me handle it. You all go find the wood spirit. The Valley Master then instructed, just incapacitate it, but do not take its life. Understood. Paixing nodded, swiftly transforming back into his original form. With a thunderous roar, the Pai caused the green flame beast to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 079. Stealth and ambush. Perhaps this was what they referred to as bloodline suppression. After reminding one another to be cautious, Xia Beichen and his companions departed. This time, they altered their strategy, opting to search from above. If they could not find it, they would devise another plan. Thus, Xia Beichen concentrated all his efforts upwards. Time slipped away, and before they knew it, it was already past midnight. A moving cloud conveniently obscured the moon. Suddenly, they heard several rustling sounds. Fortunately, they reacted quickly, deftly avoiding the attack. Xia Beichen extended his hand, and between his two fingers, he surprisingly caught a leaf. It was then that they realized the object that had just attacked them was, in fact, a mere leaf. Some leaves that missed their targets flew onto the treetops behind them. Several branches were distinctly severed by the leaves. Therefore, one should not underestimate these leaves, which were about 2 fingers wide. They possessed lethal potential. What attacked us? Lu Yuding glanced around, perplexed. Could it be another beast? Dai Yu cautiously scrutinized the direction from which the leaves had come. Xia Beichen shook his head, stating, if it were a beast, it would not have been so silent. After all, the green flame beast created quite a commotion when it encountered the Valley Master and Paixing. This stealthy attack is far too different from the typical behavior of beasts. However, just as Xia Beichen shook his head, everyone exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a mutual understanding simultaneously. And then they flew towards the direction from which the leaves had come. After flying several feet, the sound of slicing air echoed. Be careful, Yi Yunxin warned, summoning her Tianxian sword, which she wielded with precision. The objects that were deflected by her sword fell away. Xia Beichen caught one of the falling items and discovered it was a sharp wooden stick, resembling an arrow, albeit without a metal tip. The Valley Master raised an eyebrow and declared, this is clearly a combination of leaves and wooden arrows, confirming that the wood spirit is attacking us. Xia Beichen nodded, exclaiming, what a fortuitous turn of events. Just when I was worried about locating it, it has conveniently presented itself. Yi Yunxin cautioned, this wood spirit is more aggressive than the previous water spirit, so everyone should proceed with caution. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as the words fell, several piercing sounds sliced through the air from another direction. With a swift rustle, they focused their gaze to discover that a flurry of leaves and wooden arrows was hurtling towards them, densely packed. Seizing the moment, Xia Beichen glanced towards the origin of the oncoming projectiles. Utilizing the advantage of his night vision, he quickly discerned something unusual. It was a diminutive spirit resembling a fairy, radiating a faint brown glow and adorned with a pair of tiny wings. That was the wood spirit. I see it. Xia Beichen pointed excitedly. At that moment, Yi Yunxin used her hand to deflect one of the arrows, then followed his pointing finger to look. To her astonishment, the wood spirit had vanished into thin air. It can become invisible. Yi Yunxin furrowed her brow in concern. Xia Beichen then retrieved the paper crane he had previously sent to search for small animals. Before the creatures returned, it had found its way back to his hand and was set aside. Now it was time for it to shine once more. I wonder if it can also lock onto a target that possesses invisibility. Let's give it a try. Yi Yunxin also took out her own paper crane. After exchanging nods, they began to infuse their respective cranes with spiritual energy, simultaneously muttering the characteristics of the wood spirit they had observed. Soon, the cranes fluttered their wings, emanating a shimmering light. In the next moment, they soared into the air. After a short while, the brilliance dimmed, and the paper cranes vanished into invisibility. Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin maintained a psychic connection with their cranes, eager to see if they could act upon a target capable of invisibility. Perhaps due to having been spotted by Xia Beichen moments before, the wood spirit had ceased its offensive after launching the leaves and arrows, entering a period of dormancy. During this brief respite, no attacks were encountered. It seemed the wood spirit was aware that continuing its assault would reveal its location. After approximately 2 minutes, Xia Beichen voiced his confusion. Yi Yunshin inquired with concern, "What is it?" "My paper crane has become ensnared," Xia Beichen replied, furrowing his brow. "Oh, mine has not, but it has located the target." Yi Yunshin received feedback from her paper crane. "It turns out yours was trapped by a cage formed from the leaves of the wood spirit." Xia Beichen remarked, "This technique bears some resemblance to the starlight bind." Yi Yunshin added, "However, it does not compress space. Since you have found it, let us pursue." With that, she took the lead towards the location indicated by the crane. Xia Beichen followed closely behind. Eventually, Lu Yuding, the Valley Master, and Dai Yu also joined them. Before long, they arrived at the spot where the ensnared paper crane was located. Unexpectedly, what ensnared the 1,000 paper cranes was not merely the leaves but also the vines. Such a clever utilization of forest resources. Perhaps it was due to Yi Yunshin's elevated realm. Her 1,000 paper cranes faced several assaults while pursuing the wood spirit. Yet each time, she effortlessly neutralized them. Remarkably, her crane even retaliated. It wielded the celestial star technique. A flurry of starlight swiftly cascaded towards the wood spirit, encircling it completely. As the wood spirit attempted to slip away through a gap, the starlight instantaneously transformed into a sphere. The luminous sphere enveloped the wood spirit tightly. However, just when everyone assumed it had been subdued without resistance, several beams of brown light erupted from within the starlight sphere. Crack! The starlight sphere, like glass under duress, suddenly developed fractures. With a loud crash, the sphere burst apart. In that very moment of explosion, countless leaves and wooden arrows shot towards Xia Beichen and the others. A colossal barrier enveloped them. It was evident that Pai Xing had returned, timely erecting a defensive barrier for them. What befell the beast? The Valley Master inquired. Rest assured. It remained unscathed and not even dazed, Pai Xing replied with a smile. He then produced an object and handed it to Xia Beichen. Young Master Xia, to give this a try. Upon inspection, Xia Beichen discovered it was a pearl the size of a duck egg, emitting a faint green glow. An inner alchemy? Xia Beichen questioned with curiosity as he accepted the item. Not quite. Pai Xing clarified. This was gifted by the green flame beast. It claims it can restrain the wood spirit, facilitating its capture. So, the green flame beast can indeed speak human language? Xia Beichen probed further. Pai Xing waved his hand dismissively. It cannot speak human, but I comprehend its beast tongue. Xia Beichen gave a thumbs up. My friend, you are remarkable. With a silly grin, Pai Xing replied, Oh, it's nothing. Xia Beichen retracted his thumb and inquired with a smile, Is this truly a gift? Absolutely a gift. No deceit involved. Pai Xing asserted earnestly, As a divine beast, I would never exploit a little spirit that cherishes the forest. Xia Beichen chuckled, Haha. It seems to follow that logic. By the way, how does one utilize this? Pai Xing responded, Simply infuse it with spiritual energy. Do give it a try. All right. Xia Beichen immediately infused the pearl with spiritual energy. The green pearl floated from his hand, swiftly ascending into the air. Suddenly, the green pearl erupted in vibrant flames. It resembled the fireball previously spewed by the green flame beast. The flames expanded wider and wider, soon engulfing a vast expanse of forest below. Xia Beichen expressed his concerns, saying, Will this fire harm the vegetation? Pai Xing clarified, According to the green flame beast, this green fire poses no threat to the forest flora, but it does inflict some damage on the targets we need to confront. That's a relief. Xia Beichen felt reassured. The green fire began to spread towards the forest below. As Pai Xing had indicated, and as they had observed during the green flame beast's ambush, the green fire indeed caused no harm to the trees. Everyone felt a wave of heat wash over them. Soon, under the threat of the green fire, the wood spirit displayed signs of panic. Ultimately, unable to withstand it, it flew towards Xia Beichen and his companions. A smirk of satisfaction crept across Xia Beichen's face. When the wood spirit arrived before them, it refrained from launching any attack. Xia Beichen discerned its intentions and subsequently ceased the flow of spiritual energy to the green orb. The green fire enveloping the forest extinguished automatically. Nevertheless, Yi Yunshin and the others approached and surrounded the wood spirit, wary of any sudden antics or tricks it might attempt. The wood spirit fluttered its tiny wings, glancing left and right. At that moment, Xia Beichen extended his palm, and it alighted gently upon it. Observing this, everyone exhaled in relief. This little creature, Indeed. Fears the green fire, Pai Xing remarked. Congratulations, the 5 spirits are now gathered. At that moment, the Valley Master, observing the wood spirit resting in Xia Beichen's palm, extended his congratulations to him. After this brief period of interaction, the Valley Master had long since put aside his previous reservations. I owe you much for your assistance, Xia Beichen expressed sincerely. Helping you is also a means of aiding myself, the Valley Master replied, for I, too, wish to challenge that sword you spoke of. At this, he was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. Without further ado, let us return now and forge you a unique sword. Xia Beichen laughed. The traits of a skilled blacksmith are truly evident. The others appeared equally eager. Xia Beichen then inquired, Old man, aren't you going to rest? Perhaps we should forge it tomorrow morning? Unexpectedly, the Valley Master shot him a glare. You might as well ask me to count sheep or stars. With the 5 spirits gathered, do you expect me to sleep? He crossed his arms in a haughty manner, declaring, If anyone is to sleep, it shall be you. I will forge the sword. With that, he soared back to his abode. Witnessing his childlike demeanor, Xia Beichen and the others could not suppress their laughter and promptly followed suit. Xia Beichen chuckled behind him, Old man, without the 5 spirits, what will you forge? The Valley Master halted suddenly, then recalled, the 5 spirits are still with you, and I return empty-handed. He flew back to see Xia Beichen, exclaiming, Can you hurry up? You're driving me mad. Thus, Xia Beichen was pulled back to the newly constructed abode. After the Valley Master returned with some materials, Xia Beichen and his companions followed him to the sword-forging cavern. However, they did not reach the end, for the Valley Master instructed them to halt. My apologies, esteemed guests. But there are regulations in Lingjian Valley that prohibit outsiders from entering. You may wait for me here. He gestured towards the path they had just traversed, adding, The first half of this cavern offers numerous places for exploration. Feel free to wander at your leisure, respecting the established rules. Xia Beichen and his companions did not insist on entering. As they approached, they observed the cavern was quite spacious, with several branching pathways. Illuminating objects were placed at intervals to provide light. This reminded Xia Beichen of the karst topography of limestone caves, which indeed offered a spectacle to behold. Consequently, he summoned the 4 elemental spirits of gold, water, fire, and earth from the endless realm, subsequently handing over the recently subdued wood spirit to the Valley Master. Do you possess any other valuable materials? The Valley Master inquired after accepting the 5 spirits. Indeed, Xia Beichen produced a dark azure object. Upon closer inspection, the Valley Master recognized it as a demon core. This is the demon core obtained after vanquishing the Xuanwu. Please take it. Xia Beichen offered the Xuanwu demon core to the Valley Master. The Valley Master could not help but give him a thumbs up, exclaiming, You truly exceed my expectations. Following this, Xia Beichen presented him with several other precious materials. After receiving the items, the Valley Master turned and ventured into the restricted area where outsiders were forbidden. The reputation of Lingjian Valley echoed throughout the Tianqiang continent, known for its integrity. Thus, Xia Beichen felt reassured in entrusting his belongings to the Valley Master. However, he had just forgotten to inquire how long he should expect to wait. Scratching the back of his head, Xia Beichen mused, Are you really planning to wait idly here? Pixin placed a hand on Xia Beichen's shoulder and proceeded down another branching path to explore what treasures the Valley Master's abode might hold. Time passed. Xia Beichen and his companions resembled tourists, thoroughly exploring every nook and cranny of the cavern. Of course, they did not enter empty-handed only to emerge with empty hands again. At this moment, they had captured several carp. These fish were sourced from a hidden river within the cavern, and with the superior quality of the water, they were undoubtedly delectable. Thus, after their explorations and fishing, they emerged into the open air, kindled a fire, and heated oil in a pot. Grilled fish and braised carp. The aromas of both flavors wafted through the air. The moon still hung in the sky as the group savored their fish, admired the moonlight, and awaited the Valley Master's completion of the sword. Chapter 081. The sword is forged, attracting uninvited guests as the braised carp neared completion and the grilled fish approached readiness. Suddenly, 7 beams of light, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, shot skyward from the mountain peak housing the cavern. Xia Beichen, Yunxin, Lu Yuding, and Pai Xingdiyu rose from their seats, gazing in the direction of the vibrant, multicolored light. To their astonishment, they discovered that numerous areas were illuminated by this resplendent radiance. The heavens and earth were aglow in a splendid display. However, This kaleidoscopic brilliance bore a striking resemblance to Yi Yunxin's rainbow flowers. The soaring, colorful light continued for a brief moment, drawing the attention of several guests. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was a gathering of various birds and beasts. Witnessing this spectacle, Pai Xing was filled with excitement. 100 beasts come to pay their respects, a sign of good fortune, he exclaimed, observing the multicolored light. It seems, little brother Beichen, that the sword has been successfully forged. His words sparked a smile on Xia Beichen's face. Just as Pai Xing finished speaking, a melodious sword chant resonated through the air. Indeed, it was a sword. After a while, the multicolored light gradually dimmed, restoring the original nightscape. Yet, the birds and beasts lingered, unwilling to depart. Suddenly, with a clear sound, a stream of colorful light burst forth from the entrance of the sword-forging cave. Xia Beichen raised an eyebrow and glanced over, only to behold a sword soaring out from the cave. It ultimately came to rest horizontally before him. Shortly after, another stream of light emerged from the cave, landing beside the barbecue fire. To everyone's surprise, it was none other than the Valley Master, beaming with delight. Just in time for some fish, he exclaimed. Xia Beichen's gaze remained fixed on the exquisite, yet imposing sword before him. Old man, is this the new sword forged with precious materials like the 5 spirits? He inquired. Absolutely, the Valley Master replied, patting his chest proudly. At that moment, a piece of parchment materialized seemingly out of thin air before Xia Beichen. What is this? He asked in confusion. A contract, the Valley Master explained as he approached Xia Beichen. All supreme divine weapons forged by our spirit sword Valley require their master to sign a contract. Once the contract is established, the weapon may be wielded by its owner. Xia Beichen suddenly understood. This process was akin to the scenarios depicted in previous films, where the protagonist received a formidable weapon and acknowledged it through blood. However, here, there was no need for blood. A simple signature sufficed. Xia Beichen reached out to grasp the parchment, then extended his right index finger, channeling spiritual energy from his fingertip. He inscribed his name at the designated spot. As he finished writing Xia Beichen, the contract radiated with brilliance. With a swift sound, the light vanished, and the contract adhered to the sword's body, seemingly merging into it, disappearing completely. Is it done? Xia Beichen asked the Valley Master, who stood nearby. Indeed, the Valley Master said, stroking his beard. However, this sword still lacks a name. Would you like to bestow one? Xia Beichen pondered thoughtfully. I propose we name it the 5-element sword. Just as Xia Beichen began to contemplate this, Pixing offered a suggestion, considering it embodies the 5 essences of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Dai Yu shook her head and remarked, but you have the demon core of the black tortoise as well. With that, she too suggested, how about calling it the black tortoise 5-element sword? Lu Yuding jested. Then why not simply call it the tortoise sword? To this, the others chimed in, what a splendid name. Xia Beichen was rendered speechless. I feel you are not offering suggestions, but merely seeking to provoke me. Lu Yuding chuckled awkwardly, then proposed again, what about the rainbow sword? It radiated a spectrum of colors when it was forged. Xia Beichen shook his head, it still feels somewhat lacking. Then let us call it the rainbow sword. Dai Yu suggested once more. Yet again, Xia Beichen shook his head. It still falls short. What kind of name do you desire? Both Lu Yuding and Pixing inquired simultaneously. I have a friend whose sword is named the Waterlight Sword. However, that sword primarily embodies water. Mine, however, encompasses not just water but also gold, wood, fire, and earth. Xia Beichen gazed at the newly forged sword and expressed. Yi Yunxin suggested, perhaps it would be wise to name it once you have fully contemplated it. Indeed, chuckled the Valley Master, swallowing hard. If you cannot think of a name, why not sit down and enjoy some fish? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several jars of wine soared from the cellar. Xia Beichen nodded, deciding to postpone the naming of the sword. Let us first indulge in some supper. Fine wine paired with exquisite food. Unexpectedly, at that moment, several beams of light shot toward them from the horizon. The Valley Master raised his gaze toward the lights. At this hour, we have visitors? Yi Yunxin also looked toward the lights and inquired. The Valley Master shook his head and replied, at this late hour, we have never had guests visiting. Could it be that they bear ill intent? Lu Yuding speculated. It is highly likely they are uninvited guests. The Valley Master rose from his seat, sensing the recent emergence of the new sword. Xia Beichen remarked, we shall know their intentions upon their arrival. Subsequently, everyone stood up. Yi Yunxin swiftly concealed her cultivation to the early stage of spirit refinement. Moments later, The beams of light arrived before them, hovering in midair, gazing down upon them with an air of authority. "Who are you, to grace our spirit sword valley at such a late hour?" The valley master stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the newcomers. Xia Beichen scrutinized the arrivals. There were 5 individuals, each adorned in garments of varying colors, indicating they were not from the same sect. Among the 5, the highest cultivation level was late-stage spirit refinement, while the lowest was late-stage spirit C. These 5 individuals, even if placed within a single sect, would be considered paragons of mastery. Just now, upon noticing something amiss, we made a special trip to investigate and to extend our regards to you, the Valley Master declared the foremost practitioner of the late stage of the spirit refinement realm. The Valley Master glanced at their hands and remarked, "You come to greet others with empty hands, rather stingy of you." "Hey," interjected a practitioner at the early stage of the spirit refinement realm, who said, "We are empty-handed." With that, he summoned a wolf-toothed club, brandishing it confidently. "Now, is that not something in hand? Still rather stingy." The Valley Master smirked, and suddenly, the air filled with the sound of countless swords singing. The 5 men looked around, startled, as they beheld a multitude of flying swords hurtling toward them, halting mere paces away. Upon witnessing this display, the leading practitioner of the late stage of spirit refinement remained unfazed. He scoffed, "Valley Master, these swords are hardly comparable to that one." His gaze fixed upon the sword in Xia Beichen's grasp. Chapter 082. The sword moves with the heart, changing in an instant. "Oh," Xia Beichen smirked, responding, "It seems your discernment is quite commendable." A chuckle escaped the other party's lips as he pointed at the sword in Xia Beichen's hand. "Boy, will you obediently hand it over, or shall we descend to retrieve it ourselves?" Xia Beichen, unfazed, retorted, "That certainly presents a choice." With a grin, he continued, "I must thank you for offering me this opportunity to choose." As his words fell, he heard the ethereal voice of the system. "Beep. The host is faced with a choice. 1. Surrender the sword forged by the Valley Master. Reward: a strength pill. Consuming it grants immense strength in all endeavors, including physical activities with the ladies. 2. After all the effort to acquire this sword, you expect me to hand it over? Not only will I refuse, but I shall strike at them. Reward: the sword moves with the heart. No need to practice any sword techniques. Its power can be wielded at will. An easy question. As per usual, I choose option 2. At that moment, the practitioner of the late stage of spirit refinement narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, "Have you made your decision? So, what is your choice?" Yet Xia Beichen's gaze was even more piercing. "I shall select none of your options." The other party furrowed his brow, about to utter a threat, but just as he began to say die, the sword in Xia Beichen's hand slipped from his grasp and shot forth with a swish, landing directly before him, its tip poised at his brow. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, summoning a silver fan that materialized in his grip. With a snap, he opened the fan, positioning it defensively before him. The sword clanged against one of the fan's ribs, creating a shower of sparks. The force jolted his hand, and he staggered back several paces, unable to suppress a glance at his hand, now tingling with numbness. Diverting his gaze, he looked at Xia Beichen. "You, a practitioner of the spirit refinement realm, are truly intriguing. Much obliged." Xia Beichen humbly clasped his hands together with an air of decorum. "You have graciously provided me with an opportunity, and yet you have chosen to descend into it." Thus, the cultivator at the late stage of the spirit refinement realm displayed a look of displeasure upon his countenance. "Do not accuse me of bullying you," he declared, as he flicked his wrist, sending forth a powerful gust of wind from the silver fan in his hand. The tempestuous breeze ravaged the flora along its path, leaving them in tatters, and even the stones in the vicinity were shattered into dust by its ferocity. Clearly, the wind summoned by this silver fan was not to be underestimated. However, Xia Beichen swiftly transformed his sword into an impenetrable stone wall. "Humph," his opponent scoffed dismissively. "You seem utterly unconcerned about the stones being reduced to powder." Yet Xia Beichen retorted, "Do not be overly confident." With a whoosh, the wind, laden with the remnants of the battered flowers and grass, struck the stone wall. Just as his adversary smugly anticipated the wall's disintegration, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The wind not only failed to inflict any damage upon the stone wall, but it rebounded with an even greater ferocity. The opponent hastily retreated, but the speed of the wind was relentless, swiftly closing in upon him. Instinctively, he waved the fan to shield himself, only to be met with a barrage of arrows hurtling towards him. "What is this?" He gaped in horror at the multitude of arrows, which were all manifestations of the stone wall. Moreover, their composition was entirely unrelated to stone, for they were crafted of metal. Transmuting stone into gold? Before he could comprehend the situation, the silver fan collided with the returning wind. Some arrows clanged against the surface of the fan, but the area of defense was limited. A few arrows found their mark, striking him, though fortune favored him, as none pierced his vitals. In a rush, he conjured a silver barrier before himself, barely managing to deflect the other incoming arrows. However, at that moment, the arrows suddenly transformed. They morphed into a flurry of sparks, encircling him and forming a sealed fireball. "What sorcery is this?" he exclaimed in bewilderment, as the voice of his adversary echoed from within the fireball. "Quick, save me." His companions hesitated at the sound of his plea. If even a cultivator at the late stage of the spirit refinement realm could be ensnared, what hope did they have? "Quick, use water." The three companions turned to one among them, who finally snapped to attention. "I will save him immediately." Stammering, he began to weave hand seals towards the fireball. Soon after, dark clouds began to gather in the sky above, and before long, rain began to pour. At that moment, the fireball unexpectedly split into a remnant shadow, which then materialized into a tangible form. To the astonishment of all present, a luminous screen enveloped the fireball above. Raindrops struck the screen, yet the fireball beneath remained utterly unaffected. The cultivator who had invoked the rain cloud technique stared wide-eyed at the ineffectual rain, momentarily staggering in disbelief. The Valley Master scoffed. "How deluded you are, daring to wreak havoc in my Spirit Sword Valley. It seems you have finally encountered a worthy opponent." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within the fireball. The scream resonated throughout the heavens and earth, sending chills down the spines of the remaining 4 individuals. "We should retreat," the cultivator who had just cast the rain cloud technique cautiously suggested. His 3 companions, without hesitation, nodded in agreement and turned to leave. However, Xia Beichen let out a soft snort and gravely stated, "Do you think this place is your home, where you can come and go as you please? Today, let your blood nourish my sword." The 4 cultivators couldn't help but glance back, and upon doing so, they were struck with terror. The rainwater that had just fallen had solidified into ice, glimmering with a chilling light as it hurtled towards them. Before they could evade, the shards of ice, akin to razor blades, sliced through the air, inflicting injuries upon them. Indeed, the rain had transformed into shards of ice, sharp as knives. 2 of the cultivators bore visible wounds, blood streaming from deep gashes on their faces. "What kind of monstrosity is this?" lamented the cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm, the weakest among the intruders, whose heart was filled with despair. He had not anticipated that the sword could change so rapidly, rendering any defense utterly futile. Xia Beichen then turned his gaze towards Yi Yunxin and the others, saying, "Next, let you experience the thrill of combat. It's better left to the Valley Master." Yi Yunxin replied, acknowledging that they were on the territory of Spirit Sword Valley. "I concur." Both Lu Yuding and Pai Xing Daiyu echoed in unison. "Excellent," the Valley Master exclaimed as he surged towards the 4 cultivators. By this time, the fireball had nearly burned away completely, leaving the late-stage cultivator of the divine refinement realm with nothing but ashes. However, as it was a battle across realms, Xia Beichen had also incurred considerable expenditure. Chapter 083. The Golden Spear Never Falls. Not envious of the Mandarin duck pill, Yi Yunxin grasped Xia Beichen's hand, her concern evident as she asked, "Are you all right?" Xia Beichen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's a bit taxing. Allow me a moment to rest." He then retrieved a recovery pill from the Endless Realm. After consuming it, he felt somewhat better, though full restoration would require some time. It was crucial not to take too many recovery pills at once, as it could lead to improper adjustments and potential harm to oneself. Meanwhile, the sword that had concluded the battle returned gracefully to Xia Beichen's side. "This sword is indeed unparalleled." Lu Yuding's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Indeed, Pixing also expressed his sentiments, stating that in his 5,000 years of existence, this was the first time he had encountered a sword capable of effortlessly switching forms. He repeated the word wonderful thrice. Daiyu added, "After all, this sword embodies the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Hence its ever-changing nature is truly overwhelming." At this moment, Lu Yuding's gaze turned somewhat reverent. She remarked, "Although the sword's wielder experiences significant consumption, its power cannot be underestimated. In just a few exchanges, it annihilated a late-stage cultivator of the divine refinement realm. Master Lu, you are also of the divine refinement realm, noted Xia Beiqin with a smile. Lu Yuding shot him a speechless glance. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Everyone turned their eyes to see a late-stage cultivator of the spiritual sea realm pierced through the chest by a sword. The Valley Master extracted the sword, and the cultivator collapsed heavily to the ground, his legs twitching a couple of times before falling utterly still. 3 remain. What level of cultivation does this old man possess? Why is he so formidable? The cultivator who had previously employed the Cloud Rain technique looked anxiously at the Valley Master. Against you 3 at the initial and mid-stages of the divine refinement realm, I am more than sufficient. The Valley Master stood proudly, his expression devoid of any emotion, his voice resonating powerfully. By the heavens, let us 3 attack together. At worst, we shall perish alongside him. The cultivator of mid-stage divine refinement, gritting his teeth, charged towards the Valley Master. Hee. The Valley Master chuckled lightly before meeting the charge head-on. However, much to the surprise of the mid-stage divine refinement cultivator, his 2 companions took the opportunity of his advance to turn and flee. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding crashes echoed. Unexpectedly, the fleeing cultivators, having barely made it a short distance, collided with a sudden stone wall. Just as they assumed it was another of Xia Beiqin's bizarre techniques, they heard a woman's voice, still thinking of escaping. Xia Beiqin couldn't help but give Lu Yuding a thumbs up. Master Lu, what an impressive display. Humph. With a soft snort, Lu Yuding conjured another stone wall, advancing towards the 2 fleeing cultivators. Should these 2 walls converge, they would undoubtedly become a filling in a sandwich. However, they soon realized that these 2 stone walls were not rectangular, but rather shaped like a mountain. This meant there was a slim chance of survival at the slightly lower point. Yet, as they attempted to slip away through that low point, they found several swords flying towards them. It's over. Their escape route has been blocked. These swords were summoned by the Valley Master to deal with you. Even the Spirit Sword array is unnecessary. The Valley Master regarded them with the disdain one would reserve for ants. At that moment, the mid-stage divine refinement cultivator behind him was unexpectedly pierced by myriad swords. Countless sharp blades turned him into a pincushion. Blood trickled down the myriad swords, falling upon the ground. With a gentle lift of his hand, the countless blades embedded in his opponent's body instantly radiated a brilliant light. Bang! In an instant, a mist of blood dispersed. Ultimately, the crimson haze vanished without a trace. The demise was so swift that the adversary scarcely had time to utter a cry of despair. Next, it was the turn of the final 2 cultivators. However, it was not the swords of the sect leader that dealt the fatal blow, but rather the 2 stone walls conjured by Lu Yuding. Bang! A resounding crash shook the heavens and the earth. The 2 stone walls collided with tremendous force. The 2 cultivators emitted short, frantic screams before succumbing to death. What a delightful sandwich! At last, the stone walls collapsed with a thunderous roar, disappearing in a heartbeat, as if they had never existed. The group gathered around the roasted fish and braised carp, the delectable dishes still steaming with warmth. 5 unwelcome guests celebrated the moment. Xia Beiqin began distributing the roasted fish, ensuring each person received one. Haha. The sect leader took the fish with a smile, exclaiming, with wine, exquisite delicacies, and handsome men and beautiful women. Today, my Lingjian Valley resembles a grand festival. Xia Beiqin took a bite of the fish and inquired, the sword has been forged. What reward do you seek, old sect leader? The sect leader, gnawing on the fish, waved his hand dismissively. I require no reward. How can that be? Xia Beiqin leaned closer, presenting something to him. What? The sect leader looked curiously at the items in Xia Beiqin's hand, several jade vials, though they bore no labels. The sect leader recognized them from his previous time in the kitchen. Revitalization elixir, everlasting essence, envy-free couple pill. Xia Beiqin whispered in a tone only they could hear. Introducing the revitalization elixir, suitable for both men and women. He then spoke of the everlasting essence, which, though not yet refined into pills, proved quite potent for men. Finally, the envy-free couple pill was intended for women, allowing them to revel in their own love without envy for the couple or celestial beings. After his presentation, Xia Beiqin raised an eyebrow, as if to convey that all was a gift for the sect leader. Just as the sect leader was about to refuse the items, Xia Beiqin forcibly placed them into his hands. He then returned to his seat. What secret transaction are you conducting? Asked Pixing. who sat between Xia Beichen and the sect leader, curiosity evident in her voice. The sect leader suddenly had a brilliant idea and handed the 3 items to Pixing. Clearing his throat, he chuckled, "Brother Pixing, I believe these are more suited for you." Pixing examined the vials, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She then discreetly glanced at Dai Yu across the table, who was engrossed in conversation with Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding, oblivious to the happenings on this side. Hee. Since the Valley Master does not wish to keep them, I shall reluctantly accept them. No need for reluctance, quickly put them away. Thus, the starry cloak, the everlasting elixir, and the unfading pill were secured in the satchel. The Valley Master, upon seeing him accept the items, sighed in relief and remarked, "I hope Brother Starry will soon be blessed with a noble son. Thank you for your kind words, Valley Master." Brother Starry replied with a respectful bow. Xia Beichen then chuckled, "Valley Master, aren't you saving anything for yourself?" The Valley Master blushed and waved his hand dismissively. "No need, no need." Chapter 84. Seeking the soul eater in the southern wilderness. While the 3 men were conversing quietly, the gazes of 3 women across from them turned sharply towards them. Dai Yu inquired of Brother Starry, "What are the 3 of you whispering about?" A sudden jolt ran through Brother Starry's heart, and he waved his hand. "It's nothing. Just some casual chat." Dai Yu eyed him skeptically. "It certainly doesn't seem like casual chat. It sounds more like matters of life and death." At this, Xia Beichen interjected, "Do tell us." The 3 adults chimed in unison. Remaining calm and composed, Xia Beichen elaborated, "Indeed, you too. When will you welcome a little Pichio into the world?" Dai Yu was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding, intrigued by the question, turned their gazes toward Dai Yu. Blushing, Dai Yu shyly replied, "We are still young. There's no rush." Yi Yunxin extended 5 fingers, prompting Dai Yu to quickly grasp her wrist, using her other hand to retract the fingers. "Has the Valley Master forgotten our words? In our Pichio clan, 5,000 years is the prime of life." Yi Yunxin smiled. "Indeed, it is the perfect time to bring forth a little Pichio. The Valley Master speaks truthfully." Lu Yuding concurred. "I also believe that is correct." The Valley Master added in agreement. Feeling shy, Dai Yu shifted slightly and passed the inquiry to Yi Yunxin. "Then when will you give birth?" Instantly, Yi Yunxin's smile faltered, and she found herself blushing. Observing her embarrassment, Dai Yu continued, "Once you have a little one, we shall also bring forth a little Pichio to be a companion for your child." That's a splendid suggestion. Lu Yuding was the first to agree. The Valley Master, smiling, remarked, "Everyone, put in some effort. When the time comes, I'll craft an exquisite sword for the little ones." "All right, enough of this. Let us enjoy the fish." Yi Yunxin served each person a piece of fish. Unbeknownst to them, the late-night feast had turned into the dawn of a new day. As the morning light softly crept in, the group washed up by the stream and prepared to bid farewell to Lingjin Valley. Farewell, farewell. After parting ways with the Valley Master, Xia Beichen and the others set off, flying southward. Brother Starry and Dai Yu, having transformed back into human form, did not return to the endless domain. Instead, along with Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuding, they formed a 5-member team to embark on their journey to the southern frontier. The Tianxiong continent divides the region south of Beixian into 2 parts. The area adjacent to Tianxian is known as Zhongyong, where the Qinglan sect is situated. The vast expanse of territory further south is collectively referred to as the southern frontier. Of course, to the west lies a substantial land called Xiong, while the eastern side of the continent is bordered by the East Sea. Legends tell that the East Sea is governed by the aquatic tribes, with the Merman clan as the prominent leaders among them. The southern frontier is characterized by its towering mountains and abundant lakes and rivers. However, it is far from a desolate wilderness. On the contrary, it boasts numerous thriving cities and scarce resources that are coveted by other regions. This abundance of opportunities has, unfortunately, attracted many unsavory factions to take root here. For instance, there was the notorious Wajigu, which was ultimately eradicated by Yi Yunxin, and now they seek the malevolent faction known as Shihong Valley. In its heyday, Wajigu committed heinous acts no less reprehensible than those of Shihong Valley, including the smuggling and trafficking of organs, sparing no children. They also disseminated harmful dark arts to smaller sects, compelling them to do their bidding. During the purge of Wajigu, the Tianxian sect uncovered a burgeoning sect, Tianhala, that had close ties with them. The 2 sects were complicit in numerous atrocious deeds, prompting Yi Yunxin to obliterate Tianhala on her return from the eradication of Wajigu. However, to her astonishment, After some time, her righteous actions were tarnished by slander from certain reputable sections. Lu Yuting remarked, Leader Yi, it is said that Shihong Valley's movements are erratic. Finding them will likely require considerable effort. Yi Yunxin nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Curious, Pai Xing inquired. Then how did Wanren's sect and Xianqing's sect manage to entangle themselves with them? Yi Yunxin explained, Shihong Valley operates covertly, reportedly using their stewards as intermediaries to facilitate collaborations with other sections. Dai Yu furrowed her brow. Does this mean that Wanren's sect and Xianqing's sect have never met the valley's leader? Yi Yunxin replied, not even the valley leader. Perhaps even the elders have not laid eyes on them. This was information shared with her by Yu Miaoqing previously. However, she was somewhat surprised by the Qinglan sect, as they had no dealings with Shihong Valley. Meanwhile, Lu Yuting's fifth uncle was involved in schemes against Yi Yunxin with Wanren's sect and Xianqing's sect, dragging the newly appointed leader Lu Yuting into the fray. Just as they were at a loss, Xia Beichen glanced at the sky, noting that it was already nearing noon. Since it was midday, they ought to find something to eat. Thus, Xia Beichen proposed, let us seek out an inn where we can dine and drink while we plot our next course of action. However, he added, I'm not particularly hungry. Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuting spoke in unison. Pai Xing then remarked, we are indifferent. Hiki, Xia Beichen chuckled, for the common people, food is paramount. Although in our current realm, going without food for 10 days or half a month poses no issue. However, the dining establishments gather individuals from all walks of life. Before he could finish, Pai Xing grasped Xia Beichen's intent. Haha, Brother Beichen speaks wisely. With the ebb and flow of people, capturing bits of information is indeed quite beneficial. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Yi Yunxin exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Dai Yu cast an ambiguous glance at Yi Yunxin and said, no worries, with Brother Beichen's intellect. Sect Master Yi can simply relax. Then, shall we proceed? Upon seeing their agreement, Xia Beichen waved his hand and headed southwest. Wait, we should go southeast. The others chimed in unison. At the realization, Xia Beichen's expression turned awkward. He recalled how he had confidently led the way in the opposite direction just the day before at the pavilion. Lu Yuting laughed. The nearest city to the southwest is over 200 miles away, while the city to the southeast is less than 100 miles. Closer is better. Xia Beichen returned to their side, humbly stating, please, lead the way. Subsequently, the group soared into the air, heading southeast. In less than 100 miles, they arrived at the city gate. Above the gate, the words Nanan City were prominently displayed. Chapter 085, Visiting the Tavern with Two Ladies. This name signifies a haven of peace in the southern lands. Gazing at the bustling city entrance, Xia Beichen remarked, the vibrancy of Nanan City rivals that of Qinghe County. Even Lu Yuting, the leader of Qinglan's sect, had to concede. Indeed, compared to Nanan City, Qinghe County is somewhat inferior. Yi Yunxin added, after all, Nanan City serves as the pivotal bridge for communication in the southern region, attracting merchants and fostering close interactions among cultivators. Some sects even send their disciples to train here, making Nanan City the first stop for many who venture into the southern lands. A graceful smile graced Lu Yuting's lips as she confessed, to be candid. I too came to the southern lands for training in my youth. However, I was called back after just 3 days due to other tasks assigned by my sect. Yi Yunxin glanced at her. So, this is your second visit to the southern lands? Indeed, Lu Yuting nodded, then inquired, what about you? If I recall correctly, the notorious Wuji Valley was eradicated by your leadership of the Tianxian sect, was it not? Yi Yunxin smiled faintly. It seems you have not been misled. Misled? Lu Yuting furrowed her brow, but quickly understood what Yi Yunxin implied. I am not a frog at the bottom of a well. Though I only spent 3 days in the southern lands, I still heard some whispers regarding Wuji Valley. As they discussed the matter, far away in a sect, a woman seated in the position of sect master was engaging in deliberations with newly appointed elders when she suddenly sneezed. Meanwhile, Xia Beichen and his companions entered the bustling city of Nanan, where the streets were more lively than a market day, filled with merchants aplenty. The thoroughfares and alleys were abuzz with activity, bustling shops and stalls were hard at work. Xia Beichen observed that upon entering Nanan, everyone's cultivation level had been inexplicably restricted by 1 tier. Thus, he found himself back at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, and the others were similarly affected. Yi Yunxin was in the spirit refinement realm, while Lu Yuting was at the spirit sea realm. As for their companions adorned with stars and moonlight, their levels were somewhat distinct, given their status as divine beasts and their unique cultivation systems. It appeared that the city of Nan'an had enforced certain restrictions. Lu Yuding, realizing her cultivation had been curtailed, glanced around and remarked that it had not been like this during her last visit. Yi Yunxin reassured her, saying it was of no consequence, merely a reduction by 1 tier. Xia Beichen remarked that this arrangement was advantageous, as it spared them the need to conceal their true abilities. The restrictions imposed by Nan'an reminded Xia Beichen of secure zones in certain online games he had played, where entering a city prohibited any form of combat. If one felt the urge to fight, one would have to seek out a designated arena or obtain the consent of the opponent before engaging in battle. Then, Xia Beichen inquired, "Since you have visited the south border, you must have been to Nan'an as well?" Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding nodded in affirmation. Xia Beichen gestured towards a tavern by the street and asked, "Which tavern should we patronize?" Lu Yuding responded, "With the passage of time, I cannot fathom how many tavern signs have changed." Yi Yunxin laughed and said, "There is an old establishment that has been in business for nearly 1,000 years. Perhaps it still stands. Then we shall go there." Xia Beichen declared decisively. "Follow me." Yi Yunxin led the way, with Xia Beichen and Lu Yuding trailing behind like eager apprentices. After navigating a few turns, they arrived at a location that, while not bustling, boasted a pleasant ambience, where they found the old tavern Yi Yunxin had mentioned. She explained, "This area used to be the heart of Nan'an, but as time progressed and the city expanded, it has become somewhat out of the way." Xia Beichen pointed to the tavern sign and remarked, "Its name is rather straightforward." Indeed, the tavern was simply called Old Brand. Lu Yuding observed the sign and said, "I see. The name Old Brand not only suggests its long-standing history, but also reflects its very name." Previously, when she had visited, she had not paid much attention to her accommodations. Thus, she had overlooked this tavern. As Yi Yunxin approached the tavern entrance, she added, "When I last came here, it was not called Old Brand, but rather Hui Chui Lu. Behold, that must surely be its former sign." Upon entering the establishment, Xia Beichen immediately spotted a sign emblazoned with the characters for Hui Chui Lu, suspended above the lobby reception area. At that moment, a jovial waiter, welcoming a wave of guests, noticed their arrival and greeted them with a warm smile. "Esteemed guests, may I inquire if you seek accommodations or a culinary feast?" Xia Beichen replied, "A culinary feast." "Very well. Esteemed guests, please follow me." The waiter then guided them to the second floor, as the first floor was already brimming with patrons. Given that 5 of them had arrived simultaneously, there was simply no room to accommodate them. Ultimately, the waiter brought them to a window-side table on the second floor. This arrangement allowed them to not only overhear the conversations of other diners, but also to enjoy a splendid view of the street scene. Once seated, Xia Beichen promptly requested several signature dishes and a few jars of wine. With a cheerful right away, the waiter went to prepare their order. The wine arrived first. After the waiter filled their bowls to the brim, Xia Beichen called him over and gestured for him to lean in closer. The waiter complied, bringing his ear nearer. "My good fellow, are you familiar with the soul-devouring valley?" The waiter paused momentarily before inquiring, "What can I assist you with?" Xia Beichen produced a pouch, extending it towards him and opening it to reveal its contents. "Feel free to speak freely." The waiter caught a glimpse of the contents and gasped in astonishment. "Here, take these first," Xia Beichen said, extracting several pieces and placing them in the waiter's palm. Yi Yunxin and the others looked on in astonishment, recognizing them as exquisite spirit stones. When Xia Beichen had opened the pouch, a rich aura of spiritual energy emanated from it, drawing the attention of nearby diners who couldn't help but glance in their direction. Upon spotting the exquisite spirit stones in the waiter's hand, they silently marveled at Xia Beichen's wealth, thinking to themselves how unexpected it was for him to be so generous with tips. Ordinary spirit stones would have sufficed, yet he had chosen to offer nothing less than the finest. Xia Beichen shook the pouch in his hand, stating, "Reveal any useful information, and the rest shall be yours." The waiter's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that for real?" Xia Beichen pointed to the exquisite spirit stones in his hand. "I have already given you 5. Do you still doubt its authenticity? If you are uninterested in the remainder, I shall simply extend this opportunity to another." As he spoke, Xia Beichen instinctively glanced towards several nearby tables of diners. Just then, the waiter hastily stepped forward, blocking Xia Beichen's line of sight with his body. "Hush now," he chuckled, adding, "Dear guest, please remain patient. Who among these patrons knows more than I?" With a playful smirk, he continued, "Money can indeed move mountains. I refuse to believe you are not tempted." Shifting his focus back to the waiter's eyes, Xia Beichen placed the pouch on the table. Chapter 086, Recommendation Letter. An oath of loyalty. Xia Beichen pulled over a stool from the side, inviting the waiter to take a seat. Please sit down. The waiter did not refuse and promptly sat down. Xia Beichen even poured him a bowl of wine, adhering to the rituals of hospitality. After exchanging a toast and taking a sip, the waiter lowered his voice. According to reliable sources, this afternoon, individuals from the soul-devouring valley will attend an auction at the Qinquan auction house. An auction? Xia Beichen inquired. Indeed. They must have their eyes set on something of significance. What is the status of the person attending from the soul-devouring valley? It is said to be an elder. The waiter replied. Xia Beichen exchanged glances with Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuding, and others. They were astonished that an elder from the usually reclusive soul-devouring valley would personally attend the auction. It seemed they were genuinely interested in acquiring something. How many elders does the soul-devouring valley have? Xia Beichen asked again. The waiter raised 3 fingers. It is said there are 3, and the one coming today is their 3rd elder. In addition, there are 2 protectors known as the left and right protectors. Both protectors are also coming? The waiter nodded. Yes. The protectors reportedly arrived in the city last night, but I do not know where they are staying. At this moment, Lu Yuding asked, is the information reliable? The waiter assured, the news about the 3rd elder is absolutely trustworthy. The information regarding the protectors still requires verification. At this point, the waiter shifted the conversation. However, the Qinquan auction house is not accessible to just anyone. You all appear to be newcomers, am I right? Xia Beichen nodded. The waiter scratched the back of his head. Unfamiliar faces require a recommendation letter to enter the auction house. A recommendation letter? From whom? Xia Beichen inquired. The waiter raised an eyebrow. Dear guest, that's quite simple. Our manager can provide it. I shall procure one for you. Upon hearing this, Pai Xing interjected with annoyance. Waiter, can't you see there are 5 of us? Are you only getting one? The waiter hastily clarified. You misunderstand. One letter can include multiple names. He then confidently stated, rest assured, all 5 of you can enter. Xia Beichen then asked, what are the conditions for obtaining a recommendation letter from your manager? The conditions are not overly stringent. The waiter pointed at the pouch on the table. Having this will suffice. Oh, Xia Beichen looked at him suspiciously. Is that enough? Absolutely. There will even be some left over. The waiter grinned. Then please get me one right away. Xia Beichen handed him the pouch, adding, once it's done, I shall reward you with an equal weight of spirit stones. The waiter waved his hand. What you just provided is more than sufficient. He took a couple of steps back and addressed Xia Beichen. I only hope that you esteemed guests will support our establishment. To Xia Beichen's surprise, the waiter displayed a commendable sense of moderation. Were it another person, they would have undoubtedly demanded exorbitant prices. However, the waiter had his own calculations. This tavern is, after all, a place of business. In order to succeed, it must attract patrons. With a steady flow of customers, profits can be generated. Once profits are made, the employees of this establishment need not worry about its potential closure and the consequent loss of their livelihoods. Xia Beichen chuckled heartily. No problem. The waiter also beamed with delight, promptly taking his purse and departing. Dear friends, would you be interested in accompanying me to the Qinquan auction house this afternoon? Xia Beichen poured himself a drink and raised his cup. Is that even a question? We must go. Pai Xing was the first to lift his cup. Naturally, the others were eager not to miss out on the excitement, and they all raised their cups in unison, ultimately finishing the drink together. After approximately 15 minutes, the waiter returned, holding a document and accompanied by 2 attendants carrying dishes. Once the dishes were set upon the table and the attendants departed, the waiter presented the document and his purse to Xia Beichen. Esteemed guest, here is the recommendation letter you requested, along with the spirit stones returned by the manager. Xia Beichen first took the red document, and upon opening it, he found it indeed to be a letter of recommendation. Furthermore, at the end, not only was there a signature, but also an official seal. The manager's name was Wang Jinyu. He certainly has a knack for business. The name alone suggests great wealth. If only the last character were changed to oil, it would be even more splendid. The waiter pointed to a blank space and said, you only need to write the name of your companion there. Xia Beichen nodded in satisfaction. He then handed the recommendation letter to Yi Yunxin. Yi Yunxin retrieved a pen from her spatial ring and began to inscribe names upon it. Xia Beichen took the purse and noticed that its weight had not changed. Frowning, he inquired, what is the story with your manager? The waiter stepped closer, leaning in to whisper into Xia Beichen's ear. Upon hearing this, Xia Beichen couldn't help but look at the waiter with curiosity. The waiter then took 2 steps back and bowed again. "Thank you, esteemed guest." After this, he descended to the first floor to attend to other patrons. Meanwhile, Yi Yunqin had finished writing everyone's names. Noticing Xia Beichen's surprised expression, she asked, "Beichen, what did the waiter tell you?" Xia Beichen smiled and replied, "I never expected that just moments ago I was a bounty hunter, and now the roles have reversed." The others looked at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Pointing to the completed recommendation letter, Xia Beichen explained, "This is a token of allegiance brought to us by the other party." He then shook the purse. Not a single spirit stone was taken. Yi Yunqin glanced at the recommendation letter and remarked, "So, it implies there are conditions attached?" "Indeed." Xia Beichen leaned forward. The others immediately perked up, eager to listen. Xia Beichen whispered softly, "Manager Wang Jinyu, let us capture the elder of soul-devouring valley and then hand him over for proper disposition." Yi Yunqin and the others were taken aback by his words. Lu Yuding was the first to regain her composure. "Is there a past grievance?" "It hasn't been mentioned, but it is highly probable," Xia Beichen speculated. "Since we have accepted this token of allegiance, we must seize the third elder of soul-devouring valley," Yi Yunqin declared with authority. Lu Yuding, ever the voice of reason, remarked, "I just heard from the waiter that there are 2 guardians from soul-devouring valley who have also arrived in Southern City. Thus, capturing their third elder may not prove so straightforward." A smirk appeared at the corners of Xia Beichen's mouth, his expression one of playful intrigue, regardless of the difficulty. "I intend to make things uncomfortable for their third elder this afternoon." Observing his confident demeanor, the 4 turned their gazes toward him. Daiyu inquired, "So? You already have a plan?" Chapter 087. Enchanting women. Xia Beichen merely smiled in response, piquing everyone's curiosity. However, even with his cryptic demeanor, no one pressed him to elaborate, as there was still more than half an hour until the auction at Qiankuan Auction House commenced. They would soon find out. Food is the essence of life. Let us dine first. During the meal, Xia Beichen generously tipped the other staff in the establishment with some spirit stones. After a quarter of an hour, everyone had their fill and rested for a moment before departing from the venerable establishment. Following the direction provided by the waiter, they made their way to Qiankuan Auction House. A quarter of an hour later, the 5 arrived at the grand entrance of Qiankuan Auction House, which was remarkably impressive. This reminded Xia Beichen of the branch residence of the Go family he had visited a few days prior in Hongye Town. Yet the grandeur of Qiankuan Auction House surpassed it. Clearly, the auction house was quite profitable. As the time for the auction approached, many people had gathered at this location. Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuding adorned themselves with veils, which added an air of mystery to the 2 beauties, although their captivating presence could not be concealed. Consequently, numerous gazes were drawn towards them, both male and female. Women certainly held their own when it came to admiring beauty, rivaling men in this regard. Of course, there were also some infatuated women who cast their eyes upon Xia Beichen and Pai Xing, wary of Daiyu's reprimands, dared not let his gaze wander, walking obediently beside her, eyes fixed ahead. Xia Beichen led the way, followed closely by Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuding, while Pai Xing and Daiyu brought up the rear. Upon ascending the steps to the entrance, the staff of Qiankuan Auction House began to check the credentials of the guests entering. Some were verifying identification issued by the auction house itself. These individuals are either consignors or participants in the auction. Among them, there are some prominent local families. Such individuals only need to present their identification cards or can simply gain entry based on their attire. "Ah, young Master Zhang, you have arrived. Please come in." "Is that not young Master Zhao? Welcome, please step inside." "Manager Tong, I trust you are well?" "Master Sun, it has been a while." After a flurry of polite exchanges, many guests entered. When it was Xia Beichen's turn, not recognizing anyone, he displayed a professional smile and inquired, "Good day. May I ask if this is your first visit to our auction house?" Xia Beichen nodded affirmatively. "Do you have a recommendation letter?" "Indeed." Xia Beichen produced the recommendation letter from the esteemed manager Wang Jinyu. After receiving it, the attendant glanced at the signature and seal, and without concern for the accuracy of the names, smiled respectfully. "Ah, it is Manager Wan's recommendation. Welcome." Xia Beichen clasped his hands in gratitude. "I appreciate your kindness." "Certainly." The attendant then instructed a nearby subordinate to escort the guests to the designated private room. "Understood." The subordinate responded respectfully and gestured for Xia Beichen to follow. Subsequently, 5 individuals proceeded deeper inside. Everything transpired smoothly, devoid of the typical disdain or obstruction faced by protagonists in other narratives. This indicated that the surrounding individuals possessed discernment, as those attending this auction were no ordinary folk. In truth, the auctions held by the Qianquan auction house are not always unattainably grand. However, this particular event is rather exceptional. Upon entering the designated private room, they discovered it was lavishly decorated, with sandalwood incense wafting through the air. A tea table was positioned near the railing. After leading them to the room and instructing the service staff to prepare tea and fruit, the attendant took his leave. Such opulence in a private room, yet only 2 chairs? Xia Beichen looked around, finding no third chair. Not to worry, we shall remain standing. Today, you are the star, and we shall merely act as your entourage, Yi Yunxin remarked, positioning herself to the right. Lu Yuding also refrained from sitting, standing alongside Yi Yunxin. Meanwhile, Pai Xing Daiyu took his place on Xia Beichen's left, creating a scene reminiscent of an entourage. Xia Beichen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Once seated, he surveyed the auction house, noting that there were 4 such private rooms like the one they occupied, all located on the 2nd floor, forming a perfect square with names representing the elements: heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. In terms of luxury, the Tian room was the most opulent, while the Huang room was the least, with the D room positioned opposite to the Huang room. The Tian designation stands in contrast to the Xin designation. In other words, the D designation where Xia Beichen and his companions reside has Tian on the left and Xian on the right. However, due to the layout of the venue, the adjoining chambers are not visible from their location. A glance at the Huang designation revealed a young man, referred to as young Master Zhao by the staff, standing at the entrance. He appeared to be of a similar age to Xia Beichen and was accompanied by 2 individuals, an elderly gentleman and a young woman. The elder stood beside young Master Zhao, while the young woman sat in a chair alongside him. The 2nd floor consisted of 4 chambers, while the 1st floor was furnished with conventional tables and chairs. The chambers were akin to first-class seating, whereas the 1st floor resembled economy class. Xia Beichen pondered with curiosity who might have acquired the Tian chamber. It must belong to someone with even greater prestige than Wang Jinyu, he mused aloud. Indeed, Wang Jinyu held considerable sway, having secured the 2nd most luxurious chamber among the 4, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Once everyone was seated, the time was ripe for the proceedings. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in a low-cut gown that split to her thighs sauntered into view, her enchanting figure and alluring gait captivating the audience. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Qianquan auction house. I am your auctioneer for the evening, Qingya. She possessed both beauty and a melodious voice, rivaling some of the hosts Xia Beichen had encountered before. As soon as her introduction concluded, the 1st floor erupted in enthusiastic applause, indicating her popularity. Some fervent admirers boldly declared their affections. Qingya, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Qingya, marry me, and I shall make you my 2nd wife. I remain single solely for the purpose of marrying you. Their exuberant exclamations elicited a shiver down the spine of Xia Beichen and his companions. Although Qingya appeared somewhat embarrassed, she greeted them with a warm smile. I am truly grateful for your affection. Thank you all. Her gaze then swept across the 2nd floor, ultimately resting on the chamber occupied by Xia Beichen. Brother Beichen, she is looking at you, Pai Xing whispered, a hint of excitement in his voice, clearing his throat. Xia Beichen replied, I am not blind. I am aware she is looking my way. But what could she want from me? No sooner had he spoken than Yi Yunxin and Lu Yuding turned their attention toward him, their expressions questioning. Xia Beichen felt a pang of anxiety and quickly added, I assure you, I do not know her. Yi Yunxin almost reached out to pinch his arm. You better truly not know her. However, Qingya's gaze did not linger on Xia Beichen for long, as she soon shifted her attention to the Tian, Xian, and Huang chambers. The duration of the glance was fleeting, and thus Summer Beichen did not observe the entirety of Qingya's length. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the 1st floor. Now, let us unveil the inaugural item for auction. This initial piece often serves merely as an appetizer, lacking in allure, which is why the starting bid is modest. In the end, an individual from the 1st floor secured it for 500 ordinary spirit stones. The 2nd item is a sword, with a starting bid of 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. This sword pales in comparison to those from the Spirit Sword Valley, yet it demands a price of 1,000 ordinary spirit stones. Summer Beichen shook his head, while Yi Yunxin remarked, swords from the Spirit Sword Valley are rare treasures, not merely attainable through wealth. Indeed, Summer Beichen nodded in agreement. Ultimately, This sword was claimed for 1,500 ordinary spirit stones by a patron on the first floor. As for the third item, Qingya's voice suddenly rose in intensity. The Blue Ling fan. Many of you must have heard its name. An attendee immediately inquired, is it not the fan used by a fairy named Blue Ling from 3,000 years ago by the East Sea? Precisely, Qingya acknowledged, giving a thumbs up. Another individual stated, legend has it that this fan can summon winds and rain and freeze water into ice. It can single-handedly defeat foes or annihilate entire groups. Indeed, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Time has passed, and the fairy has long since vanished, leaving only this fan behind. Qingya raised a finger, announcing a starting bid of 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. A gasp arose from the first floor. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones equate to 10,000 ordinary spirit stones. Those present are no ordinary individuals. Is it not merely 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? At this moment, young Master Zhao, seated in the yellow section, scoffed. His words incited a stir among the crowd, revealing that young Master Zhao was indeed quite affluent. It seemed he had intentions for the fan. Qingya quieted the gathering, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she invited, please, esteemed guests, place your bids. 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. The first bid came, predictably, from young Master Zhao. 2,500. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed, originating not from the second floor, but from the first. Summer Bachin chuckled. It appears not all from the first floor are devoid of top-grade spirit stones. Lu Yuding remarked, certainly, some individuals prefer a modest approach, opting for the first floor. And besides, the seating on the second floor is limited. Summer Bachin glanced at the three lovely ladies beside him. Ladies, do you fancy this fan? Yi Yunshin responded. The Blue Ling fan is a water element artifact, and its exquisite design indeed suits a woman. However, I already possess the Star Xian sword. My azure feather sword is quite commendable as well, Lu Yuding added. Finally, Dai stated, I too have no need for it. With none expressing interest, Summer Bachin shrugged, deciding not to bid. At this juncture, the auction price of the Blue Ling fan had surged to 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. Regardless of who attempted to bid, young Master Zhao persistently raised the stakes. He was determined to possess it. It is evident that he intends to present this fan to the lady beside him, for her gaze reveals an admiration for the blue fan. However, at that moment, a cold laugh emerged from the Xian room, followed by the words, young Master Zhao, your Zhao family is one of the most esteemed clans in Nan'an City, yet your bid is rather petty? As the volume of the voice increased, the speaker declared, I bid 5,000. The announcement of 5,000 elicited gasps from the crowd, for 5,000 top-grade spirit stones surpassed the limits of 2/3 of those present. While some may possess 50,000 ordinary spirit stones, they may not necessarily be able to produce 5,000 top-grade ones. Thus, when the Xian room called out the price of 5,000, the atmosphere fell into stunned silence. Young Master Zhao of the Huang room was infuriated, rising from his seat. However, due to the angle, he could not see the face of the person from the Xian room. Clenching his fists, young Master Zhao shouted, 6,000. 7,000. Came the response from the Xian room. 8,000. Young Master Zhao gritted his teeth and countered once more. 10,000. Unexpectedly, the person from the Xian room added 2,000 directly. Young Master Zhao slammed his fist on the railing. The seated lady quickly stood up and grasped his hand, saying, let us forego this fan. We should conserve our spirit stones for the items we truly desire. Young Master Zhao looked at her. Qinger, did you not like this fan? Fear not, I will secure it. If we lack spirit stones, I can procure more from my family. The lady shook her head firmly, insisting, absolutely not. At that moment, Qingya interjected, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, twice. Young Master Zhao disregarded everything else and declared, 12,000. Young Master Zhao, how gallant! The crowd exclaimed upon hearing his bid. They relished the thrilling spectacle of this competitive bidding. Young Master Zhao was willing to invest heavily for a smile from his beloved. Pei observed young Master Zhao across the room and remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, the Xian room called out again, 15,000. Had they lost their minds? 15,000 already. Such a price prompted even the master of the esteemed sect, Yi Yunshin, to express his disbelief. Young Master Zhao attempted to raise his bid, but the elder standing behind him stepped forward anxiously. He implored, young master, this bidding must cease. If you continue, the task entrusted by the patriarch cannot be fulfilled. Young Master Zhao's shoulders slumped. Ultimately, he resignedly returned to his seat. Observing this, the lady beside him and the elder both sighed in relief. The individuals from the Xian room, seeing young Master Zhao's willingness to concede, erupted into laughter. Ha! Young Master Zhao, a wise man knows when to yield. Young Master Zhao pounded his fist on the tea table, causing the cups to tremble. Fortunately, the lady swiftly reached out to steady both the cup and its lid, preventing them from toppling over. Qingya surveyed her surroundings. After noticing the absence of further bids, she raised her index finger and declared, 15,000 premium spirit stones, once. After a brief pause of approximately 3 seconds, she raised 2 fingers, proclaiming, 15,000 premium spirit stones, twice. As it became evident that no one was willing to bid, she raised 3 fingers. Suddenly, a voice erupted, 30,000. 30,000 premium spirit stones. Have they lost their senses? The starting bid was merely 1,000 premium spirit stones, and now it has surged 30-fold. Who is this? It appears to be someone from the Earth rank. Instantly, the Earth rank became the center of attention, even catching the eye of young Master Zhao. Xiao Beichen smiled and offered a slight bow in his direction. Young Master Zhao furrowed his brow, but soon returned the gesture. Then, with a smile directed at the Xian rank, he remarked, "Why has the Xian rank fallen silent?" His tone carried an unmistakable implication. If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. At that moment, Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuding, and Pai Xing stared incredulously at Xiao Beichen. Yi Yunxin voiced her astonishment. Beichen, have you lost your mind? What about that fan warrants 30,000 premium spirit stones? Indeed, Lu Yuding concurred. If it still retained the original essence of the Blue Ling Fairy, it might be worth it. Xiao Beichen glanced at Lu Yuding. You understand the essence. After a moment of disbelief, Pai Xing chuckled. No worries. In his spatial domain, he lacks not for premium spirit stones. Xiao Beichen replied with a smile. Only you, Pai Xing, truly understand me. Pai Xing then inquired, perplexed, but what is your intent in bidding for this fan? A wise man has his own intricate plans. Xiao Beichen replied, adopting an air of cunning mystery. After a brief wait without any bids from the Xian rank, Qingya began to count down the final calls. Upon reaching 30,000 premium spirit stones for the 3rd time, she struck her gavel, and the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Qingya turned to Xiao Beichen, her face alight with joy, and congratulated. Congratulations to the Earth rank guest for acquiring the Blue Ling fan. Xiao Beichen returned her gesture with a nod. Next came the 4th item for auction. This item was a 2nd-grade elixir. At this moment, Xiao Beichen found himself with an abundance of 2nd-grade elixirs. Thus he refrained from bidding. The 5th item, a 3rd-grade elixir, attracted more bidders than the 2nd-grade one. After all, it was a full tier higher. The efficacy of an elixir increases exponentially with each tier, combining the effects of the previous 2 tiers. Consequently, many were eager to possess it. Ultimately, it was claimed by a member of the Xian rank for 3,000 premium spirit stones. Could the individual from the Xian rank be an elder from the soul-devouring valley? Dai speculated curiously. That remains to be verified, Xiao Beichen replied. At this juncture, the 6th item was presented. Qingya began her introduction. This is a scroll of technique, titled Melding Objects. It is said that upon mastering this technique, one can transform any 2 items into something entirely new. Some could hardly contain their anticipation and directly urged, Yamizi, announced the starting bid. Qingya smiled lightly and raised 3 fingers, 3,000 premium spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 200. Once the starting price was declared, those who previously showed indifference towards the Blue Ling fan began to place their bids. It seemed that many were quite fond of this scroll of techniques. 3,200. Humph, can you even utter such a modest sum? 3,400. What a joke, you are merely mocking yourself. 3,800. 5,000. At this moment, the previously silent young master, Zhao, made his move again. It appeared his intention this time was indeed to acquire this scroll of fusion matter. Finally, the previously reticent Tianzi level, which had not placed any bids on the first 5 items, called out, 6,000. This declaration immediately retracted the eager hands of some on the first floor. This was already the limit for many. Nevertheless, a few wealthy patrons from the first floor continued to bid. 6,005. 6,008. 7,000. They had reached 7,000. Young Master Zhao raised his index finger, declaring 100,000. However, the Xuanzi level promptly countered 150,000. 200,000. This was quite amusing. Xia Beichen observed their bidding, noting that the intensity was no less than that of the earlier Blue Ling fan auction. Moreover, the bidding duration for this item was considerably longer. Unbeknownst to them, the bid had already reached 80,000, called out by the Tianzi-level patrons. Young Master Zhao advanced with 100,000. Unexpectedly, it seemed the Xuanzi level bore a grudge against him, instantly countering with 120,000. Young Master Zhao was taken aback by their persistent challenge. Just as he prepared to place another bid, the Tianzi level seized the moment, exclaiming, 150,000. At this point, young Master Zhao felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. Spending 150,000 premium spirit stones for this scroll of techniques no longer seemed worthwhile. Thus, he chose to withdraw. The woman beside him grasped his hand, offering comfort. It's all right. Your opponents this time are all affluent individuals. Upon your return, your uncle will not blame you. Meanwhile, Xia Beichen inquired, do you think the elder from the soul-devouring valley could be among the Xuanzi or Tianzi levels? It is highly likely, though we cannot rule out the first floor, Yi Yunxin analyzed. No matter, I wouldn't mind a double kill. Xia Beichen smirked, lifting his hand and calling out to Qingya, 200,000. A wave of astonishment swept through the auction house for the second time, originating from the same D level. Another from the D level. Who is this person? I do not recognize him. He looks unfamiliar. His cultivation may not be high, but those around him are formidable. It seemed he was some wealthy scion. Many speculated about Xia Beichen's identity, and the attention was palpable. This sudden escalation has propelled the price to unprecedented heights, rendering the first level utterly speechless. Even the Xian tier fell into silence, as Qingya announced the bid of 200,000 exquisite spirit stones for the second time. The Tian tier surprisingly followed suit. 250,000. 380,000. Xia Beichen raised his hand once more. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Your generosity is quite remarkable, a member of the Tian tier inquired. A nameless nobody, hardly worth noting, Xia Beichen retorted. Might I request that this scroll of techniques be granted to me? I would offer substantial gratitude. The other party pressed further. In what manner would you express your thanks? Xia Beichen countered. I can fulfill any of your requests. How many? One. Just one. Xia Beichen nearly stumbled over the absurdity. Are you treating me like a beggar? The other party's displeasure was palpable. Are you refusing, then? Do you think you were raised on pure spring water or fresh milk? Xia Beichen scoffed. Is your naivety so profound, or am I simply too intricate? Make your offer, or kindly silence yourself. You. The other party was incensed by Xia Beichen's provocations. However, the Qiankuan auction house was no pushover. The venue had been fortified with formations, and any altercation here would be swiftly suppressed. Even those of considerable prowess would find themselves at a disadvantage, while those with lesser cultivation could very well lose their lives. Thus, despite their anger, the other party dared not act recklessly. Finally, they called out, 400,000. Xia Beichen mocked. What a paltry increase, merely 20,000. With that, he raised his hand again. Chapter 90, the final item, the bidding intensifies. 500,000. You. The Tian tier was seething with rage yet felt utterly powerless. Ultimately, Xia Beichen secured the item Rongwu for 500,000 exquisite spirit stones. Congratulations to the Tian tier guest for acquiring your desired item once more. Qingya expressed her congratulations to Xia Beichen. Subsequently, she presented several more items for auction. As the event progressed, the value of the items increased significantly, leading to increasingly fierce bidding wars. Nevertheless, Xia Beichen only bid when the Tian or Xian tier members set the price beyond what others could match. As a result, the Diamond Bachelor, Xia Beichen, ended up acquiring the most items. Enraged, the members of the Tian and Xian tiers openly threatened Xia Beichen to be cautious once he stepped outside. While they could not act within the Qiankuan auction house, once outside, no one would be there to ensure his safety. However, upon hearing their warnings, Xia Beichen erupted into unrestrained laughter, exuding an air of reckless abandon. The onlookers, including young Master Zhao and several others from the first level, found the spectacle exhilarating. This was precisely the reaction Xia Beichen desired. He aimed to lure the serpent from its den. This serpent, of course, was none other than the elder of the soul-devouring valley. As for who among the Tianzi and Xuanzi ranks is the elder of the soul-devouring valley, that shall be revealed only after we step outside. Following a brief contest, the grand finale of today's auction, the last item, finally made its appearance. I am aware that many still hold a substantial number of spirit stones in their hands, And now, we have reached the final item for bidding. The melodious and spirited voice of Qingya resonated throughout the venue, urging all present to bid freely. Immediately, four staff members brought forth a beautifully crafted box. The crowd craned their necks, their eyes fixated on the box. Qingya approached the box and personally opened the lid. What came into view was, astonishingly, a cauldron. A Dan furnace? Someone inquired curiously. It doesn't seem so. Its integrated design makes one wonder how to place materials inside. Another replied, shaking his head. Could there be some hidden space? Someone speculated, recalling concepts from the realm of spatial domains. After allowing the audience to ponder for a moment, Qingya continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, this cauldron is said to have been forged by a wandering immortal a millennium ago. It can be utilized for refining primordial spirits, concocting elixirs, and purifying essence blood, greatly aiding in cultivation. However, it requires a practitioner of at least the spirit sea realm to operate. Otherwise, one risks being devoured by it. Thus, failing to harness its power could result in becoming its offering. After all, cultivators of the spirit sea realm have already opened their dantians into a sea of elixirs, possessing a far more abundant supply of spiritual energy to wield this cauldron effectively. A practitioner of the spirit origin realm voiced his concerns. Isn't that rather perilous? Indeed. For someone of your cultivation level, it is undoubtedly dangerous. Another practitioner from the spirit sea realm retorted bluntly, aware of his lower cultivation. The worried spirit origin practitioner sheepishly fell silent. Qingya chuckled. Do not fret, my friends. With practice, one may elevate their cultivation. Is it not true that even if one has been stuck at the spirit origin realm for decades, or even centuries, they still harbor hopes of breaking through to the spirit sea realm? After all, one must possess aspirations. Thus, upon hearing Qingya's words, the previously anxious spirit origin practitioner became intrigued. Without further ado, Qingya continued, this cauldron, known as the 100 Refines, starts at a bidding price of 10,000 premium spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 1,000 premium spirit stones. She added, for those without sufficient premium spirit stones, successful bidders may exchange them for ordinary spirit stones at my establishment, free of any service charges. Nevertheless, this starting bid has dissuaded many. Most would merely satisfy their whims by placing a bid or two. Yet, some affluent individuals were still eager to participate. The first to bid was a man from the first floor, 11,000. A woman countered, 12,000. 15,000. Someone suddenly increased their bid by 3,000. 20,000. An elderly man, while stroking his beard, calmly placed his bid. Have the Tian and Xin factions remained silent? Xia Beichen awaited the offers from these two compartments. Yi Yunxin remarked, I believe they will not relinquish the 100 Refinements furnace. Lu Yuding nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same sentiment as Sect Master Yi. This furnace would be immensely beneficial for the soul-devouring Valley's techniques. Yi Yunxin continued. This reminds me of the blood pool in the basement of the Go family's branch in Hongya Town. Wasn't that the very scheme instigated by the soul-devouring Valley to incite the Wanjian sect? Indeed, Xia Beichen cast a glance at the 100 Refinements furnace. This item could be both righteous and malevolent. In the hands of virtuous individuals, it would pose no threat. Yet should it fall into the clutches of a sect like the soul-devouring Valley, the consequences would be dire. Thus, I must secure this furnace. Upon witnessing Xia Beichen's resolute gaze, Yi Yunxin nodded in affirmation. I support you. Lu Yuding and others, including those adorned with stars and moon, expressed their backing as well. As their discussion unfolded, the price of the 100 Refinements furnace had soared to 50,000 top-tier spirit stones. This amounted to 500,000 ordinary spirit stones. Some individuals toil for an entire year, barely earning a mere 100,000 ordinary spirit stones, let alone 500,000. Notably, this exorbitant bid was initiated by young Master Zhao. He had refrained from bidding until this moment. Could it be that his true purpose for this visit was indeed this furnace? However, Xia Beichen noted that young Master Zhao's bidding was notably cautious, as he merely incremented the previous bid by 1,000. This approach was astute. Should he manage to secure it for a lesser price, he would avoid unnecessary expenditures. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when the representative from the Xian faction finally voiced their offer. 60,000. This price elicited gasps from many present. Some lamented, we cannot comprehend the world of the wealthy. Yet, this was not the end. 100,000. At last, the Tian faction had made their bid. Such a significant increase? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that he has an insider? If a ringer were to infiltrate, what credibility would the Qianquan auction house have to uphold its reputation? Indeed, while the crowd buzzed with speculation, young Master Zhao remained undeterred. 100,001. Are you squeezing us dry, young Master Zhao? The Xian faction member mocked. Spare us the chatter. If you have the ability, place your bid instead of exchanging barbs. Young Master Zhao retorted. Very well, 110,000. The Xian faction member responded defiantly, raising the bid significantly. 110,001. Young Master Zhao continued to add a mere thousand. However, before he could complete his next bid, someone else preempted him. 200,000. The crowd collectively looked up in astonishment. Unexpectedly, it was the Tian faction that called out the price. 2 million exceptional spirit stones have now amounted to 20 million. Such a sum could only be amassed by a family or sect of considerable power in the world. Xia Beichen then smirked, exclaiming, 200,001. He had surprisingly adopted the bidding style of young Master Zhao. 2,100,000. The Xian faction, unable to contain itself, joined in the bidding. Young Master Zhao subsequently called out, 2,101,000. Gentlemen, are you intent on vexing me? Remarked a representative from the Tian faction, visibly displeased. Particularly, Xia Beichen noted that every bid from the Tian faction was invariably followed by a counter from the D faction. This had resulted in the Tian faction not securing a single item in this auction thus far. At least, not up to this point. As for the final item, the 100 refinements furnace, it may not even belong to him. In contrast to the Tian faction, young Master Zhao had successfully acquired 2 items. The Xian faction, at least in the beginning, had secured one as well. Were it not for their prompt actions, the Xian faction might have followed the unfortunate path of the Tian faction. For Xia Beichen was intent on devouring both their factions. Now, Xia Beichen had become the foremost adversary of the Tian faction, who, while unable to act within the Qianquan auction house, had long since resolved to crush him into pulp in their hearts. In an auction, naturally, the highest bidder prevails. Young Master Zhao declared with a smile. Indeed, Xia Beichen added, if you cannot afford to play, then do take your leave. 210,000. The Tian faction ceased their banter and directly called out a bid. It appeared Xia Beichen's provocation had borne fruit. The Xian faction then bid 250,000. At this moment, an elder behind young Master Zhao stepped forward, whispering a few words to him. Young Master Zhao nodded slightly and, with a grin, said, My Zhao family shall not be the foolish spender in this matter. Bid as you will. The Xian faction immediately mocked, previously, at the Lanling fan. We thought the Zhao family was affluent. Faced with this ridicule, young Master Zhao did not take offense but replied, compared to those who are foolishly wealthy, my Zhao family is decidedly more prudent. By the way, since you are aware of my Zhao lineage, why not reveal your esteemed identity? Allowing me to understand who is bidding so lavishly? The other party, not concealing his identity, responded loudly, from the Liang sect, I am Wu Go. Upon hearing this name, the first layer erupted in excitement. It was unexpected to learn that he belonged to the Liang sect. Wasn't Wu Go the brother of the sect master, Wu Ji? Indeed. He is the deputy sect master of the Liang sect. Xia Beichen furrowed his brow, as his memories from his previous life revealed scant information about the Liang sect. Thus, he inquired, what manner of existence is this Liang sect? Lu Yuding, also a native of Zhongyong, replied, it is a hereditary sect of our Zhongyong, founded by our ancestor, Wu Liyang. The disciples of the Liyang sect are predominantly members of the Wu family, with a smaller contingent of outsiders. Their pursuits extend beyond mere cultivation of the Tao. They have established ventures across various industries. Xia Beichen nodded slightly and inquired, how does their wealth compare to that of the Go family? Naturally, the Liyang sect of the Wu family is far more affluent. Lu Yuding elucidated that although the Go family operates within Beixian, their business reach is limited to a few neighboring cities and has not expanded further afield. In contrast, the Wu family's Liang sect has extended its enterprise from Zhongyong to the southern frontier. Xia Beichen understood, nodding in realization. It was no wonder their spending was even more extravagant than that of young Master Zhao. On the other side, upon hearing the name, young Master Zhao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated encountering someone from the Liang sect. Ah, it is the Vice Master Wu, a pleasure to meet you. He finally responded, regaining his composure, revealing a hint of caution towards the Liang sect. However, Wu Go was not inclined to reciprocate the pleasantries, stating, young Master Zhao, Please remain seated in your private chamber, enjoy your tea, and observe us at play. Young Master Zhao's lips twitched, yet he managed to suppress his irritation. No wonder today's auction was so electrifying. Such formidable individuals had gathered. The spectators on the first floor began to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, it had been a long time since such a thrilling scene had unfolded. It was exhilarating. Since they lacked the financial means to participate in the bidding, they were content to be mere onlookers, providing ample fodder for conversation later on. Not a bad deal. Qingya smiled and remarked, I wonder if there are any other bids? Almost immediately, a voice from the Tian rank called out, 3 million. 3 million exquisite spirit stones from the Tian rank. Qingya proclaimed loudly, is there anyone else? For million. The Xian rank followed suit, raising the bid by 1 million. Such audacity. Pai Xing interjected, Beichen, did you not intend to secure that 100 refinements furnace? At this exorbitant price, it hardly seems worth it. Patience. Xia Beichen replied with a smile. At least we have discerned that the Xian rank is not affiliated with the soul-devouring valley. Pai Xing continued, that is indeed a valuable insight. The Tian rank now appears highly suspect. Xia Beichen wore a confident expression. So, let us wait and see. Thus, the price of the 100 refinements furnace skyrocketed from an initial bid of 10,000 exquisite spirit stones to an astonishing 8 million. For many, 8 million exquisite spirit stones represented an astronomical figure. With such a sum, one could significantly elevate their cultivation levels. When the Tian rank announced a bid of 10 million, the Xian rank refrained from following suit. The Tian rank's members erupted in laughter, taunting, you are all a bunch of pretenders. Their tone was laced with derision. Qingya scanned the crowd, asking, is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? After a brief pause, she declared, 10 million exquisite spirit stones, going once. Vice Master Wu had had his fill of amusement, but she was still eager for more. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and everyone turned to listen. Indeed, it was the D rank. Is he about to make a move? He has already intercepted numerous prized items from the Tianziho. Just a moment ago, he placed a bid, only to withdraw shortly after. I initially thought he was merely a boastful figure. What an eye-opener this is. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Tianziho made another bid. 15 million. Xia Beichen remarked with a smile. It seems the gentleman from Tianziho is extraordinarily affluent. The opponent replied proudly, apologies, we may not possess much, but we certainly have an abundance of exquisite spirit stones. Is that so? Xia Beichen chuckled with intrigue and raised the bid to 30 million. Tianziho showed no signs of yielding. 50 million. Clearly, you have a genuine affection for this item. With a swift thought, Xia Beichen concocted a plan and added, since you are so fond of it, I shall reluctantly part with it. A dismissive hum escaped the lips of the Tianziho representative, who retorted, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. Lu Yuding voiced her concerns. If the individual from Tianziho is truly an elder from the soul-devouring valley, then this 100 refinements furnace is akin to falling into the jaws of a tiger. Fear not, I have altered my strategy. I shall not disrupt the plans of the soul-devouring valley through bidding. I refuse to be the fool here, Xia Beichen concluded, making a hand gesture as if to grasp something. Observing his demeanor and gesture, both Lu Yuding and Yi Yunxin, along with Pai Xing Daiyu, comprehended his intention. Chapter 092. Unexpectedly, the concealment runs deep. Seeing that Tianziho had relinquished their bid, Qingya directly announced that the 100 refinements furnace had been secured by a guest of Tianziho. The auction hall erupted into enthusiastic applause. Qingya explained the procedures for concluding the transaction upon successful bidding, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then declared the auction a resounding success. Amidst the cheers, the crowd began to disperse. As the attendees exited, Xia Beichen's decision to withdraw from the bidding left many momentarily perplexed. Some even speculated that he was merely posturing. However, others countered. Just moments ago, he bid 30 million. How can you label that as mere posturing? Immediately, others echoed, exactly. If the Tianziho representative had withdrawn like he did, wouldn't that 30 million have been offered by the Dijao? 30 million, equivalent to 300 million ordinary spirit stones. That could sustain numerous generations. Just as Xia Beichen and his companions were rising to depart from the Dija box, a figure entered after knocking on the door. To their surprise, it was Qingya. She approached with graceful steps and said, please wait a moment, everyone. Xia Beichen inquired, might I ask, Miss Qingya, what guidance do you offer? Guidance is too grand a term. Qingya replied, halting before them. To ensure the safety of the guests, she requested that they wait until the Tianzihu guests completed their payment before they proceeded. Is that truly necessary? Pai Xing interjected. Isn't fighting and brawling prohibited in your establishment? With a gentle smile, Qingya softly responded. In this place, it is indeed forbidden, but if it becomes known that you are affiliated with Dijao, the situation could prove unpredictable once you step outside. Xia Beichen respectfully saluted her, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Qingya, for your kind intentions. But we merely wish to reveal our identities. This left Qingya perplexed, prompting her to inquire further. Instead of providing an explanation, Xia Beichen responded, Please, Miss Qingya, lead us to our destination. Very well, please follow me. Qingya acquiesced, guiding them away from the designated room. After several turns, they finally arrived at a spacious chamber. Please wait here, she instructed, leaving Xia Beichen and his companions at the entrance while she entered the room. Master, the guests from the D class have arrived. Please come in. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Qingya emerged with a gentle smile. Thank you for your patience. Our master requests your presence. Much obliged, Miss Qingya, Xia Beichen replied, ushering Yi Yunxin and the others into the room, with Qingya closing the door behind them. Xia Beichen observed that the room was quite expansive, adorned with numerous exquisite artifacts. Where are the guests from the Tian class? He inquired, scanning the surroundings. They have already departed, Qingya replied. Departed? Pai Xing quickly grasped the situation, realizing that their previous winding path had been intentional. I apologize, I was merely following orders, Qingya explained. At that moment, a man, who had been standing with his back to them, turned to face Xia Beichen and his companions, greeting them with a bow. Welcome to the Qiankuan auction house. Xia Beichen and the others returned the gesture. Subsequently, he produced a collection of premium spirit stones, catching both the auction house's master and Qingya off guard. After a brief pause, the master inquired, Young Master Xia, what is your intention with these? Xia Beichen pointed to the spirit stones, stating, Naturally, it is a matter of exchanging payment for goods. Unexpectedly, the master replied, Young Master Xia, when did I ever request your spirit stones? This response left Xia Beichen momentarily speechless. Senior, is there a business transaction that does not involve spirit stones? Indeed, there is. The master chuckled, Young Master Xia, have you perhaps forgotten our agreement? Furrowing his brow, Xia Beichen sensed the growing confusion among Yi Yunxin, Lu Yuding, and Pai Xing, who exchanged glances filled with curiosity. Do the two of you know each other? Yi Yunxin asked. The master replied, I would say we are somewhat acquainted. Somewhat acquainted? Pai Xing questioned in disbelief. Naturally. The master stroked a small tuft of goat's beard thoughtfully. At that moment, Xia Beichen experienced a sudden revelation. With a chuckle and a shake of his head, he remarked, I never anticipated this. Then, addressing the man before him with a respectful gesture, he declared, Manager Wan, you have concealed yourself remarkably well. Manager Wan. Yi Yunxin and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha. The man burst into laughter. I am indeed Wan Jinyu. Xia Beichen remarked. I truly did not expect that the Qiankuan auction house is, in fact, the property of Master Wan. Come, gentlemen, please take your seats. Wan Jinyu invited them to sit before the tea table, and Qingya proceeded to pour tea for each of them. After exchanging respectful toasts with tea in lieu of wine, Xia Beichen set down his teacup and inquired, By the way, Master Wan, since the auction has concluded, I presume you have already met with the person from the Tianzi faction? Master Wan replied, Indeed, I have met with them. However, concerning the elder from the soul-devouring valley? Xia Beichen further probed. Yes, they are from the soul-devouring valley, but not an elder, Master Wan clarified. Placing his teacup down, it was their left guardian that came. The left guardian? Xia Beichen echoed, perplexed. Indeed, it was the left guardian who arrived. Otherwise, I would have apprehended him long ago. Xia Beichen, still confused, questioned, Master Wan, if you had captured their left guardian, would that not draw out their elder? Master Wan waved his hand dismissively. The guardians of the soul-devouring valley can be sacrificed at any moment. Thus, capturing their guardian would yield no significant advantage. Xia Beichen nodded in understanding. That indeed aligns with the customary practices of the soul-devouring valley. After a moment's reflection, he asked, By the way, I am curious about the nature of your conflict with the soul-devouring valley. Why do you wish for me to capture their third elder and deliver him to you? With a deep sigh, Master Wan recounted, 20 years ago, on a fateful night, my Jin family was mercilessly slaughtered, nearly 100 souls perished. leaving me as the sole survivor. Had I not been away studying at the time, I fear my family would have been obliterated. Upon hearing his words, Xia Beichen and the others exchanged glances, realizing the depth of enmity that lingered. It turned out that Wan Jinyu was not of the Wan surname, but rather Jin. I swore an oath to avenge my kin, and in pursuit of more connections and clues, I assumed a new identity and ventured into the bustling city. Thanks to the kindness of the previous master of the renowned establishment, I began my apprenticeship, and after 10 years of diligent growth, I succeeded him before his passing. For the past 20 years, I have tirelessly sought leads, only recently discovering that the instigator behind the massacre of my Jin family was none other than the third elder of the soul-devouring valley, Qi Shi. Xia Beichen, upon hearing this, pressed further, what could have prompted Qi Shi to annihilate the Jin family? Master Wan shook his head regretfully. The reasons remain elusive. Only by capturing him can the truth be unveiled. Rising from his seat, he deeply bowed to Xia Beichen. I implore you, lend me your strength. Should we succeed, I assure you, I will express my gratitude, and furthermore, any items you acquired today, young Master Xia, shall be free of charge. Xia Beichen, taken aback by the gravity of his gesture, hurriedly rose to support him. Master Wan, what are you doing? You honor me far too much. Indeed, Master Wan. There is no need for such formality, Yi Yunshin interjected from the side. He is not in want of funds. Xia Beichen added, your recommendation letter is, after all, part of our transaction. Therefore, I must still compensate for the spiritual stones from this auction. Speaking thus, he piled the spirit stones into a corner. As for the spirit stones, I shall leave them there. As a token of sincerity, let us first acquire our target and return. After speaking, he took a step back and performed a respectful bow. Shopkeeper Wan produced a vial from his pocket and presented it to Xia Beichen. I have secretly applied a special potion on the left guardian of the soul-devouring valley, thus we can track his location using the insects within this vial. Xia Beichen accepted the vial, realizing that Shopkeeper Wan was indeed a cunning strategist. It was no wonder he had made Qingya meander earlier, appearing utterly unperturbed. It seemed he had already made prior arrangements. Considering the time, the left guardian of the soul-devouring valley had likely ventured far, perhaps even rendezvoused with the right guardian and the third elder. Thus, Xia Beichen, the timing was rather splendid. Young Master Xia, I shall have Qingya accompany you. Shopkeeper Wan looked at Qingya and said, the more hands, the better. Xia Beichen glanced at Qingya and discovered her cultivation level was at the spirit origin realm. If she were to accompany them, she would be the one with the lowest cultivation aside from himself. This, perhaps, was not merely a matter of gaining an extra helper, but rather acquiring an additional burden. Nevertheless, one could not dismiss her beauty. She was more akin to a decorative vase than a mere liability. Just as Xia Beichen was about to decline her company, she transformed, much like Yi Yunshin had before, instantly donning a long black dress. It was fitting for nocturnal endeavors, exuding an air of an alluring dominatrix. This attire reminded Xia Beichen of his previous encounter with Yu Miaoqing. How coincidental. Both their names contained the character for clear. After her transformation, Xia Beichen and the others were astonished to discover that her cultivation was, in fact, the great perfection of the spirit sea realm. Consequently, Xia Beichen could not help but inquire, Shopkeeper Wan, may I ask if the members of your auction house are also subjected to your special formation that suppresses their cultivation levels? Shopkeeper Wan did not conceal the truth. Nodding affirmatively, all treated equally. This revelation suddenly enlightened Xia Beichen. Previously, Qingya had also concealed her true level of cultivation. The spirit origin realm was but Fade. Her actual cultivation was in the early stages of the spirit refinement realm. Hence, she stood on par with Lu Yuding. Indeed, she was a capable ally. Alas, Xia Beichen sighed deeply within. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be the one burdened with a liability? Please accept my humble apologies. Qingya bowed respectfully to Xia Beichen and the others. Welcome to our team. At this moment, the previously silent Daiyu spoke up. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding added, Miss Qingya, together we shall subdue the third elder of the soul-devouring valley, lest young Master Xia steal the glory. Qingya cast a dubious glance at Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen was speechless. Turning abruptly, they stepped outside. Lu Yuding pulled Qingya along, urging, let us go. Do not doubt his prowess, or you might just lose your wits. The 5-member team transformed into a 6-member group. Upon departing from the Qinkuan auction house, everyone's realm immediately reverted to its original state. After an afternoon of auctions, the sky had long since darkened. Nightfall had arrived. Taking out the vial given by Manager Wan, upon uncorking it, a firefly astonishingly emerged and flitted into the air. After hovering for a few seconds, it began to fly southward. Consequently, Xia Beichen and the others promptly followed suit. In a short while, they found themselves outside the city. It seemed they had already departed from Nanan City, thought Yi Yunxin. Having acquired the Balian furnace, they naturally needed to leave swiftly. Otherwise, they risked being ambushed and robbed. Xia Beichen remarked. Yi Yunxin cast a glance at him and chuckled. Beichen, your decision to forego bidding for the Balian furnace surely implies you were contemplating a post-auction ambush. Am I right? Sighing deeply, Xia Beichen replied. Alas, nothing escapes your keen insight. The group followed the firefly southward for nearly 20 miles before entering a mountain range. To their surprise, the firefly flew quite swiftly. Pei Xing observed the firefly ahead and couldn't he help but exclaim in admiration. Proudly, Qingyao stated, "This firefly is cultivated through secret methods by our master. It is no less capable than the tracking paper cranes. Are you familiar with those paper cranes?" Xia Beichen inquired. "Yes, I have heard of them," Qingyao responded. "How fortuitous. We have 2 of them," Xia Beichen chuckled. "Am I being boastful?" Qingyao laughed, her mirth causing the mountains before them to tremble slightly. "Each has its own merits," Xia Beichen replied. Just then, he suddenly voiced a puzzled sound. "What is the matter?" Yi Yunxin asked. "The firefly has stopped." Xia Beichen pointed ahead. Everyone glanced over, and indeed, it had halted. Had they found their target? Yet, using his nightless eye, Xia Beichen saw no signs of anyone, save for the 6 of them. Hastily, they flew closer to investigate and soon discovered the reason for the firefly's pause. For there, draped over a tree, was an outer garment. Had they not approached closely, they might not have noticed it at all. This garment, Qingyao examined it and recalled. Isn't this what the left guardian of the soul-devouring valley wore today? Could it be he has sensed our pursuit? Lu Yuding furrowed her brow, questioning. Just as their confusion lingered, Xia Beichen retrieved the paper crane. After having Qingyao describe the appearance of the left guardian of the soul-devouring valley, he infused it with spiritual energy and mentally recounted the details. The paper crane shimmered with light and flapped its wings. Moments later, as the light dissipated, the paper crane surged southwestward at an extraordinary speed. The speed has notably increased compared to the earlier firefly. In truth, this velocity is contingent upon the user's cultivation level and the amount of spiritual energy infused. If it were in the hands of Yi Yunxin, it would be even swifter. "Keep up," Xia Beichen urged. No sooner had he spoken than he chased after the 1,000 paper cranes. After the 6 departed, a sinister laughter echoed from the tree where the clothing hung. Chapter 094. Murder and plunder, such trivial tricks, and yet you wish to pursue me. A shadow darted by, followed by a swirl of black mist, revealing a figure. Just as he basked in his triumph, another shadow unveiled another person. "Left Guardian, how did you discern that someone was trailing you?" "Initially, I was unaware, but I remained vigilant and took some precautions along the way. Should anyone follow, I would be informed." "I see. By the way, Right Guardian, did you come alone? Where is the 3rd elder?" These 2 individuals were indeed the left and right guardians of the soul-devouring valley. The 3rd elder is awaiting at a certain location. He fears unforeseen events may occur. Hence he dispatched me to assist you, the right guardian replied. The left guardian nodded slightly and said, "There is no time to delay. We must rendezvous with him." The right guardian gestured towards the clothing hanging on the tree. "What about that? That mere garment is of no consequence," the left guardian declared. And with a flick of his wrist, he conjured a small fireball towards the clothing. The garment ignited. This fellow paid no heed to the fact that the clothing still hung on the tree as he continued to burn it. As the flames threatened to spread to the branches, suddenly, a cool breeze swept in. Swish! A jet of clear water surged forth, dousing the flames with a resounding splash. The left and right guardians were taken aback and glanced around. "Who?" "Your grandfather." A deep voice resonated from the shadows. The left and right guardians turned toward the source of the voice. A young man emerged from the darkness, followed by 4 women and 1 man. "It is you." The left guardian's face reflected surprise upon seeing the newcomers. "With such trivial schemes, do you think you can deceive the heavens?" Xia Beichen regarded the left guardian as one might a jester. At the pinnacle of the spirit sea realm, you have the audacity to serve as a guardian of the soul-devouring valley? His tone dripped with derision. This provoked a hearty laugh from the left guardian, who clutched his belly and retorted, "You young whelp. You are merely at the spirit movement realm. What qualifications do you possess to deride me?" Xia Beichen chose not to respond, but Pixing rebuked the left guardian. Are you assuming you have the right to act haughty? Do you believe I won't flatten you? Does he even have the face to act so? Xiao Beichen mocked. Upon hearing this, the left guardian was incensed and prepared to strike. At that moment, the right guardian hurriedly positioned himself before him, signaling for restraint. He cast a glance at the 5 individuals behind Xiao Beichen. It was discovered that 4 women had attained the realm of spirit refinement, while another woman's cultivation level remained indiscernible. Notably, these 5 individuals were trailing behind a young man, clearly indicating that he was their leader. Gentlemen, I trust there are no conflicts between us? The right protector inquired cautiously. Although he was merely in the initial stage of spirit refinement, he appeared more composed than the left protector. A conflict is inevitable, replied Xiao Beichen. No sooner had he spoken than the extinguished water coalesced into a sword, aimed directly at the left and right protectors. Surrender the 100 refinements furnace, and I shall spare your lives. It became evident that this was the true objective. Wrong, Xiao Beichen corrected. I have come for your miserable lives, and by the way, to seize the 100 refinements furnace. Humph, scoffed the left protector. So you intend to commit murder and robbery? Xiao Beichen raised his thumb in approval. Congratulations, you answered correctly. The left protector furrowed his brow. So, you were also at the auction house? Xiao Beichen did not conceal the truth. Indeed, we were the ones with the earth-grade items. You wretched brat. The left protector seethed upon learning the truth, his teeth grinding in frustration. He longed to devour Xiao Beichen, for earlier that afternoon, Xiao Beichen had outbid him on many coveted items. Furthermore, the price of the white refinements furnace had skyrocketed from an initial 100,000 premium spirit stones to a staggering 30 million, all due to Xiao Beichen's interference. Had it not been for him, such an exorbitant sum would not have been necessary. The Valley's demand for the 100 refinements furnace was so intense that they would stop at nothing to acquire it. Otherwise, they would have abandoned their pursuit. After all, 30 million premium spirit stones equated to 300 million ordinary spirit stones. In the words of others, it was enough to sustain several generations. Just when he contemplated finding a moment to settle the score with Xiao Beichen, he was taken aback to find the young man had come knocking at his door. The left protector regarded the agile Xiao Beichen as if he were a mere child. Unexpectedly, Pai Xing retorted, "Boy, have you been feasting on garlic? Your audacity knows no bounds." With that, he advanced 2 steps. "Your grandfather has come to play." Before his words had faded, he was already before the left protector, his fist, imbued with formidable momentum, hurtling toward the protector's head with incredible speed, akin to a roaring tiger. Suddenly, a brilliant red light surged forth. Boom! Pai Xing's fist collided with the crimson radiance. A cacophony of cracking sounds ensued as the red light dulled, revealing a defensive shield. Behind the shield stood the right and left protectors, the shield hastily conjured by the right protector. However, cracks began to manifest across its surface. When Pai Xing withdrew his fist, a resounding clang echoed as the defensive shield shattered into countless fragments. At last, it dissolved into nothingness. Subsequently, the left and right guardians were forcefully pushed back several paces. The might of Pai Xing's punch was palpable, once they steadied themselves. The right guardian addressed the left guardian, "We are no match for them. I will hold them off. You must swiftly reunite with the third elder." Before the left guardian could respond, a chilling voice echoed, "Trying to escape?" To their astonishment, a woman clad in a black gown materialized on their right side. Almost simultaneously, another woman appeared on their left, clearly intent on denying them any chance of retreat. The woman in the black gown was none other than Qingya from the Qianquan auction house. Previously, the distance and the cover of night had obscured her identity from the left guardian. Upon recognizing her, he seethed, "I never imagined your Qianquan auction house engaged in such nefarious deeds. Whether we indulge in such activities depends on the individuals involved." Qingya responded with a melodious tone. "Unfortunately for you two, you are precisely the ones worth our effort." The left guardian threatened, "Are you not afraid that our soul-devouring valley will annihilate your Qianquan auction house? You should be more concerned about your own survival and that of your companion." Qingya retorted, then swiftly lunged forward, wielding a pure white sword. In response, the woman on the left, Lu Yuding, summoned her green feather sword, joining Qingya in a combined assault. "Remember what I just said," the right guardian cautioned the left guardian, then brandished a white bone sword that resembled the spine of some monstrous beast, its blade composed of segmented bones. A confrontation between 3 cultivators at the refinement stage began, unleashing a terrifying aura of lethal intent. Seeing the right guardian engage with the adversaries, the left guardian seized the opportunity to flee. Remarkably, no one pursued him. This allowed him to exhale in relief, considering that there were still 4 opponents, including 3 formidable cultivators, one of whom had just struck at him. The left guardian, not dwelling on the situation, soared into the sky and dashed away, unconcerned about the fate of the right guardian. As a guardian of the soul-devouring valley, he had long prepared to sacrifice his life and everything he held dear. Today, it was his turn to delay the enemy. Thus, with no obstacles ahead and no pursuers behind, the left guardian successfully flew several dozen miles until he arrived at a secluded valley. The entrance to this valley was exceedingly narrow, flanked by towering peaks that reached the clouds. One would hardly notice it without a keen eye. The right guardian had discreetly shared the location with him while creating an opportunity for his escape. Upon entering the valley, he arrived at the edge of a small lake, pleasantly surprised by the beauty of the scenery. Although it was night, the moonlight illuminated the scene, revealing a pavilion at the center of the lake. Inside, an elderly man sat while several subordinates stood nearby. Upon seeing the elder, Elderswa felt as if an immense burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He then crossed the wooden bridge towards the pavilion. Upon entering, he observed the elder engrossed in a game of chess, with black pieces before him and white pieces across the board. The white pieces, besieged by the black, were dwindling in number, indicating an impending victory for the black. The elder set down his black piece and inquired, "You have returned, Protectorswa?" "Elder San, the Balian furnace has been successfully acquired. Yet it cost 30 million premium spirit stones. Thus, the stones in my ring are now scarce." Protectorswa approached the table, retrieving a ring and placing it beside the chessboard. Elder Sin gestured for a subordinate to collect the ring and then asked Protectorswa, "Where is the item?" Protectorswa produced an object from his spatial ring and placed it on the ground. "Is this the legendary Balian furnace?" Elder Sin could not contain his excitement, standing to inspect it closely. After a moment of scrutiny, he nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, indeed." Shifting his gaze from the furnace to Protectorswa, he praised, "Protectorswa, you have accomplished a great feat today." Protectorswa responded with enthusiasm. "For the sake of the soul-devouring valley, I would brave any peril." After a brief pause, he added, "However, it was thanks to Protector you that I was able to bring it back safely." Elder San glanced towards the lakeshore and realized that Protector you was absent. He had dispatched Protector you to assist Protectorswa. Why had the designated helper not returned? Thus, Elder San inquired. "Elder San, you may not be aware, Protectorswa recounted the entire episode, including events at the Chinkuan auction house. So, there are others coveting the Balian furnace?" Elder San's brow furrowed, and after a moment's contemplation, he asked, "What is the name of that young man?" Protectorswa shook his head. "I have not heard of him." "Which sect does he belong to?" Elder San continued questioning. Protectorswa shook his head once more. Elder San gazed at the chessboard, pondering, what of the skilled individuals accompanying him? "I cannot fathom it." Eventually, he conceded, "Very well. Since they did not pursue us, we shall wait for Protector you for half an hour. If he does not return, we too must depart." "Elder San, should we send a few individuals for support?" Protectorswa suggested. Elder San shook his head. "No need. Too many would complicate matters." Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Protector you had already been pierced through by the swords of Lu Yuding and Qingya, a spurt of blood escaping his lips. Before he could succumb to death, the two beauties withdrew their blades. Without hesitation, she unleashed several strikes upon him. "In your next life, strive to be a good person. Otherwise, being a beast will suffice." As the light in his eyes faded entirely, Lu Yuding gently tapped the face of the right protector with her sword. No sooner had the words left her lips than the right protector, who had only a flicker of life remaining, breathed his last. Having dealt with him, Qingya turned her gaze towards the direction where Xia Beichen had pursued Yi Yunxin under the stars. She wondered if they had caught up with them. Lu Yuding reassured her. "Fear not. Did not young Master Xia just unravel the left protector's scheme with the help of 1,000 paper cranes? As a result, not only did he fail to shake off our pursuit, but the right protector also lost his life here." Nodding in agreement, Qingya inquired, "Shall we wait here, or?" "Let us wait," Lu Yuding replied. The two ladies then settled upon a large rock and began to converse. "Miss Lu, what is your occupation?" "Me? I am the leader of the Qinglan sect." "What? Why such astonishment?" "Oh, indeed." After a brief pause, Qingya asked again, "And what of Miss Yi?" "She? Her background is even more remarkable," Lu Yuding declared. "What do you mean by that? Are you familiar with the Tianxin sect?" "I am." As soon as the words escaped her lips, Qingya fell silent. After a considerable pause, she finally uttered, Tianxian sect, Yi Yunxin? Indeed. Good heavens. She is none other than the Empress of Beixian, the leader of the Tianxian sect, Yi Yunxin. Qingya's expression radiated admiration. After a moment, she asked, what about the other two? They too possess significant backgrounds. They cannot possibly be leaders of some sect, can they? There aren't that many leaders. Lu Yuding waved her hand with a smile. They are ancient divine beasts. No way. Qingya exclaimed in astonishment. 2 ancient divine beasts. 2 sect leaders. What could have led them to accompany young Master Xia, who is only the cultivation of the spirit movement realm? Lu Yuding replied, it's a long story. However, from our earlier encounter, it is evident that young Master Xia possesses extraordinary qualities. As Qingya spoke, she found herself lost in admiration. Isn't that so? I too hold this belief, Lu Yuding replied with a smile. Miss Lu, may I ask you a question? Feel free. What are your thoughts on young Master Xia? Suddenly, someone could no longer suppress a tickle in their nose and sneezed. What the? Who is discussing me at this moment? Xia Beichen exclaimed in exasperation. As his sneeze echoed, it revealed his presence, along with Yi Yunxin and the starry figure accompanying her. Who? In the pavilion at the center of the lake. The third elder of the soul-devouring valley abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on a certain spot, and coldly inquired. Do all of you from the soul-devouring valley enjoy asking such questions? Xia Beichen revealed himself, responding, you might as well call me your lord. And who might you be? The third elder scrutinized Xia Beichen by the lakeside. How did he arrive here? The left guardian gazed at Xia Beichen in bewilderment, before turning to the third elder and stating, this is the young man of the spirit movement realm I mentioned to you. In chapter 096, Severed Tendons, the third elder, upon observing, could not suppress a smirk that danced at the corners of his mouth, though it bore more resemblance to derision. The spirit movement realm, and still in its nascent stage, he remarked. Hearing this, the left guardian softly cautioned, third elder, he has companions. At that moment, Yi Yunxin and Pai Xing Daiyu emerged from the shadows. The third elder's previously amused expression suddenly froze. Xia Beichen leaped onto the wooden bridge before the pavilion and declared, what of the spirit movement realm? I have not failed to vanquish those in the refining spirit realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms wide, and the water from the small lake suddenly rose on either side, forming 2 towering columns. Since acquiring the 5 elemental spirits of wood, water, fire, earth, and metal in the Spirit Sword Valley, Xia Beichen had discovered his ability to manipulate these 5 elements. The water columns surged towards the pavilion. Caught off guard by the audacity of this young man in the early stages of the spirit movement realm, the third elder momentarily faltered. However, he quickly regained composure, raising his right hand defensively before him. A crimson light appeared, forming an arc that shielded both him and the left guardian within. This reminded Xia Beichen of the protective barrier the right guardian had summoned earlier. It appeared to be the signature defense of the soul-devouring valley. Simultaneously, the 2 columns of water Xia Beichen commanded crashed against the arched red shield like high-pressure jets. As the shield intercepted the water, some splashed outward. Unexpectedly, the splattered water crystallized into sharp shards of ice that glimmered ominously under the moonlight. With a flurry of sounds, the ice shards mercilessly pierced the subordinates within the pavilion. These subordinates, whose highest cultivation barely reached the late stage of the elixir realm, were caught unawares, leading to a cloud of crimson mist. The sharpness of the ice shards was unmistakable, though Xia Beichen was only in the early stages of the spirit movement realm. Had he been in the early elixir realm, these minor lackeys would have met their demise. Without engaging further, he observed the activities within the pavilion, addressing Yi Yunxin, Pai Xing, and Daiyu. Pai Xing spoke with a hint of admiration. Even so, Brother Beichen's prowess is not to be underestimated. Indeed, Daiyu concurred, after all, he has crossed more than one realm. Xia Beichen glanced back at the 3 spectators, declaring, these 2 are your responsibility. With a smirk, he added, it's only right that I brought the heavy artillery while you sit back and enjoy the show. Pai Xing grinned widely, leaping to Xia Beichen's side, exclaiming, without the boss's command, how could we dare seize the glory? You are hardly a commendable employee. Xia Beichen retorted with playful sarcasm. Daiyu joined him, laughing, hee. I'm just here to enjoy the spectacle alongside the boss. Xia Beichen withdrew the water column, and a portion of the ascending water returned to the small lake. The remainder transformed into shimmering arrows of golden light, hurtling towards the subordinates of the third elder like a torrential downpour. Already wounded by ice shards, The subordinates were left in a state of shock upon encountering the sudden barrage of arrows. To make matters worse, a beam of pure white light surged from one side, propelling the arrows with tremendous force. The arrows, thus accelerated, whistled through the air, embedding themselves into flesh with a resounding impact that echoed around the small lake. Screams of agony soon followed. A figure, struck by an arrow, was thrust into the lake by the sheer force, and a crimson hue erupted from the water. The third elder and the left guardian stared wide-eyed at their fallen subordinates, all perishing in a matter of moments. They were astonished by Xia Beichen's multifaceted prowess and horrified by the terrifying strength of Yi Yunxin. Indeed, the earlier beam of light had been unleashed by her. Although her cultivation was concealed, she still possessed the capacity to overpower any at the divine refinement stage. As they remained in shock, Yi Yunxin waved her hand towards the red shield of the third elder, unleashing a surge of stellar power. In an instant, the shield shattered with a crackling sound. The third elder, caught off guard, could not help but emit a muffled groan, and both he and the left guardian were forced several steps back by the force. The left guardian, in particular, would have met his end had it not been for the protective railing of the pavilion. At that moment, the third elder steadied himself and raised his gaze to the veiled figure of Yi Yunxin. If I am not mistaken, you must be from the Tianxian sect. Yi Yunxin extended her hand once more, releasing another wave of stellar energy, which lifted the 100 refinements furnace and delivered it to Xia Beichen. Without hesitation, he placed it into the endless domain and instructed Yu Xiaomi and the others to store it in the pavilion of all things. Witnessing the 100 refinements furnace, which the soul-devouring valley had painstakingly acquired for 30 million top-tier spirit stones, being seized from them, the third elder seethed. How dare you lay hands on something from my soul-devouring valley? Are you tired of living? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack at Yi Yunxin. Undeterred, she raised her hand, and 4 beams of light shot skyward around her adversary. The third elder exclaimed in alarm, "Starlight binding?" Yi Yunxin replied coldly, "At least you are somewhat perceptive." The luminous prison of starlight binding ensnared the surrounding pieces of the Go game. The third elder attempted to manipulate the pieces to strike the 4 beams of starlight, but rather than breaking the binding, they rebounded upon him. With a flurry of sounds, black and white pieces ricocheted back, striking the third elder with undeniable force. He hastily raised his hand to shield himself, only to receive a painful blow that elicited a cry of anguish. As the chess pieces scattered upon the ground, his hand, along with the area pierced by the pieces, had become bruised and swollen. "Yunxin, remember our dealings with others," Xia Beichen reminded. "Rest assured, I have not forgotten," Yi Yunxin replied, summoning her star crystal sword into her hand. With a swift motion, she released the sword. The blade glimmered like a flash of lightning. The third elder bore several new sword wounds upon his body, blood seeping from the gashes. With a thud, he fell heavily to his knees. Xia Beichen observed closely and noticed that both the third elder's hands and feet bore deep cuts. It turned out that Yi Yunxin had severed the tendons in both his hands and feet. Thus, at that moment, the third elder had been rendered a physical wreck. As the star crystal sword returned to Yi Yunxin's grasp, the third elder finally recognized the true identity of the woman before him. "I never expected you to still be alive." Yi Yunxin narrowed the radius of her starlight binding and declared, "Thanks to the incompetence of those so-called allies you gathered. Not only am I alive, but I have also gained significantly greater strength." With those words, she no longer concealed her identity, transforming her appearance. She donned a new outfit and discarded her veil. Chapter 097. Not only will I slay you, but I shall also seize your territory, the cave, heaven realm. Upon witnessing Yi Yunxin's cultivation level, the third elder deflated like a punctured balloon. The distinction between realms becomes increasingly pronounced as one ascends. Transitioning from the great perfection of the divine refinement realm to the initial stage of the cave heaven realm is a feat that some may never achieve in a lifetime. Today, I shall spare your life, but considering your collusion with the Grand Elder of my Tianxian sect and other sects to entrap me, while the death penalty may be evaded, the living punishment is inescapable. Yi Yunxin advanced with her sword, declaring, "I shall render your cultivation powerless." The third elder abruptly halted, his eyes wide with horror as an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, leaving him gasping for breath. Is this the oppressive force of the cave heaven realm? Yi Yunxin did not employ her sword. Instead, she wielded the domineering power of the stars, striking down upon the third elder's crown with a single palm. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the valley, startling the birds perched in the trees, causing them to flee in terror. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yunxin withdrew her hand, and the starlight binding surrounding the third elder dissipated. At that moment, he lay in agony, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Though he would not perish, any prospect of making a comeback was impossible. He had utterly become a mere shadow of his former self. With him dealt with, Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin turned to see that the duo of star and moon had unknowingly dispatched the left protector. Xia Beichen cast a glance at the lifeless body of the left guardian lying beside the railing of the pavilion and then inquired of Pai Xing. "Did you not intend to capture him alive?" Pai Xing scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly as he replied, "I assumed you meant for us to deal with him by slaying him." Observing the utterly deceased left guardian, Xia Beichen waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. Although this may not be the most optimal approach, it is certainly not the worst either." He gestured towards the third elder, remarking that at least this old fellow had been subdued, hence there was little concern about him withholding the whereabouts of the soul-devouring valley. Pai Xing timidly interjected, "What if this fellow proves to be obstinate and refuses to divulge information? Then we shall withhold your salary." After Yi Yunxin sheathed the starry sword, she added, "In fact, we need not worry about locating the soul-devouring valley, for tonight we have eliminated their third elder and the left guardian." At this juncture, she suddenly recalled the right guardian and continued, "Surely, the right guardian has already been vanquished by Master Lu and Miss Qingya. Therefore, even if we do not seek out the soul-devouring valley, they will inevitably come to us." Xia Beichen slightly nodded. "You speak true. However, to expedite their arrival, I believe we must disseminate some rumors." With that, he gestured towards the corpse of the left guardian. With a resounding clang, a blade sang forth, and in an instant, the lifeless body of the left guardian was severed in two. Once the sword returned to his grasp, Xia Beichen instructed Pai Xing, "I leave this fellow's head in your care. Find a place to display it." With a snap of his fingers, Pai Xing remarked, "I think this valley would suffice. It is easily defensible, as long as we erect a gate at the entrance and hang this dog's head upon it, coupled with some rumors. They will have no choice but to come." Xia Beichen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That is feasible. Let us proceed with your plan." Subsequently, he summoned a swarm of bees from the endless realm. Led by Yi Xiaomi, they set out to construct a stronghold and establish defensive fortifications around it. A true case of taking over the nest. Not only would they eliminate their foes, but they would also seize their territory. Yi Xiaomi accepted her orders with enthusiasm, promptly mobilizing a team of bees to commence their tasks. For safety's sake, Xia Beichen also retained Pai Xing and Dai Yu to assist Yi Xiaomi. Thus he, accompanied by Yi Yunxin, flew toward the direction they had come from, escorting the severely injured and cultivation-deprived third elder of the soul-devouring valley, whose tendons had been severed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding and Qingya, perched upon a large stone and engaged in conversation, noticed two beams of light approaching from the horizon. As the lights drew closer, the two beauties recognized them as Xia Beichen and Yi Yunxin returning. Glancing behind them, they found no sign of Pai Xing or Dai Yu. Xia Beichen landed atop the stone and stated, "No need to look. I have assigned them another task." Nodding slightly, Lu Yuding turned her gaze to the elder that Xia Beichen was escorting. "Who is this man?" "He is the third elder of the soul-devouring valley." Upon hearing the news, Qingya was elated. They had successfully subdued him. Yi Yunxin remarked, "I have rendered him powerless. His tendons have been severed." Qingya nodded in agreement. "Excellent. This alleviates any concerns about him causing trouble unexpectedly." Xia Beichen cast a glance at the ground not far away, where the right guardian lay. Lu Yuding followed his gaze and commented, "This fellow has been dispatched by us for quite some time." Xia Beichen responded with reassurance, as anticipated. "So, how shall we dispose of him?" Lu Yuding inquired. "Should we obliterate the corpse entirely?" Xia Beichen replied, "Let us keep his head. As for the rest, let it be destroyed." Thus, he proceeded to sever the right guardian's head. Regarding the body, Xia Beichen set it ablaze. He summoned Xiaoku and Xiaosong. "Master." Emerging from the endless realm once more, the two little ones were in high spirits. "I have a task for you," said Xia Beichen, pointing at the right guardian's head. "Please, Master, command us." They chorused. Xia Beichen instructed, "Take this head to join Pixin and the others, and let them handle the rest." The two little ones nodded vigorously. "We will complete the task. Off you go." Xia Beichen waved his hand, advising them to be cautious on the way. Xiaoko asked, "By the way, Master, after we meet them, do we need to return to you?" Xia Beichen replied, "Stay there to assist Yi Xiaomi. We shall reunite with you by tomorrow at the latest." "Understood." Xiao Ku and Xiao Song each grasped the hair of the severed head and set off. Wait! Yi Yunxin called out to them. They halted. Yi Yunxin produced 2 pills for them. These elixirs can temporarily enhance your cultivation. If you encounter a formidable opponent, take them to defend yourselves. Xia Beichen recognized the familiar pills. He then communicated telepathically. Aren't these the Jinling pills? Yi Yunxin confirmed. Indeed. Regardless, their lack of a target does not significantly impact the situation. Xia Beichen remarked with a smile. That is a valid point. After accepting the pills and expressing their gratitude, the 2 little ones bid farewell to Xia Beichen and the others, running towards the valley's direction. At this point, they had completed their foundational cultivation and entered the spirit martial realm. Even if they encountered ordinary beasts along the way, they could easily handle them. However, they worried about potentially facing stronger adversaries, which was why Yi Yunxin had given them the pills. Once they had ventured far, Xia Beichen and the 3 ladies soared towards Southern City. Chapter 098, a lavish display of generosity upon their return to Southern City. The streets no longer bustled with the lively scenes of the day. Instead, only scattered tourists and small stalls remained. During the time away from Nanan City, Xia Beichen and his companions became a topic of conversation for many, sparked by the affairs of the auction house. Although their names were unknown, the mere mention of the young man from the land division elicited animated responses from all. At the Qinkuan auction house, Wang Jinyu paced anxiously before the table, occasionally glancing towards the door. After a while, unable to contain his impatience, he turned and walked towards the entrance, hoping to find answers outside. However, just as he reached the door, it swung open, revealing the return of Xia Beichen and his companions. Young Master Xia, how did it go? Wang Jinyu inquired anxiously. Xia Beichen stepped aside, allowing Qingya to bring forth a captive. Wang Jinyu's gaze fell upon the individual, and after a brief moment, he exclaimed excitedly, "This must be." Momentarily lost for words, he was interrupted by Qingya, who stated, "The 3rd elder of the soul-devouring valley, Qi Shi." At this revelation, Wang Jinyu was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees, not before Qi Shi, but before Xia Beichen. Xia Beichen quickly stepped forward to assist him, saying, "Manager Wang, what are you doing? Please rise. You have done me a great service today by capturing him." Young Master Xia, Wang Jinyu expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "Ah, Manager Wang, you are mistaken." Xia Beichen quickly corrected him. "I did not capture this man. It was they." He gestured towards Qingya and Lu Yuding, who personally dealt with the right protector. As for me, I was occupied with other tasks, while they took care of the left protector. Finally, Xia Beichen turned to Yi Yunxin, knowing that someone of Qi Shi's stature required her expertise to handle. Yunxin? Upon hearing this name, Wang Jinyu furrowed his brow, looking towards Yi Yunxin. "Are you the esteemed leader of the Tianxian sect, the North Xian Empress Yi Yunxin?" With her identity revealed by Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I am honored to meet you." Qi Shi took a step back, bowing respectfully to Yi Yunxin. Outside the city, Qingya had already learned of Yi Yunxin's identity from Lu Yuding, so she did not share Wang Jinyu's astonishment. "Forgive my lack of hospitality, Your Majesty." Wang Jinyu began, but Yi Yunxin interrupted him. "There is no need for such formalities, Manager Wang. This is not Beixian, and you are not one of my subjects. Consider me merely a customer of your esteemed establishment in the Qinkuan auction house." Wiping away his tears, Wang Jinyu remarked, "I never imagined I would be so fortunate to have such experts assisting me." "Manager Wang, that is not entirely accurate," Yi Yunxin corrected him. "My involvement with the soul-devouring valley is not solely for your benefit. I have my own grievances with them." Wang Jinyu inquired, "Is it true, as the rumors suggest, that His Majesty has been ensnared by the collusion of several major factions? And is the soul-devouring valley the principal instigator?" Yi Yunxin nodded, affirming, "Just as you are aware." With a nod, Wang Jinyu urged them, "Look at my excitement. Come inside quickly, do not linger here." After Xia Beichen and the others entered, Wang Jinyu instructed Qingya to keep a close watch on Qixi. Should he awaken, he was to be immediately reported. Once Xia Beichen and the others settled down, Wang Jinyu personally poured wine for them. He then raised his bowl, saying, "Esteemed guests, regarding the matter of the soul-devouring valley, our objectives align. Allow me to toast to everyone first." With that, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in his hand. This sentiment resonated with Xia Beichen, Yi Yunxin, and Lu Yuding, as it echoed words Lu Yuding had shared with Yi Yunxin on their journey to Nanan City. Although the Qinglan sect had not directly allied with the soul-devouring valley like the Wanren sect, and the Xinshan sect. Lu Yuding still suspected her fifth master uncle's involvement with the valley. Therefore, this trip to the southern frontier was not only to understand Xiaobeiche, but also to seek evidence of her fifth master uncle's connections with the soul-devouring valley, so she could provide an account to the Qinglan sect. Having finished his drink, Wan Jinyu filled his bowl with more wine. Seizing the moment, Xiaobeichen remarked, "Master Wan, Shishi shall be your responsibility. His fate rests in your hands." "Very well," Wan Jinyu nodded, declaring, "Besides demanding he reveal the truths concerning the Jin family, I shall extract further information about the soul-devouring valley." Xiaobeichen queried, "By the way, now that we mention the Jin family, should we refer to you as Master Wan or Master Jin?" In his heart, Wan Jinyu had already made a decision. Thus, he replied, "Once the truth of the Jin family is unveiled, I shall revert to the Jin surname and will henceforth be known as Jin Wanyu. However, for now, you may still call me Wan Jinyu." Upon hearing this, Xiaobeichen raised his glass once more. "Then let us here preemptively congratulate Master Jin." Yi Yunqin and Lu Yuding echoed the toast. Subsequently, the four of them drained their bowls in one go. Setting down their bowls, Wan Jinyu filled them again before placing the wine jar aside. Rather than drinking further, he produced a ring and handed it to Xiaobeichen. "Young Master Xia, this is the item you acquired at my auction house today, along with a few small gifts from me." Upon hearing this, Xiaobeichen utilized his spiritual sense to examine the ring, discovering it to be a spatial ring. Inside, aside from the items he had bid on today, there were indeed several additional treasures. For instance, herbs, medicinal recipes, and martial arts techniques. What a generous gift. The herbs were rare. The lowest tier of the medicinal recipes was of the 3rd grade. While there were none of the 6th grade, there were indeed some of the 5th grade. Moreover, it happens to be something not documented in the Zhonling Danpu. This presents a splendid opportunity for supplementation. Noticing that young Master Xia had bid on numerous items related to alchemical materials today, I surmised that you must be an alchemist. Wan Jinyu spoke of his reasons for gifting herbs and prescriptions, thus I have offered you some herbs and formulas. Xiaobeichen immediately rose and bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Wan." Wan Jinyu stood up and waved his hand, saying, "No need for thanks. We help each other without the need for gratitude." As he spoke, he gestured toward a corner of the room piled high with exquisite spirit stones. "I kindly ask you, young Master Xia, to take these exquisite spirit stones back with you." "Master Wan, I am least in need of exquisite spirit stones." Xiaobeichen declined the offer to retrieve the spirit stones. "I could even offer you more." This statement caused Master Wan to tremble involuntarily.